Edward himself, a few months previous to this marriage of his sister, had received his long-affianced wife, Philippa of Hainault, who had been brought to this country by Isabella's champion, John of Hainault, the young queen's uncle. Philippa proved one of the best wives and queens the annals of England can boast. We may here notice the death of Robert Bruce, which took place in the following year, 1329. He was by no means old, being only 54, but he was worn down by disease and infirmities contracted through the severe exertions, hardships, and exposures endured in his stupendous endeavors for the liberation of Scotland. He entered into contest with an enemy who appeared to most men too powerful for any hope of success, and left his country at peace and independent. With some exceptions, even in that hard and iron age, his character was marked by great tenderness and amiability. His destruction of the Red Comyn was an act which, though dictated by policy, his conscience never approved. On his deathbed he reverted to it, declaring that he had always meant to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land in expiation of the crime. But as he could not do that, he commissioned his dearest friend and bravest warrior to carry his heart thither. In contrast to and palliation of the slaughter of the Red Comyn, we may place such actions as that in which he stopped his army in retreat in Ireland, because a poor woman, who had just given birth to a child, had no means of being conveyed on with the troops, and was heard by him lamenting that she should be left to the cruelties of the Irish. No sooner did Bruce understand her complaint than he looked round on his officers with eyes which kindled like fire, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, never let it be said that a man, who was born of a woman, and nursed by a woman's tenderness, could leave a mother and an infant to the mercy of barbarians. In the name of God, let the odds and the risk be what they will, let us fight rather than leave these poor creatures behind us." The army halted and drew up in order of battle, and Edmund Butler, the English general, believing that Bruce had received reinforcements, hesitated to attack him, so that Bruce had opportunity to send on the woman and child and retreat at his leisure. Robert Bruce died at his castle of Cardross on the 7th of June, 1329, and Douglas, some time after, setting out with several brave knights to carry the heart of the king to Jerusalem, enclosed in a silver case and hung from his neck, stopped to fight the infidels in Spain where he was killed. But his remains were brought back to Scotland, as well as the heart of Bruce, which was buried behind the high altar in the Abbey of Melrose. The body of Bruce was interred in the church of Dunfermline, where some years ago the tomb was opened, and the remains of his bones were found, and clearly identified, after a rest of more than 500 years, by the breastbone having been sawn through to take out the heart, and by fragments of the cloth of gold in which he was known to have been wrapped. The peace thus concluded with Scotland did not make Mortimer feel as secure as he had hoped. Indeed, it added much to the popular resentment against him. His having so readily yielded up the claims of the nation on Scotland wounded the public feeling, whilst his arbitrary and ambitious conduct in domestic affairs drew upon him the hatred of the people and the jealousy of the nobles. He assumed a splendor even outvying royalty. He grasped, like all favorites, at riches and honors insatiably. At the Parliament held in October at Salisbury, he caused himself to be created Earl of March, or Lord of the Marches of Wales. He grossly abused the prerogative of purveyance, thus robbing the people extensively. Amongst the barons who beheld this haughty career of Mortimer with disgust were the Earls of Lancaster, Kent, and Norfolk, all princes of the blood. Lancaster was guardian of the king, yet he was kept carefully in the hands of Mortimer and the Queen Mother. Lancaster therefore determined to assert the authority of his office and put some check on Mortimer. But coming to a contest at Winchester, he was obliged to retreat, and Mortimer then fell on his estates, and ravaged them as he would an enemy's country. When the three earls were summoned to Parliament at Salisbury, he strictly forbade them to come attended by an armed body. A common, though an illegal, practice in those times 392 they complied with the command, but found, on approaching the city, that Mortimer himself was attended by his party, and their followers all strongly armed. Alarmed for their personal safety, they made a hasty retreat, and were returning with their forces, when from some cause unknown, the Earls of Kent and Norfolk suddenly deserted Lancaster, who was compelled to make a humiliating submission and pay a heavy fine. Through the intercession of the prelates, the peace was apparently restored amongst these powerful men. CP 391. Robert Bruce's last orders to Douglas. CP 391. See larger version. Probably Kent and Norfolk had been tampered with to induce them to desert Lancaster. Certain it is that soon after, The weak but well-meaning Kent was made the victim of a gross stratagem by Mortimer. He surrounded Kent by his creatures, who asserted that his brother, Edward Roman II, was still alive. The Earl's remorse for the share he had in his brother's ruin made him eagerly listen to a story of this kind. They represented to him that it was a fact well and widely known amongst the people, that the body said to be the king's, which was exhibited at Berkeley Castle, and afterwards buried at Gloucester, was not his, but that he was now actually a prisoner in Corfe Castle. Some monks lent themselves to the base scheme, and exhorted the Earl of Kent to rise to the rescue of his unfortunate brother, assuring him that his fate excited the deepest feeling, and that various nobles and prelates, from whom they professed to come, would at once join in the generous enterprise. No means were spared to lead their victim into the snare. Letters were forged, as coming from the Pope, stimulating him to this course, as 1393 required of him as a brother. The Earl, wholly deceived by this infamous conspiracy, wrote letters to his supposed captive brother, which were handed to Sir John Maltravers, believed by the Earl to be cognizant of the poor king's incarceration, but in reality one of his murderers. These letters were duly conveyed to Mortimer and the Queen Mother, and were speedily treated as ample proofs of the Earl's treasonable designs. The Earl was invited to come to Winchester, where a parliament, consisting solely of the faction of the wicked Queen and Mortimer, arrested him on the charge of conspiring against the government, and condemned him to death and loss of his estate. Lest the young king should take compassion on his uncle, the Queen and Mortimer hastened his execution. But now was seen a singular thing. Not a man could be found who would take the office of executioner, and the son of the great Edward I stood on the scaffold before the castle gate for many hours, waiting for a headsman. Such was the detestation of that lascivious woman and of her base and murderous paramour, and such the veneration for that worthy nobleman, that not a man, of any degree whatever, either of the city or neighbourhood, could be induced by rewards or menaces to take up the axe, till a mean wretch from the Marshalsea prison, to save his own life, at length consented to take the life of Edmund of Woodstock, Earl of Kent. This was the more remarkable because complaints had been made by the public of the insolence and rapacity of the Earl's retainers, who, on the plea of the royal right of purveyance, would take anything as they rode abroad, without thinking of paying the parties to whom it belonged. This was, indeed, a great complaint, which was frequently brought to Parliament against all the princes of the blood of those times, who used the privilege of purveyance to plunder the defenseless people at will. Personally, however, the Earl of Kent was much beloved, and though the king, his nephew, had signed the sentence, the guilt of it was charged on the Queen Mother and Mortimer. The alleged accomplices of the Earl were allowed to escape, except Robert de Tewton and a poor prior, who had told the Earl that he had raised a spirit to inquire whether Edward Roman II was really still living. This poor man was imprisoned for life. Melrose Abbey. The wickedness and rapacity of the Queen and Mortimer did not cease there. Lancaster was thrown into prison. Numbers of the nobility and prelates were implicated, and Mortimer used this fear of treason to crush his enemies and aggrandize himself by their property. The estate of the Earl of Kent he gave to his younger son Geoffrey. The vast domains of the Spencers he seized for himself. His power became most ominous, and his deeds of arbitrary injustice were more and more complained of, till all parties forgot their mutual feuds and united against him. It is the fate of overgrown upstarts never to foresee their ruin. Had not this blind fatality attached to Mortimer in common with his class, he must have been sensible that the young king was of a character, and arriving at an age which would bring his destruction. There were not wanting rumors at the time that Mortimer did not overlook this probable issue, and had thoughts of destroying the king and assuming the crown. His own time, however, was come. Edward, long galled by the restraint in which he was held, now approached his 18th year, and his queen, Philippa, had already brought him a son, afterwards the famous Black Prince, who was born at 394 Woodstock about 3 months after the execution of the Earl of Kent. The conduct of the Queen and Mortimer was become more openly scandalous, and it was generally said that Isabella was about to become a mother. Edward resolved to act, but he was aware that he was closely surrounded by the spies of Mortimer, and he went to work with all the caution of a man conspiring against his sovereign. He fixed on the Lord Montacute as the nobleman in whose prudence and fidelity he had the most confidence. Lord Montacute entered cordially into his plans, and soon engaged some trusty and influential friends in the enterprise. The Queen Dowager and Mortimer were residing in the castle of Nottingham. The king and his coadjutors determined to make that fortress the scene of their undertaking. A parliament was summoned to meet there in October of the year 1330. In order, however, as is supposed to prevent suspicion of the king being bent on any high designs, he held a tournament in Cheapside, which continued 3 days, and in which he and 12 others jousted with all knights that appeared in the lists. The young queen presided, and was regarded with extreme favor by the people, an interest which was much heightened by an accident, the breaking down of the platform on which she sat with many other ladies of the court, but from which they escaped without injury. The time being arrived for the opening of Parliament, Edward, with his barons, prelates, and retainers, repaired to the ancient town of Nottingham. The young king took up his quarters in the castle with his mother and Mortimer, a convenient arrangement, as gaining him access to, and exact knowledge of, the lodging of the earl, and also as preserving him from any suspicion. The barons, bishops, and knights took up their quarters in the town. Mortimer appeared in high state, accompanied wherever he went by a strong body of his devoted followers. The plans of Edward and his coadjutors were settled, and Lord Montacute was seen riding away into the country with a numerous body of his friends and attendants, as if going on a visit to some neighboring baron. This, undoubtedly, was intended to divert suspicion, but the plot had not been so closely kept as to escape the quick ears of the emissaries of Mortimer. On the afternoon of that day, he entered the council with a face inflamed with rage. He declared to the council that a base attempt was in agitation against the queen and himself, and charged Edward bluntly with being concerned in it. Edward as stoutly denied the charge, but Mortimer pronounced his denial false. The council broke up in confusion. The castle, standing on a lofty precipice overlooking the lovely valley of the Trent, was strongly fortified on the side of the town. A numerous guard was placed around it under these alarming circumstances, and Mortimer and his adherents were all on the alert to watch against surprise, and to devise schemes of defeat and vengeance on their enemies. It did not appear a very easy matter to secure the usurper in that stronghold. But the town and castle of Nottingham are built on a soft sandstone rock, in which the ancient inhabitants had sunk many caves, deep cells, and passages. One of these descended from the castle court to the foot of the precipice near the small river Leen, where the entrance was at that time concealed by a wild growth of bushes. Probably the existence of this passage was wholly unknown to Mortimer and the queen, and the criminal couple, having the strong military guard placed at the gates at evening, and the keys conveyed to the queen, who laid them by her bedside, deemed themselves perfectly secure. But Lord Montacute had sounded Sir William Eland, the governor, who entered at once most zealously into the design. By him Montacute and his friends were admitted through this passage, still called Mortimer's Hole, and on arriving in the court they were joined by the king, who led the way in profound silence and in darkness to an apartment adjoining the hall, in which they could hear the voices of Mortimer, the Bishop of Lincoln, and others of his friends, in anxious discussion. Suddenly the concealed party burst open the door, and killed 2 of Mortimer's friends who attempted to make a defense. Queen Isabella, who lay in an adjoining apartment, rushed in terror from her bed, imploring her sweet son to spare her gentle Mortimer. Her tears and entreaties for her worthy knight, her dearest friend, her beloved cousin, were in vain. The Lord of the Marches and dictator of the kingdom was led away in safe custody, and on the morrow brought before Parliament, and condemned to death on the charges of having usurped the royal power, vested in the Council of Regency, of having procured the death of the late king, of having beguiled the Earl of Kent into a conspiracy to restore that prince, that is, to restore a dead man, of having compassed exorbitant 395 grants of the crown lands, of having dissipated the public treasures, of having embezzled 20,000 marks of the money paid by the King of Scots, besides many other high crimes and misdemeanors. A more general parliament, summoned at Westminster on the 26th of November, confirmed this sentence, that he should be hanged and drawn as a traitor. In the informality of the times, Mortimer was not allowed to make any defense, nor were witnesses produced for or against him. He was at once declared guilty from the notoriety of his crimes. On this ground, nearly 20 years afterwards, the sentence was reversed by Parliament in favor of his son, the plea being the illegality of the proceedings. Mortimer was hanged at the Elms, near London, on the 29th of November, and with him Sir Simon Beresford as an accomplice. 3 others, who were likewise included in the sentence, one of them being the infamous Maltravers, escaped. Edward now made proclamation that he had taken the government of the realm into his own hands. He shut up his mother in Cassell Rising, abolished her extravagant jointure, but allowed her £3,000, and afterwards £4,000, a year. There she passed 27 years, her son paying her a visit once or twice annually, but taking care that she never again regained any public influence or authority. Having disposed of his shameless mother, Edward found ample employment in restoring rule and order to his kingdom. As in all times when lawless power prevails at court, robbers, murderers, and criminals had increased to an enormous extent. Public justice was grossly perverted, and abuses and wrongs everywhere abounded. He issued writs to the judges, commanding them to administer justice firmly, promptly, and without fear or favor, paying no regard whatever to any injunctions from the ministers of the crown or any other power. He sought out and severely punished the abuses in the administration of the state, and exacted from the peers a solemn pledge that they should break off all connection with malefactors, a circumstance which gives us a curious insight into the times, the great barons keeping the robbers and outlaws in pay against each other, and even against the king. This done, Edward turned his attention to what appeared the grand hereditary object of the English crown of that day, the subjugation of Scotland. The great Robert Bruce, as we have seen, had left his son David, a mere boy, on the throne. He could not but be anxious for the stability of his position with such a powerful kingdom and martial young king in his immediate neighborhood, and with the long-pursued claims and attempts of England on Scotland. Bruce had indeed taken a strong precaution against the invasion of his son's peace, by marrying him to the sister of Edward of England. But the temptation of ambition in princes has almost always proved far stronger than the ties of blood, and so it proved in Edward's case. We might have expected that he would maintain, rather than attempt to destroy the happiness and fair establishment of his sister on the throne of Scotland. But the spirit of military domination was as powerful in Edward as in his grandfather. He could not forget that Scotland had nearly been secured by England, and that the English had lost prestige at Bannockburn. He burned, therefore, to restore the reputation of the English arms, and complete the design of uniting the whole of the island of Great Britain into one kingdom, the lifelong aim and dying command of Edward I. When princes are desirous of pleas of aggression, it is never difficult to find them, and in this case they were abundant and plausible. In the treaty of peace and alliance concluded between Bruce and Edward at Northampton, when Joan was affianced to the heir of Scotland, just before Bruce's death, it was stipulated that both the Scottish families who had lost their estates in Scotland by taking part with the English in the late wars, and the English nobles who had claims on estates, thereby marriage or heirship, should all be restored to them. The Scottish estates were restored, but Bruce, perceiving that those of the English were much more valuable than the others, had been unwilling to allow so many dangerous subjects of the English king to establish themselves in the heart of his realm, where they might become formidable enemies. He had therefore put off their urgent demands of fulfillment of this stipulation, on the plea that it required time and caution to dispossess the potent Scottish barons now holding them. The claim of Lord Henry Percy was conceded. Those of the Lords Wake and Beaumont, the latter of whom claimed the earldom of Buchan in right of his wife, were disregarded. Beaumont, a man of great power, and of a determined character, resolved by some means to conquer his right. He urged it upon Edward to redress the wrongs of his subjects. But Edward, now freed from the 396 ascendancy of Mortimer, though nothing loath, pleaded the impossibility of his armed interference in the face of the late solemn treaty and alliance, and he had used persuasions in vain. Probably, however, he gave the malcontents to understand that he would not prevent them from trying to help themselves. Not only was Bruce dead, but his two great warriors and statesmen, Moray and Douglas, were dead also. Moray had been left regent and guardian of the young King David, still only about 9 years of age, but to his vigorous administration had succeeded that of the Earl of Mar, another nephew of Robert Bruce, and a much inferior man. Edward Roman III. At this favorable crisis, Beaumont turned his attention upon Edward Balliol, the son of John Balliol, who had been in vain placed on the Scottish throne by Edward I. John Balliol had retired to his patrimonial estate in Normandy, where he had died, and where his son Edward had continued to reside in privacy. His pretensions to the Scottish crown had been so decidedly repelled by the Scots, that he had given up all idea of ever reviving them, and for some private offense, he had been thrown into prison. There Beaumont found him, and selecting him as the very instrument which he needed to authorize a descent on Scotland immediately, on the ground of his sufferings as a private person, obtained his release, and took him away with him to England, the French king suspecting nothing of the real design. There he represented to Edward the splendid opportunity, which thus presented itself of regaining the ascendancy over Scotland, by putting forward Balliol as claimant of the crown. Edward could not do this openly for many reasons. In the first place, nothing could be more injurious to his character for justice and natural affection, were he with a preponderating force to attack the throne of a minor, and that 397 minor his brother-in-law. In the next place, he was bound by a solemn treaty not to assault or prejudice the kingdom of Scotland for 4 years, and the penalty for the violation of this engagement was £20,000. CP 398. Interrupting Balliol's Christmas dinner. CP 398. See larger version. The region of Scotland, however, as well as the late king, had always admitted the justice of the claims of the disinherited nobles, yet had always evaded all demands for restoration. Edward's plan, therefore, was to meet artifice with artifice, and accordingly he connived at the assembling of Balliol's forces in the north of England, and at the active preparations of the nobles who intended to join him. Anticipating that the borders would be strongly armed, they took their way by sea in a small fleet, which set sail from Ravenspur, an obscure port, and soon landed at Kinghorn, in Fifeshire. The Scots, who detested the Balliols as pretenders under the patronage, and for the ultimate purposes of England, flocked in thousands to the national standard against him. The Earl of Fife, too precipitately attacking Balliol's forces, was at once defeated, and the invaders marched northward towards Duplin. Near this place, the Regent Mar lay with an army said to number 40,000 men. The River Erne lay between the hostile hosts, and it was evidently the policy of the Scots to delay a general engagement till the Earl of March, who was rapidly advancing from the south of Scotland, came up, when the handful of English must have been surrounded and overpowered. But Balliol, or his allies the English barons, perceived this danger clearly enough, and they suddenly crossed the river in the night, before they could be taken in the rear by March. They found the Scots, confident in their numbers, carelessly sleeping without sentries or outposts, and falling upon them in the dark, made terrible slaughter amongst them. In the morning, the Scots, who had fled in confusion, perceiving the insignificant force to which they had yielded, returned with fury to retrieve their character. But they again committed the blunder of overconfidence, came on in disorder, engaged without regard to the nature of the ground, which was much in favor of the enemy, and were once more defeated with huge slaughter. Many thousands, 398 of the Scots, were driven into the river and drowned, while some were actually smothered by tumbling over each other in the chaotic flight, and others were cut to pieces. The regent himself, the Earl of Carrick, a natural son of Robert Bruce, the Earls of Athol and Monteith, and the Lords Hay of Errol, Keith, and Lindsay were slain. With them fell from 12,000 to 13,000 men, while Balliol lost only about 30, a sufficient proof of the rawness of the Scottish forces, and the frightful panic amongst them. The Battle of Duplin Moor was one of the most sanguinary and complete defeats which the Scots ever suffered, and appeared to obliterate all the glories and benefits of Bannockburn. The victorious army marched direct on Perth, which it quickly reduced. Balliol was rapidly pursued by the Earl of March and Sir Archibald Douglas, whose united armies still amounted to near 40,000 men. They blockaded Perth both by land and water, and proposed to reduce it by famine. But Balliol's ships attacked the Scottish ones, gained a complete victory, and thus opened the communication with Perth from the sea. This compelled the Scots to disband for want of provisions to maintain a long siege. The adherents of Balliol's family, and all those who in any such crisis are ready to fall to the winning side, now came flocking in. The nation was actually conquered by this handful of men, and Balliol, on the 24th of September, 1332, was crowned King of Scotland at Scone. David and his young betrothed queen were sent off for security to the castle of Dumbarton. The Bruce party solicited a truce, which was granted, and thus in little more than a month Balliol had won a kingdom. But the success of Edward Balliol was as unreal as a dream. He was a mere phantom king. The Scottish patriots were in possession of many of the strongest places in the kingdom, while the adherents of Edward Balliol, each hastening to secure the property he was in search of, the forces of the new monarch were rapidly reduced in number, and he saw plainly that he could maintain his position on the throne of Scotland only by the support of the King of England. He hastened, therefore, to do homage to him for the Scottish crown, and proposed to marry Joan, the sister of the king, the affianced bride of the dethroned David, if the Pope's consent to the dissolution of that marriage could be obtained. Edward listened to this, but the prompt removal of the royal pair from Dumbarton Castle to France, and the defeat of Balliol, which as promptly followed, ruined the unprincipled scheme. No sooner were these scandalous proposals known in Scotland than a spirit of intense indignation fired the minds of the patriotic nobles. The successors of those great men who had achieved the freedom of Scotland under Robert Bruce, John Randolph, second son of the regent, Sir Archibald Douglas, the younger brother of the good Lord James, Sir William Douglas, a natural son of the Lord James, possessor of the castle of Hermitage in Liddesdale, and thence called the Knight of Liddesdale, a valiant and wealthy man but fierce, cruel, and treacherous, and Sir Andrew Murray of Bothwell, who had married Christiana, the sister of Robert Bruce and aunt of the young King David, were the chiefs and leaders of the nation. They suddenly assembled a force and attacked Balliol, who was feasting at Annan in Dumfriesshire, where he had gone to keep his Christmas. On the night of the 16th of December, a body of horse under Sir Archibald, the young Earl of Moray and Sir Simon Fraser, made a dash into the town to surprise him, and he escaped only by springing upon a horse without any saddle, and himself nearly without clothes, leaving behind him his brother Henry slain. His reign had lasted only about 3 months. He escaped to England and to Edward, who received him kindly. The Scottish borderers, elated with this success, rushed in numbers into England, there committing their usual excesses, and thus furnishing Edward with a valid plea for attacking Scotland, and inducing the Parliament to support him in it, which it had hesitated to do before. Edward marched northward with an army not numerous but well armed and disciplined, and in the month of May, 1333, invested Berwick, which was defended by Sir William Keith and a strong garrison. Sir Andrew Murray, the regent, and the Knight of Liddesdale were taken prisoners in some of the skirmishes, and Sir Archibald, who became regent in the place of Murray, advanced with a large army to relieve Sir William Keith, who had engaged to surrender Berwick if not succored by the 20th of July at sunrise. On the 19th, Douglas, after a severe march, arrived at an eminence called Halidon Hill, a mile or so north of Berwick. It had been the plan of Douglas to avoid a pitched battle with so powerful an enemy, and to endeavor to wear him out by a system of skirmishes and surprises, but the impatience of his soldiers overruled his caution. His army was drawn up on 399 the slope of the hill, and Edward moved with all his force from Berwick to attack it. The ground, now fine, solid, and cultivated land, is represented then to have been extremely boggy. The Scots, however, dashed through the bogs, and then up the hill at the English, whose archers received them with a steady and murderous discharge of arrows. Douglas dismounted his heavy-armed cavalry to give firmness and impetus to the charge. The Earl of Ross led on the infantry, and King Edward at his side fought on foot in front of the battle. The Scots, though they fought desperately, yet as from the marshy ground they could not come near the archers, and were out of breath with running up the hill, were thrown into confusion and gave way. The English cavalry under the king, but still more a body of Irish auxiliaries under Lord Darcy, pursued fiercely, giving little quarter. The slaughter was terrible, amounting to 30,000 Scots, and if the accounts are to be believed, only 1 knight, 1 esquire, and 13 private soldiers of the English fell. Nearly the whole of the Scottish nobles and officers were killed or made prisoners. Amongst the slain were Douglas, the regent himself, the Earls of Ross, Sutherland, and Monteith. Berwick surrendered, and Edward once more overran the country. He again seized and garrisoned the castles, again exacted public homage from Balliol, and compelled him to cede Berwick, Dunbar, Roxburgh, Edinburgh, and all the southeast counties of Scotland, the best and most fertile portion of the kingdom, which were declared to be made part and parcel of England. Such were the consequences of the fateful Battle of Halidon Hill. Edward left an army of Irish and English to support his wretched vassal in his fragment of a kingdom, but no sooner did he turn homewards than the indignant Scots drove Balliol from even that, and compelled him to seek refuge amongst the English garrisons of the south of Scotland. In the following years, 1335 and 1336, Edward was again obliged to make fresh expeditions into Scotland to support Balliol. Whenever the English king appeared, the Scots retired to their mountain fastnesses, while Edward and his army overran the country with little opposition, burnt the houses, and laid waste the lands of those whom he styled rebels. But whenever he returned to England, they came forth again, only the more embittered against the contemptible minion of the English king, the more determined against the tyranny of England. The regent, Sir Andrew Murray, pursued with untiring activity Balliol and his adherents. When Edward marched homeward to spend in London the Christmas of 1336, He left Scotland to all appearance perfectly prostrate, and flattered himself that it was completely subdued. Never was it further from such a condition. Only one spirit animated the Scottish nation, that of eternal resistance to the monarch who had inflicted on it such calamities, and set a slave on its throne. The Scots sought and obtained assistance from France. The diversion from this country, indeed, proved the salvation of Scotland. For now began to work the seeds that had been sown, the elements which had been infused into the English monarchy by Edward I's unprincipled abandonment of his engagement with Count Guy of Flanders for the marriage of his daughter Philippa with Edward of Carnarvon, and his alliance, for political purposes, with France. Edward now claimed the throne of France in right of his mother, and prepared to enforce that claim by arms. Hence came those long and bloody wars with France which produced hereditary enmity between the two nations, and the division of resources of England, in the vain attempt to subjugate France and Scotland, to which was due the ultimate loss of both countries. The ambition of Edward overshot itself. Had he confined his efforts to either of these great objects, he might have succeeded. By far the more important was the annexation of Scotland. It was a truly statesmanlike aim to make one consolidated kingdom of the island, but Edward, with all his talents, had no conception of the manner in which this was to be effected. If Scotland were to be won by arms, the whole of his forces should have been concentrated on that object alone. But this purpose never could be achieved by that means. It required a higher development of political wisdom and respect for international rights than had then been arrived at. Before we enter, however, on the narrative of the great French contest, we must mention a few facts which show the state to which Scotland was reduced at this time, and the invincible courage of the people, which called out singular displays of it, even by the women. After the Battle of Halidon Hill, throughout all Scotland only 4 castles and 1 small tower held out for David Bruce. The castles of Lochleven, Kildrummy, and Dunbar, 3 out of the 4, were distinguished by sieges which deserve notice. Lochleven Castle stood on an island, in the loch or lake of that name, at 400 Kinross in Fifeshire. It was held by Alan Vipont, and was besieged by Sir John Stirling with an English army. As the island is low, Stirling thought he could draw out the garrison by blocking up the outlet to the loch. This was effected by throwing stones and earth into the small river Leven till a huge mound was raised. But Vipont, aware of the whole scheme, sent in the night a boat with 4 men, who cut through the mound, so that the confined waters broke forth with fury, and swept away the tents, baggage, and troops of the besiegers. The remains of this mound are pointed out to this day. The castle of Kildrummy, which played so conspicuous a part in the War of Edward I, was now defended by Christiana Bruce, who, as we have said, was married to Sir Andrew Murray, now regent. It was one of the chief places of refuge for the patriots, and therefore was besieged by David Hastings, Earl of Athol, one of the disinherited lords. Sir Andrew Murray determined to march to the relief of his wife. He called to his assistance the Knight of Liddesdale, who had been in captivity with him in England, Sir Alexander Ramsay, of Dalwalsey, and the Earl of March. They could only raise 1,000 men, and Athol had 3,000. But while on the march they were joined by one John Craig, a royalist of Scotland, who had been released by Athol from confinement on promise of a large ransom. This ransom was due on the morrow, and Craig was unable or unwilling to pay it. He was glad to get rid of Athol, and therefore undertook to lead them through the forest of Bremer, so as to take Athol by surprise. On the way the people of the neighborhood also joined them. Athol was startled by suddenly perceiving the enemy upon him, but he disdained to fly. There was a small brook between him and the Scots, and the Knight of Liddesdale keeping his men from crossing it, Athol rushed over to attack them when Liddesdale cried out, "Now is our time," charged down the hill, bore Athol and his forces back into the brook, and slew the earl and dispersed his force, thus entirely relieving the castle. This was called the Battle of Kibbolne, and much noticed by the Scots as being fought on St. Andrew's Day, 1335. Another of the most remarkable defences of these castles was that of Dunbar by the Countess of March. She was the daughter of the renowned Thomas Randolph, 1st Earl of Moray, of that family so gloriously associated with Scottish history, and from her complexion was called Black Agnes. The castle of Dunbar was built on a chain of rocks running into the sea, and its only connection with the mainland was well fortified. Montague, Earl of Salisbury, besieged it, and brought forward engines to throw stones, such as were used to batter down walls before the invention of cannon. One of these, with a strong roof to defend the assailants, standing up like a hog's back, was called the Sow. When Black Agnes saw this engine advancing, she called out to the Earl of Salisbury in derision, Beware Montagu. For Pharaoh shall thy sow. She had ordered a huge stone to be set on the wall over the castle gate, and as soon as the sow came under this was let fall, by which means the roof of the machine was crushed in, and as the English soldiers ran out, they were shot down by a flight of arrows. Whereupon the Black Agnes shouted out to Salisbury, Behold the litter of English pigs. As the Earl brought up fresh engines and sent ponderous stones against her battlements, Black Agnes stood there and wiped disdainfully the fragments of the broken battlements away with her handkerchief, as a matter of no moment. The Earl riding near to reconnoiter, an arrow meant for him shot down a man at his side. That, said the Earl, is one of my lady's love tokens. Black Agnes's love shafts pierced to the heart. The Countess next tried to inveigle the Earl into her power. She sent a fellow into the English camp who pretended to betray the castle. The Earl was caught by the trick, and came at midnight to the gates, which were to be opened to him by the traitor. Open they were, but one John Copeland, the Earl's esquire, riding in before him, the guards were too quick, they dropped the portcullis, thinking the Earl had entered, and so shut him out and betrayed their stratagem. Black Agnes was at length relieved by Sir Alexander Ramsay of Dalwalsey, who brought up forces both by sea and land. And the Scots, delighted with the spirit of the undaunted defender of the castle, celebrated her far and wide in their minstrel songs. One of these sufficiently portrays the character of this Scottish Amazon. That brawling, boisterous Scottish wench kept such a stir in towers and trench. That came I early or came I late, I found Black Agnes in the gate. The brave Sir Andrew Murray, the regent, died in 1338, while this contest was raging on all sides. He had discharged his office with the greatest spirit, patriotism, and wisdom, and his death was a severe loss to the country. CP 400. Black Agnes at the Siege of Dunbar Castle, CP 400. See larger version. We are now arrived at a crisis in our history, which marks at once the valor and the unscrupulous ambition of the English kings. There is no period of our annals in which the bravery of our countrymen assumed a more marvelous character, or in which it was displayed in a more unjust cause. Whenever we would boast of the military ascendancy of the nation, we are sure to pronounce the words Crécy and Poitiers, but we are quite as certainly silent as to the political merits of the contest in which those names became celebrated. The invasions of France by Edward Roman III raised the martial glory of England to the highest pitch. There is nothing in the miracles of bravery done at Leuctra, Marathon, or Thermopylae which can surpass those performed at Crécy, Poitiers, and on other occasions, but there the splendor of the parallel ends. The Greek battlefields are sanctified by the imperishable renown of patriotism. Those of England, at that period, are distinguished only by empty ambition and unwarrantable aggression. The Greeks fought and conquered for the very existence of their country and their liberties, the English, to crush those of an independent people. The wars commenced by Edward Roman III, inflicted the most direful miseries on France, were continued for generations, and perpetuated a spirit of hostility between two great neighbor countries, which has been prolific of bloodshed, and most injurious to the progress of liberty and civilization. The contest, as far as Edward Roman III was concerned, ended with a formal renunciation of his pretensions on the French crown, and in the acquisition of nothing but the town and district of Calais and Guisnes, destined to be lost, at a future day, with every other English fief and freehold in France. The impolicy of Edward Roman III was equal to his spirit of aggression. He was not content to attempt the complete subjugation of Scotland, which his grandfather had invaded on pleas as empty as his own regarding France, and where, during the Wars of 3 Reigns, all the power and wealth of England had been put forth, only to prove that you may exterminate a brave people, but you cannot conquer them. While he was no nearer the real annexation of Scotland than his grandfather was the first day that he advanced beyond Berwick, he aspired to coerce a still more extensive empire. The real source of this great movement was merely military ambition. Edward claimed to be the rightful heir to the crown of France through his mother, but it had always been held in that country that no female could succeed to the throne. No such occurrence had ever taken place. It was declared that this succession was prohibited by a clause in the Salic Code, the code of an ancient tribe among the Franks. It is extremely doubtful if this code ever existed. On this presumption, however, the French nation had uniformly acted for nearly 1,000 years. The ancient Franks were too barbarous and turbulent to submit to a female ruler, and those who succeeded them steadily pursued the same practice, passing over female heirs, and placing on the throne men in their stead. The third race of French kings had transmitted the crown in this manner from Hugh Capet to Louis Hutin for 11 generations, during which period no female, nor any male even, who founded his title on a female, had been suffered to mount the throne. Edward asserted that in England and in other countries such claim was always considered valid, that a son could and would succeed to his mother as well as to his father if he had been born in the lifetime of his grandfather. And this view of the case was supported by the government lawyers of England and some jurists abroad in English pay. But then the succession was not to take place in England, but in France, whose whole history and practice were opposed to it. The French maintained, and truly, that it was a fundamental law that no foreigner could reign in France, and that it was a chief object of this law to exclude the husbands and children of those princesses of France who married foreigners. To put the matter still further beyond question, the States General of France, in the time of Philip the Long, had passed a solemn and deliberate decree, declaring expressly that all females were forever incapable of succeeding to the crown of France. What right, then, had Edward to dictate to the French nation his own views in opposition to theirs? None whatever. By custom, the usage of nearly 1,000 years, and by express recent law, the principle of the French nation was clearly established. True, Edward was nearer in blood to the throne than Philip of Valois, who had now succeeded. He claimed from his mother, who was daughter of the fourth preceding king, Philip the Fair, and sister of the 3 preceding kings, while Philip of Valois was only cousin german to the deceased king, Charles the Fair. But all this, the laws and practice of France pronounced to amount to nothing. There was no passing legally 403 over the fact that no female could succeed, or could transmit succession to her offspring. And even if Edward had been able to prove a valid claim from the female side, he would only have proved his own exclusion, for the last 3 kings had all left daughters who were still alive, and who all stood before him in the order of succession. In a legal point of view, then, Edward had not a leg to stand upon in this question, whether as a king of French or of English descent. Besides this, Edward, according to all the laws of honor and of nations then prevailing, had practically renounced any claims of the kind which he might pretend to. The French king had succeeded to the throne in 1329. The peers of the realm had declared the crown his. The Parliament of Paris, and after that the States General of the kingdom had confirmed their judgment, and not only all France, but all Europe had recognized him as rightful possessor of the throne. In 1331, the King of France called upon Edward to come over and do homage for his province of Guienne. Philip, who was an able man, and of years of experience, was too prudent to allow anyone to retain the shadow of a claim against him. He lost no time in summoning so powerful a rival as the King of England to do that homage which would at once cut off any real claim, had it existed, and, on Edward seeming to hang back, was preparing to seize his fief by force of arms as forfeited. To have refused to yield this feudal homage would have been virtually to renounce his right to the province, or to involve him in a war with this monarch. Edward therefore went over to France, having first, as if that could have any legal effect, secretly in his council, entered a protest against this act prejudicing his own claims on the French crown through his mother. Edward was at that time about 18 years of age, brave and ambitious. He was attended by a splendid retinue of peers and knights, and was met by the King of France with a similarly imposing train. The act of homage was publicly performed in the Cathedral of Amiens. Edward appeared in a robe of crimson velvet, embroidered with leopards of gold. He came wearing his armor, girt with his sword, and with his golden spurs of knighthood on his heels. Philip of France received him seated in a chair of state, before which was placed a cushion for the King of England to kneel upon. No doubt, as this act implied vassalage, so far as any lands in France were concerned, every precaution was taken that so powerful a monarch of a neighboring nation, and a suspected rival, should make no equivocal submission. Edward, on his part, was careful to give none but the smallest and most indispensable tokens of dependence, and refused to kneel. On this, the Grand Chamberlain of France insisted that he should kneel, and that he should perform his homage by laying aside his regal ornaments, his sword, girdle, and spurs. Edward's anger at this humiliating demand before the assembled chivalry and high-born ladies of France was excessive, but no remonstrance could move the Grand Chamberlain, and he was obliged to kneel bareheaded and stripped of all the marks of his royal rank. His indignation at this proceeding whetted his enmity against Philip of Valois, and led in no trifling degree to his future terrible invasions of his kingdom. Yet it was not till 1336, 5 years afterwards, and 7 after Philip had sat quietly on his throne, that he openly declared the superiority of his own claims to it, and his determination to assert them. The King of England had just cause of quarrel with the King of France. The latter had repeatedly sent money and men to the aid of the Scots, and to pave the way for the return of the young king and queen, who were exiles in France. But the immediate instigator of Edward's enterprise was the brother-in-law of Philip, Robert of Artois, who had incurred the king's anger, and had fled the country in disguise. This Robert, Count of Artois, was a man of fiery temper and unprincipled. He had married the king's sister, and being in high favor with him, hoped to prevail upon him to reverse the acts of Philip the Fair, which had prevented his succession to the earldom of Artois. Robert was undoubtedly the male heir, but his aunt Matilda being married to Otho, Duke of Burgundy, and his 2 daughters to 2 sons of Philip the Fair, that monarch adjudged the county of Artois to the heir female, and this judgment was confirmed by Philip the Long. The count had clearly just cause of complaint, and on the death of Charles the Fair he zealously supported the claims of Philip of Valois, and hoped, from the services which he then rendered, as well as from his alliance by marriage, that the king would now reverse this settlement of the county of Artois in his favor. Philip, however, though he held the count in the highest esteem, and consulted him on all occasions of state, yet declined to reverse the decisions of his 2 predecessors. Porch of the Golden Virgin, Amiens Cathedral. See larger version. But this by no means contented Robert of Artois. He forged a will, as that of his grandfather, settling the county upon him, and presented it to the king. Philip, who instantly recognized the forgery, denounced so mean and criminal an act in no measured terms, and the count retired, muttering that he who placed the crown on Philip's head knew how to take it off again. These words being reported to Philip, he appeared to have lost all command of himself. He condemned the count for forgery, degraded him from all honors and offices, confiscated his property, and banished him from France. His rage did not stop there. He seized and imprisoned the count's wife, though his own sister, on pretense of her cognizance of the fraud, burnt at the stake 4 or 5 a woman of the house of Bethune, as the actual framer of the deed, and as having practiced by sorcery against the king's life. He still pursued the fugitive count, by interfering to prevent his stay in Brabant, where he had taken refuge. However righteous might be this indignation, it was far from politic, for Robert of Artois was thus driven into the arms of Edward of England. He exerted all his art and persuasion with Edward to assert his title to the crown of France. The king and Robert were united by no common principle, except that of professed resentment against the King of France, and of having just claims in his country, though one was excluded by male heirship and the other by female. The King of France, sensible of the mischief the count might create in the English court against him, called upon Edward to expel him from the country, and threatened, in case of refusal, to fall upon Guienne. This only added to the anger of Edward, and to the ostensible motives of invasion. The King of France issued a sentence of felony and attainder against the count, and against every vassal of his crown who harbored him. Edward retorted the protection which he had given to his enemy, the King of Scots, and commenced active measures for invading France. He made alliances with various princes of the Netherlands and Germany. His father-in-law, the Count of Hainault, was his active agent, and very soon were engaged the Duke of Brabant, the Duke of Guelders, the Archbishop of Cologne, the Marquis of Juliers, the Count of Nemours, and the people of Flanders. The Count of Flanders adhered to Philip, who also engaged the kings of Navarre and Bohemia, the dukes of Brittany, Austria, and Louvain, the Palatine of the Rhine, and some other princes of Germany. Edward expected more efficient aid from the Flemings than from any other of his allies. They had grown rich and considerable through trade, and had dealings with England, whence they received wool, and where they found good customers for their manufactures. They were the first people in the northern countries of Europe who had made progress in the arts and in manufactures, and their self-earned affluence had the usual effect of inspiring them with a spirit of independence. They had resisted and thrown off the oppression of their nobles, and expelled the count, who was not disposed to consent to their bold assumptions. A wealthy brewer, Jacob van Artevelde, a sort of Cromwell of the Netherlands, had by the force of his character not only led them on but placed himself at their head, and now exercised a power equal to that of any sovereign. He entered heartily into Edward's views, and inspired his countrymen with them, who had a great dislike to Philip of France, because he had supported their count against them. He invited Edward to Flanders, and promised him vigorous aid. Edward, before embarking in this serious undertaking, called for the advice of his parliament and solicited its support, which was promptly given. It voted him 20,000 sacks of wool, the very commodity of all others acceptable to the Flemings, and of the supposed value of £100,000. With the price of this wool, he could also pay his German allies. Besides this grant, he levied a heavy contribution on the tin of Cornwall, pawned the jewels of the crown, and raised money by all possible means. Amongst others, seizing on the property of the Lombards, who now exercised the trade of money-lending, formerly carried on by the Jews. With a numerous fleet, he set sail from Orwell in Suffolk on the 15th of July, 1338, attended by a considerable body of English troops and some of his nobility. On landing at Antwerp, he found it difficult to move his various allies, who, like continental allies in all ages, were much fonder of receiving their subsidies than of fighting. The Germans demurred to advance against France except by authority of the Emperor of Germany, who therefore conferred on Edward the title of Vicar of the Empire. The Flemings, who were vassals of France, had like scruples to combat, which were eventually overcome by Edward assuming, at the instigation of Van Artevelde, the style of King of France, and under plea of the right it conferred, claiming their aid in deposing Philip of Valois as the usurper of his realm. By this act, Edward effected that breach between England and France, which took so many ages to heal, and which was the spring of incalculable miseries to both countries. Till then, the nobility, coming originally from Normandy, were to be found almost as frequently at the English court as at that of France, and the two countries seemed little different from the wide empire of one people under two or more sovereigns. This step was not taken by Edward without misgivings and reluctance, and no sooner was it made than his allies began to show symptoms of backwardness. The Duke of Brabant, the most powerful amongst the princes, seemed inclined to withdraw from his alliance, and was only held to his engagements by fresh privileges of trade being granted to his subjects, and a forcible marriage contracted between the Black Prince and his daughter. To move the Germans, Edward promised an attack on Cambrai, a city of the empire which Philip had seized upon, or, in other words, to pay them for allowing him to fight their own battles. Finding that the attempt was useless, he then led his allies to the frontiers of France, where many of them threw off all pretense of doing that for which they had been so liberally paid, and refused to fight against France. Amongst these were the Count of Nemours and the Count of Hainault, Edward's own brother-in-law, the old count being dead, who now discovered that they were vassals of France and could not possibly direct their arms against it. We do not read that on this discovery they refunded the money they had pocketed for this very purpose. Deserted by these mercenaries, Edward, however, still advanced and entered France, encamping at Vironfosse near Capel with 50,000 men, chiefly foreigners. Philip came against him with an army of nearly twice that number, consisting of his own subjects, and having the advantage of being accompanied, blessed, and encouraged by the Pope, a most inspiriting circumstance in that age. Benedict Roman XII lived then at Avignon, and was a dependent on France, besides being incensed at Edward making an alliance with the Emperor Louis of Bavaria, who lay under the ban of his excommunication. Edward marched as far as Peronne and St. Quentin, burning the villages and laying waste the country. The French king, however, avoided hazarding an engagement, and Edward, having made a detour by the Ardennes, found his armies exhausted and returned to Ghent. There Benedict endeavored to negotiate a peace between the two monarchs, but Edward, despite the utter failure of his campaign, refused to listen to it. Yet his situation was pitiable, and his feelings could be by no means enviable. He had consumed, and indeed anticipated, his whole year's revenue. He had seized largely on the substance of his subjects, had pawned everything belonging to himself and his queen, and was now in a manner in pawn himself, for he had incurred debts to his miserable, useless allies to the amount of £300,000. They would not allow him to return to England even to raise fresh resources, without leaving his queen behind, as a pledge of his return. Thus all his grand undertaking had ended in complete failure, nothing had been done, and only formidable engagements had been incurred. In February 1340, he managed to get across to England, where nothing but difficulties and mortifications awaited him. He had sent over during the campaign to obtain fresh supplies from Parliament through his son, whom he had left guardian. Parliament offered to grant him 30,000 more sacks of wool, but then they demanded in return that the king should make considerable abatements, both of royal license and prerogative. The king had caused sheriffs and other placemen to be elected into Parliament to increase his facility of obtaining grants. This stretch of power the Parliament very properly insisted should cease, and to that the king consented. But they went on next to demand that the ancient privileges of purveyance and levying of feudal aids, for knighting the king's eldest son and marrying his eldest daughter, should be abolished. There the king demurred. These were his ancient rights, and not all his necessities, and the temptation of the 30,000 sacks of wool could induce him to sacrifice them. When he appeared in person, he obtained better terms, but not without a struggle. Parliament now called for a confirmation of the two charters, which the kings of those ages were always breaking, and which Edward had to confirm 15 times in the course of his reign. This, therefore, he probably considered no great matter. But Parliament also asked for a confirmation of the privileges of boroughs, a pardon for old debts and offences, and some reforms in the administration of the common law. In return for these concessions, it offered him the liberal supplies of a 9th fleece, lamb and sheep, and the same of the movables of the burgesses, as well as a duty of 40 shillings on each last of leather, on each sack of wool, and on each 300 sheepskins exported for 2 years. And because these would come in too slowly, they gave him 20,000 sacks of wool at once, to be deducted from these taxes. Parliament also took a very prudent precaution in affording him the sinews of war, to protest against the assumption of the title of King of France, declaring that they owed him no obeisance as King of France, and that the kingdoms must forever remain separate and independent of each other. While the king was making these preparations for the renewal of the war, Philip of France was using strenuous exertions to collect a fleet powerful enough to prevent his landing. He had sought this aid from the Genoese, at that time the great maritime power, as we shall soon find that he had also employed them, to a large extent, as archers in his army. The fleet numbered 400 sail, manned by Genoese sailors, and containing 407 an army of 40,000 men. That is, about 100 men on an average to a vessel, from which we may form some idea of the smallness of the ships of those times. Edward, informed of this, collected also a fleet, with which, though consisting of only 240 sail, he was impatient to set out and engage that of his rival. His council advised him to wait till he had a force more equal, but Edward set out on the 22nd of June, many English ladies going over in other vessels to pay their respects to the Queen. On the 24th the English fleet was off the harbour of Sluys, in Flanders, and there found the French fleet lying to prevent their disembarkation. Their masts and streamers, says Froissart, appeared like a wood. When Edward saw them he exclaimed, "Ha! I have long desired to fight the French, and now I will do it, by the grace of God and St. George." The next morning, having placed the vessels bearing the ladies at such a distance that they might see the battle in safety, Edward, with the instinctive address of a British naval captain, maneuvered so as to get the wind of the enemy. This movement, being mistaken by the French for a sign of fear in the king, induced them to come pouring out of the harbour, by which Edward gained another object which he sought, that of having them more in his power of attack. The battle commenced at 10 in the morning, and lasted 9 hours. During the fight the Genoese showered in upon the English their arrows from their deadly crossbows, but they were briskly answered by the long bows of the English, and when all the arrows were spent, they seized each other's ships with grappling irons and chains, and the men-at-arms fought hand to hand with swords and axes, as if on land. The English, fighting in the presence and under the daring example of their king, displayed the utmost courage, and finally victory decided for them. They took or destroyed nearly the whole of the French fleet. 15,000 of the enemy, some authors say more, were killed or perished in the sea. To make the catastrophe the more complete, the Flemings, seeing the battle incline for the English, rushed down to the shore in great numbers, and cut off the retreat of the French, making terrible slaughter amongst them. Edward then accomplished his landing with the utmost eclat, inspiring his allies with some temporary spirit. So terrible was the defeat of the French that none durst breathe a syllable of it in the hearing of Philip, and it was made known to him only by the court jester. Some one speaking of the English, "Bah," said the fool, "the English are but cowards." "Why so?" said the king. "Because," added the fool, "they did not dare the other day at Sluys to leap into the sea from their ships like the French and Normans." Edward had lost about 4,000 men himself in the battle, but still he had no lack of followers. The splendor of this victory, and the fame of the large sums which he had brought with him, gathered his allies about him like swarms of locusts. Nearly 200,000 men advanced with him towards the French frontiers, but achieved nothing of consequence. Of these, 50,000, under Robert of Artois, laid siege to St. Omer. A single sally of the governor was enough to squander these untutored forces, and notwithstanding the abilities of Robert of Artois, they could never again be collected. Edward invested Tournai, which was defended by a strong garrison, and when reduced to distress, Philip appeared with a large army but avoided coming to action. Edward, provoked at this caution, sent him a challenge to single combat, which he declined. While the armies lay in this position, and Edward had wasted 10 weeks, effecting nothing, and paying his numerous army of useless allies, Jane, Countess of Hainault, sister to Philip and mother-in-law of Edward, came forward as a mediatrix between them. She had retired from the world to a convent, but this destructive quarrel between persons so near to her called her forth to endeavor to reconcile them. Her exertions were seconded by the Pope and cardinals, but all that they could effect was a truce for 1 year. Philip managed soon after to win over the Emperor of Germany, who revoked Edward's title of imperial vicar, and his other allies rapidly withdrew as his money failed. He was now harassed by them as most importunate creditors, and was glad to steal away to England, where he arrived in the worst of humors. He had involved himself deeply in debt, and had achieved nothing but his naval victory. The anger which was excited by his foreign creditors fell on his subjects at home. Landing unexpectedly, he found the tower very negligently guarded, and he immediately committed the constable and all in charge of it to prison. He then let his vengeance fall on the officers of the revenue and collectors of the taxes, who had so greatly failed him in his need. Sir John St. Paul, Keeper of the Privy Seal, Sir John Stanor, Chief Justice, and Andrew Aubrey, Mayor of London, were displaced and imprisoned 408, as were also the bishops of Chichester and Lichfield, the Chancellor and Treasurer. Stratford, Archbishop of Canterbury, to whom the charge of collecting the new taxes had chiefly been entrusted, also fell under his displeasure. But he assumed an attitude of defiance, threatening excommunication against anyone daring to execute these illegal arrests, as he termed them, and appealed to Magna Charta in behalf of himself and brethren. The king appointed commissioners to inquire into the guilt of all concerned. He issued a proclamation, accusing the archbishop of having embezzled or misapplied the taxes intended for the king's use. The archbishop denied the charge, and supported by the clergy in a regular combination against the king, accused him of arbitrary acts and infringements of the constitution, telling him that the favor of the church was higher than that of the state, inasmuch as the priests had to answer at the divine tribunal for the conduct of kings themselves, and reminding him that prelates before then had cited emperors to their seats of judgment. This dispute was carried on with great heat on both sides, but the king, driven by the clamors of his creditors, was obliged to call a parliament, and though he omitted to summon Stratford and the other bishops, the archbishop appeared before the gates arrayed in full pontificals, with crozier in hand, and attended by an imposing train of bishops and priests. He demanded admittance as the highest peer in the realm, but it was not till Edward had kept him there 2 days that he admitted him, and even became reconciled to him. The king's necessities, no doubt, made him give way, for he had difficulties sufficient without the opposition of the clergy. He was overwhelmed with debts, for which he was paying ruinous interest, and was worried both by his foreign and domestic creditors. His attempts on France, which had brought him into this humiliating condition, had proved utter failures. Parliament declined to assist him, except on its usual conditions of fresh restrictions on his power. The barons claimed that peers should only be tried by peers. They called for a new subscription of the Great Charter. They demanded that no offices should be filled, except by the advice of his council, and that at the commencement of every session he should resume all offices in order to inquire into their faithful discharge. Edward, as was his wont, signed all these and other demands, obtained his grant of 20,000 more sacks of wool, and then declared that the conditions to which he had agreed were void, because they had been extorted. It was hoped that the truce which had been entered into between France and England might be succeeded by a peace. Edward's total want of success might naturally have been expected to incline him to it, but he claimed exemption from rendering homage for Guienne, and demanded that Philip should cease to support the King of Scots against him. Neither of these points would Philip yield, when an event took place which renewed the war with fresh spirit, and with the most wonderful change of fortune. This event was the disputed succession to the dukedom of Brittany. John Roman III, Duke of that province, died in April 1341. He had no children, but desiring that his niece Jane, the daughter of his younger but deceased brother Guy, Count of Penthièvre, should succeed him, he had married her to Charles of Blois, nephew of the King of France. Before doing this, he had assembled the states of Brittany, which had fully assented, all his vassals, and amongst them John de Montfort, the son of his also deceased brother Arthur. But though John de Montfort had not dared to oppose the will of his uncle during his lifetime, no sooner was he dead than he asserted his own higher claim to the duchy. He was, in fact, the true heir male. While Charles of Blois was at the court of France, soliciting the investiture of the duchy, John de Montfort rode at once to Nantes, took possession of the late duke's house and treasures, prevailed on the chief barons and bishops to recognize his right, and made himself master of Brest, Reims, Hennebont, and other towns and fortresses. De Montfort, convinced that Philip would take part with his own kinsman, Charles of Blois, hastened to England, where he did homage to Edward, as the rightful king of France, for the Duchy of Brittany, and proposed an alliance for the mutual maintenance of their claims in France. Edward instantly perceived the immense advantages which this new connection would give to his designs on that kingdom. All his enthusiasm for its conquest revived, and this feeling was fanned into flame by Robert of Artois. Edward closed with the offer, and de Montfort returned to Brittany to put it into a state of complete defense. He was speedily summoned to Paris to appear before the peers of France, called by the king to decide this great cause. De Montfort boldly went, but finding himself charged with the offense of doing homage to Edward of England as 409 his superior, he took just alarm and made his escape from the city. CP 409. The Countess de Montfort inciting the people of Reims to resist the French king. CP 409. See larger version. The peers, as might have been expected, adjudged the duchy to Charles of Blois, declaring that John de Montfort had forfeited whatever claim he might have by his treasonable homage to the King of England. Philip ordered his eldest son to march into Brittany at the head of an army, to assist Charles of Blois to expel John de Montfort. Under him, but the actual commander of the forces, was a celebrated warrior, Louis de la Cerda, commonly called Don Louis of Spain, and by his able conduct Nantes was speedily recovered, and de Montfort taken prisoner, sent to Paris and confined in the Louvre, where he long remained. By this event the claims of de Montfort and the new hopes of Edward appeared to be extinguished. Charles of Blois considered the war at an end, took possession of Nantes and other towns, and seemed to have before him a very easy business to establish himself in the duchy. But all parties were surprised by a new incident, which soon gave a more determined character to the contest. Jane, the wife of de Montfort, sister to the Count of Flanders, was in Reims when her husband was made prisoner at Nantes. She instantly displayed the spirit of a great woman, and instead of weakly yielding to grief or fear, she immediately assembled the people of Reims, presented her infant son to them, recommending him to their protection as the last remaining hope of their country, and declared her resolve to defend the duchy to the last against the usurper. She reminded them of the alliance of England, and promised them certain success. The audience, struck with wonder at her courage, and moved to tears by her appeal, vowed to stand by her to the death, and the same spirit animated all the other towns of Brittany. The brave lady, who, according to Froissart, had the courage of a man and the heart of a lion, went from place to place rousing the people, encouraging the garrisons, and seeing that they were well provisioned and placed in a condition of the greatest strength. Finding that she could not hold Reims against Charles of Blois and the French army, she shut herself up in Hennebont and awaited succor from England. She 410 dispatched to Edward fresh information of her situation, and with it her son, to be there in a place of safety, and, as it were, a pledge to the King of England of her fixed determination to defend her cause to the last. Charles of Blois speedily sat down before Hennebont, with a great army of French, Bretons, Spaniards, and Genoese, and trusted to take the Countess prisoner, and so put a finish to the war. But the Countess, inspiriting everybody by her words and example, made a stout defense. She herself put on armor, and rode through the streets on a noble charger, exhorting the citizens to show themselves valiant. She was at every post of danger, at the gates or on the walls, where the enemy's arrows fell thickest. The very women, fired by her bravery, cut short their gowns, that they might be the more active, and, tearing up the pavement of the streets, carried the stones to the walls, or prepared pots of quicklime and other missiles to discharge on the besiegers. Women of all ranks were seen engaged in these labors without distinction, and the Countess continually headed sorties on the enemy. One day, during a long and desperate assault, watching its progress from the walls, she perceived that Charles of Blois had directed such a force against the city that a part of his camp was quite deserted. She instantly dismounted, called together a body of 300 brave knights and esquires, and issuing from a gate opposite to that where the French were so intently engaged, she led them, under cover of some woods and hills, to the unguarded camp, upon which they fell, setting fire to the tents, baggage, and magazines and doing immense mischief. When the besiegers saw their own quarters in flames, they cried, "Treason! Treason!" and rushed to the defense. The brave countess, seeing that her retreat was cut off, instantly adapted her plan, bidding her followers to disband and make their way as they could to Brest. The countess herself galloped off, but was hotly pursued by Don Louis of Spain, as vindictive as he was brave, who came so near her as to kill several of her followers. The countess, however, made good her rendezvous with her followers, and speedily was on her way back at the head, not of 300, but of 500 men. Taking refuge in the castle of Ore, and watching their opportunity, they left the castle at midnight, reached the neighborhood of Hennebont at sunrise, and darting past the astonished besiegers, effected an entrance into the city on the 6th day after they had left it. This gallant and successful action on the part of the countess greatly amazed Charles of Blois and his army, and encouraged her own people, who received her with trumpets sounding in every demonstration of triumph. Still the French pressed on, and the English succors, daily and hourly looked for, did not arrive. The besiegers had already made several breaches in the walls. Provisions were growing scarce. The garrison was overwhelmed with fatigue and watching. And, still worse, the Bishop of Laon, a friend of Charles of Blois, was in the city, under the double character of an ecclesiastic and an ambassador, and was using all his endeavors to induce the countess to yield. His words had the worst effect on the inhabitants. He was continually going about describing the horrors attending a city given up to pillage, and recommending a capitulation. It was surprising that the countess, so quick to perceive her interests in other respects, should have tolerated his mischievous presence there. At length, however, he prevailed on her followers to propose a surrender. The brave countess implored them to wait, assuring them that the English succors must arrive. But the bishop now pressed his advantage. He called the Breton lords together again the next day, and keeping up his communications with the besiegers without, they drew nearer, with Charles of Blois at their head, in readiness to take possession. The countess, in the greatest anxiety, kept a constant lookout from a tower commanding a view of the sea, and at the very moment when the traitorous Bishop of Laon was about to make over the city, she descried a large squadron steering towards Hennebont. She immediately shouted, "Behold the Red Cross, the English succors, no capitulation." The people of the town all rushed to the ramparts to see the joyful sight. It was, indeed, the English fleet, which had been detained at sea 40 days by contrary winds, but now was coming on with full sail. All thoughts of surrender, of course, were abandoned. The disappointed bishop was dismissed to his equally disappointed master, and the English forces, consisting of 6,000 archers and a body of heavy-armed cavalry, under Sir Walter Manny, a Flemish knight, one of the greatest captains of the age, in Edward's service, landing, drove the besiegers back, and entered the town amid the joyful acclamations of the inhabitants. The delighted countess received her deliverers with every courtesy. She admitted the knights and captains into her own castle, decorated with her finest 411 tapestry, and dined herself at table with them. The next day, after dinner, Sir Walter Manny proposed to make a sally and break down the battering rams of the French. The challenge was enthusiastically answered by all the knights and warriors present. They united and rushed forth with 300 archers, charged the French furiously, took and broke to pieces the engines of the siege, drove back the besiegers, and following up their advantage, fell on the camp and set fire to it, killing many of the enemy. The countess was so overjoyed at this signal triumph that, on the return of Sir Walter to the city, she hastened to receive him, and, says Froissart, kissed him and his companions twice or thrice, like a valiant lady. The siege was raised, and the French removed the war to Lower Brittany. Don Louis of Spain went along the coast attended by a strong force of Spaniards and Genoese, and indulged his disposition for cruelty by burning Guerande, and sacking the whole country as far as Quimperle. Sir Walter, informed of this, pursued Don Louis with all speed, taking ship with 3,000 archers and a sufficient proportion of men-at-arms. He came up with him at Quimperle, seized his fleet and all his booty in the harbor, fell upon Don Louis's force, killed his brother Don Alfonso, severely wounded Don Louis himself, who hurriedly escaped in a skiff, and totally destroyed or dispersed his followers. Brilliant as these actions were, the forces sent to support the countess were far too inadequate to this object. Don Louis, smarting under this defeat, had again joined Charles of Blois, and together they returned to invest Hennebont, against which they reared 16 engines of the largest size, with which they dreadfully battered and shook the walls. The undaunted countess, however, defended the ramparts with woolsacks, and jeered the assailants by asking them why they did not bring up their army from Quimperle. Don Louis, against whom this was aimed, burned for revenge, and endeavored to obtain it in a most dastardly and unknightly manner. Amongst the prisoners of Charles of Blois were two gallant Englishmen, Sir John Butler and Sir Matthew Trelawney. These brave men, out of spite to the English, who had so signally defeated him, Don Louis demanded to be delivered up to him, that he might put them to death in sight of the whole army and city. Charles, who revolted at so dishonorable a proposal, refused, but on Don Louis declaring that he would renounce the cause of Charles forever, they were given up. Don Louis had them bound ready, and declared that after dinner he would strike off their heads under the city walls. No persuasions of his knights could divert him from his savage purpose, but Sir Walter Manny, hearing of it, made a sally, in which Sir Amory of Clisson, a Breton knight, attacking the French in front, and Sir Walter, issuing from a private postern, and falling on the camp, found the two condemned knights and rescued them. The French were soon after compelled to raise the siege, and concluded a truce with the Countess till the following May, 1343. This interval the Countess of Montfort employed in a voyage to England, soliciting fresh forces, which were dispatched in 46 vessels, under Robert of Artois. The Countess sailed with them, and off Guernsey they encountered a French fleet of 32 ships, much larger and better than the English ones, commanded by the redoubtable Don Louis of Spain, and manned by 1,000 men-at-arms and 3,000 Genoese crossbowmen. The engagement was very fierce, the Countess in full armor taking the deck and fighting sword in hand. The battle was interrupted by night, accompanied by a terrible tempest. The English fleet, however, escaped into Hennebont. Soon after landing they took Vannes by surprise, and then they divided their forces, Sir Walter Manny and the Countess defending Hennebont, and the Earls of Salisbury and Pembroke attacked Rents, leaving Robert of Artois in Vannes. Here he was suddenly surrounded by 12,000 French troops under Oliver de Clisson and de Beaumanoir, who took the city by storm. Robert of Artois narrowly escaped, but so severely wounded that he took shipping for England, where he soon died. So perished a man who more than any other had caused this bloody war. Edward Roman III was so affected by his loss, for he was greatly attached to him, that he vowed to avenge his death, and accordingly he crossed the sea to Morbihan, near Vannes, with an army of 12,000 men, in October of that year. Edward marched to Rents and Nantes, destroying the country as he went, and laying siege to Vannes, Rents, and Nantes all at once. By dividing his forces, he failed in all his attempts, for Charles of Blois had obtained an army from the King of France of 40,000 men under the Duke of Normandy. His eldest son Edward, on the approach of this formidable force, entrenched himself before Vannes, and the Duke of Normandy sat down at a short distance from 412 him, and entrenched himself likewise in his camp. Here the two forces lay for some weeks, neither venturing to strike the first blow, and the Pope now stepped in by his legates, and persuaded them to sign a truce for 3 years and 8 months. Edward, having secured honorable terms for himself and allies, returned home. But the truce was by no means observed by either side. The different parties were become so exasperated against each other that they went on fighting as though there were no truce at all. Philip of France was bound by one of its conditions to liberate John de Montfort, but he still kept him in prison, notwithstanding the remonstrances of the Pope, and persevered in his attacks on Brittany, which the Countess defended with her accustomed spirit. Several knights of distinction were in treaty to pass over to the side of de Montfort, and Philip, making the discovery, lured them to a grand tournament, and had their heads struck off in the centre of the halles, or marketplace at Pons. Amongst these were the brave knight Oliver de Clisson, already mentioned, John de Montauban, and many others there, and in Normandy were as ruthlessly dealt with. This perfidious and sanguinary conduct produced a feeling of horror everywhere, and such of the Breton knights as had fought for Charles of Blois went over to the Countess de Montfort. Foremost amongst the malcontents thus created was Jane de Belleville, the widow of the murdered Oliver de Clisson, who became a determined enemy, and who, carrying her son to the Countess de Montfort to be brought up with hers, became indefatigable in her pursuit of vengeance on the French. It was a remarkable circumstance that these wars produced 3 women, all named Jane, the wives of Charles of Blois, of de Montfort, and of de Clisson, who displayed the most extraordinary spirit, each rivaling the other in their heroic actions. This contempt of the truce roused the English nation to support the king in the continuance of the war. The Parliament granted him liberal supplies, and he sent over his near kinsman, the Earl of Derby, son of the Earl of Lancaster, with an army to protect Guienne and give assistance to the Countess de Montfort. The Earl of Derby was a nobleman of great ability and integrity of character, distinguished both for humanity and bravery. He very soon placed Guienne in a posture of strong defense, and then made a bold advance into the enemy's country. He attacked and defeated the Count de Lisle at Bergerac, reduced a great part of Périgord, and took the strong castle of Auberach in Gascony. This castle was again attempted by de Lisle, being left only with a weak garrison, but a spy whom Derby had in the French camp apprised the Earl of its situation. He advanced into the neighborhood with 1,000 cavalry, and found the castle invested by 10,000 or 12,000 men. The Earl had sent to the Earl of Pembroke at Bergerac to meet him with a large force, but he had not come up. To ordinary men, the idea of attacking the French army of 10,000 or more with his 1,000 would have appeared insane. But the Earl had with him the able commanders, Sir Walter Manny, Lord Ferrars, Sir Richard Hastings, and others, and taking advantage of a wood, they came suddenly on the French camp as the soldiers were cooking their suppers, darting amongst them with loud shouts of a Derby, a Derby. The sudden apparition of the enemy threw the whole French host into such confusion that a total rout took place, and the Count de Lisle, with 9 earls and viscounts, and nearly all the barons, knights, and squires of the army were taken. This terminated the campaign of Lord Derby for 1345, and the next year, when he became Earl of Lancaster through the death of his father, he pursued his victories and took strong towns and fortresses. His successes were favored by the state of France at that time, where the exhausted finances led Philip to debase the coin and lay a heavy impost on salt, both of which circumstances excited great disaffection and disorder in the kingdom. At length the Duke of Normandy, Philip's eldest son, attended by the Duke of Burgundy and other powerful nobles, led a large army to the frontiers of Guienne, and compelled Lancaster to stand on the defensive, his forces being much inferior in number. While these events were taking place, Edward Roman III was earnestly at work at home, endeavoring to organize an efficient scheme for achieving something more than the defense of Guienne or the aid of Brittany, namely, his grand dream of the total conquest of France. His first attempt was to secure the cooperation of his old friend Jacob van Artevelde, the brewer of Ghent. He had the daring to propose that his son, the Black Prince, should be offered to the people of Flanders in lieu of their old count, who had gone over to the French interest. But this scheme cost the stout old Artevelde his life. No sooner was the overture made than the burgesses took alarm at it, and lost their faith in Van Artevelde as a patriot. 413 Bruges and Ypres were brought over by the promised advantages of trade with England, but his own town of Ghent broke out into open insurrection. When he rode into the city, attended by a body of Welsh, whom Edward had sent, he was received with the most hostile looks and expressions. He hastened to his house, and endeavored by a speech from an upper window to appease the incensed people, but it was in vain. They broke into his house, and murdered him on the spot, July 9, 1345. The man who had reigned like a king on the strength of his reputed patriotism now fell by the hand of a saddler, and amid the execrations of the mob, as a traitor. Hope of assistance was gone for Edward in that quarter. The Church of St. Etienne, Caen. See larger version. He was equally unfortunate in Hainault. His brother-in-law, the young Count of Hainault, was killed also in a revolt of the Frieslanders, and his uncle, the well-known John of Hainault, so long allied with England, went over to the French on the plea that Edward had not duly estimated or rewarded his services. About the same time, too, John de Montfort, so long a captive in Paris, was liberated, but died of a fever before 414 Quimperle. All hope appeared closed on the side of the Netherlands and of Brittany, but a new light sprang up in an unexpected quarter, giving an entirely new turn to his enterprise. Sir Godfrey de Harcourt, Lord of St. Sauveur and brother of John, Count of Harcourt, long in the service of England, had stood high in the favor of Philip of France. But having offended him by resisting one of his arbitrary acts, he had a narrow escape of sharing the fate of Oliver de Clisson. He fled to England, and like his predecessor, Robert of Artois, he exerted all his talent to persuade the king to invade France on the side of Normandy, Sir Godfrey's own country, and where, of course, lay his forfeited estates. He represented to Edward that it was one of the most fertile and beautiful provinces of France, abounded with wealth, for it had not been the scene of war for 2 centuries, that the numerous and opulent towns had scarcely any fortifications, and were now deserted by the nobility and their vassals who were with the Duke of Normandy in Gascony. He reminded Edward that it was an ancient possession of England, lay near the English coast, might be secured almost without a blow, and would strike the French king dumb with consternation, for it would bring his capital within easy reach of attack. It is surprising that these facts had not presented themselves to Edward before, but once offered to his mind, he embraced them with avidity. He assembled a fine army of 30,000 men, consisting of 4,000 men-at-arms, 10,000 archers, 10,000 Welsh infantry, and 6,000 Irish. Circumstances, rather than his own wishes, had brought him to depend no longer on mercenary and treacherous allies, but upon his own subjects. And from this moment he began to perform those prodigies of arms which raised the name of Englishmen above all others for steady and transcendent valor. He set sail from Southampton in a fleet of near 1,000 sail of all dimensions, carrying with him the principal nobility of the realm, and his son, the Black Prince, now 15 years of age. He landed his army at La Hague on the coast of Normandy, and there divided it into 3 bodies, one of which he placed under the command of the Earl of Warwick, another under Sir Godfrey de Harcourt, whom he created Marshal, and the third under the Earl of Arundel, whom he made Constable. He himself was Generalissimo, and before setting out on his march he knighted the Prince of Wales and a number of the young nobility. He next caused the French ships in La Hague, Harfleur, and Cherbourg to be destroyed. This work was committed to the English fleet, and the plunder of these seaports was given up to those who manned it. Advancing into the country, Edward found it almost wholly defenseless, as Harcourt had represented. Montaberg, Carenton, Saint-Lô, Valognes, and other places in the Cotentin were taken and pillaged. One of the king's objects was to create an alarm, and thus draw off the French forces from Guienne, and in this he succeeded. The King of France, startled by this unexpected invasion, hastened to assemble troops from all quarters. He was soon at the head of a numerous army, which, from the sounding titles of many of the allies and generals, appeared extremely formidable. Amongst them were the kings of Bohemia and Majorca, the Emperor-elect of Germany, the Duke of Lorraine, John of Hainault, and the Count of Flanders. He dispatched the Count of Eu, Constable of France, and the Count of Tankerville to defend the populous and commercial city of Caen, but they were speedily overthrown by Edward, who took the 2 counts prisoners, and, entering the city, massacred the inhabitants without distinction of age, sex, or rank. The scenes perpetrated in Caen are frightful to record, and present a revolting picture of the savage spirit of the age. The wretched people, driven to desperation, barricaded their doors against the ruffianly invaders. They in turn set fire to the houses, till Edward, at the earnest entreaty of Sir Godfrey Harcourt, put a stop to the burning, but gave up the town to 3 days' pillage, reserving for his own share the jewels, plate, silks, fine cloths, and linen. These he shipped for England, with 300 of the richest citizens, for whom he meant to demand heavy ransoms. 2 cardinal legates, who had come with the benevolent hope of negotiating a peace, beheld instead this fearful butchery. The Church at this period was the only power which endeavored to bring to men's remembrance the benign influence of Christianity, and, in exerting itself to check the spirit of military carnage and devastation, certainly discharged its sublime duty well. As for these martial monarchs, they seemed to forget in the fury of war all compassion, and both Edward and his youthful son displayed a hard and sanguinary disposition in their campaigns, in melancholy contrast with the high professions of chivalrous courtesy. Edward, having inflicted this terrible chastisement on Caen, then advanced towards Rouen, intending to treat it the same, but on arriving 4:15 opposite to that city, he found the bridge of boats was taken away, and Philip of Valois occupying the right bank of the Seine, with an army far superior to his own. Edward then continued his march up the left bank of the river towards Paris, destroying all the towns and country as he went along. The French king marched along the right bank, breaking down all the bridges and taking every means to prevent his crossing. After sacking Vernon and Mantes, the English king arrived at Poissy, within 9 miles of Paris. Here, finding the bridge only partially destroyed, he resorted to this stratagem in order to cross the Seine. He still ascended the river as if intending to march on Paris, while his advanced lines scoured the country up to its very gates, burning Saint-Germain, Saint-Cloud, Berglarigny, Nanterre, and Neuilly. Having thus drawn the French king to Paris, he suddenly made a reverse march, reached Poissy, hastily repaired the bridge, and passed his troops over. Once across the Seine, he proceeded by hasty marches towards the river Somme. His vanguard, commanded by Harcourt, met with reinforcements proceeding from Amiens to the king's camp, and defeated them with great slaughter. Reaching Beauvais, he burnt its suburbs and plundered Poix. As he drew near the Somme, he found himself in the same difficulties as at the Seine. All the bridges were destroyed, and he endeavored, but unsuccessfully, to pass at Pont Saint-Remy, Long, and Pequigny. He was now fast being enclosed by the enemy. The Somme was a deep, and so far as they could find, impassable river. On its right bank showed a strong force under Godmer de Fay, a powerful baron of Normandy, supported by the gentlemen of Artois and Picardy. Approaching the sea near Oisement, he was thus cooped up between it and the Somme, with Philip and an army of 100,000 men pressing on his rear. In this urgent extremity, the marshals of the army were sent out to see whether they could not possibly discover a ford, but in vain. Edward now appeared to be placed in a very serious dilemma, but assembling all the prisoners belonging to that part of the country, he offered to anyone who would point out a ford his own liberty, and that of 30 of his companions. On this, a peasant said, "No, sir, that during the ebb tide the Somme is so low at a place which I can show you, that it may be passed either by horse or foot with ease. The bottom is plain to see, for it is of chalk, quite white, and so is called blanchetac, that is, white water." On hearing this agreeable news, Edward ordered the trumpets to sound at midnight, and set out from Oisement for the ford. There he arrived some hours before the ebb, and was compelled to wait, seeing Godmer de Fay ready with 12,000 men on the other side prepared to oppose his passage, and every minute expecting the arrival of Philip. As soon as the ford was passable, he ordered the marshals to dash into the river, and to drive back the enemy in the name of God and St. George. So great was his impatience that he himself led the way, crying, "Let those who love me follow me." The French forces met them halfway, and valiantly disputed the passage, but they were driven back. The English, however, found the main body strongly posted on the right bank at a narrow pass, through which they were compelled to force their way by hard fighting. The Genoese crossbowmen here galled them severely with their arrows, but the English archers replied so vigorously that they drove the enemy from the ground and landed in safety. The passage was effected just in time, for Philip came galloping up before the rearguard had reached the other side, and did some damage amongst them. But the tide was now too high to permit him to follow. He therefore took his way up the river to Abbeville, and crossed at the bridge there. Meantime, Edward, having made this admirable passage, resolved to march no farther. He had hoped to receive reinforcements promised him by the repentant Flemings, but they did not appear, and he considered it hazardous to attempt to cross the open plains of Picardy in the presence of so preponderating a force, especially of French cavalry. He resolved to make a stand. He selected a strong position in the forest of Crécy, or Cressy, and near a village of that name. "Here," said he, "I am on the rightful heritage of my lady mother, upon the lands of Ponthieu, given to her as her marriage dower. I now challenge them as my own, and may God defend the right." He took his station on a gentle ascent, having in his rear a wood, where he placed all his baggage, and defended it with an entrenchment. He also threw up entrenchments on his flanks to secure them, and divided his army into 3 divisions. The first he put under the command of Edward, the Prince of Wales, now in his 16th year, to fight his first battle. Under him were the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, Sir Godfrey Harcourt, the Lord Holland, and Sir John Chandos. But the king confided the especial care of the prince to Sir John and to the Earl of Warwick, who were 416 to assist him by their counsel, and defend him in difficulty. The second line was commanded by the Lords Willoughby, Bassett, and others. The king himself took charge of the third, to hold it in readiness to support either of the other 2, or secure their retreat, as circumstances might decide. The number of the English army has been variously stated at from 10,000 to 30,000, but the most authentic accounts state it to be about 1/4 of the French, who were estimated at 120,000. The King of England, having made his arrangements, ordered the troops to take up their ground on the spot where they were to fight, and to await the next morning with confidence of victory. The soldiers set about vigorously polishing their arms and repairing and burnishing their armor. They were well fed, and refreshed by abundant wine and provisions, which had been seized in the port of Crotoy. The king gave a supper to his barons in his tent, where he made good cheer. When it was concluded, he entered into the tent set apart as an oratory, and falling on his knees, prayed God to bring him out of the morrow with honor. Edward the Black Prince. The night was warm, and the soldiers, having well supped, slept on the grass in their arms. With the early dawn the king and prince were up and amongst their forces. The Black Prince at the Battle of Crécy, CP 419. See larger version. Edward, mounted on a white palfrey, and attended on each hand by a marshal, rode through the ranks, spoke to the different officers, and exhorted the men to remember that they had that day to fight against superior numbers, and must therefore do their best for the honor of their country. He reminded them of the decided advantage which they had hitherto shown over the enemy, and he had such an air of confidence and cheerfulness that everyone augured nothing but 418 victory. Thus they sat, each in his place, with his helm and bow before him, and so awaited the foe. When they had thus continued till 3 in the afternoon, and no enemy was yet come up, the king ordered that every man should eat and take a little wine, which they did in great satisfaction. Meantime, the King of France, having passed the night at Abbeville, set out, reinforced by 1,000 lancers under Amadeus, Count of Savoy. He deemed that he had nothing to do but to overtake the English army in order to annihilate it. For weeks it seemed to have been flying before him, and by hastily crossing the Seine and the Somme it had borne every appearance of wishing, at all costs, to avoid a conflict. He therefore pushed on hastily and in great confusion. By the time that his advanced guard came in sight of the English lines, his forces were tired, and his rear guard far behind. A veteran Bohemian officer, being sent forward to reconnoiter the English army, rode back to Philip, and strongly recommended him to put off the battle till the next day. He assured him that the English were fresh and well posted, and would undoubtedly make a desperate defense. The French, depressed and exhausted by the haste of their march from Abbeville, must fight at vast disadvantage. The king commanded a halt, but the ill-disciplined troops still pressed on, the van brandishing their swords and crying in their overconfidence, "Attack, take, slay," and those behind, hurrying forward, declaring they would not stop till they were as forward as the foremost. So they rushed on pell-mell. Froissart says no one, except he had been present, could form any idea of the confusion of the scene. Philip had divided his army into 3 divisions, the first commanded by the King of Bohemia, supported by his son, Charles of Luxembourg, Emperor-elect of Germany, and Charles, Duke of Alençon, the brother of King Philip, a brave but haughty and rash youth. In this division were 15,000 Genoese crossbowmen, headed by Anthony Doria and Carolo Grimaldi. These bowmen were looked upon as the great strength of the army, an overmatch for the English archers, whom they were quickly to drive from the field. They were backed by 20,000 infantry. The second division was led by Philip himself, consisting of 6,000 men-at-arms and 40,000 foot. The broad banner of France was displayed before the king, and at his side rode the titular King of Majorca. The rear division followed, conducted by the Count of Savoy, with 5,000 lances and 20,000 foot. The last was most formidable in numbers, but all superiority was lost in the disorder of the march. The kings and dukes and great lords were hurried along, without power to exert any command, and Philip himself, in striving to enforce a halt, was borne onward as by a torrent. Finding himself face to face with the enemy, he cried, "Bring up the Genoese, begin the battle in the name of God and St. Denis." But these Italians, who were brave and famous men, very reasonably complained of thus being hurried into battle, worn out as they were with carrying their heavy crossbows in the hasty march of 6 leagues, and said they had more need of rest than to fight that day. On hearing this, the Duke of Alençon cried out, "See, that is the help we get by employing these fellows, who thus fail us at the pinch." The sensitive Italians heard these words with deep anger, and moved on to battle. At this moment the heavens seemed to announce that a great and terrible conflict was about to take place. A thunderstorm, making it almost as dark as night, burst over the opposing hosts, and before it went a flight of crows and ravens sweeping over the armies. When the sun broke out again, it flashed in the faces of the Genoese, and the strings of their crossbows had become relaxed with the wet. On the other hand, the sun was on the backs of the English, and they had kept their longbows dry in their cases. They were drawn up by the king in ranks, crossed in the manner of a hearse, or harrow, so that the discharges of the different ranks might support each other, like the discharges of combined squares of musketry in these times. No sooner, therefore, did the Genoese crossbowmen, after giving 3 leaps and 3 loud shouts to intimidate the English, let fly a shower of arrows, than the English archers stepped each of them 1 pace forward, and shot their arrows so thickly that, as the chronicler describes it, it seemed to snow. The Genoese, confounded by the perpetual hail of the English arrows, which pierced their armor, fell back on the men-at-arms, and the confusion then became fearful. The Genoese cut their bowstrings or threw away their bows, and endeavored to make their escape amongst the horses of the cavalry. The King of France, seeing this, cried out, "Slay me these cowards, for they stop our way, without doing any good." The men-at-arms advanced at full gallop right over the wretched Genoese, cutting them down right and left, and numbers were trodden underfoot, while the 419 cavalry itself was thrown into disorder by thus riding over their own bowmen to come at the enemy. All this time, the English archers kept pouring in their deadly shafts, dropping the knights and soldiers of Lincoln's fine cavalry rapidly from their saddles, while the Cornish men and Welsh, armed with large knives, stole amongst the ranks and dispatched those knights as they lay. Edward had given strict orders to take no prisoners, because the enemy was so much more numerous that it would encumber his fighting men and keep them from the battle in looking after their captives. In spite of the confusion, the Duke of Alençon and the Count of Flanders broke at length through it, and, charging past the line of English archers, took the cavalry of the Prince of Wales in flank. Both sides now fought desperately, but the English men-at-arms handled the French cavalry so roughly that the greater part of them were slain. Notwithstanding, 3 other squadrons of French and Germans, rushing forward impetuously, broke through the archers, and pushed their way into the very place where the young prince was performing prodigies of valor. The 2nd Division, under the Earls of Arundel and Northampton, advanced to support the prince, and the contest became furious. Alencon displayed the most fiery courage, and amid a crowd of French, Germans, Savoyards, and Bohemians, pressed upon the prince with a vigor which threatened to carry all before it. The French king, eager to support Alencon, charged nobly on the archers but could not penetrate their line, or the event might have been doubtful. The Earl of Warwick, alarmed by the dangerous position of the prince, dispatched Sir Thomas Norwich to Edward, entreating him to send aid to his son. Edward, who was watching the progress of the battle from a windmill on the hilltop, demanded of the messenger whether the prince were dead, wounded, or felled to the ground. "Not so, thank God," answered the messenger, "but he needs assistance." "Nay then," said the king, "he has no aid from me. Tell him from me that I know he will bear him like a man, and show himself worthy of the knighthood I have so lately conferred on him. In this battle he must win his own spurs." This being reported to the prince, gave new courage and strength to both him and his attendants. The force thrown in by Arundel and Northampton bore down the enemy, slew the gallant Alencon, and dispersed his battalions, the Welsh, with their long knives, destroying all left alive on the ground. The King of France, still struggling to come up to the rescue of his brother, arrived only to find him killed and his forces scattered. The flying cavalry communicated their panic to the king's own followers, but the king himself scorned to fly and fought most bravely. His horse was killed under him, he mounted another, and still fought on till only about 60 of his bravest attendants remained around him. Repeatedly wounded, he would probably have lost his life, but John of Hainault, having in vain urged him to quit the field, forcibly seized the bridle of his horse and led him away. The whole French army was in flight, the English pursuing, and putting to the sword without mercy all whom they could reach. The King of France rode away till he came to the castle of Broye, where, summoning the warder to open the gates, that officer demanded who was there, for it was a dark night. "It is the fortune of France," said the king, probably in bitter recollection of the flatteries which had styled him the fortunate. On entering, the king had only 5 of his barons with him. They refreshed themselves with wine, and then continued their flight, with the help of guides, to Amiens. Such was the memorable Battle of Crécy, one of the greatest and most surprising victories which ever was gained by any king. It was fought on Saturday, the 26th of August, 1346. On that fatal field lay slain 2 kings, 11 great princes, 80 bannerets, 1,200 knights, and 30,000 men. It began after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and continued till darkness ended the conflict. Amongst the chief men killed, besides the Duke of Alencon, were the Dukes of Lorraine and Bourbon, the Counts of Blois, Vaudemont, Aumale, and Philip's old ally, the Earl of Flanders. Of the 2 slain kings of Majorca and Bohemia, the death of John of Bohemia was very remarkable. He was old and nearly blind. When all seemed lost, inquiring after his son, and hearing that he was wounded and compelled to fly, and that the Black Prince showed himself irresistible, he said, "Sirs, ye are my knights and good liegemen. Will ye conduct me so far into the battle that I may strike one good stroke with my sword?" His faithful knights, regarding these as the words of sad despair, 4 of them agreed to sacrifice their lives with him, and tying his bridle rein on each side to their own, they thus charged 420 into the thickest of the fight, and were found the next day lying dead together, the reins of their horses still unsevered. The rejoicing on the part of the English may be imagined. The soldiers lit up huge fires and torches to disperse the darkness, and by that light King Edward descended from his eminence, and taking his valiant son in his arms before the whole army, he kissed him, and according to Froissart said, "Sweet son, God gave you good perseverance. You are my true son, for valiantly have you acquitted yourself today, and shown yourself worthy of a crown." The prince bowed lowly, and declared that the victory was owing to the king. The next day it proved foggy, and the king sending out a detachment of 500 lancers and 2,000 archers to scour the fields and discover whether any bodies of French were yet keeping their ground, they met with two numerous detachments hastening to the assistance of the King of France, one of them headed by the Archbishop of Rouen and Grand Prior of France. They were coming from Beauvais and Rouen and made a vigorous resistance, but were all cut to pieces, in accordance with the barbarous policy of Edward on that occasion. Some historians have asserted that the English raised a number of French standards, which they took on an eminence, which thus attracting stragglers of the French army, they were butchered as they arrived. These are blots on the glory of that famous victory which it is painful to record. The king sent out the lords Cobham and Suffolk, with attendant heralds, to recognize the arms, and secretaries to write down the names of the fallen, and they returned an account of the numbers we have given. But of the English only 3 knights, 1 esquire, and a few of inferior rank. Edward, having attended Mass on Sunday, and returned solemn thanks to heaven for this great victory, on the Monday morning ordered the bodies of the kings, nobles, and knights to be borne to the monastery of Montenay for burial, and proclaimed 3 days' truce, that the people of the country might come in and bury their dead. Having discharged this duty, he marched north, taking the way by the coast, through Montreuil-sur-Mer, towards Calais, which he had resolved to take possession of, as a secure and necessary entrance into the kingdom of France for the prosecution of his grand design on it. Chapter 31. Edward Roman III, concluded. Siege of Calais, Battle of Neville's Cross, capture of the Scottish king, institution of the Garter, the Black Death, disturbances in France excited by the King of Navarre, Battle of Poitiers, the King of France taken prisoner and brought to England, disorders in France, affairs in Scotland, fresh invasion. France, the Peace of Bretigny, return of King John to France, disorders of that kingdom, the Free Company's expedition of the Black Prince into Castile, fresh campaign in France, decline of the English power there, death of the Black Prince, death of Edward Roman III. Character of his reign and state of the kingdom. Within 6 days of the victory of Crécy, Edward had sat down before the city of Calais. He had now fully adopted Sir Godfrey de Harcourt's plan of conquering France through Normandy, and the only remarkable thing is that, having once entertained the idea of that conquest, he should have overlooked for a moment its unparalleled advantages. Guienne was distant, and only to be reached by a voyage which, at that time, must often be formidable, across the stormy Bay of Biscay. Even in sending succors to the much nearer parts of Brittany, we have just seen that they were detained by contrary winds 40 days. Once there, he was surrounded in a great measure by hostile provinces, while, on the other hand, Calais lay within 24 miles of his own coast, which gave him most easy access to Normandy, Picardy, and Artois. Seeking the alliance of the Flemings, this province lay near to their own, and no doubt he would have found that people much more disposed for an invasion of a rich and proximate country than for that of 421 the remote Guienne. Rouen, the capital of the province, could be approached direct by the Seine, and place the king on the very highway to Paris, and only 80 miles distant from it. View in Calais, Rue de la Citadelle showing the belfry. See larger version. In investing Calais with his victorious army, Edward calculated on the effect which his destructive overthrow of the French must produce on the inhabitants. Moreover, to secure his capital and northern provinces, Philip was compelled to recall his son, the Duke of Normandy, with his army. No sooner did he retreat than the Earl of Lancaster, formerly Earl of Derby, who had been much pressed by the French, and enabled to hold his ground only by assistance which Sir Walter Manny brought up from Brittany, leaving Bordeaux, crossed the Garonne and the Dordogne, took Mirabel, Lusignan, Taillebourg, St. Jean d'Angely, and laid waste the country as far as Poitiers, which he also took by storm and plundered. He thence extended his incursions to the Loire, and ranged through the southern provinces of the kingdom, carrying terror and devastation everywhere. All this time the war was raging in Brittany, where the Countess de Montfort was creating a powerful diversion in favor of her ally, the King 422 of England, and against her enemy, the King of France. Uniting her forces with those of the English under Sir Thomas Dagworth, they raised the siege of Roch-Darien, which her rival, Charles of Blois, was investing with 15,000 men, and took Charles of Blois prisoner. The Countess sent him to London for safekeeping, where he was confined for 9 years in the Tower, as her husband had been in the Louvre. On the captivity of Charles, his Countess, Jane the Lame, took on herself the conduct of affairs, and for some time maintained valiantly the cause of her house, though neither she nor her husband, on his restoration to liberty, could ever overcome the brave-hearted Countess of Montfort, who transmitted her province to her descendants. In this, truly called the age of great women, another of still higher rank, Queen Philippa of England, was at the same time showing herself equally courageous and capable of transacting public affairs. Philip of France, alarmed at the vast success and the military genius of Edward Roman III, exerted his influence with David Roman II, King of the Scots, to make a diversion on his behalf by invading England during Edward's absence. David Bruce had passed many years with his young queen in France, and was, therefore, under many obligations to the king. He was recalled by the Scots to his throne in 1342, and had kept up a friendly correspondence with his old host. Though David was a brave young prince, he did not possess the sagacity, or his years did not give him the experience, of his father. He was equally impelled by resentment to his brother-in-law, the King of England, who had driven him from his throne, and by the instigations of the French king to make occasional raids into England. In the 4 years since he had been reinstated, he had made no less than 3 successful expeditions of this kind, and now that his old benefactor was so sorely worsted, he prepared for a still more decisive invasion. He placed himself at the head of 3,000 cavalry and 30,000 other troops, mounted on galloways. Marching from Perth, he reached the borders, his forces then numbering, it is said, 50,000 men. He took the castle of Little Burnt Lanercost, sacked the priory of Hexham, advanced into the diocese of Durham, and encamped at Beaurepaire or Bear Park, near the city of Durham. David calculated on an easy triumph over the English, nearly the whole of the nobility being absent at the siege of Calais. But Philippa, Edward's queen, assembled a body of 12,000 men, and advancing rapidly northward, came up with the Scots as they were laying waste the country round Durham, and pitched her camp in Auckland Park. She gave the command of her army to Lord Percy, but according to Froissart, she herself mounted her horse, and rode through the ranks, exhorting the men to remember that their king was absent, that the honor and safety of England were in their hands, and appealing to them to defend the realm and punish the Scots for their barbarous ravages. She could not be persuaded to quit the field for a place of safety till the armies were on the point of engaging. It has been doubted how far this proceeding of the Queen is strictly true, not being mentioned by the old English chroniclers. But besides the testimony of Froissart, it is unquestionable that Philippa's bold and able management did much to ensure the victory which followed. The Scots, who appear to have been thrown off their guard by overconfidence, and who were thinking more of plunder than of the enemy, were taken by surprise. Douglas, the famous knight of Liddesdale, was intercepted at Sunderland Bridge on his return from a raid as far as Ferry on the Hill, and narrowly escaped being caught, 500 of his followers being cut to pieces. David, also taken by surprise, still mustered his troops, and took his stand at Neville's Cross near the city of Durham. The English archers, securing themselves under the hedges, shot down the horses of the Scots, threw them, crowded as they were together, into confusion, and laid their riders prostrate in the dust. David fought undauntedly, but Edward Balliol, who commanded the reserve, made a skillful attack of cavalry on his flank, and his troops giving way on all sides, he was forcibly taken prisoner by one John Copeland, a Northumberland squire, a man of huge stature and strength, but not before he had received 2 arrow wounds, and refusing to listen to calls to surrender had knocked out 2 of the front teeth of his captor by a blow of his gauntlet. Copeland conveyed his royal prize to his castle of Ogle, and was careful not to give him up except to properly authorized royal commissioners, when he received the title of banneret and an estate of £500 a year, equal to as many thousands now, and was made sheriff of Northumberland and governor of Berwick. The joy of the people of Durham was unbounded, for their nobles and dignitaries of the church fought in the foremost ranks, having the deepest hereditary hatred to the Scots, from their numerous spoilings by them. The Bishop of 423 Durham led off the first division with Lord Percy, the Archbishop of York led the second with Lord Neville, and the Bishop of Lincoln the third with Lord Mowbray. The Prior of Durham, it was said, had been commanded the night before, in a dream by St. Cuthbert, to raise the corporax cloth with which St. Cuthbert during Mass did cover the chalice, as a banner on a spear point, and accordingly he and a body of monks at a spot called the Red Hills in sight of both armies, knelt round it in prayer, while another body of the brethren on the top of the great campanile or bell tower of the cathedral sang hymns of praise, which, says Knighton, were distinctly heard by both armies. A third body of the clergy were engaged in the very hottest of the battle. The third division of the Scots under the Earl of Moray was actually cut to pieces on the field, only 80 of them being left at the time of the king's surrender. With the king were taken the Earls of Sutherland, Monteith, Fife, Carrick, Moray and Strathearn, Sir William Douglas, John and Alan Stewart, and a long list of nobles and knights. Monteith was beheaded as a traitor, having accepted office under Edward. Never did the Scots receive a more fatal overthrow. Some historians say they had 15,000, others 20,000, slain, amongst whom were the Earl Marshal Keith and Sir Thomas Charteris. Of the English leaders, only Lord Hastings fell. King David was conveyed to London and lodged in the Tower. This memorable Battle of Neville's Cross took place on the 17th of October, 1346. Having secured her royal prisoner, Queen Philippa went over to Calais, where she was received with all the triumph and honor which her meritorious conduct deserved. She found Edward in the midst of the siege, which continued obstinate. John of Vienne, the governor, supported by a strong garrison, and well provisioned, maintained a spirited defense. The place, lying in a flat, swampy situation, was trying to the health of the English army, and was immensely strong, with its ditches, ramparts, and impassable morasses. The king, therefore, quite aware that it was not to be taken in a hurry, fixed his camp in the most eligible spot he could find, drew entrenchments round the city, built huts for his soldiers, which he thatched with straw or broom, and prepared by various means to render their winter campaign tolerable. His huts presented the appearance of a second town, called by the French chroniclers the Ville du Bois, or Town of Wood, and the harbor was blockaded to prevent the entrance of relief of any kind. John of Vienne, perceiving the king's intention to starve them out, collected all the inhabitants of both sexes who were not necessary to the defense, and sent 1,700 of them out of the city. Edward not only allowed the poor creatures to pass, but gave them a good refreshment, and each a small piece of money. But as the siege continued, and John of Vienne again put out 500 more of what he considered useless mouths, Edward lost patience, and is said to have refused them a passage. And the governor of Calais declining to allow them to re-enter the city, they are reported to have perished of starvation between the town walls and the English lines. As the siege grew desperate, violent efforts were made to relieve the city. The King of France sent ships to force a passage, but in vain. The English fleet had gradually grown to upwards of 700 sail, carrying more than 14,000 men, and of these, 80 of the largest ships, under the Earl of Warwick, constantly swept the Channel. The King of France was meantime making the most strenuous exertions to raise a force sufficient to expel the invader. He succeeded in winning over the young Count of Flanders, as he had done his father. This young nobleman appears to have been capable of playing a very mean part. The free towns proposed to him to marry Isabella of England, a princess of great beauty, and the young man, pretending to fall in with their wishes, came to the English camp, and paid his addresses to the princess as if with the most serious intentions. But having carried on his dissimulation to a disgraceful length, he seized the opportunity afforded by a hawking excursion to slip away, and made off to the French camp. Philip levied everywhere men and money, and compelled the clergy, as well as the laity, to yield their treasure, and even their church plate, a massive cross of gold belonging to the Abbey of St. Denis being carried off. He at length appeared before Calais with an army which the writers of the age assert to have amounted to 200,000 men. The governor of Calais had indeed sent letters to him, announcing that the inhabitants had eaten their horses, dogs, and rats, and unless relieved, must soon eat each other. These letters were intercepted. The King of England, however, sent them on, tauntingly asking Philip why he did not come and relieve his people. But Philip found Edward so entrenched amongst marshes and fortifications that he could not force a passage 424 anywhere. 2 roads only were left to the town, one along the seashore, and the other by a causeway through the marshes. But the coastway was completely raked by the English ships and boats, crowded with archers, drawn up on the strand, and the causeway was defended by towers and drawbridges, occupied by a great force of the most daring men in the army, under the command of the Earl of Lancaster and Sir Walter Manny, who had come hither from their victorious demonstration in Gascony, Guienne, and Poitou. The King of France looked on this densely armed position with despair, and after vainly challenging King Edward to come out and fight in the open field, he withdrew. The starving people of Calais, who, on seeing the approach of the vast royal host, had hung out their banners on the walls, lighted large bonfires, and sounded all their instruments of martial music, now changed their joyous acclamations into shrieks and groans of despair. They lowered all their banners but the great banner of France, which floated on the loftiest tower of the city, in their dejection, and the next day they pulled that down in desperation, and displayed the banner of England in its place, in token of surrender. To Sir Walter Manny, who was sent to speak with John of Vienne over the wall, that brave commander declared that they were literally perishing with hunger, and asked the lives and liberties of the citizens as the sole condition of surrender. Sir Walter told the governor that he knew well his royal master's mind, and that he could not promise them the acceptance of that proposal, the king being incensed at their obstinate resistance and determined to punish them for it. It was in vain that the governor represented that it was this very conduct that a gallant prince like Edward ought to honor, that it was what he would have expected from an English knight. Sir Walter Manny acknowledged the justice of the sentiment and returned to soften the king's resolution. But he could obtain only this mitigation, that 6 of the principal citizens should be sacrificed instead of the whole people, and they were required to come to the camp in their shirts, bareheaded and barefooted, carrying the keys of the city and castle in their hands, and with halters about their necks. When this ultimatum was made known to the people of Calais, they were struck with horror. John of Vienne, despairing of fulfilling the demand of the stern English king, caused the church bells to be rung, and collecting the people in the marketplace, laid the matter before them. There was much weeping and lamenting, but all shrank from the dreadful sacrifice. At length, Eustace de St. Pierre, one of the most eminent men of the place, arose and said, "Gentlemen, great and small, he who shall save the people of this fair town at the price of his own blood shall doubtless deserve well of God and man. I will be one who will offer my head to the King of England as a ransom for the town of Calais." At this noble resolve the assembly was moved to tears, and very soon other great burgesses, Jehan Dare, Jack Wissant, and Peter Wissant, his brother, and 2 others, offered themselves. They presently took off their ordinary dress, reduced themselves to the condition dictated by the conqueror, and thus they were conducted by the brave John of Vienne, very sorrowfully, and mounted on a small palfrey, for he was too weak to walk from wounds and fasting. Thus they came, followed by the sad people, men, women, and children, to the gates. The 6 voluntary victims were admitted into the English camp, and thus conducted before Edward, when they knelt before him, and presenting him the keys, implored his mercy. But Edward, looking on them with much displeasure, ordered them to instant execution. Then the noble barons and knights entreated that he would not refuse to listen to their petitions for their pardon, in which the Prince of Wales joined. Nothing, however, seemed to move the grim monarch. The brave Sir Walter Manny ventured to remind him of the greatness of his name, and of the stain this action would be upon it. At this the king made a stern grimace, and ordered the headsman to be summoned. Then the queen, falling on her knees, said, "Ah, gentle sire, since I have crossed the seas in great danger I have asked you nothing, but now I implore you, for the sake of the Son of the Holy Mary, and for your love of me, you will have mercy on these 6 men." The queen had every right to ask such a boon. She had come to announce to the king that she had been able to defend his kingdom in his absence from the Scots, to win a great victory at Neville's Cross, and to take the King of Scots captive. She was, moreover, far advanced in pregnancy, and yet had run every hazard to bring him such tidings. "Ah, dame," he said, "I could well wish that you had been elsewhere this day, but how can I deny you anything? Take these men, and dispose of them as you will." CP 424. Queen Philippa interceding for the burgesses of Calais. CP 424. See larger version. The delighted queen thanked the king heartily, had befitting attire brought for these worthy citizens, gave them in her tent a good repast, and presenting them each with 6 nobles, sent them away, giving orders that they should be guarded safely through the host to the town gates. This scene, which is related on the testimony of Froissart, who dedicated his history to the queen herself, has been questioned by some historians as doubtful, particularly as Avesbury, who is minute in his relation of the surrender of Calais, is silent about it, and as it seems too derogatory to the magnanimity of Edward Roman III. After suffering so many of the inhabitants to pass out of the city, and even relieving their wants. But we must remember what was the king's conduct at Caen, and also what is asserted of his immovable disregard to the perishing cries of the second crowd sent out of the city, and that Froissart was a contemporary. Under all these circumstances, the transaction appears highly probable, and mankind will not readily give up a passage of human life, so full of noble sacrifice and sympathy, and which has held its place firmly in history and tradition for 500 years. The day following the surrender, August 4, 1347, the king and queen rode into the town amid the sound of martial music, and followed by all their great lords and many men-at-arms. There they took up their quarters, and remained till the queen was delivered of a daughter, thence named Margaret of Calais. Immediately on taking possession, he ordered every inhabitant to quit the city, dispossessing them of their houses and property within the town, and substituting a thoroughly English population. The new inhabitants of the town were substantial citizens of London, and large numbers of agricultural people from the adjoining county of Kent, to whom he gave the surrounding lands. From that day to the reign of Queen Mary, Calais became altogether an English colony. He made it the mart of wool, leather, lead, and tin, the four principal articles which England furnished to the continent, and where the foreign merchants could come to procure them. Having strengthened the defenses of the town, Edward concluded a truce with Philip, which was by degrees extended to 6 years. Neither of these monarchs, however, would have listened to terms of peace but for the constant and meritorious entreaties of the Pope. At this period originated the celebrated Order of the Garter, which still retains its value in the eyes of aspirants to royal rewards. This order was instituted to excite emulation amongst the aristocratic warriors of the time, in imitation of orders of a similar nature, both religious and military, which had been created by different monarchs of Europe. The number was, and is still, confined to 25 persons, besides the sovereign, except princes of the blood and illustrious foreigners, who have been admitted since the reign of George Roman III, and hence the high value attached to this badge of distinction. The traditionary story of its origin is that at a state ball the king's mistress, a countess of Salisbury, dropped her garter, which the king picked up, and observing some of the courtiers smile at the action, as if they thought he had not obtained that favor merely by accident, he exclaimed, "Honi soit qui mal y pense." Evil be to him who evil thinks, which became the motto of the order. Historians have chosen to doubt on this subject as on many others, and antiquarians have puzzled themselves to discover some other origin. But still, the story is a very probable one, and the tradition retains its full hold on public belief. The order was founded, according to the statutes, in 1350, and even to the time of Edward Roman IV. Ladies were admitted and wore the badge of the order. The wives of the knights' companions and other great ladies had robes, the gift of the sovereign, ornamented with small garters. Our queens generally wear the garter, set with diamonds, on the left arm. But in the midst of the gaieties, giving of honors, and festivities which succeeded the conquest of Calais and the glory of Crécy, there came one of those terrible visitations which from time to time have swept over Europe under the general name of plague or pestilence, awful messengers of Providence to men, warning them to observe cleanly and healthy habits of life. It was known as the Black Death. These fatal epidemics have always appeared to originate in the same quarter, Eastern Asia, and to sweep over the earth in every direction, as in radiation from that center, carrying wholesale destruction into every place where the inhabitants were not careful to observe sanitary regulations. By medical men, the disease has been regarded as a virulent species of typhus fever, which in modern times has assumed the character of cholera, which issues periodically from the same regions, and travels the earth, fixing on every spot where there is a crowded population living in dirty dwellings, ill-drained streets, swampy hollows, and amid any vapors of putridity. Like the cholera, the 427 plague had its cold, succeeded by its hot fits, attended by vomiting, diarrhea, and great depression of the vital powers. The cholera now issues from India, the plague of the time of Edward Roman III, was traced to China, and visited on its way India, Egypt, Greece, and most of the western nations of Europe. Stowe says that in one churchyard in London, purchased by Sir Walter Manny for the poor 50,000 bodies were buried. In fact, it fell, like the cholera, most severely on the poorer and worst lodged and fed people. It is said to have half depopulated England, and so many of the inferior clergy perished, that very many churches were left without anyone to perform the service. From the painting by J. D. Penrose. Queen Philippa, interceding for the burghers of Calais. From the painting by J. D. Penrose. See larger version. The massive wealth brought from France by the victorious army did not prevent the finances of Edward from being in a very exhausted and unsatisfactory state. Those of the King of France were worse, and these causes tended to prolong the truce. Edward several times proposed to Philip to make a permanent peace, on condition that the sovereignty of Guyenne, Calais, and other lands held in fief by the English in France should be acknowledged on Edward's renouncing all claim to the crown of that country. Philip steadfastly refused to listen to such terms. He died during this truce, and Edward renewed his offer to his successor, John, but with like effect. About this time, Edward and his son, the Black Prince, put to sea with a good fleet to chastise the Spaniards of the ports on the Bay of Biscay, who had repeatedly joined the French in intercepting and seizing his merchant vessels. The battle was fought within view of the English coast, and was watched by the Queen's attendants from the hills behind Winchelsea. The engagement was contested with much valor on both sides, and in it both the king and prince had very nearly terminated their lives, for their ship was sinking, and they were only just saved by the Earl of Lancaster coming to their assistance. The result was a victory to the English, and the capture of 14 of the Spanish vessels, though with great loss of life on our side. But circumstances were ripening, destined to involve England and France again in war. John, the son of Philip, whom we have often met under the name of the Duke of Normandy, commanding the armies against the English and Bretons, succeeded his father in 1350. He was then about 31 years of age, courageous, of great integrity of mind, possessing much experience for his age, and altogether a far more honorable prince than his father, whom his subjects hated for his avarice and for his reckless invasion of their rights. Philip had in his youth been termed the fortunate, but proved eventually more entitled to the name of the unlucky. John was now, by contrast, styled the good. But John, however well-meaning, was evidently destitute of real sagacity, and his very sense of honor hurried him into the commission of deeds which early shook his popularity. The Count de Brienne, Count of Eu and Guisnes and Constable of France, was accused of an intention to betray his county of Guisnes, adjacent to the town of Calais, to the English monarch. John caused him to be seized at a festival at Paris immediately after his coronation, and threw him into a dungeon, whence, 3 days afterwards, he brought him out before the lords of his council, and without any form of trial or permission of defense, had his head struck off. This arbitrary act excited great fears of the future proceedings of the king amongst his nobility. But John's authority was very soon invaded and disturbed by his near kinsman, Charles, King of Navarre. This young prince was of the blood royal of France. His mother, being daughter of Louis X Charles of Navarre, came to court, and sought to render himself highly popular with both king and people. He succeeded so well that he obtained the king's daughter, Joan, who must have been a mere girl at that time. It was soon found, however, that he was a mixture of the most shining talents and the most diabolical qualities. He was handsome, bold, eloquent, affable in his manners, and most insinuating in his address, but at the same time intriguing, ambitious, unprincipled, and revengeful. He had always some daring scheme on foot, and if he failed, abandoned it without care and plunged into another. He demanded of the king the post of Constable of Normandy, vacated by the execution of de Brienne. And when the king, fearing his possession of that important command, bestowed it upon his favorite, Charles de la Cerda, the king of Navarre assassinated him in his castle of l'Aigle, in Normandy. He then boldly avowed the deed, put himself at the head of an armed force, called around him all the hot and disaffected young nobility of France, declared himself independent of the French crown, and made offers of alliance with the English. John called upon him to lay down his arms and resume his place as a good subject. But he refused, except on condition of an absolute pardon for the murder of 428 the constable, large grants of money and lands, and above all, the delivery of the second son of John as a hostage for the faithful maintenance of the contract. The French king was weak enough to comply, and then Charles of Navarre, in March 1355, went to court, where John sat imposingly on his throne, and Navarre went through a farce of submission. King of England, believing that it would not be long before the intrigues of the King of Navarre would produce civil discord in France, and expose it to his own plans of invasion, sent the Prince of Wales, now universally called the Black Prince, from the color of his armor, into Gascony and Aquitaine, as his lieutenant, with an army which soon grew there to 60,000 men. From thence he entered the country of Toulouse, and took Carcassonne, Narbonne, and several other towns, committing great ravages. Edward, at the same time, attacked France on the side of Normandy. He advanced to Saint-Omer, where the King of France had posted himself in expectation of this attack, but John took care not to come to open battle. The state of the internal affairs of his kingdom probably inspired John with caution, for his treacherous cousin of Navarre had resumed his seditious courses. He had united himself with the factious Sir Godfrey de Harcourt, and had succeeded in even winning over for a while Charles, the king's eldest son, only 17 years of age, to his party. But the young prince, the first Prince Royal of France who ever bore the title of Dauphin, from his father having purchased that duchy for 100,000 florins, and conferred its feudal title on him, was soon repentant of his unfilial conduct, and betrayed Charles of Navarre and a number of his noble associates into his father's hands. The most guilty of the nobles were at once executed, and the King of Navarre thrown into prison. But this did not mend matters. The brother of Charles, Philip of Navarre, assumed the management of affairs, put all his towns and castles into a state of defense, and renewed the alliance with the English. Thus situated, John avoided an engagement which might be followed by an overthrow, and leave France exposed to the united efforts of his internal and foreign enemies. He contented himself with sending a challenge to fight a battle with Edward, for which he made no disposition whatever, so that Edward treated the offer with contempt, and retired to Calais. From Calais he was speedily recalled to England by an incursion of the Scots, the usual diversion now of the French kings. Edward appeared before Berwick in the middle of winter, January, 1356, and as usual, at his appearance the Scots withdrew. Edward, determined this time, if possible, to finish the subjugation of Scotland, made a contract at Roxburgh, on the 20th of January, with Edward Balliol, by which he purchased all the rights of Balliol to the Scottish throne for 5,000 marks, and an annuity of £2,000. These rights were about as real as the rights of Edward to the crown of France. The Scots had expelled Balliol in 1341, and renounced him and his claims forever. But with this pretension Edward once more marched through the Lothians with fire and sword, burnt Edinburgh and Haddington, and then retreated for want of provisions, pursued by the Scots, who now advanced from their hiding places, and dreadfully harassed the rear of his army. After this Edward Balliol, freed from any pretence on the crown of Scotland, lived in retirement, and died without heirs in 1367. Affairs in France were now approaching a crisis, which well nigh proved fatal to the independence of that country. Edward Roman III, learning that the internal disorders of France increased in consequence of the imprisonment of Charles of Navarre, sent out a small army under the Earl of Lancaster, to co-operate with the party of that prince in Normandy. At the same time, the Black Prince, who had returned from his Toulouse expedition to Bordeaux, set out once more with an army not exceeding 12,000 men, and few of them English except a body of archers. He now directed his marauding expedition northwards, and went on laying waste the country, and burning and plundering towns, in a style which this young prince, celebrated by the historians for every virtue, appeared especially to delight in. He ravaged the Agenois and Limousin, Auvergne, Marche, and Berry. He attacked Bourges, but without success, and it then appeared that his intention was to advance to Normandy and join his forces to those under Lancaster. But he found all the bridges on the Loire broken down, and the news which reached him of the motions of the King of France inclined him to retreat. John, exasperated at the devastations of the prince, and thinking that he had every chance of defeating him in his rash advance into the heart of the kingdom with so small a force, set out to intercept his return with an army of upwards of 60,000 men. John marched for Blois, and crossing the Loire 429 advanced for Poitiers, and the country people, naturally enraged at the prince's wanton destruction of every place he approached, kept him in ignorance of the king's approach. Edward therefore unconsciously advanced on Poitiers, and on the 17th of September came, all unawares, on the rear of the French army at the village of Maupertuis, only 2 leagues from Poitiers. His scouts came galloping in, announcing that the whole country was filled by the great army. And in fact, never did a king of France command a more promising force. Consisting of 60,000 men, there were in it 20,000 men-at-arms, including 2,000 men-at-arms or cavalry sent by the Scots. Most of the princes of the blood were with him and the greater part of the nobility. On the other hand, the Prince of Wales's troops had decreased to about 10,000, of whom the bulk were Gascons, but he had 4,000 archers, and on them was the grand dependence. CP 432. Edward receiving King John of France. CP 432. See larger version. The circumstances were such as to confound the bravest and most experienced commander, but the prince, though sensible of the seriousness of his situation, did not for a moment lose heart. With consummate ability he took up his position on the summit of a gentle declivity, planted with vineyards, approachable only by one narrow road, flanked with hedges and thickets. This ground, so strong by nature, he employed the whole army to make stronger by trenches and embankments. Sir Eustace de Ribemont, a stalwart knight who had fought with his father at Calais, went 4:30 out with 3 other knights to reconnoiter the English army, and brought this word to the King of France. Sire, we have seen the enemy. By our guess they amount to 2,000 men-at-arms, 4,000 archers, and 1,500 or 2,000 other men, and appear to form one division. They are strongly posted, wisely ordered, and their position is well-nigh inaccessible. In order to attack them there is but one passage, where 4 horsemen may ride abreast, which leads to the center of their line. The hedges that flank this passage are lined with archers, and the English main body itself consists of dismounted men-at-arms, arranged in the form of a hearse or harrow. By this difficult passage alone can you approach the English position. Consider, therefore, what is best to be done. King John, hearing this, determined to charge the English on foot, ordering all his men-at-arms to dismount, take off their spurs, and cut their spears to the length of 5 feet. 300 horsemen only were to remain mounted, in order to break the line of archers by a violent charge, and make way for the infantry. Edward, on his part, drew up his forces, not in one division, as when seen by de Ribemont, but in 3, with a detachment of cavalry apart, under the celebrated Captal de Butch, who was to take a compass round the hill during the fight, and fall on the rear of the French. When about to engage, however, 2 legates from the Pope, Cardinals Talleyrand de Perigord and Capoccio, came into both the French and English camps, and used every endeavor to incline the 2 princes to peace. The Prince of Wales was so sensible of his critical situation that he made the most liberal offers. "Save my honor," he said, "and that of my army, and I will listen to anything." He proposed, indeed, to give up all the towns and castles which he had taken both in this and the former campaign, give up all his prisoners without ransom, and swear never again for 7 years to bear arms against the King of France. Never was a finer opportunity for securing a splendid triumph, in the surrender of so renowned an enemy, but John the Good again showed that he was not John the Wise. He was elated with the persuasion that he had the prince wholly in his power, and the very liberality of his offer only confirmed the fatal idea. He therefore insisted on the surrender of the prince and 100 of his best knights, flattering himself that in holding them he held the restitution of Calais. The prince at once and indignantly rejected the proposal. The Christian efforts of the humane cardinals were abortive. The greater part of the day, which was Sunday, had been wasted in these negotiations. The prince's army was badly off for provisions for either man or horse, but they cheerfully spent the remainder of the day in strengthening their defenses and arranging their baggage behind them, as at Crécy. The next morning, Monday, the 19th of September, the French army was again drawn out, and again Cardinal Talleyrand endeavored to move the mind of the French king, but he repulsed him rudely. John had arranged his army in 3 divisions, the first commanded by his brother, the Duke of Orleans, the second by the Dauphin and 2 of his younger brothers, the third by the king himself, who had at his side his 4th and favorite son Philip, then about 14 years of age. Edward, on the other hand, commanded the main body of his army, and placed the van under the Earl of Warwick. Just before the battle, Sir James Audley came before the prince, and begged that he might begin the battle, in accordance with a vow he had made to do so in every battle of the prince's or of his father. The prince consented, and Sir James took his place with 4 stout esquires in the van, and thus the battle began. The marshals of France were ordered to advance and take possession of the lane leading to the English position, and scatter the archers who lined the hedges, but as fast as they entered the lane they were shot down. The horsemen, rapidly thinned, reached the end of the lane only to encounter the main body of the Black Prince's army. Their Sir James Audley led on the charge, beating down all who approached. At the same instant, the detachment of Captal de Butch, attended by 600 bowmen, made their attack on the flank of the Dauphin's division. This movement threw the whole division into confusion. The archers shot so well and thickly that the Dauphin's 2nd division dispersed in haste. The knights, alarmed for their horses left in the rear, were the first to run from their banners, and all was instantly one scene of flight. The Dauphin and his brother were escorted from the spot by 800 lances, and the army of the Black Prince, seeing this, and that the Duke of Orleans was in full retreat with his vanguard, sprang to their saddles, shouting, "St. George for Guienne!" And Sir John Chandos exclaimed to the prince, "Sire, ride forward, the day is won. Let us charge on the King of France, for well I know that he is too bold to flee 431, and there only will the battle be. And we shall take him, please God and St. George, advance banners in the name of God and St. George," cried the prince, and they dashed down the lane, bearing all before them, riding over dead and wounded, till they came out on the plain where the king yet stood with his division, and they burst upon them with a fearful shock. But the king stood his ground, fighting manfully, leading up his division on foot and hewing his way with his battle-axe, so that, says Froissart, had the knights of King John fought as well, the issue of the day might have been different. The Constable of France stood firmly by his sovereign with his squadron of horse, shouting Mountjay St. Denis, but before the impetuous onset of the English men-at-arms, his troops were cut down and himself was slain. Then the Prince of Wales attacked a body of German cavalry, and there was a desperate conflict, but the German generals were all killed, and then the cavalry gave way and left the king almost alone. Still the king fought on and refused to surrender, though his few remaining followers were fast falling, and his nobles one after another sank around him. His son, the boy of 14, fighting bravely in defense of his father, was wounded, and the king might easily have been slain, but everyone was anxious to take him alive. Several who attempted to seize him he felled to the ground. When called upon to yield, he still cried out, "Where is my cousin, the Prince of Wales?" unwilling to surrender to anyone of less rank. A knight from St. Omer who had been banished for homicide said, "Sire, the prince is not here, but I will conduct you to him." "But who are you?" demanded the king, and the answer came, "I am Denis de Morbecque, a knight of Artois, but serving the King of England because I cannot belong to France, having been banished thence." "I surrender to you," said the king, giving his glove to Sir Denis. But there was violent struggling for possession of the king, every one saying, "I took him," and some of the rude soldiers declaring that they would kill him if not surrendered to them. At this moment arrived the Earl of Warwick, sent by the Black Prince to discover what was become of the king, and he conducted John and his son with great respect to the prince's tent. Thus terminated the Battle of Poitiers, one of the most wonderful victories ever achieved, being won by an army numerically only 1/6 of that which it defeated, and fighting under the disadvantage of being surrounded in the enemy's country, and against the King of France in person with all his chivalry. Thus stood King John, a captive at the end of the fight, where without striking a single blow, he might have expelled the English army from his soil, and bound the Prince of Wales to a peace of 7 years. The true glory, therefore, of the Black Prince was that, so far from taunting John with this, he received him with the utmost courtesy. He advanced from his tent to meet the captive king with every mark of respect and regard. He bade him not think too much of the fortune of war, but to bear in mind that he had won the admiration of both armies, and the fame of the bravest man who had fought on that side. He caused a banquet to be spread in his tent for the king and his son. Edward refused to sit down at the table, as being only a vassal of the King of France. He said, "You shall find my father ready to show you all honor and friendship, and you shall, if you will, become such friends as you have never yet been." The king was so much touched by the respect and kindness of Edward, that he declared, though defeated, it was no loss of honor to yield to a prince of such consummate valor and generosity. The attendants of the king are said to have been affected to tears by the noble conduct and consoling words of the prince to their royal master, and the spirit spread through the army towards all the prisoners. Edward also showed the same spirit of justice and liberality towards others. He presented to Sir James Audley 500 marks of yearly revenue for his services in the action, and when he found that he had transferred the whole of it to his 4 squires, he again settled £400 yearly upon him. He also heard all the eager and conflicting claims respecting the capture of the king, the distinction and the ransom being alluring objects, and finally adjudged it impartially, not to any of his own great barons, but to the poor French exile Sir Denis de Morbecque. The prince conducted his royal prisoner to Bordeaux, whence, in the following April, he set sail with him and his son for London. They made their entrance into the English capital on the 24th of that month, 1357, landing at Southwark, whence they rode in procession through the city of Westminster, vast crowds attending them all the way to satiate their wonder at the novel spectacle of the monarch of France riding there as a captive. He was clad in his royal robes, and mounted on a white steed of remarkable size and beauty, while 432 the Prince of Wales rode by his side, clad in a much plainer dress, and on a black palfrey. This might, to our present ideas, have appeared an aping of humility, but it was doubtless dictated to the prince by a chivalrous courtesy, and presented a fine contrast to the savage pomp of a Roman triumph, in which great kings and queens, amid all the spoils of their ravaged realms, were made to walk in chains, while the proud conqueror rode in his chariot blazing with gold. Coins of the reign of Edward Roman III. See larger version. It was indeed a time of singular triumph to the English people, for there were now two captive kings, those of France and Scotland in their metropolis. Edward Roman III advanced to meet King John at the gates of his palace with the greatest courtesy, and received him not as a prisoner, but as a neighboring potentate arrived on a social visit. The King of Scots had now been a captive in England 11 years. There had been no want of endeavours on the part of the Scots, or of the King of England, to effect his liberation. During the early portion of David's captivity, this was not so much the case, because there was a strong leaning in him towards the French alliance, a natural result of his 9 years' kind entertainment in that kingdom in his early youth. But his sojourn in England produced as decided an attachment to the English, and Edward, perceiving this, was willing to have on the throne of Scotland a friend who might counteract the hostile tendency of the nobles. During the last 6 years, various negotiations had been entered into with the Scots for the release of David, but the ransom was considered by them too high. In 1351, this cause broke off the treaty. In 1354, the Scots agreed to give a ransom of 90,000 marks, payable in 9 years. But their French allies, dreading an amicable state of things between Scotland and England, having lately lost Calais, and being then threatened with a fresh invasion by the English, induced the Scots to break the agreement. The effect of this measure was speedily seen in an invasion of England by the Scots, which compelled Edward to return from Normandy, and was followed by his celebrated raid, called the Burnt Candlemas, into Scotland. Now, however, a treaty was concluded, in which the Scots 433 consented to pay 100,000 marks in 10 years, giving hostages for the due fulfillment of this compact. In November of this year, 1357, David was restored to liberty and returned to his kingdom, and before reverting to the prosecution of the war with France, we may briefly state what were the consequences of this transaction. The Church of Notre Dame, Calais. See larger version. It soon became evident that the abode of David at the English court had produced the same effect as that formerly made upon him by his residence in the court of France. His facile and amiable but weak mind had been completely won over by Edward, who now saw, as he imagined, a quieter and more effectual mode of securing the crown of Scotland than by war. David had lost his wife, the sister of Edward, but had no children. He had grown fonder of the more polished and luxurious court of England than of his own ruder country and turbulent nobles. He did not, therefore, hesitate, after the death of his wife, to propose to the Scottish Parliament that, in case of his dying without issue, Edward's third son, the Duke of Clarence, should succeed him. The Scots, of course, rejected the proposal without ceremony. Still, it was well known that a secret treaty existed between David and Edward Roman III for this object. In 1371, David died, and Robert Stuart, the grandson of Robert Bruce, by David's eldest sister, Marjorie, succeeded to the throne, by the full consent of the Scottish Parliament, under the title of Robert Roman II. Though Edward menaced, he never asserted his new claim to the crown, for his hands were full with the French war, and soon after, the death of his son, the Black Prince, put an end to all such ideas. From that time to the reign of James Roman VI, a period of 232 years, the Stuarts continued to reign, when they also succeeded to the crown of England, and thus prepared the way for the ultimate and entire union of the kingdoms. The Battle of Poitiers filled up the measure of the calamities of France. Crécy was a decisive blow, the loss of Calais was another, but these were still only a minor portion of the losses and miseries which had been crowding upon her through 10 years of invasion. Normandy, Artois 434 Picardy, and the southern provinces of France had been repeatedly traversed by hostile armies, their fields laid waste, their cattle driven off or destroyed, their crops trodden underfoot, their cities, towns, and villages burnt or pillaged. By sea and by land France had suffered defeat and heavy loss of men, ships, and property. At Sluys in mid-channel, and on various parts of the coast, the English had destroyed her fleets. In defending her ally of Brittany, Charles of Blois, her treasures had been largely drawn upon, and now came this desolating overthrow, in which the flower of her nobility was crushed or made captive with their king. That captivity let loose all the elements of disorder which had been accumulating through these terrible years. The people were impoverished, and numbers of them utterly ruined. All were wretched and discontented. The nobles were grown arrogant with the weakness of the state, and the country was overrun with bands of armed marauders, calling themselves free companies, who preyed at will on the already sorely fleeced people, committing every species of outrage, and thus aggravating awfully the miseries of the nation. The Dauphin was only a youth of 18, and though possessed of superior talents, and unusual prudence and spirit for his age, was necessarily destitute of that authority and that experience which such a crisis required, and his two younger brothers could afford him no assistance in so difficult a position. Besides the want of support from members of his own family, he had a most dangerous and indefatigable enemy in his relative, the King of Navarre, who possessed that determined disposition to mischief which most truly entitled him to the name given him by the people, Charles the Bad. The latter was still in prison, but he found means through stone walls to exercise his talents for intrigue, treachery, and malicious machinations. Pretending even to the crown, he had all the seditious arts and fiery recklessness of the demagogue, and he stooped to ally himself with any malcontent class, or to work with any dirty tool. Accordingly, when the Dauphin called together the States General of the kingdom, to enable him to obtain supplies, and reasonably imagining that he should find all classes, under the calamitous condition of the country, ready to unite with him for the restoration of the king and the re-establishment of order, he was met by demands for the limitation of the royal prerogative, the punishment of past offenders, and, especially, for the release of the King of Navarre. Undoubtedly, there were many evils to redress, and abuses of the royal power to complain of, but this was not the time when honorable men would have sought to enforce these objects. It was taking a cowardly advantage of the unfortunate position of a mere youth, to wrest from him what he had no legal authority to yield. Brave and upright men would have brought back the monarch, and from him demanded those measures which justice and the circumstances of the kingdom required. But what should have been reform was dastardly and lawless faction, and the very naming of the King of Navarre, the evil genius of France, betrayed its real origin. Marcel, the provost of the merchants, was the determined tool of Charles of Navarre. He put himself at the head of the mob, and endeavored to terrify the Dauphin into submission to his demands. The States General, influenced by the same spirit, demanded the entire change of the king's ministers, and the punishment of several of them, and, dividing itself into separate committees, attempted to usurp the different departments of the executive. The Dauphin was only to act under the control of a council of 36 members of the States General, in which were to reside the powers of the whole body, and the King of Navarre was at once to be liberated. The Dauphin temporized with the art of a much older man, till he had obtained some supplies, with which he proposed to put down disorders in the provinces, and then he dissolved the states, in spite of the citizens of Paris, headed by Marcel. Freed from this millstone about his neck, Charles dispatched Robert de Clermont, a brave commander, into Normandy against Godfrey de Harcourt, who was again gone over to the English, in resentment for the execution of his brother, Count Harcourt, as one of the adherents of the factious King of Navarre. Robert de Clermont came up with Godfrey near Coutances, in November 1356, and not only routed his forces, but slew him. Soon after this, a truce was made with the English in Normandy, but still, the captains of Edward pursued their predatory career in Brittany and Gascony. To complete the mischief, the King of Navarre was released from his prison, and received with rapture by the disaffected people of Amiens and Paris. He harangued the people in those cities, and seemed, by the drift of his speeches, to aim at a republic. His brother 435 Philip of Navarre remained in the English camp, and denounced the idea of a republic as pregnant with disorder, mutability, and bloodshed. Charles the Dauphin was compelled to call the States General together again, to demand fresh taxes for the prosecution of the war. But Marcel, the democratic provost, uniting with the King of Navarre, opposed all his measures, and excited the people to violence. He caused them to assume red caps, as a badge of their adherence to his party, which, from its cooperation with Charles of Navarre, was also called the Navarrese party. Matters now ripened apace from anarchy into civil war. In February 1358, a man of the name of Mace, having murdered the treasurer of France, took refuge in a church. The Dauphin ordered him to be fetched thence, and put to death. But when Robert de Clermont and John de Conflans, The marshals of Champagne and Normandy went to execute this command. The Bishop of Paris protested against it as a violation of the sanctuary of the church. And Marcel, seizing so admirable an opportunity for bearding the Dauphin, marched with the whole mob of Paris to his palace, then called the Palais de Justice. Entering without any regard to the person of the Dauphin, he seized the two marshals and put them to death so close to the prince that his dress was sprinkled with their blood. "How now?" cried the Dauphin. "Will you shed the blood royal of France?" Marcel replied, "No," and, to show his pacific intentions, he clapped his own red cap on the head of the Dauphin. The bodies of the murdered marshals were dragged through the streets. Thus the capital of France was reduced to the utmost anarchy. The Dauphin returned into Picardy and Champagne, where he assembled the estates of those provinces, and was aided by them to the best of their ability. But all France was one scene of discord, insurrection, violence, and crime. The mercenary and predatory bands of the companies, many of whom, or at least their leaders, were English, were engaged by the King of Navarre to carry out his projected revolution. The Dauphin, on the other side, assembled forces to oppose him, and now broke out one of the most frightful calamities which can afflict a nation, that of a peasants' war. In the reign of Richard Roman II, in England, some few years after this time, our own country was on the verge of such a horrible state of things, under Wat Tyler and Jack Straw. At the time of the Reformation, Germany experienced its unspeakable atrocities, under the name of the Bauernkrieg, or War of the Peasantry, and France now was doomed to drink deeply of its demon horrors, under the name of the Jacquerie, from the gentry being used to call the peasant Jack Bonhomme or Goodman James. The country people, ground by a long course of exaction, oppression, and insult, treated more as beasts than men by their feudal lords, now seized the moment when the government were beset with difficulties and enemies to take a blind, sweeping, and tremendous vengeance. The nobility and the petty gentry holding fiefs under them had all been accustomed to plunder, tread on, and abuse the peasantry as a race of inferior creatures. The feudal system had run to seed in unbridled license, and in every species of infuriating wrong. Ignorant and outraged, the people, once broken loose, placed no limits to their cruelties and revenge. They despised the nobles who, while they had oppressed them, had in base cowardice deserted their sovereign at Poitiers. Formerly crushed down into slaves, they were now terrible masters. They burnt and laid waste the country everywhere, plundered the villages, and cut off the supplies of the terrified towns. They attacked the castles of the nobles, burnt them to the ground, chased the once proud owners, like wild beasts, into the woods, committed horrors, which cannot be named, on the helpless women, murdered them and the children without mercy, and as in Germany afterwards, actually roasted some of their former harsh lords before slow fires. Of the frightful situation to which the highest ladies of the country were reduced, Froissart gives a striking example. The Duchess of Normandy, the Duchess of Orleans, and nearly 300 ladies, young girls and children, had fled for refuge to the strong town of Meaux, and were besieged by 9,000 or 10,000 of the furious Jacquerie, when they were threatened with every horror that human nature could endure. Fortunately, two famous knights of the directly opposite parties, the Count of Foix and the brave Captal de Butch, who made the successful rear assault at the Battle of Poitiers, hearing of the alarming situation of these high ladies, forgot their hostility, united their forces, and falling on the Jacquerie, put them to the sword, killing 7,000 of them and rescuing the terrified women. Often on his part did not spare the insurgents. He cut them down like sheep 436 wherever he could meet with them. In one case he is said to have killed more than 20,000 of them. The nobles, in Picardy and Artois, mowed them down like grass and soon cleared that part of the country of them. Everywhere the knights and gentry, roused by the ferocious deeds of the Jacquerie towards their families, collected and, easily overcoming the undisciplined mobs, slaughtered them in heaps, like beasts. At the same time Marcel, endeavoring to complete his crime by betraying Paris to the King of Navarre and the English, was killed by the exasperated people, and thus the land was eventually reduced to quiet. But it was a quiet like that described by the Roman historian, solitudinem faciunt, pacem appellant. They make a solitude, and call it peace. No country was ever reduced to a more awful condition of ruin and widespread desolation. This frightful Jacquerie pest lasted nearly 2 years. The Cathedral, Coutances. See larger version. Meantime Edward had worked on his captive, King John of France, to make a peace, restoring 437 to England all the provinces which had belonged to Henry Roman II, and his 2 sons forever. But the Dauphin and the States rejected the treaty, which would have totally ruined the kingdom. On this Edward once more invaded that devoted country, assembled an army of 100,000 men, with which he overran Picardy and Champagne, besieged Rheims, but without success, advanced into Burgundy, marched into Nivernais, and laid waste Brie and Gâtinais, and sat down before Paris, where, not being able to draw the Dauphin into a battle, he proceeded to devastate the province of Maine. It is said that his desolating career was at length closed by a terrible thunderstorm by which he was overtaken near Chartres, in which the terrors of heaven seemed to his awestruck imagination to be arrayed against him. Looking towards the church of Notre Dame at Chartres, says Froissart, he made a vow to grant peace, which he afterwards humbly repeated in confession in the cathedral of Chartres, and thus took up his lodging in the village of Bretigny, near that city. CP 435. Marcel and the Dauphin of France, CP 435. See larger version. Here the peace was concluded on these conditions. The King of France was to pay 3 millions of gold crowns for his ransom, about 1.5 million of our money. He was also to yield up to Edward in full sovereignty the province of Gascony, Guienne, the whole of Poitou and other dependencies in Aquitaine, and in the north of France, Calais, Guisnes, Montreuil, and the country of Ponthieu. Edward, on the other hand, was to renounce all other French territory and all claim to the crown and kingdom of France. The King of Navarre was to be restored to all his honors and possessions, and the alliances of Edward with the Flemings and of John with the Scots were to close. In consequence of the Peace of Bretigny, signed the 24th of October, 1360, John returned to France, but finding that his government was unwilling to keep faith with England, and that his son, the Duke of Anjou, had broken his parole as a hostage, John, with a noble sense of honor, refused to be a party to such dishonesty, and returning voluntarily to his captivity in London, died there on the 8th of April, 1364. Charles V, the 51st monarch of France 438, succeeded his father John to a kingdom, desolate but not dismembered. John had indeed added to the realm the provinces of Dauphine and Burgundy, but the latter he again dissevered from the crown, and settled on his favorite son, Philip, his companion at the Battle of Poitiers and in his captivity. This unwise act, the result not of prudence, in which John was singularly deficient, but of affection, became the source of much contention and many miseries. Charles had been early taught in the school of adversity, and he soon displayed proofs that he had profited by its lessons. He was cautious, thoughtful how to retrieve the condition of France, and eventually won the name of the wise. Had his designation been the worldly wise, it would have been still more correct, for he was not too strict in interpreting the code of honor where it interfered with his plans. He was the first of his race, and his times, who renounced the practice of leading his armies, deeming it more befitting a monarch to head his kingdom, and place over his armies the ablest commanders whom he could obtain, as he would place the ablest ministers over the different departments of his government. This very circumstance marks Charles as a sagacious prince. The practice was a step onward in governmental science. Charles deemed it necessary to reduce the disorders of his own kingdom before he commenced his intended operations against the English. It was necessary to put down Charles of Navarre and to settle the affairs of Brittany. To do this, he first sent the young Breton knight, Bertrand du Guesclin, destined to acquire a great renown in this reign, into Normandy, where the brave Captal de Butch, the hero of Poitiers, commanded the King of Navarre's forces. These two commanders met near Cotterel, where du Guesclin turned the tide of war in favor of France, gaining the first complete victory for it since the days of Crécy, and not only routed de Butch but took him prisoner. Du Guesclin then marched into Brittany, where Lord Chandos and Sir Hugh Calverley were in command of the English forces. Here du Guesclin's good fortune deserted him, he was defeated and taken prisoner. Here, also, Charles of Blois was slain, and the young de Montfort secured in his possessions. The prudence of Charles V was now seen conspicuously. Instead of resuming the war, he acknowledged de Montfort as rightful lord of the duchy, though a strong partisan of England, admitted him to do homage for the fief, and thus bound him in a certain degree to him by kindness, a display of political philosophy too much neglected by Edward Roman III. Of England and his son, the Black Prince. Finding the estates of the crown greatly reduced by weak grants made by his father and former monarchs to the princes and nobles about them, he set himself to reclaim them, and thus restore the national finances, an undertaking which would have ruined a weak or imprudent king. But he prosecuted this design with such consummate address and persuasive mildness, showing its absolute necessity if France were to enable herself to shake off the incubus of the English, and beginning with his own uncle, the Duke of Orleans, that he carried it through triumphantly. This done, he proceeded to rid the nation of the bands of free companies which preyed on the very vitals of the kingdom. At the Peace of Bretigny, the disbanded soldiery of Edward, men from almost every European country, being scattered over the land, and being in possession of many of the strongholds, refused to lay down their arms. They were accustomed to a life of the utmost license under the English king and prince, and they determined to continue it. Both English and Gascon officers now took the command of these freebooters, who became the scourge of the provinces. Sir Hugh Calverley, Sir Matthew Gurney, and the Chevalier Vert were their most distinguished leaders. These troops amounted to 40,000 and did not fear to encounter the armies of France. They fought with them and beat them, and killed Jacques de Bourbon, a prince of the blood. The more they spoiled and ravaged, the more their numbers grew, for they were increased by those who sought for booty, and by those who were left without any other resource. People flocked to them precisely as they did in ancient times to David, in the cave of Adullam. Everyone that was in distress, and everyone that was in debt, and everyone that was discontented, gathered themselves unto him. The Pope excommunicated them, but though that ban, so awful in that age, alarmed, it did not disperse them. Charles at first complained to Edward warmly that his forces were not disbanded according to the treaty, and called upon him to see them dispersed. But when Edward, finding proclamations for the purpose unheeded, declared that he would himself march against them, Charles took alarm at the prospect of seeing an English army again on the soil of France, and hastened to request 439 him to spare himself that trouble. He would deal with them in his own way. His mode of ridding himself of them was worthy of his enlightened mind. He used all his persuasion to engage them in foreign wars. He represented to them what a rich field the wars of Italy presented to them, and a large body, under one Hawkwood, an Englishman, proceeded thither, and won great wealth and distinction. Fortune favored the plans of the king, and opened a still wider field of action to the troublesome free companies. Pedro, the king of Castile at that time, was one of the most bloody monsters who ever disgraced a throne. He indulged his savage disposition by the murder of his own near relations and the nobles about the court. He had put to death several of his natural brothers for fear of their conspiring against him. The murder of one noble led him to that of others, who he dreaded might attempt retaliation. His court was become a perfect hell of blood and terror, and that terror alone prevented his dethronement. But instigated by Mary de Padilla, his mistress, he poisoned his wife, the sister of the Queen of Charles of France. At this Enrique, Count of Trastamare, and Tello, Count of Biscay, his natural brothers, who had taken arms against him in vain, fled to the court of France, and implored Charles to avenge the sister of his queen and rid the country of this modern Nero. Charles embraced the proposal as the evident beckoning hand of a good providence. He procured the liberty of Du Guesclin, who was still a prisoner to Lord Chandos, and set him to bring over the chiefs of the companies to take command under him for a feigned expedition against the Moors in Spain, which was regarded as a crusade against the infidels. The Pope, who had his cause of quarrel with the monster Pedro, gave his blessing to the scheme, and Du Guesclin speedily found himself at the head of 30,000 of these desperadoes. The King of France gave them 200,000 francs, and assembling at Chalons on the river Marne, they marched towards Avignon. The Pope, who then resided there, alarmed at the approach of such a force, sent a cardinal to learn their object in coming that way. Du Guesclin answered that as they were bound on a crusade against the enemies of the Church, they sought the Pope's blessing, and the small sum of 200,000 florins to help them on their way. His Holiness readily promised the blessing and absolution of all their sins, an awful score. But Du Guesclin replied that his followers were of that description that they would, if necessary, dispense with the absolution, but not with the money. The Pope then proposed to levy the sum of 100,000 florins on the inhabitants, but Du Guesclin said they were not come to oppress the innocent people, but would expect the money out of the Pope's own coffers. His Holiness thought it well to comply with a request backed by such arguments as 30,000 notorious banditti, and the bold beggars marched on. They very soon drove the tyrant from his throne and kingdom, who fled, with his 2 daughters, into Guyenne, and put himself under the protection of the Black Prince. In all the wars of Edward Roman III, against Scotland and France, he had shown an utter disregard of right, and in this respect he was fully seconded by the Black Prince. But of all their undertakings none so flagrantly outraged every principle of justice, humanity, and chivalry as their abetting this demon in human shape, Don Pedro of Castile. Here was a man steeped in the blood of his own family and of his own wife. A man who had oppressed and plundered his subjects till they hated him with a mortal hatred, and had joined in chasing him from the country. Yet Edward, though a professed champion of chivalry, and as such bound to defend and redress the grievances of women, at once undertook to restore the murderer of his wife to his ensanguined throne, and to force him again on a people whom he had driven to desperation by his ferocious tyrannies. It has been attempted to vindicate this action by representing Don Pedro as the legitimate sovereign, whom, therefore, the prince, as an upholder of legitimate authority, was bound to support. But the fact is that Edward and his father had all their lives been engaged in endeavoring, by all the force of their talents and the resources of their kingdom, to destroy legitimacy in the person of the King of France. It has been again urged that the King of France sanctioning the expedition to dethrone Don Pedro naturally aroused the rivalry of the Black Prince, who would probably, say these authors, never have succored the infamous Pedro had not the King of France taken the other side. But the worst of it is that the King of France was on the right side, the just and honorable one, that of punishing a murderer of his own relative and of assisting an oppressed people. The Prince of Wales was on the wrong side, the odious one of abetting as foul a monster as ever disgraced humanity, and his proceeding was as impolitic as it was unjust, for it raised a 440 new enemy, the reigning King of Castile, Don Enrique, and threw him into the alliance of France. The conduct of the Black Prince in this affair proved that, with all his personal virtues, he was destitute of that high moral sense, that perception of what is intrinsically great and noble, which stamps the true hero, and the hand of Providence appears speedily and unequivocally to have displayed itself against him and his father, who sanctioned his fatal enterprise. All his wisest and most faithful counselors urged him to reflect on the crimes and blood-stained character of Don Pedro, to remember that such men were as ungrateful as they were base, and also that the expedition must be attended by severe charges on the province of Gascony, already loudly complaining of its burthens. These just admonitions were all lost on the prince. He assembled a force, recalling his officers from the bands of the companies, 12,000 of whom, on learning that he was about to take the field, left Du Guesclin, headed by Sir Hugh Calverley and Sir Robert Knowles, and followed his banners, believing in the ascendancy of his fortune, and careless of every other motive. The Prince of Wales came into action with the troops of Don Enrique and Du Guesclin at Navarrete, routed them with a loss of 20,000 men, and easily reinstated the tyrant upon the throne. But there the success of the Black Prince ceased. He could not make the monster Pedro anything but a monster, and Pedro immediately displayed his diabolical disposition by proposing to the prince to murder all their prisoners in cold blood, which the prince indignantly refused. And now the punishment of the Prince of Wales for this unhappy deed, a foul blot forever on his brilliant escutcheon, came fast and heavily upon him. So fast, so heavily, so palpably, that the writers of the time plainly ascribed it to the displeasure of Providence. The tyrant, once restored, gave Prince Edward immediate proof of the miserable work he had done, by refusing to fulfill a single stipulation that he had made. He left the prince's army without the pay so liberally promised, and without provisions. The prince was exposed to the murmurs of his deluded soldiers. The heat of the climate and strange and unwholesome food began to sweep them off in great numbers, whilst his own health gave way, never to be restored. He made his way back to Bordeaux as well as he could, where he arrived in July 1367 with a ruined constitution, and covered with debts, incurred on behalf of the ungrateful tyrant. To discharge the debt due to his troops, he laid a tax on hearths, not unknown in England, but new to the Gascons, which was calculated to produce 1,200,000 francs a year. But the inhabitants resented this tax on their chimneys, or feuage, as they called it, excessively. It was the climax to a host of grievances of which they began vehemently to clamor, as for example, that all offices and honors were conferred on foreigners, and that their treatment was harsh, like that of a conquered people. As the Black Prince paid no attention to their complaints, the nobles of the district carried them to the King of France, as their ancient lord paramount. While the Prince of Wales was thus about to be embroiled with France, on account of his ill-fated restoration of Don Pedro, he had the mortification to learn that that savage had only regained his throne to wreak the most diabolical cruelties on his subjects, whom he now regarded as rebels. Du Guesclin, having obtained his ransom, once more joined Enrique de Trastamare to expel the despot. He defended himself with desperate valor, but he was eventually defeated. As he had only about a dozen men with him, Don Pedro attempted to steal away at night, but he was seized by a French officer. And such was the implacable fury of the two brothers against each other, that, as soon as Don Enrique heard of his capture, he flew to the tent where he was in custody. There, after insulting and irritating each other, the two proceeded to a deadly struggle, in which Don Enrique stabbed Pedro to the heart with his dagger. Such were the fruits for which the Prince of Wales had sacrificed his honor, his life, as it proved, and the peace of his provinces. The wary Charles V had long been eagerly watching the proceedings of the English. He had on various pretenses deferred the fulfillment of the conditions of the Treaty of Bretigny, and now, on the plea that it was void, he summoned the Black Prince to Paris, as his vassal, to answer the complaints of his subjects. The Treaty of Bretigny liberated the English provinces from all feudal subjection and made them independent. When the heralds conveyed the summons to the Black Prince, his eyes flamed with indignation at this breach of faith. He looked furiously on the messengers and exclaimed, "Is it even so? Does our fair cousin desire to see us at Paris? Gladly will we go thither, but I assure you, sirs, that it shall be with our basnets on our heads, and at the head of 60,000 men." The messengers dropped on their knees in terror, begging him to remember that they only did the message of him who sent them. But the prince, deigning them no word, left them in wrath, and the courtiers ordered them to get away as fast as they could. But the prince, hearing of their departure, sent after them and brought them back, but did them no injury. CP 440. The Black Prince and the French King's Heralds. CP 440. See larger version. Thus were England and France once more plunged into war through the ill-timed restoration of a base tyrant. With general discontent in the English provinces in the south of France, and the health of the prince fast failing, the French king had carefully calculated the declining vigor of Edward Roman III, as well as the health of his son, and now he advanced to regain the territories he had lost, and to avenge the mortal injuries which his country had suffered from the English. Circumstances were highly favorable to Charles. Discontent prevailed in the English provinces, and there was disunion amongst the commanders of the forces. On his own side, he had with him the wishes of the whole country. Many of the great commanders who had assisted to win the proud laurels of Edward and the Black Prince were dead, or sunk into old age. The free companies who had served under the Black Prince were dismissed from the want of that very pay which the tyrant Pedro had refused, and were now eagerly engaged by the French king. The feudal troops and the archery of England, the very soul of the army, had returned home at the end of the war, and it would now require much time and expenditure of money to collect them again. On the other hand, a new generation had sprung up in France, who had not known the terrors of Crécy or Poitiers, but only had heard of the defeat of France and the death of their fathers, and burned to avenge them. The terrible King of England was old. His lion-hearted son was known to be sinking into the grave. It seemed as if the doom of heaven was pronounced on the power of the English. They had overrun and destroyed, but taken no pains to conciliate, and the hatred which flamed in the hearts of the people was fanned and made holy by the universal voice of the clergy, producing everywhere revolt from the English, and adhesion to the French 442 monarch. Charles had prepared for this crisis for years, husbanding his income till he was called not only the wise, but the wealthy. And the people, now kindled with the spirit of patriotism, submitted cheerfully to new taxes for reconquering the independence of their country, even to that same feuage which, imposed in Gascony, had cost the Prince of Wales his popularity. So much does the payment of a tax depend on the person who imposes it, and the purpose for which it is demanded. Still the Black Prince, though ill, was not cast down. Some of the free companies, in spite of the defection of their fellows, joined him to the number of 6,000 lances, under the brave Sir Hugh Calverley, and Edward Roman III sent from England a considerable army under the command of the Earl of Cambridge, the prince's fourth brother, and Sir John Hastings, the Earl of Pembroke, his brother-in-law. The King of France fell on the province of Ponthieu, which gave the English admittance into the heart of France. The people everywhere received him with open arms, showing how completely all the efforts of England to conquer France had been thrown away. The citizens of Abbeville opened their gates to him. Those of the neighboring towns followed their example, and in a very little time the whole country was regained by the French. In Poitou the brothers of Charles, the Dukes of Berry and Anjou, assisted by the gallant Du Guesclin, were equally successful. Lord Audley, the son of that Sir James Audley who distinguished himself so greatly at the Battle of Poitiers, who was seneschal of the province, fell sick and died in the very commencement of the war, to the extreme grief of the prince, who made the celebrated Sir John Chandos his successor. But jealousies amongst the commanders, now the Prince of Wales was unable to be at the head of his armies, produced disastrous consequences, and worse very soon followed in the death of the brave Chandos. That enterprising leader proposed to the Earl of Pembroke to join him in an expedition against Louis de Sancerre, the Marshal of France. But Pembroke, jealous of the fame of Sir John, and instigated by his flatterers, who insinuated that with such a renowned general the Earl would come off with very little of the glory of the undertaking, declined the proposal. Sir John Chandos, disgusted by the refusal, retired into the city of Poitiers and dismissed such troops as were not necessary for its defense. No sooner had he done this than the Earl of Pembroke issued forth with 200 spears to win distinction for himself, and waste the lands of the nobles who were opposed to the Black Prince's taxation. This was good news for the Marshal Sancerre, who had little fear when he learned that Chandos had retired in displeasure. He came suddenly with an overwhelming force on Pembroke, killed a considerable number of his knights, and compelled him to take refuge in an old church of the abolished Knights Templars. Pembroke, now awake to his folly, dispatched a messenger to Sir John Chandos for help. The messenger did not reach Poitiers till the next morning, when Sir John was at breakfast. On hearing Pembroke's appeal, he coolly went to Mass, glad, no doubt, to let the envious nobleman feel the effects of his foolish conduct. Meantime the battle at the church was going on vigorously, the English stoutly defending their retreat, but feeling, from the thinness of the walls and want of provisions, that they could not hold out long. Another messenger was dispatched to Sir John, accompanied by a most earnest entreaty and a valuable ring from the finger of the Earl himself. Sir John was at dinner when the messenger arrived, describing in earnest words the imminent danger of the Earl and his followers. Sir John had not yet forgiven the young nobleman. He went on with his dinner, saying, "If it be as you say, nothing can save him." But anon, lifting up his head, he said to his knights and esquires around him, "Hear me, sirs. The Earl of Pembroke is a noble person, and of high lineage, son-in-law to our natural lord, the King of England. Foul shame were it to see him lost. If we can save him, I will go by the grace of God." 200 men-at-arms mounted in haste, and Sir John at their head, galloped off to surprise the Marshal of Sancerre while besieging Pembroke in the Temple House. But the wary French, apprised of the approach of Sir John, speedily drew off and escaped. In December of the same year, 1370, Sir John Chandos lost his life in a confused skirmish, owing to want of proper cooperation among the English commanders, and his loss was soon obvious in a greater lack of spirit and success in the English army in the south of France. The gallant Captal de Butch, who preceded Sir John as Seneschal of Guienne, being taken prisoner and lost to the English service. Meantime Edward Roman III had sent fresh forces to Calais under his son, the Duke of Lancaster 443, commonly called John of Ghent, or Gaunt, in alliance with the Count of Nemours. The King of France sent a still larger army to oppose the inroads of these forces under his brother Philip, the Duke of Burgundy, but commanded him on no account to come to a general engagement with the English, lest the fate of Crécy and Poitiers should once more overtake him. The Duke posted himself between Saint-Omer and Tournai, where the Duke of Lancaster came out against him, but could not induce the French to fight. The Duke of Burgundy, impatient of this inglorious position, desired to be recalled, and the king ordered him to fall back on Paris. Then John of Gaunt advanced, pillaging and laying waste the country in the old English manner from Calais to Bordeaux, while Sir Robert Knowles, the Free Company's leader with an army of 30,000 men, took his way by Terouenne and through Artois, burning and destroying all before him. He next advanced to the very gates of Paris, up to which one of his knights rode, and struck a blow with his spear, having made a vow that he would strike his lance on the gate of Paris. The daring warrior, however, lost his life returning through the suburbs, being cut down by a gigantic butcher with his cleaver. After that, Knowles marched into Brittany for winter quarters. On their march, that fatal disunion which now infected the English army once more showed itself. Lord Grandison, Lord Fitzwalter, and other English nobles refused to follow Knowles into Brittany. They declared that it did not become noblemen like themselves to serve under a man of mean birth, as Sir Robert Knowles was, and they drew off their forces to Anjou and Touraine. Bertrand du Guesclin, now made Constable of France, hearing of this disunion from an English traitor, pursued Knowles to cut him off. Knowles sent information of this pursuit to Lord Grandison, and his disdainful aristocratic companions, but too late, for Du Guesclin overtook them at Pont Volant, defeated them, and slew the greater part of these proud exclusives. Knowles made good his retreat into Brittany. About this time, the Black Prince performed his last military exploit, and it was one calculated to become an additional brand on his name in France. Limoges, the capital of Limousin, had been betrayed to the Dukes of Anjou and Berry by the bishop and the chief inhabitants. The prince was greatly enraged, both because the bishop had been his personal friend and because he had conferred many privileges on the citizens. He was now too weak to mount a horse, but he ordered out 1,200 lancers and 2,000 archers, and being borne in an open litter at the head of his troops, advanced to take vengeance on Limoges. The garrison treated with scorn his summons to surrender, but his sappers soon undermined the wall, though Du Guesclin did all he could by a flying force to draw off his attention. Some authors say that he there used gunpowder, lately introduced, to blow up the mine, as they contend that his father used cannon in the Battle of Crécy. Others say that he threw down the wall by burning the props which supported the excavation while in progress. Whatever was now the mode, he made a breach, and his troops, rushing in, perpetrated the most ruthless and indiscriminate slaughter. The poor people, men, women, and children, knelt in the streets and threw themselves down before the prince, crying, "Mercy! Mercy, for God's sake!" But the inexorable prince turned a deaf ear to these moving prayers from the innocent people who had nothing whatever to do with the surrender of the city, and 4,000 were put to death. The only pity which he showed was to the bishop who gave up the place, and to a knot of brave knights whom he found standing with their backs to a wall, engaged in mortal combat with his brothers the Dukes of Lancaster and Cambridge, and Pembroke, his brother-in-law. After watching their gallant defense some time in high admiration, he consented to accept their submission, and dismissed them with praises. This extraordinary man could still feel delight in the spectacle of a brave feat of arms, though his soul was become utterly callous to every sentiment of pity for his fellow men in general. He gave up the city to be sacked, and it was burnt to the ground. In the early part of the following year he lost his eldest son, and his own health being now completely broken, he returned to England, quitting forever the country where he had gained so much glory, and on which he had inflicted such extensive calamities. He left the Duke of Lancaster, his lieutenant, who maintained a court at Bordeaux as brilliant as that of the prince himself. At this court were residing the two daughters of the late Don Pedro the Cruel, and John of Gaunt, now a widower but in the prime of his life, married Donna Constance, the eldest, and in her right assumed the title of King of Castile and Leon, and his brother, the Earl of Cambridge, married at the same time the second sister. 444 This, as we have said of the Black Prince's expedition into Castile to reinstate the tyrant Don Pedro, was a most false and calamitous policy, for it made a firm ally of Enrique, now reigning King of Castile, to Charles of France, and of this the effect was speedily felt. John of Gaunt went over to England to introduce his royal bride at court there, and the Earl of Pembroke, going out to supply his place in June 1372, with a fleet of 40 ships, was encountered off the port of La Rochelle by a powerful navy belonging to King Enrique. The battle was fiercely contested, but the Spanish ships were not only much larger than those of the English, but provided with cannon, now for the first time employed at sea. The English were completely defeated. The greater part of their ships were taken, burnt, or sunk, including one carrying the military chest with 20,000 pounds. The Earl of Pembroke, with many other men of rank, remained prisoners. Such was the immediate effect of the English alliance with the family of such a monster as Don Pedro. And nothing showed more completely the degree to which the English had made themselves detested in France than the eagerness with which the people of La Rochelle and its neighborhood, though still English subjects, aided the Spaniards by every means in their power. This defeat and loss laid open the country to the attacks of the King of France, through his valiant and wise constable, Du Guesclin, who took town after town. The Duke of Lancaster set sail from England with a fresh army, accompanied by the Earls of Suffolk, Warwick, Stafford, and Lord Edward Spencer, to repel the French forces. But these forces, divided into 3 hosts, under the Dukes of Burgundy and Bourbon and Du Guesclin, still avoided any engagement, but watched the English army, harassed its rear, and cut off its foraging parties everywhere. In vain the Duke of Lancaster marched from Bordeaux to Calais and back. Everywhere the enemy fled before him, and yet everywhere he suffered loss, so that the king, his father, declared, with irrepressible vexation, that there never was a monarch at once so little of a soldier, and who contrived to give so much trouble. The last town possessed by the English in Gascony was Thouars, then a considerable place. The constable invested it, and the English lords shut up in it. The best of those whom the long series of skirmishes and sieges had left agreed to surrender it at the next Michaelmas, if the King of England or one of his sons did not relieve them within that period. Edward, on hearing this, put to sea with a considerable army, but winds and waves were steadily opposed to him, and he was compelled to put back and leave Thouars to its fate. The last ally of Edward, the Count de Montfort, was driven from his duchy by Du Guesclin and Oliver de Clisson, and compelled to take refuge in England. The Duke of Lancaster marched to and fro, but gained no signal advantage, and Charles V, thinking that Edward's fortunes were too low again to reinstate the Count of Brittany, proposed to the Estates of France to confiscate his territory and annex it to the French crown. But this, the nobles of Brittany opposed, and recalled John de Montfort from his exile in England. In 1374, but 2 years previous to the death of the Black Prince, and 3 to the death of Edward himself, a truce was signed at Bruges between France and England for 1 year. The Pope, by his legates, who followed both armies and attended both courts, had never remitted his Christian endeavors to put a stop to the barbarities of the war. But it was not till France had won almost all that it had lost that he could succeed. The truce was concluded, and was maintained till the death of the King of England, at which time all that was left of his French possessions were Bordeaux, Bayonne, a few towns on the Dordogne, and Calais in the north. Such were the miserable fruits of all the human blood and lives expended, and all the miseries inflicted in these unjust and impolitic wars of more than 40 years' duration. When the Black Prince returned to England, broken down in constitution, he found things far from agreeable. The king was become feeble and ruled by favorites. Great abuses had sprung up and were carried on in the king's name. The Duke of Lancaster had created a strong party for himself and exercised the principal power. The prince, still growing weaker, yet roused himself to restrain the domination of Lancaster and remove his creatures from about the person of the king. The Commons, as is supposed by direct encouragement of the prince, impeached nearly all the ministers. They removed the Chamberlain, Lord Latimer, from the King's Council and put him in prison. They deprived Lord Neville of the offices which he held and arrested several farmers of the customs. They even censured Alice Perrers, the king's mistress. The excellent Philippa had been dead several years, and this Alice Perrers, who had been a lady of the bedchamber to the queen, had acquired the most complete influence over the old king. She was now banished from court. This parliament was known as the Good Parliament, but its efforts were, for the most part, fruitless. CP 446. John Wycliffe appearing in St. Paul's Cathedral to answer the charge of heresy. CP 446. See larger version. Such were the unhappy affairs which clouded the last days of the celebrated Black Prince, and even tended to sow dissension between him and his father. He died on Trinity Sunday, the 8th of June, 1376, in the 46th year of his age, to the immense regret of the people, who regarded his military achievements, though of no solid advantage to the nation, with a deep national pride, and from his opposition to corruptions at home, esteemed him as a most patriotic prince. It is clear that he must have been of a naturally noble nature, and possessed of personal qualities as engaging as his courage and military genius were unrivaled. But his warlike education had blunted many of the finest feelings of the heart, and led him to become the scourge of France, and in a great measure useless to his own country. His body was drawn by 12 horses from London to Canterbury, the whole court and parliament following through the city, and he was buried in the cathedral, near the shrine of Thomas Becket. After his death, the Duke of Lancaster recovered his ascendancy in the state and over the king, who, grown indolent, and devoted only to the society of his artful mistress, paid little attention to state affairs. John of Gaunt hastened to undo all that the Black Prince had effected. He caused his own steward, Sir Thomas Hungerford, to be made Speaker of the House of Commons. He restored his faction there, and soon had Sir Peter de la Mare, the late Speaker, arrested, and the celebrated William of Wykeham, Bishop of Winchester, deprived of his temporalities, on charges of embezzlement which could not be proved, and dismissed from court. The Duke went so far as not only to implore that the Lord Latimer, but Alice Perrers, should be freed from the censures passed upon them by the late Parliament in the name of the King, and restored to their former condition and privileges. The present Parliament, however, was not so completely packed by John of Gaunt, but that it possessed a spirit of opposition, which insisted that the accused should be put upon their trial. and the bishops demanded the same justice towards William of Wykeham, one of the greatest men of the age, the architect of Windsor Castle, the founder of St. Mary's College at Winchester, and of New College at Oxford. It is said that we owe it to the resentment of John of Gaunt against the bishops that he took up so earnestly the cause of Wycliffe, the great English reformer, and thus became a most effectual champion and guardian of the Reformation. Wycliffe, who was a parish priest at this time, living at Lutterworth in Leicestershire, and the prebendary of Aust, in the Collegiate Church of Westbury, in the Diocese of Worcester, had been a member of a commission sent by Edward to Pope Gregory XI, which met at Bruges, and it is remarkable that this glimpse of the papal court is said to have had the same effect on him as the visit of Luther afterwards to Rome. He became a decided church reformer, and being a teacher at Oxford, had ample opportunity of making public his ideas. His denunciation of church abuses, and opposition to many of its doctrines, had caused him to be cited by a convocation of the clergy to appear at St. Paul's on the 3rd of February, 1377, to answer to the charges against him. Here he was attended by John of Gaunt and the Earl Marshal, Lord Percy. These noblemen and the bishops became mutually very hot on the question, and the Duke of Lancaster is reported to have threatened to drag Courtenay, the Bishop of London, who presided, by the hair of the head out of the church. A riot was the consequence, the Duke of Lancaster protecting Wycliffe, and the people, who were very jealous of Lancaster's overgrown power, resenting his insult to the bishop, broke into his house and that of Lord Percy, killing Lord Percy's chaplain, and doing immense damage to the Duke's palace. The two noblemen escaped across the water to Kennington, where the widow of the Black Prince, the fair Maid of Kent, and her son Richard, the heir apparent, resided. The riot ran so high that the debates of Parliament were interrupted, and the mob reversed the Duke's arms as a traitor. The king, completing the 50th year of his reign and the 64th of his life, published a general amnesty for all minor offences. Still, however, through the influence of Lancaster, excluding Wykeham of Winchester, he was now fast failing, and passed his time between Eltham Palace and his manor of Sheen, or Sheen, near Richmond. The last days of this great monarch were like those of many others who during their lives ruled men with a high hand. They were desolate and deserted. Nobles and courtiers were now looking out for the rising sun, and paying it their assiduous adoration. By some this was held for 47 to be the Duke of Lancaster, against whose designs on the throne the people had called on the king, before the death of the Black Prince, to guard, and he had named his grandson Richard, then not 6 years old, his successor. By others Richard was deemed the true fountain of future favour, and all deserted the dying king, except his deeply interested mistress, who, after securing everything else of value that she could, drew the diamond ring from the finger of the dying monarch, and departed. The servants had gone before to plunder the house, and only a solitary, faithful priest, preferring his duty to the things of this world, hastened to the bedside of the departing monarch, held aloft his crucifix, and remained in that position till the once mighty king had breathed his last. Englishmen look with pride to the reign of Edward Roman III, as one of those which stamped the martial ascendancy of their race, and unquestionably it was an era of high military glory. But beyond the glory, what was the genuine advantage won by Edward Roman III and his heroic son? Neither in France nor in Scotland, the scenes of his feats of arms, did he retain a foot of the land which he conquered, except Calais and its little circle of environs. In fact, in France, he lost much territory which he inherited. Of all the time, a great and invaluable lifetime, spent, of all the human lives destroyed, of all the taxes wrung from his people, there remain no fruits but the small district of Calais, destined to furnish fresh cause of feud, and a heritage of eternal hate on the part of France towards England. But so far as Edward Roman III's foreign expeditions led his great and factious nobles abroad, they ensured a long and settled quiet at home. That quiet, it is true, was not free from oppressions and from plunderings of the people by the practice of purveyance. Edward ruled with a high hand, and kept both his nobles and people in subjection. But the exactions of the crown were, at their worst, far more tolerable than those of a crowd of barons and their vassals, and the horrors which civil dissensions inflicted on the people, with all the drain of men and barons minors, or lesser nobility, to the wars, there were constant complaints of robberies, murders, and other outrages committed under protection of the great, but in no degree so extensive as at the times when the restless and quarrelsome nobles were all at home. The king, too, driven to straits by the constant want of money for his wars, always made very free in levying taxes without consent of Parliament, and in procuring provisions by what was styled purveyance. When the king had no money, his family must subsist, and therefore he was obliged to send out his servants as purveyors, who seized provisions wherever they could find them, and gave tallies or wooden memoranda of what they took, at what rate they pleased, the price to be obtained as best it might, or stopped out of the next taxes. But for all these things, the king was called to account on each fresh application to Parliament for supplies. By this means, the Parliament during his reign acquired a great amount of influence, as it had done under Edward I, from the same cause, and began to feel its power, so that, as we have seen, the king was obliged to renew the Great Charter 15 times during his reign. So also we see, in the last years of his reign, the Parliament impeached his ministers, and drove Lord Neville and Lord Latimer from his service. The power of the barons was thus considerably depressed, and at the same time, that of the crown was restrained, and by nothing more than by a statute passed in the 25th year of Edward's reign, limiting the charge of high treason, before very loose and expandable at the royal pleasure, to 4 principal heads, namely, conspiring, the death of the king, queen, or his eldest son, levying war against him in his kingdom, or adhering to his enemies, counterfeiting the Great Seal, or bringing false money into the land, slaying the royal officers while in discharge of their duty, and even on these grounds no penalty was to be inflicted without the sanction of Parliament. Trade in this reign was at a low ebb, the natural result of war. Yet Edward made efforts to introduce woolen manufactures, having observed their value amongst the Flemings, at the same time that he injured commerce by seizing so many of its ships to convey his troops and stores. Altogether, it was a reign, during which, owing to the necessities of the king and the nobles, the people were slowly advancing, and in which they were considerably relieved from the encroachments and exactions of the Church by the firm conduct of the king. He passed a statute of provisors, making it penal for bishops or clergy to receive bulls from Rome, and menacing with outlawry any who appealed to Rome against judgments passed in England. Parliament, encouraged by this, went further, declaring that the Pope levied 5 times more taxes in England than the king, adding that they would no longer endure it, and 448 even plainly talking of throwing off all papal authority. In fact, in this reign really began the Reformation. Altogether, therefore, the reign of Edward Roman III is as remarkable for the growth of popular power as for that of military fame. CP 447. Alice purrs at the deathbed of Edward Roman III. CP 447. See larger version. Edward had a large family by his Queen Philippa, namely 5 sons and 4 daughters who grew up. Besides the Black Prince and John of Gaunt, so well known to history, there was Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the 3rd son, who left 1 daughter, married to Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, the son of the notorious Mortimer of the last reign. He married, as second wife, a daughter of the Duke of Milan and died in Italy. He is said to have greatly resembled his father and the Black Prince in his character. The 5th son was Edmund, Earl of Cambridge, afterwards created Duke of York by Richard Roman II, and the 6th was Thomas, Earl of Buckingham, also created by Richard Roman II, Duke of Gloucester. In this reign the title of Duke was first adopted from France, and that of Marquis was introduced into England about the same time. The daughters of Edward were Isabella, Joan, Mary, and Margaret, of whom Joan died unmarried, though affianced to Pedro the Cruel. Mary was married to John de Montfort, Duke of Brittany, and Margaret to John Hastings, Earl of Pembroke, so conspicuous in the wars of France. From the Froissart Ms. in the British Museum. From the Froissart Ms. in the British Museum. Interview of Richard Roman II, with his uncle the Duke of Gloucester, at the Castle of Pleshy, Essex. This picture forms one of the curious and beautifully colored illuminations that embellish the Froissart Ms. in the British Museum. A portion of the wall, it will be observed, is cut out so as to present, besides a view of the castle yard, where grooms and attendants are waiting, an interior view of the meeting between the king and his uncle. The king's unexpected visit is described on p. 472 of the present volume. See larger version. Chapter 32. The reign of Richard Roman II. Accession of the king, attitude of John of Gaunt, patriotic government, insurrection of the peasantry, John Ball, the poll tax, Wat Tyler, the attack on London, the meeting at Mile End, death of Wat Tyler, and dispersion of the insurgents, marriage of the king, expedition of the Bishop of Norwich, death of Wycliffe, unpopularity of Lancaster, He retires to Spain. Gloucester attacks the royal favorites. Committee of Reform, the Lords Appellant, the wonderful Parliament. Richard sets himself free. His good government. Expedition to Ireland, marriage with Isabella of France, the king's vengeance. Banishment of Hereford and Norfolk, arbitrary rule of the king. His second visit to Ireland, return of Hereford, deposition and murder of Richard. Richard Roman II was only 11 years of age at the time of his grandfather's death. He was the sole surviving son of the popular Black Prince, his elder brother having died before his father left Guienne. Richard, therefore called Richard of Bordeaux, from being born there, was brought up as the heir apparent by his mother, Joan of Kent, and his uncles, in the most luxurious indulgence, and in the most extravagant ideas of his royal rank. This was a fatal commencement for the reign of a boy, and it was made still more so by the extreme popularity of his father, whose memory was idolized both as the most renowned warrior of his time and as the advocate of the people against the stern measures of Edward Roman III. All these things combined to spoil a naturally good and affectionate disposition. Richard ascended the throne on the 22nd of June, 1377, his grandfather having died the day before. While the old king still lay on his deathbed, a deputation of the citizens of London had waited on the juvenile prince at Sheen, where he was living, and offered him their lives and fortunes. They entreated him to come and take up his residence in the Tower amongst them. Richard gave a gracious reply in assent, and the next afternoon made his entrance into the capital. 3 weeks were spent in performing the obsequies of the late king and in preparing for the coronation of the present. This took place on the 16th of July. The day after the coronation, the prelates and barons met in council to arrange the form of government during the king's minority. They avoided appointing a regent in order, as is supposed, that they might not have to elect the Duke of Lancaster, the celebrated John of Gaunt, the king's uncle, who had long been suspected of aspiring to the crown, and who was, moreover, an unpopular personage. They therefore chose 9 councillors, namely 3 bishops, 2 earls, 2 barons, and 2 knights, to assist the chancellor and the treasurer. Not one of the king's uncles was included, not even the Earl of Cambridge, afterwards made Duke of York, who was indolent and of slight capacity, and therefore not much to be feared, nor the Earl of Buckingham, afterwards Duke of Gloucester, who was bold and turbulent, but much more popular than either of his brothers. Contrary to general expectation, Lancaster appeared to acquiesce in the arrangement without a murmur, and retired with all his attendants to his castle of Kenilworth, as if about to devote himself to the pursuits of private life. But he had taken care to secure the appointment of some of his staunch cavaliers in the council, and in reality, he and his brothers were the ruling powers in the state. Amongst the leading members of the council were the bishops of London, Carlisle, and Salisbury, the Earls of March and Stafford, Sir Richard Devereux, and Sir Hugh Segrave. The Commons had acquired now so much consideration and boldness that they petitioned the king on this occasion to be admitted to assist the barons in nominating the royal council during the minority, which petition, though it was not complied with, received a civil answer. They further represented the necessity of their being summoned every year, as entitled by the law of Edward Roman III, and before they dissolved, they appointed 2 citizens as treasurers to receive and disperse the moneys granted by them to the crown. These treasurers were John Philpot and William Walworth, citizens of London. The Commons did not conceal their suspicions of the Duke of Lancaster. They uttered very plain language regarding him, and this language did not fail to rouse his ire. When the Archbishop of Canterbury recommended Richard to the affections of his people, and called on Parliament to assist in advising how the enemies of the realm might best be opposed, the Commons replied that they could not themselves venture to answer so 450 important a question, but begged to have the aid of 12 peers, naming the Duke of Lancaster expressly as my Lord of Spain. The moment that the king had assented to this, the Duke arose, bent his knee to the king, and said, with much anger, that the Commons had no claim to advice from him. They had charged him with nothing short of treason. Him, the son of a king, and one of the first lords of the realm, a man of a family not only closely allied to the throne, but noted for its faith and loyalty. It would indeed be marvelous, he said, if he, with more than any other subject in the kingdom to lose, should be found a traitor. He resented the imputation indignantly, called on his accusers to stand forth, and declared that he would meet them like the poorest knight, either in single combat or in any other way that the king might appoint. This extraordinary demonstration created a great sensation. The lords and prelates crowded round him, entreating him to be pacified, for no mortal being could give credit to such imputations. The Commons pointed to the fact that they had named Lancaster as their principal adviser, and finally, the Duke allowed himself to be appeased. But it was clear that the Commons were strongly against him. The majority consisted of the very men who had been opposed to him in 1376, and their speaker was Sir Peter de la Mare, the man whom he had imprisoned for his activity on that occasion. Another blow aimed at the aspiring Duke was through his patronage of the late king's mistress, the notorious Alice Perrers. Lancaster had procured her return from banishment and protected her, but he was now fain to abandon her, seeing the stormy state of the political atmosphere, and consented even to sit on a committee of the House, with 4 other peers, to try her for soliciting causes in the king's courts for hire and reward, and for having procured from the late king the revocation of the appointment of Sir Nicholas Dagworth to an office in Ireland, and a full pardon of Richard Lyon, who had been convicted by the Commons of various misdemeanors. The beautiful, clever, and unscrupulous Alice was now finally banished, with forfeiture of all her lands, tenements, goods, and chattels. The enemies more immediately in view when the Parliament was summoned were the French and Spaniards. Taking advantage of the reign of a minor, the French refused to renew the truce which had expired before the death of the late king. They drew close their alliance with Enrique de Trastamare, who resented the assumption of the title of King of Castile by the Duke of Lancaster. They united their fleets and ravaged the English coasts. Richard only ascended the throne in June, and in August the whole of the Isle of Wight was in the possession of these foreigners, with the exception of Carisbrooke Castle. They laid waste the island, burnt the towns of Hastings and Rye, and attacked Southampton and Winchelsea. Winchelsea made a successful resistance, and the Earl of Arundel, falling on the combined fleet before Southampton, repulsed it with great loss. But marauders of other nations flocked to the fleets of the French and Spaniards, and committed much devastation both on our ships at sea and on our coasts. The maritime districts of Kent and Sussex suffered severely, and a fleet even ascended the Thames and burnt the greater part of Gravesend. To check these several inroads, Parliament granted supplies which, however, from the empty condition of the treasury, were obliged to be borrowed in advance from the merchants. With these funds, a fleet was raised and put under the command of the Duke of Lancaster, who passed over to Brittany, besieged the town of St. Malo, where he lay for some weeks, and then returned to England without effecting anything, to the grievous disappointment of the people. Meantime the Scots, instigated by the French, broke the truce, and attacked the castle of Berwick, which they took. They burned Roxburgh and made incursions into the northern counties. Being repulsed, and Berwick having been retaken by the Earl of Northumberland, they united with the French and Spaniards at sea, and under one John Mercer, they swept the German Ocean, and seized all the ships in the port of Scarborough. These tidings produced great alarm and indignation in London, and John Philpot, the stout alderman lately appointed one of the treasurers for the Commons, seeing that nothing was done by the government effectually to check these marauders, fitted out a small fleet at his own expense, put to sea without waiting for any commission from the authorities, and, coming up with the united fleet, gave battle, and after a desperate conflict succeeded in capturing 16 Spanish ships, with all the vessels carried off from Scarborough, and John Mercer himself. Returning triumphantly to London after this most brilliant achievement, he was received, as he deserved, with enthusiastic acclamation by his fellow citizens, but was severely reprimanded by the Royal Council for 451 having dared to make war without regal permission. So offensive was it to the routine of that day that a man without orders should save his country. Nothing having been done by the regularly appointed commanders except the usual feat of spending the money, a new Parliament was summoned. This met at Gloucester on the 20th of October, 1378. The Commons objected to a fresh subsidy, as well they might, seeing that the last had produced no advantage. But being answered by Sir Richard Scrope, the steward of the household, that it was indispensable, they insisted on permission to examine the accounts of the treasurers, which was granted under protest that it was not by right, but by favor, and should not be drawn into a precedent. They next requested to be furnished with a copy of the enrollment of the 10ths and 15ths which they had last granted, to learn how they had been raised, which, as money was wanted, was also conceded under protest. Finally, they proposed that 6 peers and prelates should come to their chamber to consult with them on these matters, an evidence that the Lords and Commons at that time regularly occupied separate houses. This was declined by the great men of the upper house, who, however, professed their readiness to meet, by committee, with a committee of the Commons. The Commons, having obtained the necessary accounts and documents, went leisurely and deliberately to work, and though the impatient government repeatedly urged them to dispatch, they still proceeded with all sedateness and care, showing that the popular body was growing sensible of its real powers. Having discovered that the whole of the supplies had been duly but fruitlessly spent, they granted a fresh impost on wool, wool-fells, and skins for the pressing services of the state. Another army was raised and placed under the command of the Earl of Buckingham. He passed over to Calais, whence in the summer of 1380 he marched with 2,000 cavalry and 8,000 infantry through the very heart of France, pursuing the old accustomed ravages through Picardy, Champagne, Orleans, and on to Brittany. The Duke of Burgundy, with a far greater army, hovered in the vicinity of this handful of men, but remembering the past result of conflict with small armies of the English, he kept aloof. By the time that Buckingham reached Brittany, Charles V died and Charles Roman VI, a minor like the King of England, succeeded in the autumn of that year. The Bretons, now thinking that, a mere boy being on the throne of France, they could protect themselves, grew impatient of the burdensome presence of the English. De Montfort, who had found a friendly refuge in England, was averse from treating his old allies with ingratitude. But the people accused the English of rapacity and haughtiness, and no doubt, with cause enough, if we are to judge by the general proceedings of the English in France, and would not cease their demands till the Count had transferred his alliance to the Regency, which governed France during the minority. This accomplished, the people expressed every impatience to be rid of Buckingham and his army, and as soon as the following spring allowed of his embarking, he took his leave, having escaped the hostility of the natives only by the bravery of his troops and the supplies of provisions from home. The English returned home, denouncing bitterly the ingratitude of the Bretons, and this was the unsatisfactory termination of their long and expensive exertions to maintain the independence of Brittany. The only possession which we retained in that province was the port of Brest, which Richard had received from de Montfort in exchange for an equivalent estate in England. Calais and Cherbourg, obtained from the King of Navarre, Bordeaux and Bayonne were still towns in the hands of the English, affording tempting avenues of approach to every quarter of France and incitements to future expeditions. But at this moment, events were approaching which demanded all the efforts of the government to maintain domestic order. In various countries of Europe, the advance of society, and though slow, of trade and manufactures, had begun to produce its certain effect upon the people. They no sooner ate of the tree of knowledge than they perceived that they were naked of liberty and property and every solid comfort. They were in a great measure serfs and bondsmen, transmitted with the estates from proprietor to proprietor, like the chattels and the livestock. The haughty aristocracy looked upon them as little better than the beasts, and, addicted to continual wars with each other, or with foreign countries, made use of the miserable people only as soldiers for those wars, or as slaves to cultivate their lands. The wretched sufferers were ground by domestic exactions, and pillaged and burnt out continually in some of the countries by invading armies. Nothing could be more terrible than their condition, and when they 452 began to perceive all its horrors, and to endeavor to rise above them, their imperious masters trod them down again with harsh and often terrible ferocity. But wherever towns grew and trade sprang up, their numbers became, by one means or other, free. In England, every man who could contrive to live a year and a day in any town became a free man. The very wars which had desolated Europe had tended to awaken a spirit of independence. The soldiers who served in different countries picked up intelligence by comparing various conditions of men. The constant demands of government for money inspired those who had to furnish it with a sense of their own importance. The example of the freedom and superior comfort in towns stimulated the inhabitants of the country to grasp at equal benefits. Flanders, as the earliest manufacturing and trading country, had, as we have seen, speedily become democratic, had expelled its ruler, and had now maintained a long career of independence. At this moment it was waging a most sanguinary and determined war, not only against its own earl, but against the whole forces of Burgundy and France, led by Philip van Artevelde, the son of Jacob, the stout old brewer of Ghent, and by a relentless citizen, Peter Dubois. Once more in France insurrection had broken out, headed by the burghers and people of the towns, excited against the tax-gatherers, and had spread from Rouen to Paris, where it was raging. And now the same convulsion, originating in the same causes, had reached England, and simultaneously in Flanders, France, and this country, the people were in arms against their government and nobles. It has been supposed that the preaching of Wycliffe had no little effect in rousing this storm in England, and there can be no doubt of it. The people, once made acquainted with the doctrines of human right, justice, and liberty abounding in the Bible, and pervading it as its very essence, could only regard the knowledge as a direct call from God to rise, rend the bondage of their cruel slavery, and assume the rank of men. This light, this wonderful knowledge, coming too suddenly upon them, made them, as it were, intoxicated, and overthrew all restraint and tranquility of mind. They felt their wrongs the more acutely by perceiving their rights, and how basely they had been deprived of them by men professing this religion of truth, justice, and humanity. Such was the case on the preaching of Luther in Germany afterwards, and it was the case here now. Occasionally, a nobleman had suddenly emancipated the whole of the villeins on his domain in return for a fixed rent to be paid by them. But this process was slow and uncertain, and extremely exciting to those who witnessed this emancipation, remaining themselves in bondage. Thus all classes of the people were in a restless state. The freemen just above these serfs, and especially those on the coast, who had been plundered and burnt out by the enemy, were full of bitterness from their sufferings, and disposed to regard the tax-gatherer as little short of a demon. Few, except the working order of the clergy, who lived and labored amongst them, treated them like human beings. Imagine, then, this state of things, and a priest like John Ball of Kent coming amongst them on Sundays as they issued out of church in the villages, and saying to them as Froissart thus reports him, "Ah, ye good people, matters go not well to pass in England, nor shall do till everything be common, and that there be no villains nor gentlemen, but that we be all united together, and that the lords be no greater masters than we. What have we deserved, or why should we be kept thus in bondage? We all come from one father and mother, Adam and Eve. Whereby can they show that they are greater lords than we be, saving by that they cause us to win and labor for that they dispend? They are clothed in velvet and camlet, furred with ermine, and we are vestured with poor cloth. They have their wines, spices, and good bread, and we have the drawing out of the chaff and drink water. They dwell in fair houses, and we have the pain and travel, rain and wind in the fields, and by that which cometh of our labors they keep and maintain their estates. We be called their bondmen, and without we do willingly their service we be beat. And we have no sovereign to whom we can complain, nor that will hear us, nor do us right. Let us go to the king, he is young, and show him what bondage we be in, and show him how we will have it otherwise, or else we will provide us of some remedy. And if we go together, all manner of people who be now in any bondage will follow us, to the intent to be made free. And when the king seeth us we shall have some remedy, either by fairness or otherwise." This honest John Ball, having got this great gospel of freedom into his head, could not be prevailed on to be quiet. The archbishop shut him up for some months in prison, but on coming 453 out he went about saying the very same things. "And these people," says Froissart, "of whom there be more in England than in any other realm, loved John Ball, and said that he said truth. In the beginning of the world, they said, there were no bondmen, wherefore they maintained none ought to be bound, without he did treason to his Lord as Lucifer did to God. But they said they could have no such battle because they were neither angels nor spirits, but men formed in the similitudes of their lords, adding, why then should we be kept under so like beasts? And they declared they would no longer suffer it, they would be all one, and if they labored for their lords they would have wages for it." From the Portrait in King's College, Cambridge. John Wycliffe. From the Portrait in King's College, Cambridge. This was all only too true, but a truth coming too suddenly, and more than they could bear or were disciplined to win, or, if won all at once, to maintain. And these poor people did not know that even now there was growing up that power amongst the people, in the shape of Parliament, which should gradually and securely fight their battles, and establish all their desires. Even now the Commons had reached the presence of the king and the nobles, and stood there boldly declaring their rights, and putting an ever-growing restraint on regal and aristocratic license. In the Parliament which met in January 1380, the Commons complained loudly of the extravagance of the expenditure. They demanded that the King's Council should be dismissed, that the King should govern only by the aid of the usual Crown officers, the Chancellor, Treasurer, Privy Seal, Chamberlain, and Steward of the Household, and that these ministers should be chosen by Parliament. These unexampled demands were all 454 granted. A Committee of Finance was appointed, to consist of Lords and Commons, and such a concession as had never yet been made was granted, and 3 representatives of cities, 2 aldermen of London and 1 of York were put upon it. In the autumn, being informed that the subsidies which they voted were inadequate to defray the debts of the state, they pronounced the demand for more money outrageous and insupportable. This was bold language. The result was of the many schemes to meet the difficulty, the fatal poll tax, which threw the country into a general convulsion. This was a tax of 3 groats per head on every male and female above 15 years of age. In towns it was to be regulated by the rank and ability of the inhabitants, in order to render it easier to the poor, so that no person should pay less than 1 groat, nor more than 60, for himself and wife. This poll tax was the drop to the full cup. The people were already groaning under the continued exactions for the French wars, and this tax drove them to desperation. What added gall to its bitterness was that it was farmed out to some of the courtiers, who again farmed it out to foreign merchants, whose collectors proceeded with a degree of harshness and insolence which irritated the people beyond endurance. It was soon discovered that the amounts which came into the treasury would by no means reach the sum calculated upon. Commissions were then issued to inquire into the conduct of the collectors, and to enforce payment in cases where favor had been shown, or where due payment had not been made. The people soon grew obstinate, and declared boldly they would not pay. Hereupon the commissioners treated them very severely, and they again, on their part, resenting this severity, began secretly to combine for resistance, and proceeded to chase away, wound, or even kill the officers of the law. One of these commissioners, Thomas de Bampton, sat at Brentwood in Essex, and summoned the people of Fobbing before him. They declared that they would not pay a penny more than they had done. Bampton then menaced them, and ordered his sergeant-at-arms to arrest them, but they drove him and his men away. Whereupon Sir Robert Belknap, the Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, was sent into Essex to try the recusants. But they denounced him as a traitor to king and country, made him glad to get away, and cut off the heads of the jurors and clerks of the commission, which they stuck upon poles, and carried through all the neighboring towns and villages, calling on the people to rise. In a few days the commons of Essex were in a general insurrection, and had found a leader in a vagabond priest, who called himself Jack Straw. They attacked the house of Sir Robert Hales, the Lord Treasurer of England, who was also prior of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. Ample provision had just been made for a chapter general of the order, and there was in the house abundance of meats, wines, cloths, and other things for the knights' brethren. The people ate up the provisions, drank the wine, and destroyed the house. They then sent letters and messengers into all the neighboring counties, and not only the peasantry of Kent, but of Norfolk and Suffolk were soon up in arms. But the incident which caused the whole immediately to break into flame was this. One of the collectors of the tax at Dartford in Kent went to the house of one Wat Tyler, or Walter the Tyler, who, Froissart says, was indeed a Tyler of houses, an ungracious patron. He demanded the tax for a daughter of Wat, who the mother contended was under 15, the age fixed by the law. The insolent tax-gatherer declared he would prove that, and was proceeding to the grossest outrage, when Wat came running in at the outcries of the wife and daughter, and knocked out the scoundrel's brains with his hammer. The neighbors applauded Wat's spirit and vowed to stand by him. For, says the chronicler, the rude officers had in many places made the like trial. The news of this exciting occurrence, and the insurrection of the men of Kent, spread rapidly over the whole country, from the Thames to the Humber, through Hertford, Surrey, Sussex, Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridge, and Lincoln. In every place they chose some leader, whose assumed names still remain in their letters and proclamations, as Jack Milner, Jack Carter, and Jack Trueman. They were invited by the letters from Kent to march to London, where the commons should be of one mind, and should do so much to the king that there should not be one bondman in all England. They are reported soon to have mustered 60,000 from the counties round London, making free with houses and provisions as they marched along. But the great stream appears to have come from Kent and the south. One of their first visits was to Sir Simon Burley, the guardian of the king, at Gravesend. Sir Simon had claimed a man living 455 in that town as his bondman, in spite of the legal plea set up that he had resided there more than a year and a day. He demanded £300 of silver for the man's freedom, but this was refused, and Sir Simon sent his prisoner to Rochester Castle. The men of Kent, now joined by a strong body from Essex, marched on Rochester, took the castle by surprise, and not only liberated this man, but other prisoners. At Maidstone Wat Tyler was elected captain of the insurgent host, and the democratic preacher, John Ball, its chaplain, who took for the text of his first sermon the good old rhyme, When Adam Dolve and Eve span. Who was then the gentleman? Wat Tyler and his host entered Canterbury on the Monday after Trinity Sunday, 1381, where John Ball denounced death to the archbishop, who had often imprisoned him. Luckily, however, he was absent, but they broke open the archbishop's house, and as they carried out the wealthy pillage, they said, "Ah, this Chancellor of England hath had a good market to get together all this riches. He shall now give an account of the revenues of England, and the great profits he hath gathered since the king's coronation." They struck terror into the monks and clergy of the cathedral, did much damage to it, and the church of St. Vincent, as is said, compelled the mayor and aldermen to swear fidelity to King Richard and the Commons of England, cut off the heads of 3 wealthy men of the city, and followed by 500 of the poor inhabitants, advanced towards London. By the time they reached Blackheath, joined by the streaming thousands from all quarters, the insurgents are said to have numbered 100,000 men. Into the midst of this strange, rude, and tumultuous host, suddenly, to her astonishment and terror, came the king's mother, on her return from a pilgrimage to Canterbury. She was, says Froissart, in great jeopardy to have been lost, for the people came to her chaise and did rudely use her, whereof the good lady was in great dread lest they should have dealt rudely with her damsels. Howbeit, God kept her, and being excused with a few kisses, and with offers of protection, she got to London as fast as she could, and to her son in the Tower, with whom there were the Earl of Salisbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Earl of Hereford, and other noblemen and gentlemen. At Blackheath John Ball frequently addressed the assembled multitudes on his old and favorite topics of the rights and equality of men. We must bear in mind that this man and his doctrines have been described by his enemies. He appears to have been a thorough democrat or chartist of his day, drawing his opinions from the literal declarations of the gospel that God is no respecter of persons, and these new and startling ideas being addressed to the inflamed minds of ignorant and oppressed people, they immediately applied them in their own way, and declared that they would have no more lords, barons, and archbishops, but simply the king and the commons of England. They are said to have committed great atrocities on their way from different counties, pillaging the manors of their lords, demolishing the towns, and burning the court rolls. They swore to be true to the king, and to have no king of the name of John, this being aimed at John of Gaunt, their standing aversion, who was regarded as the author of this tax, because he exercised authority over his nephew. They also swore to oppose all taxes but 15ths, the ancient tallage paid by their fathers. That many outrages were committed is most probable. Such must be inevitable from so general a rising of an uneducated and oppressed populace smarting under generations of wrongs. But we shall most fairly judge them by their own public demands presented to the king, which we shall presently see were most wonderfully simple, reasonable, and enlightened for such a people, under such exasperating circumstances. The harangues of John Ball are described as working the insurgent army into the wildest excitement, and the admiring people are said to have declared that he should be the primate and chancellor of England, this officer at that time being almost always a prelate. At the taking of the castle of Rochester, the mob had compelled the governor, Sir John Newton, to go along with them, and now they sent him up the river in a boat to go to the king at the Tower as their messenger. He was to inform the king of all that they had done or meant to do for his honor, to say that his kingdom had for a long time been ill-governed by his uncles and the clergy, especially by the Archbishop of Canterbury, his chancellor, from whom they would have an account of his administration of the revenue. Sir John, coming to the Tower, was received by Richard graciously, and he then told the people's desire, assuring the king that all he said was true, and that he dared do no other than bring the message, for they had his children 456 as hostages, and would kill them if he did not return. After some consultation, the king informed Sir John that in the morning he would come and speak to the people. With this message, Sir John joyfully departed, and the vast crowd are said to have received the message of the king's, coming with great satisfaction. Great Seal of Richard Roman II. The next morning, being the 12th of June, the king, attended by a considerable number of the lords of the court, descended the river in his barge. At Rotherhithe, he found 10,000 men on the river banks awaiting his coming, with 2 banners of St. George and 60 pennons. So soon as they saw the king, they set up one universal cheer. This was no doubt meant as a hearty welcome, but the king and his courtiers being all in a state of panic, for the council, it is stated, were perfectly paralyzed by their fears. The boisterous acclamations struck the royal party as frightful yells. The people, says Froissart, made such a shout and cry as if all the devils in hell had been among them. Instead of landing, the courtiers advised the king to draw off. The people cried to the king that, if he would come on shore, they would show him what they wanted. But the Earl of Salisbury replied, saying, Sirs, ye be not in such order or array that the king ought to speak to you. And with that the royal barge bore away up the river again. At this sight, the crowd were filled with indignation. They had hoped that now they should bring to the royal ear all their grievances. And there can be little doubt that if the king had shown the spirit which he afterwards did, and boldly and courteously put his barge within good hearing, and listened to and answered their complaints, all that followed might have been prevented. But being now persuaded that the great lords about him would not allow the king to hold fair and open audience with them, they returned, says Froissart, to the hill where the main body lay. For this was only a deputation, the hill being most likely Greenwich Park, and there informed the multitude what had taken place. On hearing this, the enraged host cried out with one voice, Let us go to London. And so, continues Froissart, they took their way thither, and on their going they beat down abbeys and houses of advocates and men of the court, and so came into the suburbs of London, which were great and fair, and beat down divers fair houses, and especially the king's prisons, as the Marshalsea and others, and delivered out the prisoners that were therein. They broke into the palace of the archbishop at Lambeth, regarding him as the enemy of the nation, and burnt the furniture and the records belonging to the chancery. As the men of Kent advanced through Southwark, the men of Essex advanced along the left bank of the river, destroyed the house of the Lord Treasurer at Highbury, and menaced the north of London. When the men of Kent arrived at London Bridge, they found it closed against them, and 457 they declared that if they were not admitted they would burn all the suburbs, and taking London by force would put every one to death. The people within said, Why do we not let these good people in? What they do for us all. And thereupon they let down the centre of the bridge, which Walworth the mayor had drawn up. CP 462. One of Wycliffe's poor priests preaching to the people. CP 462. See larger version. Then these people entered into the city, and went into houses, and sat down to eat and drink. They desired nothing, but it was incontinently brought to them, for every man was ready to make them good cheer, and to give them meat and drink to please them. Then the captains, as John Ball, Jack Straw and Wat Tyler went throughout London, and 20,000 men with them, and so came to the Savoy in the way to Westminster, which was a goodly house, which appertained to the Duke of Lancaster. And when they entered they slew the keepers thereof, and robbed and pillaged the house, and then set fire to it, and clean burnt and destroyed it. This palace of John of Gaunt's was the most magnificent house in London. The mob, having thus shown their hatred of him, went to the house of the Knights Hospitallers in Clerkenwell, which had been lately built by Sir Robert Hales, the Grand Prior of the Order and Treasurer of the kingdom, whose house they destroyed at Highbury. It is only fair to bear in mind that in destroying these noble houses, the people disclaimed any idea of plunder. Their objects were, as they asserted, to punish the traitors to the nation, and obtain their own freedom from bondage. They published a proclamation forbidding anyone to secrete any booty. They hammered out 458 the plate, and cut it into small pieces. They beat the precious stones to powder, and one of the rioters having concealed in his bosom a silver cup, was thrown with his prize into the river. In the morning, June 14, the sight from the tower was by no means cheering. The multitude was clamoring for the heads of the Chancellor and Treasurer, whom they regarded as main authors of all the exactions and ill-treatment they had received, and preventing the entrance of any provisions till their demand was conceded. Presently a message was brought them from the king that if they would quietly retire to Mile End, then having plenty of open land, where the people of the city did disport themselves in the summer season, he would meet them there and listen to their requests. Anon the gates were thrown open, the drawbridge was lowered, and Richard, attended by a few unarmed followers, rode on amid the throng. Arriving at Mile End, he found himself surrounded by 60,000 petitioners. On the way Richard's half-brothers, the Earl of Kent and Sir John Holland, had taken alarm and ridden off, leaving this youth of 16 in a cowardly manner in such circumstances. But Richard on this occasion displayed a bravery and a discretion which, had they been uniformly exhibited, must have produced a prosperous reign. According to Froissart, in the night, while they lay asleep on Tower Hill, the king had been advised by Sir William Walworth and others to make a sally and slay them in their sleep. For, as he observes, there were not 1 in 20 in harness, and as they were drunken, they might be killed like so many flies. These councillors represented that the citizens of London could easily do this, as they had their friends ready in arms secreted in their houses, and that there were Sir Robert Knowles and Sir Perdiccas d'Albret, the famous Free Company captains, with 8,000 more that might be mentioned. But the Earl of Salisbury and the wise men about the king gave better and more humane advice. And now that the king spoke face to face with them, behold, all their demands resolved them into these four: 1. The abolition of bondage. 2. The reduction of the rent of land to 4d. the acre. 3. The liberty of buying and selling in all fairs and markets. 4. A general pardon for the past offences. The king, with a smiling countenance, assured them that all this was fully granted them, and that if they would retire every one to his own county and place, he would give one of his banners to those of each shire, bailiwick, and parish to march home under, and that they should leave 2 or 3 from each village to bring unto them copies of the charter he would give them. On hearing this, the people said, "We desire no more." They became quite appeased, and began to draw off towards London. That night 30 clerks were employed in making copies of this charter, which were sealed and delivered in the morning. But while the superior and better-disposed country people had attended the king, Wat Tyler and Jack Straw, with the more turbulent and factious portion of the insurgents, had remained behind. No sooner was the king out of sight than these treacherous fellows made a rush at the tower, and got possession of it, most probably through the perfidy or perhaps panic of the garrison, for there were in the tower, according to Holinshed, 600 men-at-arms, and as many archers, while of these commons and husbandmen many were provided only with sticks, and not one in 1,000 was properly armed. Here the insurgents got possession, as no doubt was their grand object, of their designed victims, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Chancellor, Sir Robert Hales, the Treasurer, William Appledore, the King's Confessor, and Legge, one of the farmers of the obnoxious tax, with 3 of his accomplices. All these they speedily beheaded. The head of the archbishop was carried through the city on the point of a lance, with the hat he wore nailed to the skull, that he might be better known to the multitude, and it was set on London Bridge. They ranged through all the apartments of the tower, again came upon the terrified mother of the king, pricked her bed with their swords to see if anyone was concealed in it, and saluted her with a few more kisses. The poor lady fainted away, and was carried by her attendants to her house, called the Wardrobe in Carter Lane. Here the king on his return joined her, and gave her comfort, trusting that all would now soon be over. In the morning, June 15, Richard left the Wardrobe, and after Mass at Westminster, rode through Smithfield at the head of 60 horsemen, where he beheld a great throng of people in front of the Abbey of St. Bartholomew. He said he would go no farther till he knew what ailed them, and that he would appease them again. It was Wat Tyler at the head of 20,000 insurgents. Wat had refused the charter sent to him, demanding 459 fresh conditions, and when these were conceded in a second, demanded still more. Amongst other things, the total repeal of the forest or game laws, and that all parks, waters, warrens, and woods should be common, so that the poor as well as the rich should freely fish in all waters, hunt the deer in the parks and forests, and the hare in the fields. On seeing the king stop, Wat Tyler said, "Sirs, yonder is the king, I will go and speak with him. Stir not hence without I make you a sign, and when I make you a sign, come on and slay them all except the king. He is young, we can do with him as we please, and we will lead him with us all about England, and so we shall be lords of all the realm without doubt." Wat rode up to the king, and so near that the head of his horse touched the flanks of that of the king. Then said Wat, "Sir king, seest thou all yonder people?" "Yea, truly," said the king, "why dost thou ask?" "Because," said Wat Tyler, "they be all at my commandment, and have sworn to me faith and truth to do all that I will have them. And thinkest thou that they, and as many more in London, will depart without thy letters?" The king courteously assured him they should have them, and at this point, says Froissart, Wat Tyler cast his eyes on an esquire of the king, whom he hated on account of some words he had said. "Ah," said he, "art thou there? Give me thy dagger." The esquire refused, but the king bade him give it, and with that Wat began to play with it, and said to the esquire, "By my faith, I will never eat meat till I have thy head." At this moment the mayor, Sir William Walworth, coming up with his 12 horse, and hearing these words and looking through the press, said, "Ha, thou knave, darest thou speak such words in the king's presence?" Wat gave a sharp answer, and Froissart says that the king said to Walworth, "Set hands on him." Be that as it may, Walworth thrust a short sword into Tyler's throat, or, as others say, struck him on the head with it or with his mace. At all events, Walworth gave him the first blow, which was speedily followed by one of the king's squires, Robert Standish, probably the one with whom the altercation commenced, stabbing him in the abdomen. Tyler wheeled his horse round, rode about a dozen yards, and fell to the ground, where he soon expired. On seeing him fall, his followers cried out, "We are betrayed, they have killed our captain," and they put themselves in battle array, with their bows before them. With wonderful presence of mind, Richard ordered his attendants to keep back, and riding confidently up to the people said, "Sirs, what aileth you? I will be your leader and captain. Follow me, I am your king. Tyler was but a traitor, be ye at rest and peace." Then he rode back to his company, who advised that they should draw off into the fields near Islington. Thither many followed the king, and many, hoping no good, quietly stole away. On coming into the fields, they beheld Sir Robert Knowles, with 1,000 men-at-arms, and the insurgents, now fearing the worst, got away as fast as they could, throwing down their bows, and many kneeling to the king and imploring pardon. Knowles burned to be allowed to charge and cut them down, but the king refused him this indulgence, saying he would take his revenge in another way, which, in truth, he afterwards did. He issued a proclamation, however, forbidding any stranger to remain another night in the city on pain of death. Such is the history of this remarkable insurrection, as transmitted to us with some slight variations by Froissart, Knighton, Walsingham, Stowe, and Holinshed. While these things passed in London, various parts of the country were equally agitated and overrun by the insurgents. In the south the outbreak extended as far as Winchester, in the north as far as Beverley and Scarborough. The nobility shut themselves up, and neither stirred out to free themselves nor aid the king. So general and simultaneous was the rising, that some supposed that it was concerted and conducted by some able but invisible leaders much above Wat Tyler and Jack Straw in influence and subtlety. When the mob was at Blackheath, there were rumors that the king's uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, was seen disguised amongst them. But this was probably owing to someone bearing a strong resemblance to the Duke being there, or it may have been got up by his enemies to injure him at court, as there were active endeavours, about the same time, to alarm the king regarding Lancaster's intentions, who was on the borders treating with the Scots. Only one man of distinction acted with the spirit which might have been expected from the warlike baronage of England, and that was a churchman. Henry Spencer, the young bishop of Norwich, finding that the rebellious peasantry would not for 60 listen to what he considered reason, buckled on armor, mounted his steed, and at the head of a strong body of retainers, attacked them in the field as they were pursuing their career of depredation. He repeatedly surprised these marauding bodies, routed and slew them. His mode of dealing with them was summary and unique. After every battle he sat in judgment on his prisoners, and after giving them absolution from their sins, had their heads struck off. By these means, he soon restored order in the counties of Norfolk, Huntingdon, and Cambridge. When the news of Tyler's overthrow and the dispersion of the insurgents spread through the country, and those who had shut themselves up in castle and town hurried forth to show their deep loyalty to the king, Spencer's work had long been done. Richard himself, having stuck the heads of Wat Tyler and of numbers of his compeers on London Bridge, was advised to undertake a progress through the different quarters of his kingdom, to make all quiet and secure. Numbers flocked to his standard, and at the head of 40,000 men he advanced from place to place, issuing proclamations, recalling and destroying the charters he had given, commanding the villeins to return to their labors, and prohibiting, under severe penalties, any illegal assemblies. In Kent and Essex Richard found some resistance, and it was not until 500 of these unhappy creatures had been killed in Essex that they gave way. According to Holinshed, 1,500 of the insurgents were executed, amongst them Jack Straw, John Litster, and Westbroom, the last two of whom had assumed the title of Kings of Norfolk and Suffolk. When Parliament met, it was announced to it that the king had revoked all the charters he had been obliged to grant to the villeins, but the Chancellor suggested whether it would not be well to abolish serfdom altogether. This, probably, was the view of the king's better counsellors. It certainly was not his view of things on his journey, but it met with the response which was inevitable at that day. The barons declared that nothing should induce them to give up the services of their villeins, and that they would resist with all their power either violence or persuasion for that object. Nay, were it even to save themselves from general massacre, they must uphold the existing system. It was plain the day for the extinction of serfdom was not yet come. The king was now 16, and at this early age he was married to Anne of Bohemia, who herself was only 15. She was the daughter of the late Emperor of Germany, Charles Roman IV. Called Charles of Luxembourg at the Battle of Poitiers, where he attended his father, the old blind king of Bohemia. Anne was thus granddaughter to the brave old blind monarch, and sister to the Emperor Sigismund. As has almost universally been the case with German princesses, there was a great boast and parade of the illustrious ancestry of Anne, but no money whatever. Nay, Richard, or rather the country, had to pay the expenses of her journey to England, though it was made from the palace of one royal relative to that of another, particularly the Dukes of Brabant and Flanders, and under their escort. But though possessed of high pedigree and without portion, Anne was reckoned handsome, and was good-hearted and pious. The king became deeply attached to her, and the English were extremely proud of her as the Caesar's, Kaiser's, or Emperor's sister, of which they could never speak enough. She lived only 12 years as queen, but she won the affection of everyone who came near her, was universally beloved, and long lamented under the name of the good Queen Anne. Had she lived as long as her husband, she would undoubtedly have preserved him from alienating the love of his people, and perishing as he did. England was at this moment about to undertake the support of the very principles of freedom and popular independence in Flanders, which it had so sternly put down at home. Flanders, as the earliest manufacturing and trading country, had, as we have seen, speedily displayed a democratic spirit. It had expelled its ruler, who resisted, and endeavored to crush all tendency towards popular rights. Though Jacob van Artevelde, the stout brewer of Ghent, had fallen, yet that high-spirited city had maintained a long career of independence. Philip van Artevelde, the son of Jacob, warned by the fate of his father, had, during his youth, kept aloof from popular ambition, and adhered to a strictly private life. But the people of Ghent becoming sorely pressed by the Earl of Flanders, and its very existence being at stake, Philip, no longer able to suppress the spirit of the patriot born with him, suddenly emerged from his obscurity and put himself at the head of the populace. He was, however, defeated and slain by the French at Rosbeck, but the Flemings recovered themselves and made a desperate resistance. At this time there were two popes, Clement Roman VII, a Frenchman, and Urban Roman VI, an Italian. We 461 have seen that on all occasions when there was only one pope, he was a zealous peacemaker. But this schism, with its two rival pontiffs, naturally produced a fiery feud. The French Pope, Clement, was recognized by France and its allies, Scotland, Spain, Sicily, and Cyprus. Urban was supported by England, the people of Flanders, and the rest of Europe. The two pontiffs launched their anathemas against each other and roused all their allies to assist their respective causes. France exerting itself powerfully to give the ascendancy to Clement, Urban entreated the aid of England. The prominence which the Bishop of Norwich had assumed in the Wat Tyler insurrection, and his prompt energy and success as a general, drew the attention of Urban, and he sent to the martial bishop extraordinary powers as his champion. The king and parliament gave their consent. A 15th lately granted by the Commons was made over to the prelate for the purposes of the enterprise, and he engaged to serve against France for a year, with 2,500 men-at-arms and the same number of archers. Philip Artevelde, in his great need, had solicited the assistance of England, but his ambassadors had most imprudently demanded at the same time the payment of a debt which they alleged was of 40 years' standing. The Duke of Lancaster and the Royal Council had made themselves merry over this unique mode of soliciting alliance in a crisis, and refused to help them. But now it was determined to abet the people of Ghent, as a means of upholding them, after their heavy defeat at Rosbeck, against France. Coins of the reign of Richard Roman II. Henry of Norwich passed over the Channel, took Gravelines by assault, pursued the fugitives to Dunkirk, and entered the town in their rear. He was speedily master of the coast as far as Sluys, and might have struck a decisive blow at the French power in Flanders, but he was not supported, though there was a numerous body of men-at-arms at Calais. The Duke of Lancaster, whose own offers of leading this expedition had been refused by Parliament, and who is said to have seen with chagrin the success of his rival, was accused of preventing the advance of these troops. The bishop, thus thwarted in the midst of his triumphs, turned his arms against Ypres to oblige the Ghentese, but the siege was prolonged, and the King of France, at the entreaty of the Count of Flanders, was approaching with a fine army. The men of Ghent retired, the bishop made one furious assault and then withdrew. He threw himself once more into Gravelines, and after holding it a short time, demolished its fortifications and returned to England. That this campaign of the militant bishop did not equal the expectations which his former demonstration had raised, appears partly owing to his own precipitancy, but far more to the machinations of his powerful enemies. Like most unsuccessful commanders, He fell under the censure of the government. He was accused before Parliament of having taken a bribe of 18,000 francs to betray the expedition, and of having broken his contract with the king by returning before the year of his engagement had expired. Of the former charge, he was cleared on full inquiry, but he was condemned on the latter to forfeit all his temporalities till he had paid the full damages to the king. 4 of his principal knights were also condemned to pay 20,000 francs into the treasury for having sold stores and provisions to the enemy to that amount. Not to interrupt the narrative of events which extend over into other years, we may here note one of the most remarkable incidents of this reign. This is the death of Wycliffe, who was struck with apoplexy while performing public service in his parish church, and died on the last day of the year 1384. John Wycliffe had not only put in active motion the principles of church reform by his preaching and his public defenses against the attacks of the authorities of the church, but he had made those principles permanent by the translation of the Bible. Not that Wycliffe's was the first translation of the Scriptures into English. We know, for instance, that Bede translated the Gospel of St. John and finished the work on his deathbed in 735. But these earlier translations of the Bible had remained in the libraries of monasteries, and by the little education of the people and the conservative vigilance of the Church, had been the sole study of a few learned men. Wycliffe, by his position as teacher at Oxford, had excited a wide interest and inquiry about the Scriptures. By his patronage at court and the persecutions of the prelates, they had been made the subject of a vast curiosity, and this curiosity he had taken care to gratify by multiplying copies through the aid of transcribers, and by the poor priests, the converts to his doctrines, reading them and recommending them everywhere amongst their hearers. The English Bible was never more to be a rare or merely curious book. It is said that when the good Queen Anne's countrymen who attended her here at the court were expelled by the Lancaster faction, they carried back copies of Wycliffe's Bible and writings, which had been her favorite reading. They thus fell into the hands of Huss and Jerome of Prague, accompanied by the anti-papal doctrines of the great English reformer, and in this manner arose in Bohemia the sect of the Hussites. The chief value of Wycliffe's work consisted in his correction of abuses. Numbers of his poor priests, as they were called, traversed the nation, as he had done, in their frieze gowns and with bare feet, everywhere proclaiming the doctrines of the gospel, and denouncing the impositions and vices of popery. They held up the monks and priests of the time to deserved scorn, and the people, feeling the sacred truth, flocked round them, deserting those by whom they had been so long deluded and fleeced. There can be little doubt that John Ball, the preacher of Wat Tyler's army, was one of these poor priests of Wycliffe, for it was only 3 years before Wycliffe's death that this insurrection occurred, and Wycliffe's apostles had been preaching everywhere amongst the people for years. There is as little doubt that this preaching produced this insurrection as Luther's produced the Peasants' War afterwards in Germany. The effect was perfectly natural that men, who for ages had been trodden down as slaves and beasts of burden, hearing all at once that God had made of one blood all the nations of the earth, that he was no respecter of persons, and that they were called upon by him to do to one another as they would be done by, should review their position, and stand astonished at its vast antithesis to the ordinances of Christianity. That the people rebelled was not their fault, but that of the barons and the church, which, while professing the gospel, had ignored every precept of it in regard to the people. Now that the great and eternal principles of political justice, as well as saving faith contained in the gospel, were once known, they never could be again taken away. They became the heritage of the people. The Wat Tyler insurrection was put down, but that which produced it could never be put down any more. The powerful eloquence and holy lives of the preachers of Wycliffe were universally confessed. Men of all ranks, from the royal Duke of Lancaster to the peasant, joined them, and acquired the name of Lollards. It is true that John of Gaunt supported Wycliffe from selfish motives only, and deserted him as soon as he began to attack the doctrine of transubstantiation. The inhabitants of London were especially warm adherents of the new teaching. John of Northampton, one of the most opulent and distinguished citizens, was a decided Lollard, and during the time of his being mayor particularly irritated the clergy, who drove a brave trade in pardons and indulgences, by his active reformation of the vices of the people. The Lords Hilton, Latimer, Percy, Berkeley, and Clifton, with many other nobles, knights, and eminent citizens, became the protectors and advocates of scriptural reform. Richard had now reached the age of 19. The ability, address, and bravery which he had displayed at the time of the insurrection raised high hopes in the nation of the success of his future government. Time, however, failed to realize these expectations. Richard was by no means destitute of cleverness, but his mind was rather showy than solid. He had been brought 463 up in his boyhood in the south of France, at the luxurious court of Bordeaux. He had early been imbued with the tastes of Provence, music and poetry, rather than with politics and arms. After his father's death, his mother and half-brother had treated him with ruinous personal indulgence, and instilled into his mind the most mischievous ideas of his future greatness and royal authority. There is a striking parallel between his education, his personal character, and his fate, and those of Charles I. Both were fond of literature and the fine arts. Both had the strongest domestic attachments, and had been indoctrinated with the most fatal ideas of the royal prerogative. Both were high-spirited, chivalrous, and necessarily despotic. They were molded to despotism by their parents. Both had their favorites, Richard, de Vere and de la Pole, Charles, Strafford and Buckingham. Both, while they were intensely beloved by their own families and immediate associates, lost the affections of their people by utterly despising their rights, and both came to a tragic end. When the Bishop of Norwich returned from his unfortunate expedition, Lancaster concluded an armistice with France, in which the Scots were included. But as these reckless neighbors still continued the war, he marched into Scotland in 1384, burnt the huts of which their towns were composed, and to destroy the retreats into which they always retired on the approach of an English army, he supplied his troops, according to Knighton, with 80,000 axes, with which they cut down the forests, inflicting a most serious injury on the nation. Notwithstanding this service, he found, on his return to London, that the suspicions of his disloyalty were more rife than ever. While the Parliament was sitting at Salisbury, a Carmelite friar, one John Latimer, put into the king's hands the written particulars of a real or pretended conspiracy to place the crown on the head of John of Gaunt. Richard was advised to show this to Lancaster, who swore that it was false, and vowed to do battle with anyone who impeached his innocence. He insisted that the friar, who persisted in his story, should be committed to safe custody, and accordingly he was consigned to the care of Sir John Holland, the king's half-brother, but a secret ally of the Duke of Lancaster, who strangled him in the night, it is said, with his own hands, and had him dragged through the streets in the morning as a traitor. No sooner did the armistice with France and Scotland expire in May 1385, than the French sent John of Vienne, formerly governor of Calais, to Scotland with an aid of 1,000 men-at-arms and 400,000 francs in gold, and armor for the equipment of 1,000 Scottish knights and esquires, to induce them to make an inroad into England. This armament arrived in Scotland in the early summer, but the French knights, according to Froissart, were greatly astonished at the rudeness of the country and the hard living of the people. When they wanted to begin the campaign, they complained that the Scots wanted to be paid for fighting their own battles, and would not budge a foot till the 20,000 livres were distributed amongst them. In short, it did not tend much to the mutual satisfaction of their allies that the gay Frenchmen had come over. At length, the forces being paid, the united army of France and Scotland descended on Northumberland, and took 3 castles in the marches, but, on the approach of the English, as rapidly retired. John of Vienne was astonished at their retreat, allowing the enemy to pillage their country, but they told him they did not pretend to make resistance to so powerful a force, that all their cattle were driven into the woods and fastnesses, that their houses and chattels were of small value, and that they well knew how to compensate themselves. Accordingly, as Richard advanced into Scotland by Berwick and the east coast, the Scots, accompanied by the French, poured 30,000 men into England by the west, and ravaging Westmoreland, Cumberland, and Lancashire, collected a splendid booty, and returned well satisfied to their country. Richard was now, for the first time, at the head of an army against a foreign enemy. He had before only led his forces against his own peasantry. Marching into Scotland without being able to find any enemy, he reduced to ashes Edinburgh, Dunfermline, Perth, and Dundee, and he was about to perpetrate the same rigor on Aberdeen, when the news reached him that the Scots were laying waste Cumberland, and John of Vienne was besieging Carlisle. He then made a rapid countermarch, in order to intercept them, but on the way another of his favorites, Sir Michael de la Pole, infused some fresh suspicions into the king's mind regarding Lancaster, and the following morning Richard angrily announced his intention of returning home. In vain Lancaster protested against it. The king persisted in his intention. He disbanded his army, and on the other hand, the the Scots declaring that they found the heavy French cavalry of no 464 use in their desultory species of warfare, behaved with so much rudeness to them that they also returned home, much disgusted, says Froissart, with the country and the manners of the inhabitants. In the Parliament, which met in November following, Richard confirmed various honors which he conferred during the expedition. He was anxious to allay the jealousies between his relatives and his favorites. He therefore created his uncles, the Earls of Cambridge and Buckingham, Dukes of York and Gloucester, with a new grant of lands of the annual value of £1,000 each. Henry Bolingbroke, the son of Lancaster, and Edward Plantagenet, the son of the Duke of York, he made Earls of Derby and Rutland. But then he proceeded to heap similar honors and emoluments on his favorites. Robert de Vere, a handsome young man of good family but of dissolute manners, he created Earl of Oxford with the title of Duke of Ireland, a title before unknown in England, and transferred to him by patent, which was confirmed by Parliament, the entire sovereignty of that island for life. He gave him in marriage his relative, the daughter of Ingelram de Courcy, Earl of Bedford. But de Vere became deeply enamored of one of the Queen's ladies of the bedchamber, a Bohemian, the Landgravine of Luxembourg, and therefore allied to the imperial family. Not only the king but the queen favored his suit, and obtained a divorce and dispensation for his fresh marriage from the Pope. This transaction gave deep offense to the English nation, for the rejected wife was the granddaughter of Edward Roman III, and Philippa of Hainault. Her uncles, the Dukes of Gloucester, York, and Lancaster, were still more incensed. Michael de la Pole, the other chief favorite, was created Earl of Suffolk, with the reversion of the estates of the late Earl on the death of his widow and the Queen. As Richard had no children, he, at the same time, in order to cut off the hopes of the Duke of Lancaster, named Roger, Earl of March, and grandson of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, his heir to the throne. The Duke of Lancaster thus, after repeatedly avowed suspicions of his designs on the throne, now so markedly cut off, found it most agreeable to retire a while from court, and no fairer plan could present itself than that of prosecuting his claims on the crown of Spain, in which his brother, the Earl of Cambridge, had been so unsuccessful. John, the newly chosen King of Portugal, had sent to invite him to come over and support him against their common enemy, the King of Spain. Nothing could be more agreeable to Lancaster, and Richard was equally glad to have him out of the way. 1/2 of the year's supply was devoted to the purposes of this expedition. 20,000 men were mustered, and before John of Gaunt and Constance, his wife, Princess of Spain, set out, the king presented him with a crown of gold, as confident that he would wear it, and the queen presented one also to the duchess. The fleet sailed from Plymouth in July, 1386, and the duke arriving safely in Portugal, his eldest daughter, Philippa, was married to the king. During the first campaign the duke carried all before him, but the second summer consumed his army by its heat, and compelled him to retire to Guyenne. But by successful policy, he now managed to become reconciled to the King of Spain, and married his second daughter to the son and heir of that monarch. Thus John of Gaunt, though destined never to wear a crown himself, was the father of 2 queens. His Duchess Constance made over her claims on the Spanish throne to her daughter Catherine, and their descendants reigned over Spain for many generations. For himself, he received 200,000 crowns to defray the expenses of the expedition, and an annuity was settled on him of 100,000 florins, and the same amount on the Duchess. From the Froissart Ms. in the British Museum, reproduced by André and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. From the Froissart Ms. in the British Museum, reproduced by André and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. Tournament at Saint-Inglevier near Calais. In this tournament 3 French knights, the challengers, held the lists for 30 days against all comers from England and elsewhere. Among the English knights was Sir John Holland, half-brother to Richard Roman II. See larger version. While the Duke of Lancaster was absent, the restless Duke of Gloucester became more assuming and imperious towards the king than Lancaster had ever been. He fomented the jealousies of the nobles, insisted on remodeling the government, and reduced the king to a mere automaton. At the same time, the French, also taking advantage of the great duke's absence, contemplated a formidable invasion of the island. Their preparations were on the most extensive scale, both in men and ships. The army is said to have exceeded 100,000 men, and their vessels in the port of Sluys, it was vaunted, could, if placed side by side, have bridged the whole channel. The nobility and gentlemen of France seemed every one burning with desire to avenge the injuries and defeats they had so often suffered from the English. The news of this stupendous armament spread dismay through the country. Troops were assembled, beacons erected, and the Earl of Arundel was appointed High Admiral, with orders to destroy the ships of the enemy the moment they landed, and leave the inhabitants to lay waste the country before them, and then deal with 465 them at leisure. But the fate of this armada was the same as that which has regularly attended all yet directed against the British Isles. It was dispersed by a terrible tempest, the army was disbanded, and the Earl of Arundel, executing his commission with great vigor, took 160 vessels, laden chiefly with wine, relieved the garrison of Brest, and then, proceeding to the port of Sluys, destroyed all the ships there, and laid waste the country round to the distance of 10 leagues. From a painting on glass in All Souls College, Oxford. John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster. From a painting on glass in All Souls College, Oxford. After this brilliant issue of the threatened danger, the nation was all gaiety and rejoicing. But the factious Gloucester resolved that his royal nephew should not rejoice long. He collected his partisans, and determined to drive the king's favorites from office. They contended that the people were so fleeced by the tax-gatherers, that the landowners could not collect their rents, and that the ministers and their officers embezzled the public moneys. The first on whom they meant to open their charge was the Chancellor, de la Pole, the new Earl of Suffolk. The Chancellor opened the Parliament which met at Westminster, in October, 1386, with a bold announcement. The king, he said, was resolved to punish the French for their menaced invasion, by passing over at the head of a suitable armament and carrying the war into France. He requested them to take into consideration the necessary supplies for so great a national enterprise. But the Lords and Commons met this by a joint petition for the dismissal of the ministers and members of council, and especially of the Chancellor. The king, much enraged, at 466 first contemplated what was long afterwards so fatally done by Charles I, seizing the leaders of the opposition, but finding that he should not be supported in this out of doors, he retired to his palace at Eltham, and then, giving way, drove to town, dismissed the obnoxious ministers, and made the Bishop of Hereford treasurer. But this concession, so far from appeasing Gloucester and his adherents, only made them feel surer of their real object. They impeached the Chancellor, and though they could prove little against him, they caused him to be imprisoned during the king's pleasure and fined. So long as the Parliament sat, Suffolk suffered his sentence, but as soon as it was dissolved the king liberated him. Emboldened by this second success, the opposition proposed to establish a committee with authority to reform the government. The king indignantly declared that he would never consent, but would dissolve the Parliament. But again, the Commons coolly presented to him the statute by which Edward Roman II had been deposed, and at this significant hint the king gave way and signed a commission, appointing a council of 14 persons, prelates and peers, including the 3 great officers of state, all of Gloucester's faction, except Neville, Archbishop of York. They were empowered to inquire into everything in the household, the ministry, the courts of law, and the condition of the people. Gloucester was at the head, and the king, now nearly 21 years of age, was virtually deposed. The whole sovereign prerogative lay in the council, and for 12 months, the term assigned to this junto, Richard was nothing. It was not to be expected that a young monarch of Richard's quick feelings could tamely acquiesce in such a tyrannic tutelage as this. His favorites did their part in stimulating him to resistance. At the close of the session of Parliament, he entered a protest against this invasion of the royal prerogative, and began to seek the means to break up this irksome circle of control. He sounded the sheriffs of the counties, but they had been appointed by his uncles, and he found them in their interest. He therefore set out on a sort of royal progress, and used every endeavor to make himself popular with his subjects. Wherever he came, he marked his arrival by some act of grace. The gentlemen of the county and the burghers of the principal towns were invited to his court, and were received with the utmost affability. This won greatly upon them, and there was a general avowal of a determination to stand by him and the royal authority. He went to York, to Chester, to Shrewsbury, and thence to Nottingham. At the 2 latter places he held councils of the judges, and took their opinion on the conditions which the Parliament had forced upon him. Here the judges, who in those days were not independent of the crown as they are at present, proved as subservient to the king as Parliament had shown itself subservient to the aristocratic faction, declared that the commission was wholly subversive of the Constitution, that those who introduced the measure, or induced the king to consent to it, were liable to capital punishment, that all who compelled him to observe it or prevented his exercise of his rights were traitors, that the king, and not the lords and commons, had the power to determine the order in which questions should be debated in Parliament, that it was for the king to dissolve Parliament at pleasure. Still more, that the lords and commons had no power to impeach the king's ministers, officers, or justices, that those who introduced and passed the statute of deposition of Edward Roman II were traitors, and that the judgment against the Earl of Suffolk was unconstitutional and invalid altogether. This sweeping judgment, which annihilated the power of Parliament and made the Crown all but independent, was signed and sealed by the judges, in the presence of the Archbishops of York and Dublin, the Bishops of Durham, Chichester, and Bangor, the Duke of Ireland, the Earl of Suffolk, and 2 other councillors. Armed with this potent instrument, Richard prepared to take vengeance on his dictators. He determined to arrest the chief of his opponents and send them to be judged before the very men who had thus prejudged them. Thomas Usk was appointed sub-sheriff of Middlesex. A bill of indictment was prepared. Sir Nicholas Brember, who had been 3 times mayor of London, undertook to influence the city, and even swore in different companies, to stand to the death for the king. The commission was to expire on the 19th of November, and on the 10th Richard entered London amidst the acclamations of the people. The mayor and principal citizens wore the royal livery of white and crimson, and a vast crowd attended him to St. Paul's, and thence to his palace of Westminster. Everything appeared conspiring to his wishes. He retired to rest elated with his success, and calculating on the defeat of his enemies. But when he awoke in the morning, it was to a sad 467 reverse. He learned that a strong force, stated at 40,000 men, had arrived in the vicinity of the city, under the command of the Duke of Gloucester and the Earls of Arundel and Nottingham. During the whole time that he had been making his preparations to seize the members of the council, they had been carefully watching and cautiously following him. The very day after the judges had delivered their decision at Nottingham, and bound themselves to keep it profoundly secret, one of them in the other interest, Sir Richard Fulthorpe, had betrayed the whole matter to the Earl of Kent, and through him to the Duke of Gloucester. A royal proclamation was issued, forbidding the citizens to aid or supply with provisions the armed force without. But the Confederates, the next day advancing to Hackney, sent in a letter to the mayor and corporation, commanding them, under menace of severe penalties, to give their assistance to the loyal object of delivering the king from the hands of traitors and requiring an immediate answer. On the 13th, the Earls of Derby and Warwick went out and joined them at Waltham Cross, and the members of the commission appealed, as they termed it, of treason the Archbishop of York, the Duke of Ireland, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Robert Tressilian, and Sir Nicholas Brember. This appeal they sent to the king by the Archbishop of Canterbury, and the Lords Cobham, Lovell, and Devereux. Richard was obliged to give way, for he now perceived that, after all, the city was not with him, and on Sunday the 17th the appellants marched into London, and appearing before the king in Westminster Hall, formally preferred the charge of high treason against the aforesaid persons. The accused fled. De la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, succeeded in reaching France, where he soon after died. De Vere, the Duke of Ireland, hastened to Wales, where the letters of the king overtook him, commanding him to raise the royal standard, and promising to join him on the first opportunity. The Duke was encouraged by the adherents of Molyneux, the Constable of Chester, who came with a strong body of archers. But Gloucester, who only wanted a plea for deposing his nephew, eagerly seized on this circumstance, and agreed with Arundel, Warwick, and Sir Thomas Mortimer at Huntingdon to depose Richard and take the crown into his own custody. De Vere was rapidly marching towards London, but was met by Gloucester and Lord Derby, Lancaster's son, at Radcot Bridge in Oxfordshire and utterly routed. Molyneux was slain, but De Vere made his escape to Ireland, and thence to Holland, where he died about 4 years afterwards. The successful appellants returned to London at the head of their 40,000 men, and presented 39 articles of impeachment against the 5 already named, the Archbishop of York, Suffolk, De Vere, Tressilian the judge, and Brember, mayor of London. All except Brember, who was in prison, had fled, and all the judges except Sir William Skepworth were arrested as they sat in their courts, and committed to the Tower. The king demanded the opinion of the principal lawyers of the day on the validity of the impeachment, who unanimously declared it to be informal and illegal. But the peers determined to proceed, on which the bishops and abbots all protested against taking any part in judgments of blood, and left the house in a body. The accused were condemned and adjudged to death, but only Sir Nicholas Brember and Tressilian the judge, who was hated by the people for his bloody sentences on those involved in the late insurrection, and who was betrayed in his concealment by a servant, were executed. Nothing could be more arbitrary than the proceedings of this wonderful parliament, as it was called. Brember, who was a commoner, was adjudged and condemned by the peers, who were certainly not his peers. The Archbishop of York had crossed to Flanders, where he passed the short remainder of his days as a humble parish priest. The wonderful Parliament, or, as others termed it, the merciless Parliament, which sat all the spring of 1388 and was dissolved on the 3rd of June, employed itself, at the instigation of the vindictive Gloucester, who had a savage thirst of blood, in imprisoning, condemning, and driving away the king's friends, even to his confessor. The judges who gave the extrajudicial answers to the king at Nottingham were condemned to death, but at the intercession of the bishops were banished to Ireland, while Blake, the secretary who drew up those answers, and Usk, who had been made under-sheriff, were put to death. Sir John Beauchamp, Sir James Berners, Sir John Salisbury, and Sir Simon Burley were all executed, Salisbury being drawn and hanged. Gloucester did not suffer the Parliament to dissolve without an order for the expulsion of the Bohemians who attended the Queen, or without passing acts to incapacitate the king from reversing the attainders, which 468 they had issued. This strange Parliament at once declared that its judgments should never be reversed, nor any of its statutes ever repealed. Yet it declared that it had pronounced things treason which had never been so held before, and therefore no judge should ever make its example a precedent. It gave to the appellants £20,000 in remuneration for their services, and granted to them and their friends a full indemnity, besides a general pardon to the opposite party, with the exception of 18 persons named. Richard, stunned, as it were, by this stern and sanguinary demonstration on the part of his great and haughty relatives, remained for about 12 months passive, and in a manner extinguished in his own kingdom. But we may rest satisfied that he never for a moment in his own mind intended that this state of things should last a day longer than he could help, or that they who now carried measures against him with a high hand and a combined power should escape their due punishment. He felt that the sons of Zeruiah were too hard for him, that his arbitrary uncles and cousins had artfully raised the public will against him, and that it was vain to resist. Gloucester had done his bloody work, and it only required time to make the nation feel repugnance to the agency of so much cruelty. His administration did not by its splendor conceal the hideousness of the acts on which his power was based. Arundel, indeed, did some brave deeds at sea, but the only brilliant deed on land was the Battle of Otterburn, which has been so celebrated by the minstrels of that day, as may be seen in Percy's Reliques of English Poetry. It was fought on the 15th of August, 1388, and Douglas, the Scottish chief, was killed. But on the English side Sir Henry Percy, the celebrated Hotspur, and Ralph Percy were taken prisoners, and the English, according to Froissart, were driven from the field, though English writers give a different account, each party, in fact, claiming the victory. By degrees the terror which Gloucester had inspired began to die away from the minds of men. They began to sympathize with their youthful king, kept in such unworthy subjection, and to offer to him their aid and services. No sooner did Richard feel conscious of this change in the public feeling than he gave one of those proofs of high thought and bold, prompt action, which, if they had been the results of a steady, energetic temperament and not mere evanescent flashes, would have made his enemies stoop in awe before him, and his reign fortunate. In a great council held in May 1389, he suddenly addressed his uncle Gloucester. "How old do you think I am?" "Your Highness," replied Gloucester, "is in your 22nd year." "Then," said the king, "I must surely be old enough to manage my own concerns. I have been longer under the control of guardians than any ward in my dominions. I thank ye, my lords, for your past services, but I require them no longer." Before the council could recover from its surprise, he demanded the seals from the Archbishop of Canterbury, and gave them to William of Wykeham, Bishop of Winchester, and the keys of the Exchequer from the Bishop of Hereford, handing them to one of his own friends. Gloucester, after a private interview with his nephew, finding it impossible to move him, retired into the country. Richard retained his uncle, York, and his cousin, Henry of Bolingbroke, in his favor, and entrusted them with the chief administration of affairs. For about 8 years Richard ruled with a moderation and a deference to the rights of Parliament and the people, which won him much popularity. He, on one occasion, voluntarily remitted some subsidies, declaring that he would not call for them till he really needed them. His uncle Lancaster returned from Spain, and having placed his two daughters on the thrones of that country and of Portugal, he appeared satisfied in his ambition, and disposed not only to acquiesce in the sway of his nephew, but also to reconcile him to the offending Gloucester, whom he brought again to court. It was not long, however, before there was great division between the royal brothers. For Lancaster's wife being dead, he married Catherine Swynford, a daughter of a private gentleman of Hainault, who had been his mistress, and by whom he had several children. His brothers York and Gloucester were highly incensed at this marriage of the great John of Gaunt, regarding the lady of far too inferior birth to enter into their alliance. But Richard not only countenanced his uncle in this honourable proceeding, but passed an act through Parliament to legitimize the children, and created the eldest son Earl of Somerset. Betrothal of the Princess Isabella to Richard, CP 472. See larger version. By this rupture between the royal brothers, the power of Richard was left unassailed, which it never was when they were united, and the country enjoyed internal tranquility. He ceded to his uncle of Lancaster the province of Guienne 470 for life. But, as the inhabitants remonstrated loudly against this act, it was finally revoked with the Duke's consent. He concluded a peace with France in 1394, which also included Scotland, Robert Roman II, having died in 1390, and John, his eldest son, now reigning under the title of Robert Roman III. The Scots entertaining the same prejudice against a king of the name of John as the French and English, each nation remembering with disgust the reign of a King John. Meantime Richard frequently met his parliament, and appeared on all occasions anxious to possess its approbation. He even on one occasion asked his officers of state to resign, and place themselves at the bar of Parliament, requesting everyone who had cause of complaint to prefer it. Pleased with this condescension, Parliament not only bore willing testimony to the honour of the ministers, but were ready to meet all the king's demands for money. By consent of Parliament, also, he recalled such of the bishops who had been banished to Ireland as now survived, made his confessor a bishop, and moreover, on hearing of the death of the Duke of Ireland, he restored the earldom of Oxford in favour of his uncle, Sir Aubrey de Vere, and afterwards had the body of the Duke brought from Louvain, and reinterred with great state in the church of Colney. At this time, also, after much dispute with Rome regarding the appointment by the Pope of foreigners to English bishoprics and livings, he settled that question on a better basis than it had yet occupied, passing the last and most comprehensive of the statutes of provisors, by which it is provided that any persons receiving such investment from Rome, or carrying causes there, shall, with all their abettors, suffer forfeiture of all their goods, chattels, and lands, wherever found, and be put out of the king's protection. These were years in which Richard appeared to realize the early auguries of his reign, and act with such wisdom and moderation as make the latter portion of his days a marvel and a sad mystery. But we believe the mystery will be solved by the fact that he now, that is, in June 1394, lost his excellent queen, the good Queen Anne. She died at her favourite palace of Sheen, and Richard, who had been most ardently attached to her, was so beside himself with grief that, in a state of frenzy, he ordered the palace of Sheen to be levelled with the ground, and the rooms where Anne died were actually dismantled. From all that we learn of Anne, it appears very evident that her influence over Richard was of the most beneficial kind, and that the longer she lived the more prudent and popular he became. With her, he lost his compass and his guiding star, and wandered off the good way. In the immediate bitterness of his grief, however, he was advised, in order to divert his sorrow, to make a visit to his Irish dominions. There was certainly confusion enough there to occupy his thoughts. The wars of the last three monarchs, and the troubles of the second Edward, had withdrawn their attention from Ireland, and both the native and the English races there had made great encroachments on the authority of the government. The revenues had formerly produced a surplus of £30,000. They were not now equal to the necessary expenses of the management of the island. The natives, asserting their ancient territories, were fast enclosing the English in narrower bounds, while the English were at variance amongst themselves. They were divided into two classes, those who had helped to conquer the country, and those who had been recently sent there by the English government. There were, therefore, English by race merely, and English by birth. The descendants of the original invaders had, in proportion as they were remote from the seat of government, grown independent, and in many cases adopted the language and manners of the natives. Many of these men retained great numbers of armed followers, made inroads on their neighbors, ruled as kings in their own districts, and expelled all thence who would not conform to their will. Such was Thomas Fitzmaurice, who, to secure his goodwill, was created Earl of Desmond, and who yet was rather a terror than a strength to the government. These old settlers, the English by race merely, were very jealous of new arrivals, many of them being poor courtiers who were sent there, as they were in later days sent to our colonies, to help themselves to what they could secure, and others banished men. These were supported by the English government as a counterbalance to the power of the native chiefs, and of the English by race. Edward Roman III had indeed forbade any office to be held, but by Englishmen still connected with England by property or office. But this produced such a ferment among the Old Englishry that it was obliged to be abandoned. While these feuds and divisions weakened the English party, the native chiefs pushed on their advances, and the greater part of Ulster was recovered by the 471 O'Neills. Much of Connaught was regained by the O'Connors, and the O'Briens made equal conquests in Leinster. To prevent amalgamation of the English chiefs with the native Irish, and thus the strengthening of their formidable native power, Edward Roman III had passed the famous Statute of Kilkenny, which made it high treason to marry with the Irish. It was in the hope that an English nobleman, residing in the country with a permanent right, and with almost regal power, might reduce the island to order, that Richard had made the Earl of Oxford Duke of Ireland, and granted to him and his heirs forever all the lands which he should conquer from the native Irish, except such as they had retaken from the crown or from former grantees. The hopes which had been entertained from this scheme were defeated by the king's feud with the barons, and by the attainder and banishment of Oxford. Richard now set out to reduce the different factions, and restore order himself, at the head of 4,000 men-at-arms and 30,000 archers, and attended by the Duke of Gloucester and the Earls of Rutland and Nottingham. He landed at Waterford in October, 1394, and at the approach of so effective a force, the most daring chieftains retired into their bogs and mountains. Such was the vigor with which Richard on this occasion prosecuted his object, no doubt finding a great relief to his mind in action, that very soon the Irish made terms of surrender, and the four principal kings, O'Neill, O'Brien, O'Connor, and MacMurrough, came in and attended the king to Dublin, where they were, no doubt, much to the annoyance of their wild Irish habits, obliged to assume the outward smoothness of civilization, most reluctantly induced to receive the honor of knighthood, to be arrayed in robes of state, and feasted in all decorum at the king's table. The Irish chieftains, to the number of 75, did homage, and agreed to the payment of a yearly tribute. Richard never on any occasion, not even in the Wat Tyler riots, displayed more energy and tact. He had all the qualities which should distinguish a monarch. He reformed the abuses of the government, redressed grievances, enforced the laws, removed tyrannical officers, and thus reconciled the minds of the Irish, and re-established the English supremacy. This good work was interrupted by a violent dispute between the Lollards and the church at home. The reformers had acquired much power, and feeling their influence amongst the people, they prepared a sweeping petition to the Commons, containing many facts which were yet too strong for reception by the government. They objected to the celibacy of the clergy, and complained that, by accepting offices under government, and being ministers of state and even generals, they were attempting to do the impossible thing, namely, to serve God and mammon. They declared that by teaching transubstantiation they led to idolatry, that through the confessional they acquired a despotism over the people. By authorizing war and criminal executions, they opposed the law of Christ, which was one of love and mercy, and they even asserted that by licensing men to exercise the trade of goldsmiths and swordsmiths, they violated the principles of the gospel, which were those of simplicity and peace. Though no one was found hardy enough to present the petition abounding with doctrines which, though they had existed in the New Testament for nearly 14 centuries, were still too new to the public for acceptance, yet the clergy were alarmed at this demonstration, and solicited the protection of the king, who severely reprimanded the leaders of the Lollards, and ordered all teachers of that persuasion to be expelled from the University of Oxford. Good Queen Anne was gone, and a new era, with new influences and fortunes, was at hand. Richard now astonished the whole country by proposing to marry the eldest daughter of the King of France. The strong antipathy which the long and cruel wars had nourished between the two nations made them already regard each other as natural and hereditary enemies. Both the people of England and France, therefore, were surprised at this proposal, and averse from it. But the people are little consulted in any age in these matters, and the proposal, after some discussion at the French court, was well entertained. At the English court it was far from popular. The princes and barons looked on the French wars as the sources of fresh military glory and promotion. The Duke of Gloucester most of all expressed his opposition to it. He had more reasons than one. The first was that he had a daughter whom he would fain see married to Richard. By this alliance he could calculate on his descendants succeeding to the throne of England, even if he could not himself usurp it. During the king's life, with his easy and pleasure-loving disposition, he could calculate on engrossing the real power of the state. Not less strange 472 was his second reason. If the king allied himself to France, he would thus greatly strengthen his authority at home, and Gloucester was too far-seeing not to perceive that Richard, who never forgot an injury, would then be in a position to revenge himself on him for his past attempts to usurp the control over his nephew, and especially for the armed conspiracy which had destroyed his favorite ministers and suspended his prerogative for 12 months. That this marriage was a matter entirely of policy was clear enough. The French princess was a mere child 10 years of age. The preliminaries were, however, soon concluded, and the ceremony took place in 1396. The conduct of Richard after this marriage was such as to lead the people the more sensibly to deplore the death of the good Queen Anne. Instead of the better spirit which had distinguished his latter years, instead of the wise and active conduct which he had displayed in Ireland, while under the influence of a salutary sorrow, a light and thoughtless disposition had taken its place, as if a mere girlish wife had brought with her an atmosphere of trifling and frivolity. With the exception of his harsh treatment of the city a few years before, and the deprivation of its charter, which, though soon restored, had left a lively memory of the arbitrary fact, there was not much in Richard's political conduct to complain of. But his personal character was rapidly deteriorating. He lived in a continual course of feasting and dissipation, and thus wasted the funds he had received with the Queen and the resources derived from his people. Amongst the principal favorites of this time were his half-brother, the murderer, Sir John Holland, who had been on a pilgrimage to Jerusalem in penance for his crimes, and now was dignified with the title of the Earl of Huntingdon, as his brother was with that of the Earl of Kent. Through the hands of these men all favors and honors passed, and we cannot suppose that their conversations and counsels were very good for the king. His household was on a most ruinous scale, consisting, it is said, of not less than 10,000 persons, and the riot and follies carried on their excited great disgust. All these matters were carefully noted by the discontented Duke of Gloucester, still more morose from the king's refusal of his daughter, on the plea of her being too near akin. It was in vain that the king made him rich presents to win his goodwill. He was still sullen, morose, and destitute of all courtesy, returning the attentions of the nobles with abrupt and curt answers, so that they said amongst themselves, if ever Gloucester could stir up a war he would. At length Richard resolved to strike his long-deferred blow. He invited the Earl of Warwick to dinner, and then, the latter being off his guard, he had him arrested at the house of the Chancellor, near Temple Bar, and committed to the Tower. The Primate was made use of to bring his brother, the Earl of Arundel, to a private interview with the king, who instantly arrested him and sent him to Carisbrooke Castle. But perhaps the most revolting of these insidious modes of arrest was that of the Duke of Gloucester himself. Richard, while intending to sacrifice his uncle's life, did not hesitate to pay him a visit at his castle of Pleshy, in Essex. Here Gloucester came forth with his wife and daughter to meet him, without any suspicion, and, according to the account of the rolls of Parliament, with a dutiful procession. The king caused him to be seized and hurried on board a vessel by the Earl Marshal, and conveyed to Calais. It is said by contemporary chroniclers that, while this was doing, Richard was conversing in a friendly guise with the Duchess. Froissart says Richard was kindly entertained, requested Gloucester to accompany him to London, and had him seized on the way. This does not appear probable if the parliamentary rolls are correct, but in any case, the manner of the thing was treacherous and unworthy of a great monarch. The sudden disappearance of the Duke alarmed all his friends and partisans, who believed that he was murdered, and they trembled for their own security. To pacify the public mind, Richard issued a proclamation, stating that these arrests had been made with the full assent of the Dukes of Lancaster and York, and of their sons and all the leading members of the council, that they were made, not on account of the transactions of the 10th and 11th years of his reign, for which bills of indemnity had been given, but for recent offences, and that no one need be alarmed on account of participation in those past proceedings. This was to lull into security fresh victims, and to obtain that sanction from Lancaster, York, and their sons, which Richard pretended to have had, and which was not true. These princes were at Nottingham, and Richard determined to retort upon them their conduct towards his favourites. He therefore hastened down thither, and as these noblemen were at dinner, he suddenly summoned for 73 them to the gate, and compelled them to set their seals to a form of arrest which had been prepared for the purpose. They were made to say, "We appeal Thomas Duke of Gloucester, Richard Earl of Arundel, and Thomas Earl of Warwick, as traitors to your majesty and realm, and to call for trial upon them." Arrest of the Duke of Gloucester, CP 472. See larger version. To secure his measures, Richard employed every means to impress the Parliament and public with awe. Great preparations were made for the assembling of a Parliament, which was to decide the fate of a prince of the blood, and one so powerful and popular, as well as of some of the chief nobles of the realm. It is said that the sheriffs had been tampered with, a most base and unconstitutional act, and which, resorted to in the assembling of this famous Parliament, opened the way for much subsequent corruption of the kind. A wooden shed of large extent was erected near Westminster Hall, for the reception of so numerous an assembly as was summoned to give the fuller sanction to its decrees, and the lords came with such prodigious retinues, no doubt for their own safety, that they not only occupied all the lodgings of London, but of the towns and villages for 10 miles round. The king came to Westminster, attended by 600 men-at-arms, wearing the royal livery of the Hart, and 200 archers, raised in Cheshire. On the second day of the session, Sir John Bussey, the 474 Speaker and a thorough creature of the king, petitioned that the clergy might appoint proxies, the canons forbidding their presence at any trials of blood, and Lord Thomas Percy was appointed their procurator. The Parliament passed whatever Richard was pleased to dictate to it. It annulled the Commission of Regency and the statute confirming it, passed in the 10th year of his reign. It abrogated all the acts which attainted the king's ministers, though the Parliament which passed them and the people had sworn to maintain them forever, and declared that they had been extorted by force. It revoked all pardons granted heretofore to Gloucester, Arundel, and Warwick. This vassal assembly first impeached Thomas Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury, as the aider and abettor of the accused noblemen, for having moved and advised the arrest and execution of Sir Simon Burley and Sir James Berners, contrary to the wishes of the king, and that while chancellor and bound to support the rights of the crown. The archbishop rose to defend himself, but Richard, fearful of the effect of his eloquence, desired him to waive a while his observations, on pretence of requiring more time to consider the matter. But the next day he was declared to be guilty and banished for life. The following day, September 21st, the charges were read to the lords against the 3 nobles. They were that Gloucester and Arundel had compelled the king, under menace of his life, to sign the Commission of Regency, that at Hornsey Park they had drawn to their party the Earl of Warwick and Sir Thomas Mortimer, and by force had compelled the king to do their will. The Earls of Rutland, Kent, Huntingdon, Somerset, Salisbury, and Nottingham, and the Lords Spencer and Scrope were accused of the same crime, that at Huntingdon they had conspired to depose the king, and shown him the statute of the deposition of Edward Roman II, and had also insisted on the death of Sir Simon Burley, in opposition to the king's will. The Earl of Arundel pleaded not guilty and former pardons, but he was condemned and executed. Warwick was convicted of high treason, but on account of his submissive behavior, his life was spared, and he was banished to the Isle of Man. On the 24th, a mandate was issued by the king and his council in Parliament to the Earl Marshal to bring his prisoner, the Duke of Gloucester, from Calais to the bar of the house. 3 days after this, an answer was returned by the Earl Marshal that he could not produce the said Duke before the king and his council in that Parliament, for that, being in his custody in the king's prison at Calais, he there died. The simple, unexplanatory abruptness of this announcement is particularly startling. It impresses the mind with the conviction of foul play, and suggests that the king, not daring to bring to further trial a prince so nearly related to the crown, and so highly esteemed by the people, and yet resolved not to let him escape, had procured his assassination. Apoplexy and other things were talked of, but there could be but one opinion of his end: murder. How this was effected has never been discovered. when Henry Bolingbroke had usurped Richard's throne, and it was his particular interest to prove Richard a murderer of their common uncle, one John Hall, a servant of the Earl of Nottingham, was brought forward, who swore that to his knowledge the Duke was taken from the prison to an inn, called the Prince's Inn, and there smothered between two beds by a servant of the king and another of the Earl of Rutland. Though 8 persons were named in the paper as being concerned in the transaction, none of these were ever examined, nor was Hall brought before any judge. But having made this confession, he was at once beheaded. It appears sufficiently clear, therefore, that this was an invention of Bolingbroke's to blacken the character of Richard. Froissart says he was strangled in prison by 4 people with towels, but the mode matters little. The fact of Gloucester's murder cannot admit of a doubt, and whatever it was, the Parliament appears not to have troubled itself about it. They declared, both Lords and Commons, that he was a traitor, and confiscated all his property to the Crown. The rest of the nobles and prelates named in the indictment were then conditionally pardoned, except those who took up arms against the king in his 11th year, including Lord Cobham, who was banished to Jersey for life, and Mortimer, who had fled into the wilds of Ireland and was outlawed. What is extraordinary is that several of the very peers who were engaged in these transactions, now declared treasonable, sat in judgment on their more unlucky accomplices. The Duke of York, the Bishop of Winchester, and Sir Richard Scrope had been members of Gloucester's Commission of Regency, and Derby and Nottingham were 2 of the 5 who appealed to the favourites of treason. Some of these were not 475 only winked at, but even promoted when the trial was over. Richard, indeed, in Parliament, fully exculpated them, asserting that, though for a time deceived by the pretences of Gloucester, they had abandoned his cause like good and loyal subjects. He then created his cousins, Derby and Rutland, Dukes of Hereford and Albemarle, his 2 half-brothers, the Earls of Kent and Huntingdon, Dukes of Surrey and Exeter, the Earl of Nottingham, Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Somerset, Marquis of Dorset, the Lords Despencer, Neville, Percy, and William Scrope, Earls of Gloucester, Westmoreland, Worcester, and Wiltshire. On the last day of the session of this servile Parliament, the peers took an oath that all the judgments passed in this Parliament should have the full force of statutes forever, that anyone attempting to reverse them should be held to be a traitor, and that the clergy should excommunicate him. The Commons held out their hands in acquiescence with this oath, and Lord Thomas Percy, the proxy of the clergy, swore on their behalf. The Parliament was then prorogued till after the Christmas holidays, when it met at Gloucester. Perhaps no period of our history exhibits a monarch more reckless of the restraints of the Constitution than Richard at this epoch, nor a Parliament more servilely disposed to grovel at his feet and surrender every valuable right. Before closing its sessions, the Commons not only granted him most liberal supplies, but a tax on wool, wool fells, and hides, not for the year as previously, but for life, thus rendering him, to a great degree, independent of Parliament. And Richard, again, to provide against any repeal of this munificent grant, published a general pardon, which, however, was to become void the moment any future Parliament attempted to repeal this act. But this vile Parliament went still further in surrendering the birthrights of the people. It had been customary to appoint a committee of the peers and judges formerly, to remain after the business of the session was completed, to hear and determine on such petitions as had not been already answered. Advantage was now taken to seize on this form of a committee to supersede the general functions of Parliament, and 12 peers and 6 commoners, not judges or justices, were not only invested with the powers of the ancient committees, but also to hear, examine, and determine all matters and subjects which had been moved in the presence of the king, with all the dependencies thereof. 1/2 only of these were required to attend, so that to 9 people were transferred all the powers and authority of Parliament. The immediate object of this stretch of parliamentary, and under its guise, of kingly power, was to execute the designs of the monarch which led to his ruin. Richard was of that light and sensitive character, and had been early so imbued with the idea of the divinity that doth hedge a king, that he was easily led on to the most arbitrary conduct. In the late proceedings against Gloucester and his adherents, he had broken unceremoniously through all the restraints of the Constitution, and the obsequiousness of Parliament induced him now to imagine that he had placed himself above all law. Parliament had granted him supplies for life, and with the aid of the committee to which Parliament had so tamely resigned its prerogative, all persons well affected to the king, he could, he imagined, do just as he pleased, and he lost no time in putting this to the proof. He had destroyed Gloucester, he resolved to cut off or remove other overgrown relatives and nobles. The lively and strong memory which Richard had always shown of past injuries, but never more so than during the late trials, struck terror into the hearts of many who were conscious that they had offended. Amongst these was the Duke of Norfolk. At present he stood apparently high amongst Richard's friends, but he was well aware how slippery was that position, and he was conscious that his reluctance to carry out the bloody proscription against Gloucester would be treasured up in the king's never-failing remembrance for the first tempting occasion. Of the original Lords Appellant, he only and the Duke of Hereford now remained. Norfolk happening to overtake Hereford, on the road between Brentford and London, the following conversation took place, according to Hereford's statement of it, as it still remains on the rolls of Parliament. Norfolk, we are on the point of being undone. Hereford, why so? Norfolk, on account of the affair at Radcot Bridge. Hereford, how can that be, since the king has granted us pardon, and has declared in Parliament that we behaved as good and loyal subjects? Norfolk, nevertheless, our fate will be like that of others before us. He will annul that record. Hereford, it will be marvelous, indeed, if the king, after having said so before the people, should cause it to be annulled. Norfolk, it is a marvelous and false world that we live in. For I know well that, had it not been for some persons, my lord your father of Lancaster and yourself would have 476 been taken or killed, when you went to Windsor after the Parliament. The Dukes of Albemarle and Exeter, and the Earl of Worcester and I, have pledged ourselves never to assent to the undoing of any lord without just and reasonable cause. But this malicious project belongs to the Duke of Surrey, the Earls of Wiltshire and Salisbury, drawing to themselves the Earl of Gloucester. They have sworn to undo 6 lords, the Dukes of Lancaster, Hereford, Albemarle and Exeter, the Marquess of Dorset and myself, and have power to reverse the attainder of Thomas Earl of Lancaster, which would turn to the derision of us and many others. Hereford, God forbid. It will be a wonder if the king should assent to such designs. He appears to make me good cheer, and has promised to be my good lord. Indeed, he has sworn by St. Edward to be a good lord to me and others. Norfolk, so he has often sworn to me by God's body, but I do not trust him the more for that. He is attempting to draw the Earl of March into the scheme of the 4 lords to destroy the others. Hereford, if that be the case, we can never trust them. Norfolk, certainly not. Though they may not accomplish their purpose now, they will contrive to destroy us in our houses 10 years hence. Hereford must have taken the earliest opportunity to communicate this confidential conversation to the king. It showed him that the king was carefully watching those who had formerly appeared as his enemies. He was in haste, therefore, to secure himself by the sacrifice of the friend who had thus put him on his guard. Whatever were the steps he took for this end, he received a summons to attend the king at Heywood, where he was made to pledge himself on his allegiance to lay the whole of the preceding conversation before the council. Hereford took care not to leave the king without obtaining a full pardon for himself, under the Great Seal, for all the treasons, misprisions, and offences that he had ever committed. Accordingly he appeared in full Parliament, and laid this statement before them. But it contained so much which would naturally incense the king, that he went to Richard the next day, and throwing himself on his knees before him, once more craved his pardon, declaring that, when he took part formerly in measures against the king, he did not know that he was doing wrong, but that now he knew it, and implored forgiveness for it. All this anxiety showed that he was conscious of having entered into the very conspiracies which he was now endeavoring to throw off upon others. Richard, with his usual smooth duplicity, once more assured him before the whole Parliament of his entire pardon, and promised him great favour. But Richard had, no doubt, already made up his mind as to what he would do. He had here strong hold on his turbulent and disaffected nobles, and he never let such advantages escape him. The great object, therefore, of obtaining a committee of men devoted to him, in whom were concentrated all the powers of Parliament, was to deal with these 2 nobles, who were dangerous to the solidity of his throne. To this convenient committee, this sort of pocket Parliament, Richard referred the decision of the cause between them. Norfolk, aware of danger, had not appeared in his place in Parliament, but he was summoned by proclamation, and on surrender was brought before Richard at Oswaldster. There he boldly declared his innocence, and denounced the whole of Hereford's story as false, the lies of a false traitor. Richard had them now in his power, and ordered them both into custody. He proceeded to Bristol, where his little pocket parliament went on exercising all the functions and authority of the real parliament, and Richard caused them to enact that their statutes were of equal authority with those of a full parliament, and should take the same effect, that all prelates before taking possession of their sees, all tenants of the crown before receiving possession of their lands, should take an oath to observe the enactments of this junto as perfectly as those of Parliament itself, and that any person attempting to alter or revoke them should be guilty of treason. No more absolute independence of Parliament was ever assumed in this country. The violations of the Constitution, for which Charles I afterwards lost his head, were not more outrageous than these. The controversy between Hereford and Norfolk, it was decreed by this committee, should be referred to a High Court of Chivalry, which was appointed to take place at Windsor on the 29th of April. As Hereford here persisted in the charge, and Norfolk as stoutly denied it, and as no witnesses could be brought, the court determined that the decision of the question should be made by wager of battle, which was to take place at Coventry on the 16th of September. There, at the moment that the two antagonists were on the point of running a tilt at each other, the king threw down his warder, and the Earl Marshal stayed the combat. The king then pronounced sentence of banishment upon them both, which, he informed them, was the judgment of the council. Hereford was exiled for 10 years, Norfolk for life. It is clear, from the greater severity of the sentence of Norfolk, that the charges of Hereford had told against him. He was pronounced guilty of having, on his own 477 confession, endeavoured to excite dissensions amongst the great lords, and of having secretly opposed the repeal of the Acts of Gloucester's Parliament. Richard took precautions to prevent the malcontents associating abroad so as to plot treason. The Duke of Norfolk was commanded to go on pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and after that to reside only in Germany, Hungary, or Bohemia, and neither of the dukes was to hold any communication with the banished Archbishop of Canterbury at any time during their exile. Hereford, a man of consummate command of his temper, cool, calculating, and as unprincipled as he was ambitious, appeared to submit to this extraordinary, and by all unexpected, sentence, with so much humility that he obtained from Richard various benefits which a more openly indignant man would have lost. In the first place, the king, touched by his submission, promised to shorten the term of his exile 5 years. He acceded to Hereford's request that letters patent should be granted to both the banished lords to appoint attorneys to take possession of any inheritances which might fall to them during their absence, though they could not be there to perform homage or swear fealty. This request has been pronounced by some historians a mysterious one, but there is no mystery about it. John of Gaunt, Hereford's father, was now old and infirm, and not likely to live long. He had so lost all that high and swelling spirit which distinguished him through a long life, that he had consented to sign the royal acts against his own family, that for the attainder of his brother Gloucester, and now for the banishment of his own son. If he died while his son was abroad under sentence of banishment, all his vast estates would pass to the crown, in default of the performance of the necessary feudal conditions of tenure. Hereford, aware of this, endeavoured to guard against it by this royal engagement, and probably, that his design might not be too obvious, was a party to the extension of the favour to his opponent. We shall presently see that Hereford's precaution did not prevent Richard seizing on Lancaster's estates, as that sagacious nobleman feared, but it gave Hereford a grand plea for his return to vindicate his usurped rights. The two banished dukes took their departure. Richard, to soften still more the mind of Hereford, sent to him at Calais a present of 1,000 marks. The unfortunate Norfolk, after his pilgrimage, returned and died of a broken heart at Venice. And we may here notice what became of the exiled Archbishop of Canterbury. After residing some time in France, the Pope appointed him to the See of St. Andrews in Scotland. This step was taken at the request of Richard, who flattered himself that he had thus rendered a troublesome adversary harmless. Richard now imagined that he had reached the summit of uncontrollable power. With his taxes secured for life, instead of being compelled every year to come to Parliament to solicit their renewal, and to be called to account by the Commons for their expenditure, with his obsequious little pocket Parliament and Council ready to decree any measure that he willed, however unjust and unconstitutional, and with a standing body of 10,000 archers, maintained out of those foolishly conceded lifelong supplies, Richard was, in fact, an absolute monarch. Froissart says, "No man, however great, dared speak against anything that he did. He had lopped off or driven away the most powerful of his nobles and kinsmen, and he now raised money by forced loans. He compelled the judges to expound the law at his pleasure. He forced the unhappy adherents of Gloucester to purchase and repurchase charters of pardon, and, to obtain plenty of fines and amercements, he at one stroke outlawed 17 counties, on the charge of having favored his enemies at the Battle of Radcut Bridge. He could accuse both sides at pleasure of being his enemies, for, while he had secretly commissioned the Duke of Ireland to take up arms, Gloucester and Hereford were ostensibly maintaining the royal cause. The money thus extorted from his groaning subjects was spent with reckless extravagance. We have already spoken of the prodigal license and swarming numbers of his court. That of Edward Roman III had been esteemed very magnificent, but this of Richard far eclipsed it, and the chroniclers describe with wonder the gorgeous furniture and equipages, the feasts and pageants of this court, which had not the martial glory to make it tolerable to the people which Edward's had. It is said that the number of tailors, cloth merchants, cooks, jewelers, and retainers in costly liveries was something inconceivable. But like that of many another thoughtless king, Richard's grandeur was hollow and delusive. It had no basis in the affections of any class of the community. The friends of Gloucester and Hereford, and the other nobles who were banished, were full of violent discontent, and secretly 478 diffused it on every side. The people saw with indignation their hard-earned money wasted on the worst of creatures. Richard had made them his enemies at the very commencement of his reign by his perfidious conduct to them in the Wat Tyler insurrection, and by the cruelty with which he pursued them afterwards. As Shakespeare makes the nobles say, "Ross, the commons hath he pilled with grievous taxes, and quite lost their hearts, the nobles hath he fined for ancient quarrels, and quite lost their hearts. Willofby, and daily new exactions are devised, as blanks, benevolences, and I wot not what. But what, O God's name, doth become of this? Northumberland, wars have not wasted it, for ward he hath not, but basely yielded upon compromise. That which his ancestors achieved with blows, more hath he spent in peace than they in wars. There wanted but a match to explode the mine, already laid by his folly and want of real regard to his people, under Richard's feet, and this came in the death of the aged John of Gaunt. He died about 3 months after the banishment of his son, an event which no doubt hastened his end. Now was seen the wisdom of Hereford's act in procuring the letters patent for the securing of his inheritance, for the arbitrary rapacity of Richard at once revealed itself, and he declared that Hereford's banishment was tantamount to outlawry, which implied forfeiture of estate. And this dishonest and impolitic judgment, a great council which he assembled, including his Committee of Parliament, confirmed. It declared the patents granted both to Hereford and Norfolk were utterly illegal and void. Neither Richard nor his council hesitated, when it pleased them, to stultify and declare unlawful their own most solemn acts. In fact, all faith was banished, and government was a farce to be followed by a tragedy. Richard seized on the vast estates of the banished Hereford, now Duke of Lancaster, and when Henry Bowet, the Duke's attorney, resisted this iniquitous proceeding, he also was arrested and condemned to death as a traitor, but let off with banishment. This most lawless deed appeared to put the climax to the national endurance. The people murmured, the nobles assumed a sullen and brooding aspect, and the whole nation was ripe for revolt. Henry of Lancaster was not a man to let slip the favorable opportunity. He had always shown outward deference to the people. He waited and watched every movement from Paris, where he resided, and where he had been on the point of strengthening his position by marrying the daughter of the Duke of Berry, when Richard, in alarm, sent over an embassy and defeated it. Yet at this crisis, when Hereford, newly become Lancaster, was maddened by the seizure of all his domains and honors, did Richard venture to leave his kingdom, where he had not one real friend. His cousin and heir, the Earl of March, had been surprised and killed in a skirmish with the Irish. Richard, with his quick, resentful feelings in his eagerness to revenge his loss, determined at once to go to Ireland. He appointed the Duke of York, his uncle, regent in his absence, attended Mass at Windsor, and at the door of the church took wine and spices with his young queen, whom he repeatedly took up in his arms and kissed like a child, as she still was, being only about 12 years of age, saying, "Adieu, madam, adieu, till we meet again." From Windsor, Richard, accompanied by several noblemen, marched to Bristol, where those circumstances were pressed on his attention which would have made any prudent monarch return with all speed to his capital. Reports of plots and discontents reached him from various quarters. The Londoners, who had always shown the most decided liking for the present Duke of Lancaster, on hearing of Richard's voyage for Ireland, said amongst themselves, "Now goes Richard of Bordeaux to his destruction, as sure as did Edward Roman too, his great-grandfather. Like him, he has listened so long to evil counsellors that it can be neither concealed nor endured any longer." There were numbers of officers in his army who were as disaffected, and amongst these were the Lord Percy and his son. The king summoned these noblemen to his presence, but they got away into Scotland and put themselves under the protection of King Robert. The condition of England at this moment was very miserable. There were general murmurings and divisions in the community. Robbers and robberies abounded, justice was perverted, and the people said it was time there was some remedy. The bishops and nobles got into London for safety, and those who had lost their relatives by the king's exactions rejoiced in the trouble, and wished to see it grow. In their eyes the Duke of Gloucester had been a great and plain-spoken patriot, to whom the king would not listen, and who had lost his life through his honest representations of the condition of the country. From the wall painting by Henrietta Ray, Mrs. Normand, in the Royal Exchange. The Charity of Whittington. From the wall painting by Henrietta Ray, Mrs. Normand, in the Royal Exchange. See larger version. Under such circumstances, Richard set sail at Milford Haven, and in 2 days, on May 31st, 1399, landed at Waterford. There he lost 3 weeks in waiting for the Duke of Albemarle, who was to have followed him with another force, but who is supposed to have been influenced by the prevailing disaffection. At length Richard marched on towards Kilkenny, and many of the lesser chieftains came humbly, with halters round their necks, suing for pardon. Not so the great chieftain Macmurrough. He came to a parley with Scrope, the Earl of Gloucester, mounted on a magnificent grey charger, which had cost him 400 head of cattle, and brandishing a huge spear in his hand. He expressed his willingness to become a nominal vassal of the crown, but would be free of all compulsion or conditions. Richard refused to treat with so independent an individual, but set a price on his head, and proceeded to Dublin, where he was at length joined by Albemarle, and he then again gave chase to the wild Irish chief. But in the midst of this pursuit, he was suddenly arrested by news from England, which reduced all other considerations to nothing. Lancaster had landed at Ravensbourne in Yorkshire, and was rapidly collecting an army and marching towards London. While the Duke was brooding at Paris over the fresh indignity put upon him by Richard, who had sent the Earl of Salisbury to break off the match with Marie, Countess of Eu, daughter of the Duke of Berry, the exiled Archbishop of Canterbury arrived, bringing him the news of Richard's departure for Ireland and the desire of the people of London for his arrival. To elude the vigilance of the French court, he obtained permission to visit the Duke of Brittany, and he speedily set sail from Vannes for England. 3 small vessels carried the whole of his invading army, namely, the Archbishop, the son of the late Earl of Arundel, 15 lancers, and a few servants. But he had full reliance on the spirit which then animated all England. He was quickly joined by the Earls of Westmoreland and Northumberland, to whom he declared, in the White Friars at Doncaster, that he came only to reclaim the honours and estates of his father, which were secured to him by the king himself by his letters patent, and he swore to make no claim upon the crown. His uncle, the Duke of York, as regent of the kingdom in the royal absence, advanced to St. Albans ostensibly to oppose his progress. But it could not be supposed that he was very hearty in the cause, after having seen one brother murdered by the king, and the only son of the other, the great John of Gaunt, expelled and thwarted by him. The favourites of the king, the Earl of Wiltshire, Bussy, and Green, who were not only members of the infamous council, but had been farmers and exactors of the oppressive taxes, showed a prudent doubt of any sure protection from such a champion as York. They had been appointed to wait on the young queen at Wallingford, but they took flight, leaving her to fate, and fled to Bristol, in expectation of meeting the king. York very soon took the same direction, no doubt in the desire to resign, as soon as possible, his responsibility into the hands of the king, for he felt that there was no reliance on his army. Thus he left the way open to the capital, and Lancaster advanced along it with equal rapidity and success. On all the estates belonging to his family, he was received with rapture, and the people of London came out to meet him, headed by the clergy, with addresses of congratulation and offers of assistance. But he did not make much delay in the metropolis. All was evidently his own there. He therefore made a rapid march after his uncle, to prevent his union with the king's forces should he arrive, and he came up with him at Berkeley. After a friendly message from Lancaster, York met him in the castle church, and the result of their conference was that York joined his forces to those of Lancaster. Probably he might believe that Lancaster sought only his just demand of the enjoyment of his hereditary estates, which York had already avowed that he would aid him in. But from that moment, the cause of Richard was betrayed, and his doom was sealed. York, on his authority as the king's lieutenant, ordered Sir Peter Courtenay, the governor of Bristol Castle, to open its gates. Sir Peter, protesting that he knew no authority but the king's, yet submitted to the commands of York as regent. The next morning, the three late members of the council and farmers of the taxes, the Earl of Wiltshire, Bussy, and Green, were brought out and executed without any trial. The people had clamored loudly for their blood and were delighted at their deaths. The Duke of York took up his quarters at Bristol, and Lancaster, who must have had full confidence in the adhesion of his uncle, went on to Chester, where the people were most favorable to the king, in order to secure the city. Meanwhile Richard, having received this astounding news, prepared to pass over with his army. From this resolution, the Duke of 480 Albemarle, who played constantly into the hands of the Queen's enemies, used every endeavour to persuade him. At length it was determined that the Earl of Salisbury should sail with his own retainers, only 100 men, and endeavour to raise the inhabitants of Wales, Richard promising to follow in a week. The Tower of London, the White Tower. See larger version. Salisbury was successful. The men of both Wales and Cheshire flocked to the king's standard, and the Earl looked impatiently for the king's arrival. But no Richard appeared, and it was not till nearly 3 weeks from Salisbury's setting out that Richard came, with the Dukes of Albemarle, Exeter, and Surrey, the Earl of Worcester, the Bishops of London, Lincoln, and Carlisle, plenty of noblemen but hardly any soldiers. Scarcely had they landed, when the most general disaffection showed itself. The news of the Duke of York having joined Lancaster was fatal, and Richard, looking out of his window on the second morning after his arrival at Milford Haven, saw that his army had vanished. A council was instantly held in the greatest consternation. Some counselled the king to retire to his French provinces, but his evil genius, the Duke of Exeter, the quondam murderer, John Holland, strongly urged him to hasten on to Conway, where the Earl of Salisbury lay. If they could not make a stand there, they could still put out to sea for Guienne. This advice prevailed, but such was the confused state of the royal councils that, instead of advancing there in a small but compact 481 body, the king, disguised as a Franciscan friar, stole out of the camp at midnight, and accompanied by his two half-brothers, Exeter and Surrey, the Earl of Gloucester, the Bishop of Carlisle, and a few other attendants, made their way towards Conway. As soon as their departure was known, the military chest was plundered, and Albemarle, Worcester, and most of the leaders hastened to Lancaster, the rest dispersing to their own counties as best they might, insulted and robbed on their way by the Welsh. Conway Castle. See larger version. Still more overwhelming news met the fugitive king on reaching Conway. Instead of a fine army, there lay Salisbury with only 100 men, and destitute of all provisions. While Richard had delayed his coming, adverse influences had been brought to bear on Salisbury's host. Disheartening rumors were circulated amongst the troops, and in spite of Salisbury's tears and entreaties, they rapidly dispersed. In this deplorable situation, the mind of the king seems to have lost all its wonted courage. He sent his two half-brothers, the Dukes of Surrey and Exeter, to his haughty rival to ask what were his intentions. They could very easily be divined. Richard was wholly in his power, and it was not in the nature of Lancaster to let pass so tempting an opportunity of seizing a crown. While the two emissaries went on their mission, the king and Salisbury examined the castles of Beaumaris and Carnarvon, but finding only bare walls, they returned dejected to Conway. Meantime Surrey and Exeter were admitted to the presence of Lancaster at Chester, who at once detained them as prisoners. Here was already the traitor Albemarle, who was so gay that he could afford to taunt the fallen kinsmen of the king. Lancaster, having carefully informed himself of the retreat of the king, and that he had a considerable treasure deposited in the strong castle of Holt, immediately dispatched a body of troops to capture the money, and another of 400 men-at-arms and 1,000 archers, under the Duke of Northumberland, to secure the king. Northumberland marched into Flint, and thence to Rhuddlan Castle, and about 5 miles beyond the latter place left his detachment concealed behind a 482 rock. He then rode forward with only 4 attendants to Conway, where he was readily admitted to the presence of the king, who was in the highest anxiety regarding his brothers and the fate of their mission. The Duke replied that his brothers were quite well at Chester, and that he was himself dispatched with a letter to his Grace by the Duke of Exeter. In the letter, Exeter was instructed to say that Richard might put full confidence in the offers made by Northumberland. These were that the said Dukes, Exeter and Surrey, the Earl of Salisbury, the Bishop of Carlisle, and Magdalen, the king's chaplain, should take their trials for having advised the murder of Gloucester, that Lancaster should be made justiciary of the kingdom, as his ancestors had been before him, and these terms being conceded, the Duke would wait on the king at Flint, to implore pardon and accompany him to London. Richard, after consulting his friends, consented to the terms, but secretly assured his adherents implicated that he would stand by them steadfastly on their trial, and would take the first opportunity to be avenged on his and their enemies, saying he would flay some of them alive if he could, and that all the gold on earth should not induce him to spare them. He insisted on Northumberland swearing on behalf of Lancaster to the strict observance of the Articles, and, like Judas, says the writer of the account, in the Archologia which we are following, he perjured himself on the body of our Lord, that is he swore on the host. Northumberland set out, Richard reminding him of his oath, and telling him he relied upon him. He soon followed with a small company of friends and servants. On coming to a turn of the road, Richard exclaimed, "God of Paradise, assist me, I am betrayed. Do you not see pennons and banners in the valley?" Northumberland with 11 others just then came up, and pretended to be ignorant of any armed force near. "Earl of Northumberland," said Richard, "if I thought you capable of betraying me, it is not too late to return." "You cannot return," said Northumberland, seizing Richard's bridle. "I have promised to conduct you to the Duke of Lancaster." A body of lancers and archers came hastening up, and Richard, seeing all hope of escape gone by, exclaimed, "May the God on whom you laid your hand reward you and your accomplices at the last day." They reached Flint Castle that evening, where Richard, when left alone with his friends, vented the bitterness of his regret that he had repeatedly spared Lancaster, when he so carefully destroyed other and far less dangerous men. "Fool that I was," he exclaimed. "Thrice did I save the life of this Henry of Lancaster. Once my dear uncle, his father, on whom the Lord have mercy, would have put him to death for his treason and villainy. God of Paradise! I rode all night to save him, and his father delivered him to me to do with him as I pleased. How true is the saying that we have no greater enemy than the man whom we have preserved from the gallows. Another time he drew his sword on me, in the chamber of the Queen, on whom God have mercy. He was also the accomplice of the Duke of Gloucester and the Earl of Arundel. He consented to my murder, to that of his father, and of all my council. By St. John, I forgave him all, nor would I believe his father, who more than once pronounced him deserving of death." The next morning the fallen king, after a sleepless night, ascended the tower of the castle, and looked out anxiously for the approach of Lancaster, who had agreed to meet him there, and anon he saw him coming at the head of 80,000 men. This vast army came winding along the strand to the castle, which it surrounded, and Richard beheld himself a captive in the midst of his own subjects. At this sight, and the reflections it occasioned, the once arbitrary monarch shuddered, and bewailed his fate. He cursed Northumberland in impotent rage, but was soon called to meet Archbishop Arundel, himself a rebel returned, without asking leave, from banishment, the traitor Duke of Albemarle and the Earl of Worcester. They knelt in pretended homage, and Richard held a long conversation with Arundel. When they were gone, Richard again ascended to the tower, gazed on the great host of his revolted subjects, and feeling a dire foreboding of his fate, said, "Good Lord God, I commend myself into thy holy keeping, and cry thee mercy that thou wouldst pardon all my sins. If they put me to death, I will take it patiently, as thou didst for us all." At dinner there were only his few remaining adherents, and since they were all companions in misfortune, Richard would insist on their sitting down with him. While at their meal persons unknown came into the hall, and insulted and menaced him, and no sooner did he rise than he was summoned into the court to meet Lancaster. The Duke advanced to the king, clad in 483 complete armor but without helmet, and bending his knee, did obeisance with his cap in his hand. "Fair cousin of Lancaster," said Richard, uncovering, "you are right welcome." "My lord," replied Lancaster, "I am come somewhat before my time, but I will show you the reason. Your people complain that for the space of 20 or 22 years you have ruled them rigorously, but if it please God, I will help you to rule them better." The humbled monarch replied, "Fair cousin, since it pleaseth you, it pleaseth us well." The king's horses were ordered, and they set forward at once for Chester, amid a flourish of trumpets, Richard and the Earl of Salisbury riding on tired and wretched animals. The Duke came behind. At Chester, after issuing writs in the King's name for a meeting of Parliament, Lancaster dismissed a great part of his army and set out for London. At Lichfield Richard slipped unperceived out of his window, but was retaken in the court, and was ever afterwards strictly guarded. On arriving at London, Richard was sent to Westminster, and thence to the Tower, while the hypocritical Lancaster went in solemn state to St. Paul's, and pretended to weep a while at the tomb of his father, while in his heart he was congratulating himself on his successful treason. We have two conflicting statements of the manner of Richard's entrance into London. Froissart says that he was conducted secretly to the Tower for fear of the Londoners, who had a great hatred of him, but other accounts accord with that of Shakespeare, copied, no doubt, from the Chronicles, which make Lancaster conduct him thither in triumph. Parliament met on the 29th of September to consider of the course to be adopted, in other words, to carry out the will of Lancaster and depose Richard. It was clear that Richard had entirely lost the affections of the people. They would never again receive him. His utter want of regard for them, his continual exactions to waste their means on unworthy favorites, the contempt he had all along expressed for the people, and his severe treatment of them, his breach of all his oaths as a king, his attempts to make himself absolute and to rule by a junto, had made him disliked and despised through the whole realm, but especially in the metropolis. It is equally true that Lancaster was their favorite, and that they would willingly accept him as king. And had he been content to accept the crown as the popular gift, he would have had the highest possible title to it, far beyond any hereditary plea. But Lancaster disdained that only valid ground of right, and determined to claim it by descent. Than this there could be nothing more palpably untenable, for the Earl of March, the grandson of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the third son of Edward Roman III, was the true heir. As soon as Lancaster allowed it to be known that he did not really content himself with being the reformer of the state, but aspired to the crown, some of his chief supporters fell away, and amongst them the Earl of Northumberland, who had been made to assure Richard of his just treatment. This was a main reason for Lancaster dismissing a large part of his army at Chester, including the followers of Northumberland. The remaining transactions of this reign come to us chiefly through the rolls of Parliament, penned under the direct influence of Lancaster, and therefore are probably colored as much as possible to favor his own views, and cover his notorious usurpation. A deputation of prelates, barons, knights, and lawyers waited on Richard in the Tower, and received from him his resignation, which he was then said to have promised at Conway, but which we know was not the fact. He was also in that document, signed by him and presented by the deputies to Parliament, made to name, by his own preference, Lancaster as his successor. Of course, all this he was obliged to say. The next day this act of resignation was read in full Parliament, and there unanimously accepted, and received by the people with shouts of applause. If Richard had thus voluntarily abdicated, there could be no necessity for what immediately followed, a series of 33 articles of impeachment in order to his deposition. The chief charges contained in these were his violation of his coronation oath, his murder of the Duke of Gloucester, and his despotic and unconstitutional conduct. Of course, there was no opposition, but Merks, the Bishop of Carlisle, who had remained faithful to Richard and continued with him to the last, stood boldly forward, claimed for him the right to be confronted with his accusers, and urged that Parliament should have the opportunity of judging whether his resignation were voluntary or not. Nothing could be more reasonable, but nothing more inconvenient, where all was settled beforehand to one end. And the only answer which the high-minded prelate received was his immediate arrest by Lancaster and consignment to the Abbey of St. Albans. Richard was then formally deposed, with an acrimony of accusation which, to say the least 484 if his resignation had been, as asserted, voluntary in favor of Lancaster, was as ungracious as it was uncalled for. The Chief Justice, Sir William Thurning, was deputed to notify this decision of Parliament to the captive. Lancaster, who had taken his seat during these proceedings near the throne, then rising, and crossing himself on the forehead and breast, pronounced the following words: "In the name of Fadher, Son, and Holy Ghost, I, Henry of Lancaster, challenge this realme of England and the crown, with all the members and appurtenances, als I that am descendant be writ line of the blode, coming fra the gude Lord King Henry III, and throg that writ that God of his grace has sent me, with help of my kin and of my friends to recover it. The which Rume was in point to be undone for default of governance, and undoing of the Gude laws. This speech was one of those which have a sound of reason to the ear, but will not bear a moment's examination. True, he was descended from Henry Roman III, like Edward Roman III, and Richard, but not in the true line, that being, as we have stated, the line of Lionel, and Henry being now not only the usurper of Richard's throne, but of the Earl of March's reversion. But the pretense was enough, and more than enough, for all who heard it. They knew it was empty sound, and the real reasons for assent lay in Lancaster's will, backed by a powerful army and a willing people. Henry, as proof of Richard's having resigned his rights into his hands, produced the ring and seal. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Arundel, his late fellow-exile, now took him by the hand and led him to the throne. He knelt for a short time on the steps in prayer or affected prayer. For Lancaster, amid all his grasping at his neighbor's goods, was especially careful to do outward homage to the great being who had said, "Thou shalt not covet." On rising, the two archbishops placed him on the throne, and as soon as the acclamations ceased, the primate made a short sermon, choosing his text, with the finished tact of a priestly courtier from 1 Samuel Roman 9:17. "Behold the man whom I spake to thee of, this same shall reign over my people," and the sermon was worthy of the text. Thus ended the reign of Richard Roman II. And, as with it ended also the authority of Parliament and the ministers of the Crown, Lancaster immediately summoned the Parliament to meet again in 6 days, appointed new officers, and having received their oaths, retired to the royal palace. The history of the progress of parliamentary power in this reign is most important. We find Parliament at various times asserting its authority, calling on the Crown to reform its household, its courts of law, to restrain its expenditure, and dismiss its servants. By its means the Duke of Gloucester obtained his commission to regulate the administration, and to impeach the Prime Minister, de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk. And though, during the latter years of his reign, Parliament, as in our time, became corrupt and subservient, yet the people, assuming the exercise of those powers which their delegates had basely surrendered, punished and deposed the monarch whom they could not reform. Richard was dethroned in the 23rd year of his reign, and the 34th of his age. We may anticipate the events related at greater length in subsequent pages, see chapter Roman 34. To briefly sketch the fate of the deposed king, Henry Roman IV submitted to the Lords the question what should be done with the late monarch, whose life, he declared, he was at all events resolved to preserve. The Lords recommended perpetual confinement in some castle, where none of his former adherents could obtain access to him. This advice was acted upon, and probably was first suggested by Henry. Richard disappeared, and no one knew anything of his place of detention. The King of France threatened war on behalf of the rights of his daughter, Isabella, and his son-in-law, the deposed king. To avert this storm, Henry proposed to make various alliances between the two royal families, including the marriage of the Prince of Wales to a daughter of Charles. But the King of France rejected the proposal, declaring that he knew no King of England but Richard. The French king, however, received intelligence that Richard was dead, and therefore he avowedly ceased to prosecute his claims, but confined himself to those of his daughter, demanding that she should be restored to him, with her jewels and her dowry, according to the marriage settlement. Charles afterwards consented to receive her with her jewels only, counter-claims being set up against the dowry. From the moment, however, that the public statement of Richard's death was made by the King of France, the nation became inquisitive, and it was not long before the dead body of the deposed monarch was brought up from Pontefract Castle and shown publicly in St. Paul's for 485 days, where 20,000 people are said to have gone to see it. Only the face was uncovered, and that was wonderfully emaciated. Various were the rumors of the mode of his death on all these occasions, but, as in the case of Richard's victim, the Duke of Gloucester, nothing certain ever transpired. One story was that Sir Piers Exton, with 7 other assassins, entered his cell to dispatch him, when Richard, aware of their purpose, snatched an axe from one of them, and felled him and several of his fellows to the earth. But that Exton, getting behind him, prostrated him with one blow, and then slew him. Another story was that he starved himself to death, and there were not wanting rumors that he had escaped, and lived many years in the guise of an ordinary man. One thing is quite certain, that the so-called Richard, who, as we shall see, was a considerable source of anxiety to the new king, can have been nothing but an arrant impostor. but Henry of Lancaster may be safely trusted to secure his dangerous captive. The features of Richard were too well known to thousands in London to be mistaken for those of the priest Magdalen, whose body, it was pretended, had been substituted for Richard's. There can be no doubt, but that he died a secret and violent death. The mode of that death must forever remain a mystery, but the evidence would seem to incline to the conclusion that he was starved to death by his keepers. Arrest of King Richard, CP 482. See larger version. Chapter 33. The Social History of England. Power of the Church, ecclesiastical legislation, rapacity of the papacy, resistance of the clergy, the bull Clericis Laicos. Contests between the civil and ecclesiastical power, the Scottish Church, literature, science and art, state of learning, the nominalists and realists, medicine, universities, men of learning and science, Roger Bacon and his contemporaries, historians, growth of the English language, poetry, architecture, the early decorated style and its characteristics, domestic buildings, sculpture and painting, music, commerce, coinage and shipping, manners, customs, dress and diversions. Between the reign of John and the termination of that of Richard Roman II, a striking change had taken place in the power of the Church in England. From the zenith of that marvelous dominion over the kingdoms of this world, such as no church or religion had yet exercised in the annals of mankind, it had begun sensibly to wane. From that extraordinary spectacle when at Crecy on the Loire in 1162, the two greatest kings of Christendom, those of England and France, were seen holding the stirrups of the servant of servants, Alexander Roman III, and leading his horse by the reins, to the day when John, just half a century afterwards, laid the crown of this fair empire at the feet of the Pope, and became a servant unto tribute. Everything had seemed to root the papacy deeper into the heart of the world. Kings, nobles, and people bowed down to it, and received its foot on their necks with profound humility, only occasionally evincing a slight wincing under its exactions. At that period the Church of Rome had reached the summit of its glory, but before the era at which we have now arrived, it had received a stern warning that its days in England were numbered as the established hierarchy. So long as the people were kept ignorant of the Bible, the opposition of king or peer mattered little to it, but the people withdrew their allegiance, and it fell rapidly. The Pope, who strenuously supported John against his barons, was equally friendly to his infant son, Henry Roman III. Archbishop Langton, now in the ascendant, held a synod at Oxford in 1222, in which 50 canons were passed, some of which let in a curious light on the internal condition of the Church. The 28th canon forbids the keeping of concubines by the clergy openly in their houses, or visiting them openly, as they did, to the great scandal of religion. In 1237, a council was held at London by Otho, the papal legate, in which were passed what were afterwards known as the Constitutions of Otho. The 15th and 16th canons of this constitution were aimed at the same practices, and at clandestine marriages of the priests, which were declared to be very common. But the main object of the Church was to collect all the English moneys, and in this pursuit there was no slackness. A cardinal legate generally resided in this country, whose chief function this was. During Otho's abode here, 300 Italians came over, and were installed in lucrative livings in the churches and abbeys. In pursuance of Magna Charta, that the Church should be free, it became the only free thing in the kingdom. Every class of men were its vassals, and England was one huge sponge which the Italian pontiff squeezed vigorously. The barons in 1245 became so exasperated that they sent orders to the wardens of the seaports to seize all persons bringing bulls or mandates from Rome. The legate remonstrated, and the barons then told the king that the church preferments alone held by Italians in England, independent of other exactions, amounted to 60,000 marks per annum, a greater sum than the revenues of the crown. The barons went further. They sent an embassy to the Papal Council of Lyon, where the Pope was presiding in person, when they declared, "We can no longer with any patience bear these oppressions. They are as detestable to God and man as they are intolerable to us, and by the grace of God, we will no longer endure them." But so far from relaxing his hold, the Pope soon after sent an order demanding the half of all revenues of the non-resident clergy, and a third of those of the resident ones. This outrageous attempt roused the English clergy to determined resistance, and the rapacious Pope was defeated. Amongst the most patriotic of the English prelates was the celebrated Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln. Innocent Roman IV, one of the most imperious pontiffs that ever filled the papal chair, had sent him a bull containing a clause which created a wonderful ferment in the church and the public mind, commencing with the words non 487 obstant, which meant, notwithstanding all that the English clergy had to advance, the Holy Father was determined to have his will, and he commanded the venerable bishop to bestow a benefice upon an infant. The honest bishop tore up the bull and wrote to the Pope, declaring that the conduct of the See of Rome shook the very foundations of faith and security amongst mankind, and that to put an infant into a living would be next to the sins of Lucifer and of Antichrist, was in direct opposition to the precepts of Christ, and would be the destruction of souls by depriving them of the benefits of the pastoral office. He refused to comply, and said plainly that the sins of those who attempted such a thing rose as high as their office. The astonished Pope was seized with a furious passion on receiving this epistle, and swore by St. Peter and St. Paul that he would utterly confound that old, impertinent, deaf, doting fellow, and make him the astonishment of the world. "What," he exclaimed, "is not England our possession, and its king our vassal, or rather our slave?" The resistance of the English clergy only inflamed the cupidity and despotism of the pontiffs. Boniface, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was the servile tool of Rome, and after him Kilward, Peckham, and Winchelsea carried things with a high hand. At various synods and councils, held at Merton, Lambeth, London, Reading, and other places, they passed canons, which went to give the Church unlimited power over everything and everybody. The Church was to appoint to all livings and dignities. No layman was to imprison a clergyman. The Church was to enjoy peaceably all pious legacies and donations. The barons wrote to the Pope, remonstrating and complaining against the immorality of the clergy. The Pope replied that he did not suppose the English clergy were any more licentious than they had always been. The possessions of the Church went on growing to such an extent, from the arts of the priests and superstition of the wealthy, that they are said to have amounted to 3/4 of the property of the whole kingdom, and threatened to swallow up all its lands. To put a stop to this fearful condition of things, Edward I passed his famous Statute of Mortmain in 1279, and arrested the progress, for a considerable time, of the papal avarice. But perhaps the finest draught of golden fishes which the imperial representative of Peter of Galilee ever made in England was 25 years before the passing of this act, when he had induced Henry Roman III to nominate his son Edmund to the fatal crown of Naples, and on pretense of supporting his claim, the Pope drew from England, within a few years, no less a sum than 950,000 marks, equal in value and purchasable power to £12,000,000 sterling of our present money. Boniface Roman VIII, famous in his day as the most haughty and uncompromising of the popes, issued, as we have seen, a bull known by the name of Clericis Lacos, prohibiting all princes, in all countries from levying taxes on the clergy without his consent. Winchelsea, Archbishop of Canterbury, produced this bull, and forbade Edward I to touch the patrimony of the Church. But Edward was a monarch of the true British breed, and soon proved more than a match for the Archbishop and his Roman master. He held a parliament at Edmundsbury in 1296, and demanded a fifth of the movables of the clergy they refused. Edward gave them till the next parliament, in January, 1297, to consider of it, when still refusing, and supposing themselves victorious. The king coolly told them that as they refused to contribute to the support of the state, they should enjoy no protection from the state. He forthwith outlawed them in a body, and ordered all the sheriffs in England to seize all the lay fees of the clergy, as well secular as regular, with all their goods and chattels, and retain them till they had further orders from him. He gave orders to all the judges also, to do every man justice against the clergy, but to do them justice against no man. This was a condition of things which they had never expected. No monarch had ever dreamt of or had dared to attempt such a measure. It came like a thunderclap upon the clergy. They found themselves insulted, abused, and plundered on every side. The Archbishop himself, the author of all this mischief, was stripped of everything, and when on the verge of starvation, was glad to submit and pay his fifth to recover the rest of his property. The power of the popedom had thus been brought into collision with the royal prerogative, and the issue was most damaging to the papal prestige all over the world. But Winchelsea, having regained his possessions, was too indignant to remain quiet. He held a second synod at Merton, and denounced the utmost terrors of the Church against all sacrilegious invaders of the Church property, and would not 488 rest, till Edward obtained his suspension from the next pope, Clement V, and expelled him the kingdom. These contests betwixt the civil and ecclesiastical power in England continued through the whole period we are reviewing, that is, from 1307 to 1399, or from the commencement of the reign of Edward Roman II to the end of that of Richard Roman II. To increase the influence of Rome, there had arrived two new orders of friars, the Franciscan and Dominican, in the reign of Henry Roman III. The Franciscans appeared in England in 1216 and the Dominicans in 1217. At first they did good work among the poor, but they soon grew corrupt. To prevent the Pope from thrusting foreigners into English prelacies and benefices, Edward Roman III passed a second statute of provisors, and followed it by the statute of PR Immunir, ordering the confiscation of the property and the imprisonment of the person of every one who should carry any pleas out of the kingdom, as well as of the procurators of such person. This was renewed in 1393 with additional severity by Richard Roman II, when it was made to include all who brought into the kingdom any papal bull, excommunication, or anything of the kind. Costume of Bishop of the 14th century. See larger version. 8 years prior to this Wycliffe died. His doctrines were rapidly spreading, the reformers, under the name of Lollards, were becoming numerous. The papal hierarchy was proportionally alarmed, and Arundel, the Archbishop of York, became their most active enemy. But before he could mature his designs against them, he was involved in the prosecution of the adherents of the Duke of Gloucester for procuring a commission to control the king, for which his brother, the Earl of Arundel, was beheaded, and he himself banished. The dawn of the Reformation already reddened in the East, but the day was yet far off. During the 14th century, the leading men of the Church in Scotland signalized themselves rather in the patriotic defense of their country against the English than in theological matters. Amongst the most distinguished of these were Lamberton of St. Andrews, Wishart of Glasgow, Landells, who was Bishop of St. Andrews from 1341 to 1385, 44 years, and Robert Trail, Primate of Scotland, who built the Castle of St. Andrews, and died in 1401, leaving a great name for strict discipline and wisdom. It is singular that, during this period, the doctrines of Wycliffe, which had made such ferment in England, appear to have excited little or no attention in Scotland. During the period now under review, the 13th and 14th centuries, the language of the learned was still Latin, and the circle of education included little more than the trivium and quadrivium of the former age, that is, the course of 3 sciences, grammar, rhetoric, and logic, and the course of 4, music, arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. The grammar was almost exclusively confined to the Latin, for Roger Bacon says that there were not more than 3 or 4 persons in his time that knew anything of Greek or the Oriental languages. Nay, so gross was the ignorance of the students of the time of the common elementary forms of Latin itself, that Kilward By, Archbishop of Canterbury, on a visit to Oxford in 1276, upbraided the students with such corruptions as these: ego currit, tu currit, currens est ego in si. When grammar was so defective, the rhetoric taught could not be very profound. The mendicant friars seem to have cultivated it with the greatest assiduity, as necessary to give effect to their harangues, and the provincial of the Augustinians, in the 14th century, was greatly admired for the eloquence of his preaching. But logic was the all-absorbing study of the time. The clergy who had attended the Crusaders had brought back from the East a knowledge of Aristotle, through Latin translations, and the commentaries of his Arabian admirers. His logic was now applied not only to such metaphysics as were taught, but also to theology. Hence arose the school divinity, in which the doctrines taught by the Church were endeavored to be made conformable to the Aristotelian modes of reasoning, and to be defended by it. If we are to judge of the logic of this period by what remains of it, we should say it was the art of disputing without meaning or object, of perplexing the plainest truths, and giving an air of plausibility to the grossest absurdities. As, for instance, it was argued with the utmost earnestness that 2 contrary propositions might be both true. At this time there were several thousand students at Oxford, and Hume very reasonably asks, what were these young men all about? Studying bad logic and worse metaphysics. Facsimile of portion of the first chapter of St. John's Gospel, in the Wycliffe Bible. In the British Museum. See larger version. The metaphysics of those days were almost engrossed by the great controversy of the nominalists and the realists. The question, agitated with all the vehemence of a matter of life or death, being whether general ideas were realities, or only the particular ideas of things were real. The nominalists declared that a general idea, derived from comparing a great number of individual facts, was no reality, but a mere idea or name. The realists contended that these general ideas were as absolute actualities as the individual ones on which they were based. Roslin of Campigny revived this old question at the end of the 11th century, and thus became the head of the schoolmen of those ages. But William of Ockham, in the 14th century, again revived this extraordinary question with all its ancient vehemence, his partisans acquiring the name of Occamists. Ockham was a nominalist, and, says an old historian, he and his party waged a fierce war against another sect of schoolmen, called realists, about certain metaphysical subtleties which neither of them understood. Moral philosophy could not be much more rationally taught when metaphysics and logic were so fantastic. Many systems of moral philosophy were taught by the schoolmen, abounding in endless subtle distinctions and divisions of virtues and vices, and a host of questions in each of these divisions. By the logic, metaphysics 490, and moral philosophy of the schoolmen combined, the most preposterous doctrines were often taught. For instance, a learned divine taught this proposition in the University of Paris in 1300. It may be lawful to steal, and the theft can be pleasing to God. Suppose a young gentleman of good family meets with a very learned professor, meaning himself, who is able in a short time to teach him all the speculative sciences, but will not do it for less than £100, which the young gentleman cannot procure but by theft. In that case, theft is lawful, which is thus proved: whatever is pleasing to God is lawful. It is pleasing to God that a young gentleman learn all the sciences, but he cannot do this without theft. Therefore theft is lawful and pleasing to God. It was high time that something tangible and substantial should come to the rescue of the human mind from this destructive cobwebbery of metaphysics, and the first thing which did this was the study of the canon law. The civil and the canon laws not only gave their students lucrative employment as pleaders, but were the road to advancement in the church. The clergy in those ages were not only almost the only lawyers, but also the doctors, though some of the laity now entered the profession as a distinct branch. The civil and canon laws, says Robert Halcott, a writer of that time, are in our days so exceedingly profitable, procuring riches and honors, that almost the whole multitude of scholars apply to the study of them. What was the real knowledge of the science of medicine at this period, we may learn from the great medical work of John Gaddesden, who was educated at Merton College, Oxford, and declared to be the grand luminary of physic in the 14th century. He wrote, says Leland, a large and learned work on medicine, to which, on account of its excellences, was given the illustrious title of the Medical Rose. This is a recipe in the illustrious Medical Rose of Gaddesden for the cure of smallpox. After this, the appearance of the eruption, cause the whole body of your patient to be wrapped in red scarlet cloth, or in any other red cloth, and command everything about the bed to be made red. This is an excellent cure. It was in this manner I treated the son of the noble King of England when he had the smallpox, and I cured him without leaving any marks. The royal patient thus treated must have been Edward Roman III, or his brother, Prince John of Eltham. To cure epilepsy, Gaddesden orders the patient and his parents to fast 3 days and then go to church. The patient must first confess. He must have Mass on Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday the priest must read over the patient's head the Gospel for September, in the time of vintage, after the Feast of the Holy Cross. After this the priest shall write out this portion of the Gospel reverently, and bind it about the patient's neck, and he shall be cured. That is a sample of the practice of medicine from the great work of the chief physician of the age. As to the surgery of the time, it is thus described by Guy de Cauliac, in his System of Surgery, published in Paris in 1363. The practitioners in surgery are divided into 5 sects. The first follow Roger and Roland and the 4 masters, and apply poultices to all wounds and abscesses. The second follow Brunus and Theodoric, and in the same cases use wine only. The third follow Salisto and Lanfranc, and treat wounds with ointments and soft plasters. The fourth are chiefly Germans who attend the armies, and promiscuously use potions, oil, and wool. The fifth are old women and ignorant people, who have recourse to the saints in all cases. It was high time that a man like Roger Bacon should appear, and teach men to come out of all this jugglery and mere fancy work both in science and philosophy, and put everything to the test of experiment. A mode of philosophizing, however, which made little progress till the appearance, 3 centuries later, of another Bacon, the great Verulam. for the knowledge of geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, and chemistry, or rather astrology and alchemy, as taught at that period, we may refer to our notice of Bacon amongst the great men of the era. But the number of schools and colleges which were erected during this period is a striking proof that the spirit of inquiry and the love of knowledge were taking rapid and deep root in the nation. In Oxford alone, 7 colleges were founded during this period. University College was founded by William, Archdeacon of Durham, who died in 1249, and bequeathed 310 marks to provide for 4 Masters of Arts, a foundation which developed into University College. Balliol College was founded by John Balliol, the father of John, the King of Scotland, about 1268, and completed by the Lady de Vorgula, his widow. Merton College was founded by Walter Merton, Bishop of Rochester, in 1264. 491 Exeter College was founded by Walter Stapleton, Bishop of Exeter, and Peter de Skelton, a clergyman, in 1314. It was first called Stapleton College. Oriel College was founded by Edward Roman II and his almoner, Adam de Brun, in 1326, and was called the Hall of the Blessed Virgin of Oxford, but derived its permanent name from a fresh endowment by Richard Roman III. Queen's College was founded by Robert Egglesfield, chaplain to Philippa, Queen of Edward Roman III, and named in her honor because she greatly aided him in establishing it. New College was named St. Mary's College by its builder and founder, William of Wykeham, who also built the college at Winchester. It was finished in 1386. In Cambridge during this period were founded 9 colleges, namely, Peterhouse was founded by Hugh Balsham, afterwards Bishop of Ely, in 1257. Michael House, now extinct, dedicated to St. Michael, was founded and endowed about 1324 by Harvey de Stanton, Chancellor of the Exchequer to Edward Roman II. University Hall was founded by Richard Badow, Chancellor of the University, in 1326, but was soon after destroyed by fire. King's Hall was built by Edward Roman III, but afterwards united to Trinity College. Clare Hall was a restoration of University Hall by Elizabeth de Clare, Countess of Ulster, and named in honor of her family. Pembroke College was built in 1347 by Mary de St. Paul, widow of Aymer de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, in memory of her husband, who was killed in a tournament soon after their marriage. She named it the Hall of Valence and Mary. Trinity Hall was founded in 1350 by William Bateman, Bishop of Norwich. Gonville Hall was founded by Edward Gonville, parson of Tarrington and Rushworth, in Norfolk, in 1348. After its restoration by Dr. Caius, in 1558, it was termed Gonville and Caius. Corpus Christi College was founded in 1352 by the United Guilds of Corpus Christi and St. Mary, assisted by Henry, Duke of Lancaster. These were for the most part small and simple establishments at first, but have arrived at their present wealth and magnificence by additional benefactions. The number of scholars who rushed into these schools at first was something extraordinary, nor were their character and appearance less so. They are described by Anthony Wood as a regular rabble, who were guilty of theft and all kinds of crimes and disorders. He declares that they lived under no discipline nor any masters, but only thrust themselves into the schools at lectures, that they might pass for scholars when they were called to account by the townsmen for any mischief, so as to free them from the jurisdiction of the burghers. At one time, according to Fitzralph, the Archbishop of Armagh, there were no less than 30,000 students, or so-called students, in Oxford alone, but he says that they were again reduced to less than 6,000, so many of them had joined the mendicant friars. Such was the disorder of the 2 universities at this time, the violent quarrels, not only between the students and the townspeople, but also between each other, that many of the members of both universities retired to Northampton, and with the permission of Henry Roman III, commenced a new university there, but the people of Oxford and Cambridge found means to obtain its dissolution from the king. About 30 years afterwards, they tried the same experiment at Stamford, but were stopped in the same manner. London at this time so abounded with schools that it was called the Third University. Edward Roman III built the College of St. Stephen at Westminster for a College of Divinity, which was dissolved by Henry Roman VIII. Archbishop Bradwardine founded a theological lecture in St. Paul's Church, and John of Gaunt founded a college for divines in St. Paul's Churchyard. There were various schools besides these, but the most remarkable were the great schools of law, which arose out of the provisions of the Great Charter, which fixed the chief courts of justice at Westminster. Sir John Fortescue, who studied in one of these Inns of Court, describes them as a great school or university of law, consisting of several colleges. The situation, he says, where the students read and study is between Westminster and the City of London. There belong to it 10 lesser inns, and sometimes more, which are called the Inns of Chancery, in each of which there are 100 students at least, and in some of them a far greater number not constantly reciting. In these the young nobility and gentry of England began to receive some part of their education, so that, with all these colleges of learning and of law, the laity as well as the clergy reaped the benefits of education. Amongst the theologians of this period, none surpass for extent of learning, talent, and eloquence Robert Grosseteste or Greathead, Bishop of Lincoln. He was originally a very poor lad, but the mayor of Lincoln, noticing his quickness of faculty, took him into his house and put him 492 to school. He studied at Oxford, Cambridge, and Paris, his splendid talents acquiring him many patrons. Bacon, who knew him well, gives this testimony of him. Robert Greathead, Bishop of Lincoln, and his friend, Prior Adam de Morisco, are the two most learned men in the world, and excel all the rest of mankind both in divine and human knowledge. Greathead was one of the very few real Greek scholars of the age, and was equally versed in Hebrew, French, and Latin. But beyond his learning, which he has embodied in many voluminous works, his noble and independent character stands preeminent in those times. We have mentioned his opposition to the Pope inducting mere infants into church livings, and the caution which the cardinals are reported, by Matthew Paris, to have given the Pope when he threatened to take vengeance on him is remarkable, as indicating their knowledge of the tendency of the age. Let us not raise a tumult in the Church without necessity, and precipitate that revolt and separation from us which we know must one day take place. But the man of that time in philosophy was Roger Bacon, as Chaucer was in literature. Bacon was born near Ilchester, and educated at Oxford, and afterwards at Paris. On his return to England at the age of 26, he again settled at Oxford, and entered the order of Franciscan friars of that city, that he might study at leisure. He soon abandoned the beaten track, and struck out a course of inquiry and experiment for himself. He was not content to study Aristotle alone at second hand, but he made himself master of Greek, and went to the fountainhead of ancient knowledge. But that did not satisfy him. He sought to make himself acquainted with nature, the great fountain of all our human knowledge. He declared that if you would know the truth you must seek it by actual inquiry and experiment. In this system of philosophizing he preceded Francis Bacon nearly 3 centuries and a half, but he was before his time, and therefore the benefit of his teaching was, to a large extent, lost. His great work, the Opus Majus, contains the result of his researches, and he states in that work that he had expended £2,000 in 20 years on apparatus and experiments, a sum equal to £30,000 of our money at present. This he had done through the generosity of his friends and patrons, having made a greater amount of discoveries in geometry, astronomy, physics, optics, mechanics, and chemistry than ever was accomplished by any one man in an equal space of time. In his treatise on optics, De Scientia Perspectiva, he gives you the mode of constructing spectacles and microscopic lenses. In mechanics, he talks of having ascertained by experiments wonders that we have not yet reached by steam, of a mode of propelling ships, so that they should require only one man to guide them, and with a velocity greater than if they were full of sailors. Chariots, he says, may be constructed that will move with incredible rapidity without the help of animals. He speculated and believed in the capability of raising the most wonderful weights by mechanical contrivance, and of walking on the bottom of the sea. But unfortunately, he has not left us the explicit exposition of these marvels. His system of chemical analysis has, however, been greatly praised by some modern chemists, and it is evident that he was well acquainted with gunpowder. A little matter, he says, about the bigness of a man's thumb makes a horrible noise, and produces a dreadful coruscation, and by this a city or an army may be destroyed several ways. He then explains that sulfur, saltpeter, and powdered charcoal are the ingredients of this wonderful explosive substance. Whether Bacon discovered this mixture, or whether he learnt it in his Asiatic reading, is a moot point. At all events, he knew the fact, and in the reign of Edward Roman III, gunpowder came into use in war. Bacon was the martyr of science. Instead of benefiting by his discoveries, the ignorant monks of his order accused him of necromancy and dealing with the devil. He was kept in close confinement for years, and was not allowed to send his Opus Majus to anyone except the Pope. After receiving a copy of it, Clement Roman IV, procured him his liberty, but he was very soon imprisoned again by Jerome du Esculo, general of the Franciscan order. He continued in confinement, this time 11 or 12 years, and on coming out, old and broken down by his cruel suffering, he still continued his labors with undiminished ardor till his death about 1294. A kindred spirit to Bacon was Michael Scott, who was born about the beginning of the 13th century at his family seat in Scotland. By his study of astrology and alchemy in common with Bacon and the great inquirers of the time, he obtained the reputation of a magician, which has mixed up his name with the wildest popular 493. The 13th and 14th century colleges of Oxford University, CP 491. See larger version. Duns Scotus, though supposed to be of Scottish origin, was educated at Oxford, from which seat of learning he went to Paris, to maintain before the university of that city his favorite doctrine of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin. He had profoundly studied moral philosophy, mathematics, civil and canon law, and school divinity. No man of his age was so admired and applauded, but his works now sleep, covered with the dust of ages. William of Ockham was a very learned and eloquent theologian, who maintained the temporal independence of kings, and was supported, against all the efforts of 3 successive popes to crush him, by his patron, the Emperor Ludwig of Germany. But on the death of that prince he was compelled to recant. He did not long survive this humiliation, having for many years borne the title of the singular and invincible doctor. During his life appeared Wycliffe, who, under happier auspices, proclaimed the freedom of religion. The historians of this period, from whom, and from the parliamentary writs and statutes, our history is derived, are chiefly these. Matthew Paris is the great writer of the period. Besides a Historia Minor, he wrote the important Chronica Majora. Under this title, however, is included the work of 3 or 4, all monks of St. Albans, namely, Roger Wendover, Matthew Paris, an unknown writer, and William Rishanger. Matthew Paris's own share comprehends only the period from 1235 to 1259, about 25 years. He continues Wendover, and Rishanger continues him. Besides this, he wrote the lives of 23 abbots of St. Albans. Wendover's Chronicle, Floris Historiarum, reaches from the creation to the year 1235, and is divided at the birth of Christ into 2 halves. Matthew Paris, in copying Wendover, has taken care to infuse here and there his own spirit, which was one of great freedom of remark on kings, priests, popes, and, what is singular, on the usurpations of the court of Rome itself. Matthew had seen the world and courts, and had picked up a large quantity of amusing anecdotes and curious characteristics of great men. He went as visitor of the Benedictine order to Hako of Norway, and, at the Pope's instance, made a visitation of the monastery of Home, in that kingdom. He was employed in writing history by Henry Roman III, and even assisted by him in it. He says, he wrote this almost constantly with the king in his palace, at his table, and in his closet, and that prince guided his pen in writing in the most diligent and condescending manner. No historian who has written of his own times has shown more boldness and independence than Matthew Paris. Though a monk, he did not hesitate to paint the corruptions of a monastic life in the plainest colors, nor to denounce the corruptions of the church and hierarchy at large with equal honesty. For this he has been assailed, and charged even with interpolating falsehoods by those whom his honest freedom had offended. But Matthew Paris was not only a most accomplished man for that age, but one of the most incorruptible of those who ever associated with kings and pontiffs. He is declared at the same time to have been famous for the purity, integrity, innocence, and simplicity of his manners. Matthew of Westminster also wrote Flowers of History, of which the earlier part is based on Roger of Wendover, but which is a valuable authority for the reigns of John, Henry Roman III, and Edward I. Thomas Wykes wrote a chronicle extending from the conquest to 1304. He was a canon in the Abbey of Osney. The latter years of his chronicle, from 1289, are supposed to be by another hand. Walter Hemmingford, a monk of the Abbey of Gisborough in Yorkshire, wrote a chronicle of about the same period with Wykes, continued by later hands to 1346. John de Troclo and Henry de Blandford, who are supposed to have been monks of St. Albans, wrote histories of Edward Roman II, as did also the anonymous monk of Malmesbury. Bartholomew Cotton, whose work has been published in the Rolls series, copied other chronicles 495 in his earlier pages. but the reign of Edward I to the year 1298 is a very valuable contribution to our history. Robert of Avebury, who was registrar of the court of the Archbishop of Canterbury, wrote the history of Edward Roman III to the year 1356. His account is most valuable. He gives us many particulars that appear nowhere else, which, as he had access to the best sources, are undoubtedly correct. They serve to test the accounts of Froissart, who is apt to merge into the romantic. In this work of Avebury's abound original letters of Edward regarding the attack on Cambrai in 1336 and the expedition into Brittany in 1342, besides relations of the circumstances which led to the Battle of Crécy by officers and eyewitnesses, and dispatches from the camps of the Earl of Derby and the Black Prince, with similar most interesting and invaluable documents. Adam of Muirmouth wrote the history of Edward Roman II, and the earlier part of that of Edward Roman III. He was engaged much in public affairs as ambassador, both from the clergy to the Pope at Avignon, and from the king to the court of Rome, as well as afterwards to the king of Sicily on account of Edward's claims in Provence. He saw much, and as professor of civil law, was much engaged in affairs of the government, but his account is somewhat meager and dry. Besides these, we may name Nicholas Trivet, who wrote Annals, from 1136 to 1307, and Ralph Higden, whose Polychronicon ends in 1357 and has been translated into English by John of Trevisa. Robert de Brun or Manning, a canon of Brun in Lincolnshire, wrote a rhymed chronicle, including versions or appropriations of Ware's old French poem of Brut, and Peter Langtoft's French rhymed chronicle. The latter part, from King Inné to the death of Edward I, has some historic merit. Henry Knighton, a canon of Leicester, is the author of a history from the time of King Edgar to 1395, and of an account of the deposition of Richard Roman II. His work is of great authority in the latter of these reigns. Thomas de la Moore wrote a life of Edward Roman II, and asserts that he had the account of the Battle of Bannockburn and Edward's last days from eyewitnesses. In Scottish history of this period, we have the Scotichronica of Sir Thomas Grey of Hetton, who was a native of the north of England, being taken prisoner by the Scots. He has left us in his chronicle many particulars of the times of Wallace. Andrew Wintown, the author of the original Chronicle of Scotland, was living in the long reign of David Roman II, and his rhymed chronicle reaches from the beginning of the world, in the fashion of those times, to the year 1424. He was canon of the Priory of St. Andrews. The portion of his chronicle from the beginning of the reign of David Roman II to the end of Robert Roman II is supposed to be by another hand. John Fordun's Scotichronicon is a regular chronicle of Scotland to the year 1385. This work was continued by Walter Bower, abbot of St. Eichelmkil, Iona, in the 15th century. Besides these, the monastic registers of Melrose, ending in 1270, of Margan, ending 1232, of Burton, ending 1262, and Waverley, ending 1291, afford evidence of the history of Scotland and England, and of the literary talent of the two countries at this time. But it is to the poets of this era that we must look for the chief genius, and the evidences of the progress of literature in the nation. It is a singular fact that, while the Roman Church had continued the use of the Latin language during the Middle Ages, it had neglected, or rather discouraged, the reading of the great Roman and Greek writers, so that the Greek and Roman classical literature became, as it were, extinct. The great classical authors which were not destroyed lay buried in the dust of abbeys and monasteries. So completely were Greek literature and the Greek tongues forgotten, that, as we before stated, we find Bacon declaring that there were not above 4 men in England who understood Greek, or could pass the 5th proposition of the first book of Euclid, the familiar Pons Asinorum, or Bridge of Asses. So utterly were the clergy unacquainted with Greek, that, on finding a New Testament amongst the books of the Reformers, they declared that it was some new heretical language. But, as knowledge revived, the same men who were the greatest advocates for classical studies and the restoration of the classical writers to public use were those who began also to write in their vernacular tongues, and this was especially the case with Petrarch in Italy. Latin was the almost universal language of the learned in art, science, and literature still at this period. The works of the chroniclers were written in Latin for the most part. Bacon wrote all his works in Latin, but for some time, in the chief countries of Europe, eminent authors, and especially the poets, had begun to use their native tongues. Dante, Boccaccio, and Petrarch in Italy had set the example. Froissart had done 496 it in French, and now our great poets in England did the same. This was a proof that the English language was now traveling up from the common people and establishing itself amongst all ranks. The Norman nobles and gentry found themselves speaking English and engrafting on it many of their own terms. Metrical romances and songs had long been circulated amongst the people. They now reached the higher classes. Robert of Gloucester versified the Chronicle of Robert of Monmouth. Peter Langtoft, a canon of Bridlington, found his chronicle in French verse, translated into English by Robert Manning of Brunn, already mentioned. This was the English of that day. Piers of Langtoft, a Chanon. Shaven in the house of Bridlington. O Frankie's style this story he wrote. Of Anglais kings and c. About the middle of the 14th century, William Langland, a secular priest of Oxford, wrote a famous satirical allegory against persons of all professions, called The Vision of Piers Plowman. This is written in alliterative verse, and its language appears to be of a purposely archaic type. This is precisely what Spenser did in his Faerie Queene, in the reign of Elizabeth. He went backwards in his diction, so that now it is nearly obsolete, while the language of his contemporary, Shakespeare, is still sterling English, and likely to continue so. Who could imagine that these lines were written in the same age as those which we shall place beside them by a contemporary? Hungern hast thou hint waster by the maw, and wrong him so, by the wam that both his eyes watered. He buffeted the Briton about the cheeks, that he loked like a lantern all his life after. Take now these few lines from John Barber, of the same period. Ah, freedom is a noble thing. Freedom makes man to have liking. Freedom all solace to man gives. He lives at ease that freely lives. A noble heart may have none ease, nor not else that may it please. If freedom fail. Now this was the work, not of an English, but of a Scottish poet who wrote in English. John Barber was born in Aberdeen in 1316, though the date is somewhat uncertain. He became, under David Roman II, Archdeacon of Aberdeen in 1356. He obtained permission of Edward Roman III through his own sovereign to study at Oxford, and became famous, not only as a divine and philosopher, but as a poet, only surpassed in that age by Chaucer, and certainly far more purely English in his language than Chaucer himself. His great poem is the story of Robert Bruce and his noble companions, Douglas and Randolph, Earl of Moray. Of the English poets, with a reference to Lawrence Minot, who celebrated the exploits of Edward Roman III, in martial poems, and has therefore been styled the Theodotus of his age, we shall now only mention Gower and Chaucer. John Gower was of an ancient and opulent family. We believe the Duke of Sutherland claims him as his ancestor, and he consequently received the best education that the age could supply. He was born in 1324, and entered the Inner Temple at a suitable age. He rose high in his profession, and indulged himself in his leisure hours in poetry. Gower wrote, besides smaller pieces, 3 considerable poems, one in Latin, one in French, and one in English, namely, Speculum Meditantes, Vox Clamentes, and Confessio Amantes. There is no question that they possess much poetical merit, and they were greatly admired in their own time and long afterwards, but at present they would find few who could enjoy them. The Speculum Meditantes is a moral poem, recommending fidelity and mutual affection to married people, and hence Chaucer styled him the Moral Gower, a name which has continued with him. To our taste, he is more moral than poetical. Gower was originally disposed to call for reform in the church, which he describes in dark colors, but the rebellion of Wat Tyler frightened him, and he became strongly opposed to Wycliffe and his doctrines. Yet he was a timid courtier. He dedicated his Confessio Amantes to Richard Roman II, and afterwards to his dethroner, Henry of Lancaster. This spoke upon amendment. To stand to his commandment. With whom min hurt is of accord. I send unto min own lord. Which of Lancashire is Henry named. There can be no doubt that the successful appearance of Chaucer in his native English induced Gower to do the same. Chaucer was a far bolder and far more original man. It is the most striking proof that English had now taken firm hold at the court itself, when 2 such men as Gower and Chaucer cast the chance of their fame into that vehicle. Chaucer was brother-in-law to John of Gaunt, having 497 married Philippa, the sister of John of Gaunt's third wife, Catherine Swynford. Chaucer was educated at both Cambridge and Oxford. He was a page to Edward Roman III, and went as ambassador to Genoa and Flanders. On the former occasion, it is probable that he met with Petrarch, for he says in the prologue to the Clerk's Tale, "I will you tell a tale, which that I learned at Paddow of a worthy clerk. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet. Geoffrey Chaucer." Chaucer's great poem, The Canterbury Tales, is a collection of poems which, for spirit, humor, knowledge, and enjoyment of life, have nothing like them, except Shakespeare. They are full of vigor, beauty, and the most subtle sense. They sparkle, burn, and laugh on every page. We have the most vivid picture of the times and all the varied characters amongst whom he lived. We feel what a buoyant, genial soul he was, and yet we know that he did not escape without his troubles and his deep griefs. Warton, in his History of English Poetry, says of him, "Chaucer surpasses his predecessors in an infinite proportion. His genius was universal, and adapted to themes of unbounded variety. His merit was not less in painting familiar manners with humor and propriety than in moving the 498 passions, and in representing the beautiful or the grand objects of nature with grace and sublimity. Truly is he called the father of English poetry, and he had no real successor till the appearance of Spenser and Shakespeare." We have already traced, see chapter Roman 26, the progress of the early English style of architecture from its rise and through the best period of its duration. It has been seen how, by combining into one window two or more lancets, and the circle above them, tracery was made. This at first was left solid and was not molded, and the form of the tracery was simple, generally a circle, or circles, in the head or intersecting lines. The introduction of tracery gave great facilities for enlarging the width of the windows, and we accordingly find those of two or more lights gradually superseding the lancet. After this change, it is difficult to distinguish the late examples of one style from the early ones of the other. Indeed, tracery may be regarded as the commencement of the transition. But in the beginning of the reign of Edward I, a more decided change took place. Tracery proper became fully developed. However, the architects had not yet ventured on the graceful flowing lines of the true decorated style. They clung to their geometrical forms, and therefore we find, in windows of this time, circles, triangles, both plane and spherical squares, caterfoils, trefoils, etc. And for this reason, this style of Edward I has been called geometrical or early decorated, which well distinguishes it from the fully developed or flowing decorated. This is, perhaps, the best period of English architecture. For, though the geometrical forms give a certain stiffness to the tracery, it is more than compensated by the extreme beauty and finish of the workmanship. The imitation of natural foliage was perfect, and the drawing of the human figure more chaste and finished than at any other period. The style continued through the reign of the first Edward, after which it gradually changed into that of the more perfect decorated. The decorated style differs from the early English in its windows, which, instead of being lancets, or having tracery of the simplest forms, had the head entirely filled with tracery, either of geometrical forms or ramifying from the mullions in the most easy and graceful manner, and in every variety of design. And the same character distinguishes them from the next, or perpendicular style, in which the mullions are carried through in perpendicular lines to the head of the window. In the decorated style, Gothic architecture seems to have attained its greatest excellency. This was its culminating point. Up to this period, it had gone on improving from change to change. Its principles had been fully carried out, and the fancy seems to have run wild in imagining new forms of beauty. The more we contemplate the buildings of this period, the more we are struck with admiration at the wonderful powers of invention possessed by the architects and workmen of the time. Wherever ornament was wanted, there it was ready, and always beautiful and appropriate. They possessed a keen perception of the beauties of nature, and hands capable of giving form to those perceptions. But when so much perfection had been attained, it is not unnatural, however it may be regretted, that the next change should be in a downward direction. This was the case here, and the introduction of the straight line led to the entire destruction of all that grace and freedom so much admired in decorated Gothic architecture. Many of our finest ecclesiastical buildings are in this style. The beautiful crosses of Northampton, Waltham, and Geddington, erected by Edward I to the memory of his Queen Eleanor, are of the early or geometrical period, and afford many valuable details. Exeter Cathedral, the nave of York, the chapel of Merton College, Oxford, and the chapter house, Wells, offer excellent examples of the geometrical period. The west front of York is the finest specimen of a decorated front we possess, and the details are of the most exquisite description, both in design and execution. The chapter house, York, is of early decorated character. It is octagonal and groined, and is said by Rickman to be by far the finest polygonal room, without a central pillar in the kingdom, and the delicacy and variety of its ornaments are nearly unequaled. That it must, even at the time of its erection, have been considered unequaled, is shown by the inscription at the entrance. Ut rosa flos florum. Sic est domus ista demorum, 42. The chapter house, Wells, is another extremely 499 beautiful building of the same period, but this is supported by a central pillar. Many fine churches of this style are to be found in various parts of the kingdom, of which one of the finest is Howden, in Yorkshire. But many of them, though belonging to this period, are very plain in their details. Queen Eleanor's Cross, Northampton. See larger version. The monuments of this century are, both in composition and execution, the finest which exist. We have many fine bold compositions in early English, and many very elaborate ones in the perpendicular style, but none of them equal the decorated in chasteness of design and delicacy of execution. The monument of Aymer de Valence in Westminster Abbey is a fine specimen of early decorated. The Percy Shrine at Beverley Minster is another splendid example, and the effigy of Queen Eleanor in Westminster Abbey is one of the most elegant figures in this or any other country. Towers. Many church towers in this style are finished with spires, which are frequently crocketed and have spire lights, and sometimes they are banded with caterfoils. Windows. These are the most important features of the decorated style and will require the greatest attention. In its early period, or what is called geometrical, the lancet window is still sometimes used, but it is foliated and not plain, as in early English. The heads of two lights windows are divided by arches springing from the mullions. The spaces are filled with triangles, trefoils, caterfoils, circles, etc., all the forms being such as could easily be drawn with the compasses, but the ogee or flowing curve is never used. In larger windows, the same filling up of the head with geometrical forms is used, and plain intersecting tracery is not uncommon. These forms are combined in many different manners, and great variety is produced. The 500 window given from Meopham is an example of early tracery. Window from Meopham. By an easy and natural process, this stiff tracery gave way to the flowing line which succeeded it. One of the earliest modifications was to fill the head of the window with flowing caterfoils. This was much used in the time of Edward Roman II. The use of the flowing line gave such great facilities for design that the varieties of tracery are almost innumerable. So much so that they are difficult to describe or even to classify, and in our small space it is impossible. They, however, all agree in one principle, that is, in the mullions branching into tracery and not being carried through to the head of the window, as in the next style. The one given from St. Mary's, Beverley, is a good example for showing the manner in which the lines of the mullions were carried up. There are many windows in this style which have ogee heads and canopies. Window from St. Mary's, Beverley. Doorways. In small churches the doorways have frequently but little, except the mouldings, to distinguish them. These are carried without interruption down to the ground. They are commonly quite plain, but have sometimes hollows filled with the ballflower or foliage. In cathedrals and large buildings the doorways are usually of large dimensions and are often very deeply recessed. They are richly molded, and the hollows filled with a profusion of ornament and foliage, among which the four-leaved flower and ballflower are conspicuous. They have generally shafts with capitals and bases. These shafts are not detached, as in the early English, but cut in the same stone as the mouldings. Sometimes a series of niches with figures is carried round the door. The finest examples we have of decorated doors are those of the west front of York, and the south door of the choir, Lincoln. A canopy, either single or double, sometimes flowing and sometimes straight-lined and richly crocketed, is often carved over the door. Porches are not numerous, but of great variety of form, and can in general be distinguished only by their mouldings and details. They have frequently a considerable projection, with windows in their sides and groined roofs. There is a very curious one at Over, in Cambridgeshire, which has clustered shafts and pinnacles at the angles. Wooden porches with ornamental barge boards are not uncommon. The buttresses of this style are usually very rich. The earlier ones are in general finished with a small gable or canopy reaching as high as the parapet, as at Merton College, Oxford, where the pediment is filled with a trefoil, and the gargoyle or waterspout of grotesque design passes through just under it. Below this is a panel of window tracery, and the lower stage of the buttress has another pedimented head. This kind of buttress, though commonly planar, belongs to the geometrical period. A much richer variety of the same kind occurs at the west front of Howden, where there is a canopied niche with a figure in it, and the buttress terminates in A5, a one-turret pinnacle, with openwork tracery and a crocketed spire. In the later period of the style, the buttresses are in many cases enriched with canopied niches, with or without figures, in both stages. Sometimes they have a plain set-off instead of a pediment, but in all cases they may be known by their peculiar moldings. They are also repeatedly set on the angles of buildings diagonally, which is not the case in the preceding style. The pinnacles are numerous and very fine. They are in general square and set on diagonally. The sides are frequently paneled and terminate in crocketed canopies or gables, from which rises the spire, which is also crocketed at the angles and terminates in a finial. The foliage of the crockets and finials is loose and free, and has not the square stiff form so observable in the perpendicular. The pillars of this style in small churches are occasionally octagonal or plain round, but in large buildings they are very various in section. They have at times a number of small shafts surrounding a central pillar, but these shafts are, like those of the doors, cut out of the same block and not detached as in the early English style. In some instances the central mass is a lozenge, and in others a square set diagonally. In some cases, as at Exeter, it consists of a number of equal-sized small shafts set round a lozenge body. The small shafts are repeatedly filleted. The bases have not the rounds and deep hollows which we find in the early English, but are generally made up of rounds or roll moldings. The capitals are important and form one of the most valuable marks of the style. They are often without ornament and can then be distinguished only by their moldings. Sometimes they have the ball flower and occasionally heads or human figures, but the most usual design is a wreath or ball of foliage. In the early English style, we see the stems of the foliage rising from the neck mold, or astragal, and turning over under the abacus of the capital. But in the present style, we have most commonly a stem with its leaves wrapped round the bell of the capital, and filling up the space like a ball. The one here given from Selby is an excellent example of the general appearance of a rich decorated capital, but the foliage is infinitely varied. Sometimes it is long and flowing, encircling the whole capital of a clustered column, but in general it is a faithful copy of natural forms, the oak, the ivy, the maple, and the vine being the plants most generally copied, and this is done with great delicacy and grace. Decorated foliage, whether of capitals, corbels, or cornices, is greatly superior to that of any other style, and nothing can exceed the skill with which it is drawn and carved. Decorated capital from Selby. Arches, these are not so acute as those of the early English. The equilateral is the one most frequently used, but sometimes it is still lower. They are generally molded, but the moldings are in many instances bold quarter rounds or filleted rounds, and sometimes the arches are merely plainly chamfered. In a few instances, the moldings of the arch are carried down to the ground, without the intervention either of capital or impost. In large buildings, vaulting shafts are carried up the pillars to support the groining of the roof, which is much more complicated than in the early English. Numerous extra ribs are introduced, and richly carved bosses placed at the intersections, which give it much richness and variety. Many beautiful open timber roofs of this style still remain, both in churches and houses. Stone groining is imitated in wood in cases where it would not be safe to place the weight of a stone roof on the walls. The moldings and ornaments are quite as important in this as any other period, as a means of distinguishing one style from another and fixing the date of a building. The moldings have lost the boldness of the early English, but they have gained a greater neatness. The rounds are not so wide, and have frequently 1, 2, or sometimes 3 small fillets running along them. Another molding, very peculiar to this style, is a round, the upper half of which projects over the lower. It is called the roll molding. There are also 2 ornaments which belong almost as 502 exclusively to the decorated, as the zigzag to the Norman, or the tooth ornament to the early English. These are called the ball flower and the 4-leaved flower, of which we give examples. They are used, particularly the ball flower, in cornices, capitals, corbels, in the moldings of doors and windows, and in every place where ornament can be used. The ball flower is even used as crockets on the spire of Salisbury Cathedral, and the mullions and tracery of some of the windows in Gloucester Cathedral are completely filled with it. Ball flower, with roll molding and hollow. Diaperwork is very extensively used in this style in the backs of niches, on buttresses, and for covering spaces where other ornament could not well be used. Four-leaved flower, with filleted, round, and hollow molding. Towards the end of the reign of Edward Roman III, a great revolution in architecture was in progress. The change was first indicated by the introduction of straight lines among the flowing tracery of the windows, by which the beautiful freedom of their design was much impaired. This was followed by the foliage and other ornamental parts becoming more stiff and formal and losing their truthfulness to nature. It is curious to see how this idea of the perpendicular line and of a tendency to general squareness of form seems to have taken possession of the minds of the architects of the period, and it can only be attributed to the inherent love of variety and a desire for novelty. All things showed the approach of a change, which certainly was not the work of any one individual, but was rather the effect of a pervading idea, until William of Wykeham embodied and improved it, and brought out the new or perpendicular style, which will be the subject of a future chapter. Of the domestic buildings of the 14th century, many good specimens yet remain. They were almost all built more or less for defense, and the more exposed the situation, the more were the defenses increased, until it is difficult in many cases to say whether a building should be considered a house or a castle. The saying that an Englishman's house is his castle was at this time literally true. They were mostly moated, and contained but few rooms, one of which was much larger than the rest, the hall. Of the military strongholds, or castles, properly so called, many of the finest we possess were built during this period, among which may be mentioned Carnarvon, Chepstow, Kidwelly, Pembroke, Windsor, Clifford's Tower in York, Warwick, etc. The masonry of these is of the most perfect description, the courses, as at Clifford's Tower, York, being laid regularly through the whole extent of the building, thus showing that in castellated, as well as in every other branch of architecture, the Edwardian period stands preeminent. The art of sculpture was necessarily inseparable from ecclesiastical architecture. In our churches of the feudal ages, the sculptured canopies, chantries, tracery, and statues are of singular merit and great poetic beauty in many instances, and in none more than in those of this period. They show a marked advance on the prior period. Both in the early English and the decorated orders we have exquisite specimens of sculpture, in spite of the destruction of the Reformation and the ravages of time. At York, Ely, Lichfield, Durham, Wells, and Westminster Abbey we can yet admire the labor of the sculptors of the eras of Henry Roman III and Edward I. In the cathedrals of Glasgow and Aberdeen, as well as in the splendid remains of Elgin and Holyrood, we have yet traces of it. The foliage, the trefoils, and caterfoils of this period are peculiarly free, natural, and simple. In the decorated order, at Croyland and Tintern, in the nave at York, in the magnificent choir at Lincoln, at Beverley, Ripon, and Carlisle, as well as in the beautiful ruin of Melrose, and a few churches in Scotland, we ought not to pass over the sculpture. On many of these graceful works the monks themselves are said to have labored, and Walter de Colchester, sacristan of the Abbey of St. Albans, is expressly celebrated by Matthew Paris as an admirable statuary. We are assured, too, that painting was carried to a great extent in adorning the palaces and 503 churches of this period, though we find scarcely any trace of it left. Henry Roman III kept several painters constantly at work, whose names are recorded, and who executed many beautiful paintings at his various palaces at Westminster, Winchester, Woodstock, Windsor, Kenilworth, etc. Bishop Langton painted the history of the wars and life of Edward I on the walls of the Episcopal Palace at Lichfield. Edward Roman III, collected by Royal Order painters from all quarters to decorate his palace at Westminster, and Fox, in his Acts and Monuments, tells us that the principal churches and chapels had not only portraits of the Madonna and the saints, but the walls were extensively decorated with paintings, so that, whatever its merits, painting was much in demand in this period. Of music as practiced at this period, we can only speak historically, for no proofs appear to have come down to us of the actual written music of the times. Though we had good writers on music in the 14th century, it is not till the 15th that we are enabled to judge of what the music of our ancestors was by actual notation. We know that both the ancient Gauls and Britons were extremely fond of music, and that at all the banquets of the nobles, their minstrels accompanied their songs on the harp. The minstrel in most European countries was a union of the poet and musician. He composed his own music and sang it. For this cause he was the welcome guest at all great houses. Every great baron, as well as our monarchs, kept his train of minstrels who composed songs in honor of their martial deeds and sang them to the harp at their tables. Matilda, Queen of Henry I, was, according to William of Malmesbury, so fond of music that she expended all her revenues upon it and oppressed her tenants to pay her minstrels. John of Salisbury declares that the great of his time imitated Nero in his extravagance towards musicians. He says they prostituted their favor by bestowing it on minstrels and buffoons. Richard I was not only extremely fond of minstrels, but was a distinguished one himself, and everyone knows the story of his being discovered by his minstrel Blondel in his prison in Germany. Edward I would have lost his life by assassination during the Crusades, but his harper, hearing the struggle, rushed in and brained the assassin with a tripod. We could accumulate a whole volume of such facts all through our history, but one which shows, too, how well the musicians were rewarded is that Roger, or Raharus, the king's minstrel in the reign of Henry I, in the year 1102, according to Leland, founded the priory and hospital of St. Bartholomew in West Smithfield, became the first prior, and so remained till his death. The first Earl of Chester gave a freedom of arrest on any account to all minstrels who should attend Chester Fair, and the last Earl was rescued from the Welsh who besieged him in Rhuddlan Castle, by a band of these minstrels and their followers, who rushed away from the fair for that purpose. John of Gaunt established a court of minstrels at Tutbury, in Staffordshire, traces of which remain to our own times. In the Middle Ages, Duke Ange says that these men swarmed so about the houses and courts of the great, and princes spent such large sums on them, as completely to drain their coffers. In fact, it would appear in all ages of our history that a singer would, as now, carry off more in one season than a popular author would in his whole life. The king in those times had accompanying him, when he went on his warlike expeditions, besides the musicians of the army, and expressly attached to his own train, 15 or more minstrels. The nobles had often large bands of them in their houses. We read in the household book of the Earls of Northumberland of the regulations for the minstrels, and Bishop Percy, one of that family, in his Hermit of Warkworth, says, "The minstrels of thy noble house, all clad in robes of blue, with silver crescents on their arms, attend in order due." Troclo the chronicler gives us a very curious passage demonstrating at once the state assumed by minstrels at this period, and the free access which they had to the very presence of royalty. What is more, it shows that women were now accredited minstrels. When Edward Roman II, in 1316, solemnized the feast of Pentecost, and sat at table in royal state in the Great Hall at Westminster, attended by the peers of the realm, a certain woman, dressed in the habit of a minstrel, riding on a great horse, trapped in the minstrel fashion, entered the hall, and going round the several tables, acting the part of a minstrel, at length mounted the steps to the royal table, on which she deposited a letter. Having done this, she turned her horse, and saluting all the company, she departed. When the letter was read, it was found to 504 contain severe animadversions on the king's conduct, at which he was greatly offended, and the doorkeepers being called and reprimanded for admitting her, they replied, that it never was the custom of the king's palace to deny admission to minstrels, especially on such high solemnities and feast days. Minstrels at a banquet in the 14th century, CP 503. See larger version. The harp was the great and favorite instrument, but we now find a number of others mentioned. The band of musicians in the household of Edward Roman III consisted of 5 trumpeters, 1 cytler, 5 pipers, 1 tabret, 1 mabra, 2 clarions, 1 fiddler, 3 waits or hautbois. In a work of the time there are mentioned the following musical instruments: the organ, the harp, the psaltery, the lyre, the cymbal, the sistrum, the trumpet, the flute, the pipe, the tabor, the nakyr, the drum, and several others. Some of these were used in martial, some in church music, and others in social and street music. Chaucer in the Canterbury Tales makes mention of a ribable, as used by his parish clerk, who must have been a merry fellow. In Trusty Manor Colth he trip and dance, after the scale of Oxford though, and with his legs casten to and fro, and playing songs on a small ribable. Thereto he song sometimes a loud querable, and as well could he play on a gytern. The gytern was probably the guitar, and the cytler or siddle, mentioned by Gower, the zitern, which has always been a favorite instrument on the continent, and has of late years been introduced into England. Matthew Paris also speaks of musical instruments called burdens, which were used in the Church of St. Albans and probably in others. Church music, we are told by the old writers, was now as ardently studied by the clergy as secular music by the minstrels and gleemen. Music was taught in all colleges, cathedrals, convents, and capital churches, and the clergy in the 13th and 14th centuries were by much the most able musicians, as well in instrumental as vocal music. The learned Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln, who was also an excellent sculptor and goldsmith, was passionately fond of music as well as of fishing. He wrote a handbook for anglers, Manuel de Pech, and he had always a harper in the next room, and when wearied with his studies, he ordered him to play. Like Saul, he thought sweet music drove away evil spirits. Being asked why he held the harp so dear, he replied, "The virtue of the harp, through skyle and writ, will destroy the fendy's met. And to the crows by goad scale, why's the harp likened whale?" Fair at Westminster in the 14th century, CP 506. See larger version. In the churches of this time, some of the public offices were considered as musical exhibitions, and were frequented for amusement rather than devotion. The clergy of the Middle Ages sought to amuse the people by their pageants and miracle plays, and to attract them by joyous music. To the various diversions of hunting, hawking, feasting, and dancing, which a king recommended to his daughter to chase away her melancholy, he added, "Then shall ye go to your evensong, with tenors and trebles among. Your choir nor organ sound shall want, with country note and descant. The other half on organs playing, with young children full fain singing." Guido Aretini's musical scale, invented in the 11th century, had been now greatly improved by the addition of several characters for representing the various lengths of musical sounds, and music thus delineated was called cantus miserabilis, or measured song. Hand organs of a rude construction were already known and to be seen in the streets of cities, but far more frequently the pipe, the 5/6 tabor, and the drum, the fiddle, and even the harp, accompanying the feats of dancing dog and bear. Both the foreign and domestic commerce of England at that time seems to have grown and flourished, as it has continued to do almost ever since, from an innate and unconquerable tendency in the people towards trade and commercial enterprise, rather than from any fostering and judicious exertions of the government. On the contrary, in the reigns of the great Edwards, the knowledge of the principles of trade appears to have been as completely absent from the heads of those kings, as their ruinous imposts and restrictions were calculated to crush it. In the reigns of the Edwards, the chief articles of export or of raw material were allowed to be sold only in certain places, and sometimes this was one place, and sometimes another. Sometimes this staple or place of sale was at home, sometimes abroad. Edward Roman II ordered that all articles of the staple, as wool, sheepskins, and leather, should not be carried as heretofore to places in Brabant, Flanders, and Artois, but to Antwerp only. Edward Roman III made Calais the staple when that town was captured in 1347, and in 1353 he removed it again, and ordered wool, wool fells, or sheepskins, leather, and lead, to be sold only at Newcastle-on-Tyne, York, Lincoln, Norwich, Westminster, Canterbury, Chichester, Exeter, and Bristol for England, at Carmarthen for Wales, and Dublin, Waterford, Cork, and Drogheda for Ireland. This was better than our merchants being obliged to carry all these commodities abroad, but repeated changes followed this. The condition of the merchants, says Macpherson, in his Annals of Commerce, who were obliged to deal in staple goods, was truly pitiable in those days of perpetual changes. But this was not all. Suddenly and arbitrarily, the king, when wanting to raise money on tolls, would proclaim a fair in Westminster, and compel all the tradesmen of London to shut up their shops, and carry all their goods thither. Matthew Paris tells us that when Henry Roman III did this, the fair lasted for a fortnight, and during that time all the fairs in the kingdom besides were suspended. He draws a dismal picture of the miseries and losses which the merchants suffered. The weather was dreadfully wet and cold. Their goods, removed from good shops to their tents, were drenched and spoiled, and they themselves were obliged to eat their victuals standing deep in the mud and wet. The people were loud in their complaints, but 4 years afterwards the king repeated the experiment. When it failed, for very few buyers came to it. Fairs indeed seemed to engross the chief domestic trade of the nation, and people came to them from different countries. A fair at St. Giles's Hall, near Winchester, continued 16 days. As at Westminster, all trade was prohibited during its continuance at Winchester, Southampton, and at any place within 7 miles. Immense crowds from all parts of England and from abroad flocked to it. It resembled a great city, being laid out in regular streets, inhabited by foreign and domestic traders. To such fairs the kings, barons, prelates, and gentry of the time sent their agents, or went in person, and purchased jewels, plate, cloth, spices, liquors, furniture, horses, cattle, corn, and provisions of all kinds, men and women not excepted. One of these fairs must have been a most extraordinary sight. Bartholomeus, a contemporary writer, assures us that men and women slaves were publicly sold in these fairs like beasts, down to the latter part of the 14th century. The internal trade was not only oppressed by the arbitrary appointment of such fairs and simultaneous closing of others, but by a host of greater and lesser impositions, called lastage, payage, passage, frontage, stallage, and others, now become unintelligible, though far too intelligible to those who were fleeced by them. Some of these taxes were demanded at every fair, and by every baron through whose domain they were compelled to pass. But if the internal trade of the country was thus oppressed, how much more the foreign? In 1275, Edward I issued an order compelling all foreign merchants to sell their goods within 40 days after their arrival. No foreign merchants were allowed to remain in the country longer than that time, except by special license from the king. It was not till 1303 that Edward permitted foreign merchants to come and go freely, and to reside under the protection of the English laws. And it was not till 50 years afterwards that they were freed from the oppressive law of being obliged to answer for the debts and offenses of every other foreign resident. In 1306, a number of foreign merchants were imprisoned in the Tower, and detained there till they gave security that none of them would leave the kingdom or export anything without the king's license. In 1307, Edward prohibited any coin being taken out of the country. In 1335, Edward Roman III made a like law, prohibiting either money or plate 5/7 being taken out, on pain of forfeiture of all such property. Sworn searchers were appointed at all the ports, and in 1343 these regulations were repeated, and the searchers were to receive 1/3 of all the money or plate seized. All foreign cloths were to be reduced to the English measure. All were to be measured by the king's aldnagers, and whatever cloth was found of a less measure in length or breadth was to be forfeited. How commerce could exist under such absurd restrictions is marvelous. Yet the advantages of trade with this country must, under all these obstacles, have been greater than with most others, for foreign merchants flocked hither in great numbers. They were called merchant strangers, and forming themselves into companies, they soon managed to engross nearly all the foreign trade of the country. The merchants of the Steel Yard were a most flourishing company of German merchants, who were settled here before the conquest, but at this period were become much more opulent and powerful. This was owing to their connection with the celebrated Confederation of the Hanse Towns, and to the privileges conferred on them by successive monarchs in consequence of that connection. Then there were the merchants of the staple, who were established about this time. Their business was to collect the staple articles, wool, sheepskins, leather, lead, and tin, and convey them to the staple towns. Englishmen, Irish, or Welsh might do this to the staple towns within the kingdom, but no native could be concerned in exporting them to the staple towns abroad. The great object was to enable the king to collect his customs easily, and that foreign merchants might know where to go for these articles. There were 6 moderators, 2 Germans, 2 Lombards, and 2 English, appointed to settle all disputes in the presence of the mayor and constable of the staple, for their affairs were not subject to the ordinary magistrates. The Jews, who had been so fleeced in John's reign, were, for their wealth and usurious habits, banished from the realm in 1290. According to Macpherson's Annals of Commerce, the total exports of England in 1384 were 212,338 pounds, and the imports 38,383 pounds. 10d, leaving a balance in our favor of 173,954 pounds. But Anderson, in his Annals, makes the balance more considerable, namely 255,370 pounds. During this period, coals began to be used in England and were brought by sea to London. The monks of Dunfermline, in Scotland, also obtained leave of a neighbouring baron to dig coals for their own use in his lands at Pittencrieff. Bills of exchange were now much in use, being much encouraged by the government, under the idea that they prevented money going out of the kingdom, and in 1381 a law was passed recommending, and in fact commanding, their use in foreign transactions. One of the most useful and creditable transactions of the reign of Edward Roman III was the issue of a gold coinage. The coinage of England had till this period consisted of silver, and chiefly in the form of marks and pennies, a mark being 2/3 of a Tower pound, the pound not being a real coin, but a pound weight of silver coins. The shilling also was a nominal coin at this time, being the 20th part of a pound. The penny was the 240th part of a pound, and there were also silver halfpence and farthings, but the people often made these by cutting the pence into halves and quarters, a practice against which various ordinances were issued. At this time a penny was called an esterling, or sterling, whence our word sterling coin. The gold coins circulated before this period were foreign, and called bezants or Byzantines. Henry I issued a gold coin of the weight of 2 silver pennies, which was ordered to pass for 20 silver pennies. The people, however, refused it, as gold being only reckoned 9 times the value of silver, the king had thus made it 10 times the value, which was 1/10 more than the real value. So completely did this coin disappear, that no specimen, we believe, is now known of it. Edward I issued in 1279 a silver coin equal to 4 silver pennies, and called it a gross or groat, that is, a great penny. No coins of the reign of Edward Roman II are known certainly to remain, but there are a few which are surmised to be his. The new gold coinage of Edward Roman III, issued in 1344, consisted of florins, so called from the gold coin of Florence, to pass for 6 shillings, half florins for 3 shillings, and quarter for 1 shilling and 6 pence. But he had committed the same fault as Henry I, and overvalued these coins, which prevented the circulation. To remedy this error, he coined in the same year gold nobles, half nobles and farthing nobles, valued respectively at 6 shillings and 8 pence, 3 shillings and 4 pence, and 1 shilling and 8 pence. The coin was called a noble because of the fineness of its metal. This coinage continued to circulate to the end of this period. To prevent extortion in exchange of these moneys, and probably to secure a little profit to the crown, Edward took the whole matter into his own hands, appointing official exchangers in every part of the kingdom, making a profit of 1 1/5% by the transactions. The great loss to the public in those times was occasioned by the extensive clipping of the coins. To such a degree had this taken place in the time of Edward I, that the Jews being accused as the chief offenders, he seized in one day, and hanged with very little trial, 244 of them. At the same time all the goldsmiths in the kingdom were taken and put into prison, on suspicion of participation in the crime. The rate of interest was high at this period, seldom less than 10, more often 20%, and in the case of the Corsini, 60%. The Church of Rome prohibited the lending of money on usury, and yet, when the Bishop of London excommunicated the Corsini, who were the papal agents, the Pope protected them, or they must have suffered the fate which overtook the Jews. The method of coining at this time was simply by beating out thin plates of silver into a roundish form and stamping them by a blow with a hammer. The coins were, of course, of rude workmanship. The coins minted in Scotland in the reign of Edward Roman III were so much less in value that he prohibited their circulation, but ordered it to be brought to the mint as bullion. The old coins, however, he permitted to circulate. The first gold coins of Scotland are of the mintage of Robert Roman II, 1371 to 1390. In Ireland there were several coinages of money, but in 1339 appeared a foreign inferior money called turnkeys, or black money, which was allowed to circulate from the scarcity of better. The British sailors, during the period under review, greatly augmented the character for skill and bravery which they had acquired in King John's time. The great victory of Edward Roman III at Sluys, and their subsequent ones, placed them at the head of the maritime world. The monk of Malmesbury before that, in 1315, had written thus of them: English ships visit every coast, and English sailors excel all others, both in the arts of navigating and of fighting. Whether this character at this time was quite true, as regarded the skill in navigation of the Genoese, is doubtful, but in fighting, they had shown their superior valor by beating the Genoese in the French service at sea, just as their comrades had done on land. The Royal Navy in these reigns does not appear to have been at any time numerous. The number of the ships of war of Edward Roman II that we are made acquainted with was only 5. Of the size of these we have no information, but as early as 1270 we read of a ship of Venice which was 125 feet long, carrying 110 men. Edward Roman III, in 1360, ordered the vessels intended to transport his troops to France to carry 40 mariners, 40 men-at-arms, and 60 archers. Edward's admiral and the mariners of the Cinque Ports captured no less than 80 vessels off the French coast, of which one had been purchased some years before for 5,000 francs. This was a large fleet itself, but in size the Genoese vessels must have greatly exceeded the largest of these, as we read of some of them, ship and cargo, being valued at £60,000 and £70,000 each. The large fleets of England, however, with which Edward transported his armies and fought his sea fights, were chiefly merchant vessels, collected by the most arbitrary authority as wanted. The press warrants of that day show us that those who executed them were empowered to seize all vessels, great and small, that were in port or that came into port, to cause them to be unloaded, if necessary, and to conduct them at once to the place of rendezvous. In this manner were speedily mustered the 738 vessels which were drawn up at the siege of Calais, and the 1,100 vessels with which Edward invaded France in 1359. London and Yarmouth were the two great seaports of that day, and there appears every reason to believe that Edward on this latter occasion had at least half of the whole mercantile navy of England in his service. The number of English ships was found at this time to diminish rather than to increase, nor can this be any matter of wonder. The violent seizures of trading vessels, the interruptions of commercial enterprises, and the necessary losses of property were enough to have destroyed the whole commerce of any less vigorous country. Added to this, the encouragement of the merchant strangers, who carried on a great part of their trade in foreign bottoms, no doubt, was an additional cause of this decrease. An event, however, took place in 1302 of unparalleled advantage to navigation, the invention of the mariner's compass by Flavio di Gioja of Amalfi. This opened up new oceans and new worlds to Europe, and already in the reign 509 of Edward Roman III, Nicholas de Luna, a Carmelite friar, is said to have made 5 voyages of discovery towards the North Pole, and presented to that monarch a description of the countries which he had seen. In 1344, one Macham, an Englishman, is said to have discovered Madeira, and in 1395 some French and Spanish adventurers discovered the Canaries. English ships of the 14th century, CP 508. See larger version. Scotland during this time must have displayed considerable maritime enterprise, for the Scottish captain John Mercer, in one of his daring cruises, made great destruction amongst the English merchant vessels, till Alderman Philpot of London encountered and took him prisoner. So bold were the Scots in 1335 and 1337 that they seized English vessels at the very mouth of the Thames, attacked and plundered Guernsey and Jersey, sailed along the southern coast of England, took a number of vessels lying at the Isle of Wight, and cruised along the eastern shore, doing much damage, till the equinoctial gales drove them home. The manners and customs which prevailed during this period bore a great resemblance to those we have described in the preceding age. Yet, by the extensive expeditions of the English on the continent, and to the east in the Crusades, various changes were introduced, and if we are to believe the writers of the times, a great corruption of morals had taken place. Thomas Wykes, speaking of the civil wars in the reign of Henry Roman III, says, "In these 5 years past there have been so many battles, both by land and sea, so much slaughter and destruction of the people of England, so many devastations, plunderings, robberies, thefts, sacrileges, perjuries, treacheries, and treasons, that the nation hath lost all sense of distinction between right and wrong, virtue and vice. No nation had shown such valor as the English, but none had shown so little mercy abroad, or the wise policy which puts on a show of it. We have seen how much the first and third Edward gained by their arms, both in Scotland and France, and how they lost it all by the reckless cruelties which they inflicted on those countries, and their total neglect of every attempt to conciliate their goodwill." Froissart, 510, who does justice to the bravery and virtues of the English, blames them for their insolent and disgusting behavior to people of other nations. "When I was at Bordeaux, a little before the Black Prince set out on his expedition into Spain, I observed that the English were so proud and haughty that they could not behave to the people of other nations with any appearance of civility. Even the gentlemen of Gascony and Aquitaine, who had lost their estates in fighting for them, could not obtain the smallest place of profit from them, being constantly told that they were unfit for and unworthy of preferment. By this treatment they lost the love and incurred the hatred of those gentlemen, which they discovered as soon as opportunity offered. In a word, the King of France gained those gentlemen and their countries by his liberality and condescension, and the English lost them by their haughtiness. The style of living of this period, however, at home, amongst the princes and aristocracy, was most magnificent, rudely so, it is true, but lavish and lordly. The enormous establishments of Edward Roman II and Richard Roman II, we have described, the household of the latter consisting of 10,000 persons. Alexander Roman III, of Scotland, being present at the coronation of Edward I, rode to Westminster, attended by 100 knights, mounted on fine horses, which they let loose, with all their furniture as soon as they alighted, to be seized by the populace as their property. In this he was imitated by the Earls of Lancaster, Cornwall, Gloucester, Pembroke, and Warenne, who each paid Edward the same expensive, unprofitable compliment. The style of living amongst the great barons is shown by the household accounts of the Earl of Lancaster in 1313. In that year the Earl expended £7,309, containing as much silver as £21,927, or equivalent to £109,635 of our money. Nay, so very cheap were wines, and some other things, that it would nowadays require a far larger sum than this to maintain an equal hospitality. The quantity of wine consumed in the Earl's establishment in that year was 471 pipes. Other earls and barons used up in free living all the revenues of their immense estates. Towards the conclusion of this period this profuse hospitality was on the decline, and, instead of dining in their great hall with their dependents, the nobles began to dine in private parlors with a few familiar friends. But this innovation was extremely unpopular, and subjected those who adopted it to much reproach. It appears that painted ceilings and walls in the great houses prevailed even before the reign of Henry Roman III. Scripture and romantic subjects prevailed in these decorations. The painted chamber at Westminster was embellished in this manner. In the romance of Arthur of Little Britain, these painted walls and ceilings are described as done with gold, azure, and other fresh colors, which is precisely the style of the old Byzantine school. In the reign of Henry Roman III, they had painted glass windows, not only in churches but in private houses, and with lattices which opened and shut. In different old illuminated MSS, we have specimens of the chairs, beds, reading desks, and other furniture. The so-called chair of Edward the Confessor in Westminster Abbey, still used as the coronation chair, is probably the oldest chair in England, c. 341. In Strutt and other works may be found various things of this kind, copied from the old writers. The wills of our sovereigns and nobles give accounts of other articles bequeathed, and the romances of the time abound in lavish descriptions of the splendor of the palaces and halls of knights and barons. The Countess of Pembroke in 1367 gives her daughter a bed with furniture of her father's arms. Lord Ferrers leaves his son his green bed with his arms thereon, and to his daughter his white bed, and all the furniture, and the arms of Ferrers and Ufford thereon. Beds of black satin, of red camera, of blue, red, and white silk, and black velvet are mentioned. That of the mother of Richard Roman III was of red velvet, embroidered with ostrich feathers of silver, and heads of leopards of gold, with boughs and leaves coming out of their mouths. Many of these beds have testers and canopies. In the will of Lady Neville, in 1385, is mentioned a white couvlet and tester, powdered with popinjays. Many, however, had hangings of tapestry all illustrated in needlework, with pictures of battles and great events, as well as scenes from the Bible and from the favorite romances, and Matthew of Paris tells us that Eleanor of Castile, wife of Edward I, covered the floor with tapestry, at which there was much scoffing. Clocks which struck and chimed the hour are mentioned at the close of the 13th century, and Matthew of Paris gives us a rich idea of a cupboard of plate, containing a cup of gold, 6 quart standing pots of silver, 24 silver bowls with covers, a basin, ewer, and chassoir of silver. There is also frequent mention of silver and silver-gilt plate, dishes, chargers, salt cellars, 511 spoons, silver lavatories, spice plates, knives with silver handles, and a fork of crystal belonging to Edward I. Forks were used in Italy as early as 1330, but not till the 17th century in this country. Fire screens standing on feet were in use in the reign of Edward I, and also ornamental andirons or fire dogs. The feasts at coronations of kings, the installations of prelates, the marriages of great nobles, and similar high occasions were profuse in the number of dishes, and the guests entertained sometimes amounted to thousands. The coronation banquet of Edward Roman III cost £40,000 of our money, At the installation of Ralph, abbot of St. Augustine, at Canterbury, in 1309, 6,000 guests sat down to 3,000 dishes, which cost £45,000 of our money. At the marriage dinner of the Earl of Cornwall to the daughter of Raymond, Count of Provence, at London, in 1243, 30,000 dishes were served up. The marriage feast of Alexander Roman III, of Scotland and Margaret of England, held at York in 1281, causes Matthew Paris to say, "If I attempted to describe the grandeur of this solemnity, the number of the illustrious guests, the richness and variety of the dresses, the sumptuousness of the feasts, the multitude of the minstrels, mimics, and others whose business it was to amuse and divert the company, my readers would think I was imposing on their credulity." Chaucer describes in his Parson's Tale the artificial cookery to which they had attained, and adds, "They had excess of divers meats and drinks, boiled, roasted, grilled, and fried. They had mortries and blancmanges, and such manner bake meats, and dish meats brenning of wild fire, painted and castled with paper and semblable waste, so that it is a Byzantine to think." The latter ornaments were what they called their intermeats, entremets. These represented battles, sieges, and sea, introduced between the courses for the amusement of the guests. At a banquet given by Charles V of France to the Emperor Charles Roman IV, in 1378, there came a great ship into the hall as if of itself, the machinery being concealed. It came with all its masts, sails, rigging, and colors, the arms of Jerusalem, flying. Geoffrey of Bouillon, with several knights armed capapi, were represented on deck. Then appeared the walls of Jerusalem, and a regular siege, assault, and conquest of the city was gone through. As for the drinks of the period, ale and cider satisfied the common people, but a great variety of foreign wines were imported and consumed by the wealthy. Warton, in his History of English Poetry, quotes the following enumeration of wines known and used at this time. "Ye shall have Rumney and Malespine, both Ipocras and Vernage wine, Montrese and wine of Greek, both Algrade and Despissic, Antioch and Bastard, Piment also and Garnard, wine of Greek and Muscatel, both Clare Piment and Rochelle. Piment, Ipocras, and claret were compounded of wine, honey, and spices of different kinds, and in different proportions, and were considered as great delicacies. People of rank had 2 meals a day, dinner and supper. Princes and people of high rank had a kind of collation just before going to bed, called the wines, consisting of delicate cakes and wine warmed and spiced. It would appear from a passage in Chaucer that they ate spiced condiments after their meals, as we take a dessert. There was eke wexing many a spice, as clove, giloffer, and licorice, gingeber, and grain de Paris, and many a spice delightable. To et and wan men rise fro table. It is clear that those who had wealth knew no contemptible amount of the art of good living. The costumes of this period were rich and varied. Loud complaints are made by the historians of the extravagance in dress, and laws were enacted both to restrain the excesses in dressing and eating. Edward Roman II decreed that none of the great men of his realm should have more than 2 courses at their meals, each to consist of only 2 kinds of flesh, except prelates, earls, barons, and the greatest men of the land, who might have an intermeat of one kind. In 1363, sumptuary laws restricting dress in like manner were passed in Parliament, but we are told that some of these laws were not at all regarded. The squire endeavored to outshine the knight the baron the earl, and the earl the very king himself. We have examples of the different royal robes of the kings of that time in their statues. Henry Roman III, in Westminster Abbey, has a long and very full tunic, and a mantle fastened by a fibula on the right shoulder, both devoid of ornament. But the boots are exceedingly splendid, being fretted or crossed with lines, and each square of the fret containing a lion or leopard. The cloth he wore is said to have been inwoven with gold, and on 512 his head he wore a coronet or small chaplet of gold. Edward I has no statue, but on opening his tomb, he was found dressed very much like Henry Roman III. His tunic was of red silk, his mantle of crimson satin. Edward Roman II, in his effigies in Gloucester Cathedral, appears in a loose tunic with long streamers or tippets at the elbows, and his mantle open in front. Edward Roman III appears in his loose tunic and mantle, both richly embroidered. His son William in York Cathedral in a close embroidered tunic and mantle with jagged edges. Baron, lady, gentleman, peasant, soldier, peasant woman. Costumes of the 14th century. See larger version. The military costume changed from the chain mail of the Knights Templars in the time of Edward Roman III to plated armor. Sometimes the helmet was closed with a visor, and in other cases had only a protecting piece of steel down the nose, called a nasal. To describe all the accoutrements, armorial bearings on shields, crests, and banners of the knights of this period, and the armor and caparison of their horses, would require a volume. The dresses of gentlemen in the early part of that period consisted generally of a loose, long tunic, and over that the cyclas or contois, a sort of mantle, and when traveling a supertotus or overall. Short dresses afterwards prevailed, with close-fitting hose and shoes. The shoes in the early part of this time were well-fitting to the foot, but afterwards assumed enormous long toes, which are represented as suspended to the knee by chains or cords, though no drawing of these suspended toes has come down to us. In the reign of Richard Roman II, gentlemen's dresses again became long and very luxurious, often with open sides to their garments, and preposterously long-toed shoes. These were called krakows, being supposed to come from Krakow, and had often their upper part cut in imitation of a church window. Chaucer's parish clerk of Salem had Polly's windows carven on his shoes. The capuchin, or head-dress, in some cases resembled a simple cap or rounded hat, in others assumed very much the character of a turban. English merrymaking in the 14th century, tilting at the quinton. C.P. 514. See larger version. Camden's description of a dandy of the 14th century is particularly ludicrous. He 514 wore long-pointed shoes, fastened to his knees by gold or silver chains, hose of one color on one leg, and of another color on the other, short breeches, not reaching to the middle of the thigh, a coat, one half white and the other half black or blue, a long beard, a silk band buttoned under his chin, embroidered with grotesque figures of animals, dancing men and sea, and sometimes ornamented with gold, silver, and precious stones. The Scots at this period dressed very much as the English, except in the Highlands. The Welsh were the least luxurious of any people in the island in dress, and the common soldiers of that nation at the Battle of Bannockburn are said to have been conspicuous to the Scots by the scantiness and rudeness of their clothing. The ladies' dresses were as varied. In the earlier period they wore long dresses, and on their heads a sort of hood or cowl, but in the reign of Edward Roman II, they adopted a most becoming style of head-dress, that of simple bands or nets, supporting the hair in much elegance of form and plaited and turned up behind. It is very much of an Eastern air, and probably was of Saracen origin, brought to Europe during the Crusades. Sometimes on this was worn a light sort of hood, with a silken bandage passing under the chin. Their dresses also assumed more the fashion of modern gowns. Aprons, richly embroidered, appeared, and the female costume of the time of Edward Roman III would pass very well now, the gown fitting elegantly to the bust and of modern proportion. They had, however, the long narrow bands depending from the elbows or from a little above them. The diversions of those ages were very much the same as those of the former one, and therefore need no particular description. We are surprised to hear, towards the end of the reign of Edward Roman III, that the practice of archery was on the decline amongst the people. Every man in the feudal ages in England who did not possess land to the value of 40 shillings a year used to be required to qualify himself for a bowman. And the practice of archery in the villages, from boyhood upward, produced those famous bowmen who cleared the fields of Crécy and Poitiers of all opponents. Could it be the introduction of gunpowder and cannon which had already produced this effect? Yet Reimer says, that art is now neglected, and the people spend their time in throwing stones, wood, or iron, in playing at the handball, football, or club ball, in bull-baiting and cockfighting, and in more useless and dishonest games. Tilting at the quinton was a favorite sport at festive gatherings. Wrestling for a ram was a popular amusement, and a wrestling match of this kind between London and Westminster, in 1222, terminated in a regular battle, in which much blood was spilled. By the dishonest games is probably meant such games of chance as cross and pile, to which the common people were then much addicted, and in which Edward Roman II spent both his time and his money, for there are found in this king's accounts items of money borrowed of his barber and the usher of his chamber while at such play. Card games were invented towards the end of the 14th century by Jaquemin Gringaneur, in Paris, to amuse the melancholy hours of the mentally afflicted Charles Roman VI. But they do not appear to have been so early introduced into this country. Tournaments, hunting, dancing, pageants, mummings, and disguisings were the amusements of the great, even the greatest, princes, and were the delectation of the people when they could witness them. At a masquerade at the court of Charles Roman VI, in Paris in 1388, the king and 5 young noblemen had dressed themselves as savages, with long hair of flax fixed to their robes by pitch, which caught fire from the torches, and the king was rescued with difficulty, while 4 of his companions were burnt to death. The drama appeared in that day under the form of mysteries and moralities, or miracle plays, which were acted in the churches and monasteries by the clergy and monks, and in which the most sacred passages and personages of the scriptures were introduced in the most free and extraordinary manner. From the clergy, the drama by degrees passed over to the laity. In the streets the tragedians or jugglers gave extensive amusement, and according to Chaucer, legerdemain must have reached considerable perfection, for he says the tragedians could make people believe they saw a boat come swimming into a hall, a lion walk in, flowers spring up as in a meadow, ripe grapes, red and white, appear on imaginary vines, castles, looking solid lime and stone, appear and then vanish again. From the Froissart Mise in the British Museum, reproduced by André and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. From the Froissart Mise in the British Museum, reproduced by André and Slay, L.D., Bushy Hertz. The coronation of Henry Roman IV, in Westminster Abbey in 1399. See larger version. Such is the picture of England in the 14th century. In arms she had won eternal and unequaled fame. In poetry, literature, and art she had made brilliant advances. Her churches were piles of glorious poetry in stone, and in poetry itself she had a Chaucer, in architecture, a Wykeham, in philosophy, Bacon and Grosseteste. A number of learned historians, 515 Wycliffe had made the Bible common property and given religion new wings, sending it to the cottage and the dwelling of the industrious citizen. In the Constitution, the Great Charter had been confirmed, and many excellent statutes passed, restraining the royal and baronial power and extending that of the people. Gunpowder and cannon were come to change all warfare and make strong castles useless. Manufactures had been introduced by the noble Queen Philippa of Hainault. Gardens of culinary vegetables, of medicinal herbs, and of flowers, as well as pomaria or orchards, were becoming general, though vineyards were fast dying out. And altogether, it must be pronounced a distinguished and progressive era, which did its duty to the common country and to posterity, except in the 2 important domains of morals and of humanity. Chapter 34. Reign of Henry Roman IV. His coronation, the insecurity of his position, he courts the clergy and the people, sends an embassy to France, conspiracy to assassinate him, death of King Richard, rumors of his escape to Scotland, expedition into Scotland, revolt of Owen Glendower, battle of Homildon Hill, the conspiracy of the Percys, the battle of Shrewsbury where they are defeated, Northumberland pardoned, accumulating dangers, second rebellion of the Percys with the Archbishop of York, the North reduced, the war in Wales, Earl of Northumberland flies thither, the plague battle of Bramham Moor, reduction of the Welsh, expedition into France, death of Henry. The reign of Henry Roman IV. Dates from the 30th of September, 1399, when he was placed on the throne of England by the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, in the presence of the assembled Parliament, having, as we have stated, made his claim to the throne in a speech as remarkable for its disdaining to base his pretensions on the choice of the people, as for its being delivered in the English of the day, in which we have given it, a proof that the language of the country was now recognized as that of all classes. He adjourned the Parliament till the 6th of October. On that day he was crowned in Westminster by Arundel, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with a careful observance of all the ancient ceremonies, and some new ones introduced, to give additional effect to the title of a conscious usurper. He had the sword which he wore on landing at Ravenspur borne naked and erect before him by the Earl of Northumberland, thus again asserting his title as of the sword, and he conferred the Isle of Man, which had belonged to Sir William Scrope, the Earl of Wiltshire, on the Earl, in fee for himself and his heirs, for the service of carrying this sword at the present and all future coronations. All the great barons who held by patent hereditary offices on the occasion performed their several services with apparent alacrity, and everything wore an outward air of smoothness and prosperity. Within 3 months Henry of Lancaster, an exile from the realm, had landed on its shores, deposed and imprisoned his rightful sovereign, and sat there the anointed king. But he was well aware that he sat there by no single right, except that which he had so determinedly rejected, the election of the people, and that he was surrounded by 1,000 elements of danger. Richard, the true king, was still alive, and though at present unpopular with the people, had many partisans, who had rather been surprised into silence than permanently satisfied. The rightful and acknowledged heir to the throne was the young Earl of March, who, though yet only a boy of 7 years of age, had powerful connections in the Percys, the Mortimers, and other great houses. This young nobleman was the direct descendant from Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the elder brother of John of Gaunt, the father of Henry of Lancaster. Not only was the Earl of March the true lineal heir to the throne, but his father, Roger Mortimer, had been so declared by Richard Roman II, by Act of Parliament. This youth, thus unceremoniously set aside, Henry had taken care to secure the possession of, and kept him and his younger brother in a sort of honorable confinement at Windsor. Besides the direct claim of the young Earl of March, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, himself a son of Edmund, Duke of York, and married to 516, the sister of the Earl of March, regarded himself as injured by the invasion of the throne by Henry. The claims of the Earl of March were not at this crisis ever mentioned by any party, and therefore Henry took care to keep silence on them. He did not so much as attempt to procure from Parliament, when it met, an act of settlement of the crown in his family, as that would have implied a doubt of his legal right. But he elected his eldest son Prince of Wales, Duke of Guienne, Lancaster, and Cornwall, and he was named in Parliament heir apparent to the throne. These steps were necessary to secure his hold of the throne at home. In France, he had created a determined enemy in Charles Roman VI, whose son-in-law he had deposed, and whose daughter he, in a manner, held captive, after having deprived her of her share of the crown of England. France, accordingly, threatened vengeance, and might be expected to incite the Scots to annoyance. And besides being under the necessity of arousing the hostility of the friends and partisans of those nobles, whom he resolved to punish for past offences to his family, he knew that he had laid himself under such obligations to those who had aided his designs, as would be difficult to discharge to the height of their expectations. Henry, therefore, went craftily to work. On dismissing the Parliament, he had instantly ordered the issue of writs for the assembling of a new one, returnable in 6 days. This necessitated the return of the very same men, for the time was far too short for a fresh election. He was certain of their obsequiousness, and would not risk a delay which might give time for the people to think, and to send up members who might at least raise difficulties. He declared that he did this for the profit of the kingdom, to spare the expenses of an election, and for the more prompt redress of grievances. But he took care to add that he did not mean this to be drawn into a precedent, to the prejudice of future parliaments and of the kingdom. It must have been on the tried compliancy of the Commons that Henry chiefly relied, for in the Lords he had much disagreeable and dangerous work to do, and he found the Commons as obedient as he could desire. He immediately moved the repeal of all the acts which had been levelled at his family and partisans during the late reign, and had the attainders of the Earls of Arundel and Warwick reversed. But now came into play the powerful passions of the aristocracy, the terror of some, the hopes of others, the jealousies and animosities of all. It was at once seen how needful to Henry was the support of a devoted Commons. He summoned the lords who had appealed to the Duke of Gloucester and his associates to justify their proceedings. This was raising a storm of the most furious description. The noblemen concerned put forward the same plea as the judges had done in the late reign, namely, that they had only acted under compulsion, that they had neither framed nor advised the appeal, but were compelled to sign it under terror of the threats of Richard. They asserted that they were no more guilty than the rest of the lords who had joined in condemning the appellants. This was touching the sore spot of the whole assembly, and the most terrible altercation arose. When Lord Fitzwalter made the charge against the Duke of Albemarle, 20 other lords joined in it, for Albemarle had been a notorious traitor to both sides, and 40 hoods were flung down on the floor of the house as pledges of battle in support of their assertions. The accused flung down his hood in acceptance of the challenge, and all were taken up and given into the custody of the Constable and Earl Marshal. When the Lord Morley charged the Earl of Salisbury with falsehood to the Duke of Gloucester, and with betraying the secrets of Gloucester to the late king, Salisbury met his accusation with a direct denial, and both cast down their gloves in pledge of battle. Nothing but the most settled purpose of vengeance on his enemies would have induced the cautious Henry to rouse such a tempest at this moment. But he was sure of the popular branch of the legislature, and probably, He felt that division amongst the haughty barons was strength to his own hands, and that only while they were in violent repulsion from each other could he safely humiliate those whom he had in view. When the storm was at its height, Henry interposed, and while the conflicting peers were in fiery antagonism with each other, he let fall his intended blow on the party which had supported Richard against his uncle Gloucester and himself. The lords appellant were stripped of the honours and estates which they had obtained from Richard as the rewards of their appeal, and the Dukes of Albemarle, Surrey, and Exeter, the Marquis of Dorset, and the Earl of Gloucester, descended again to their former ranks of Earls of Rutland, Kent, Huntingdon, Somerset, and Lord le Despencer. To prevent the repetition of such scenes in 517 future, appeals of treason to Parliament were prohibited, and such appeals were directed to be carried to the established courts of law. Treason itself was again limited to the offences named in the celebrated Act of Edward Roman III. The abuse introduced by Richard of delegating all the powers of Parliament to a mere committee of both houses was declared unconstitutional and utterly inadmissible, and the heaviest penalties were enacted against any person but the king giving liveries to his retainers. Henry Roman IV. Henry proceeded to reward his friends. As he had punished his enemies by deprivation of honours and estates, he now restored the Earls of Warwick and Arundel to their former ranks and properties. He constituted the Earl of Northumberland Constable, and Ralph Neville, Earl of Westmoreland, Marshal of England, and as he had bestowed the Isle of Man on Northumberland, he now gave the earldom of Richmond to Westmoreland. Besides these, he conferred many other honours, grants, and offices. Before dismissing Parliament, he submitted to the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, through the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Earl of Northumberland, an especial matter for their advice, and they were charged to keep the subject an inviolable secret. This was no other than the disposal of the deposed king. Henry declared, as we have already stated, that at all events he was resolved on the preservation of his life. The lords gave it as their advice that he should be placed under the custody of trusty officers, who should convey him secretly to some castle, where no concourse of people could assemble, and where he should be strictly excluded from all approach of those who had formerly been in his service. 4 days after this, the king went to the House. 518 expressed his approval of the advice of the lords for the secure detention of Richard, and ordered it to be carried into instant and permanent effect. Henry appeared now firmly seated on the throne of his unhappy cousin. There can be no doubt that it had been the dream and object of his life's ambition. His father before him and his uncle Gloucester had shown no equivocal signs of a desire to seize the crown of that unfortunate prince, and one after another they had usurped the actual power into their own hands. But Henry, more crafty and calculating, watched his opportunity, and did not make a decided grasp at it till he felt sure of the favor of the people. Though he had now reached the height of his ambition, he still as carefully courted the favor of the people and the church, in order to consolidate his new power. To give the people an idea of the auspicious change they had made in their sovereign, he issued a proclamation commanding all the blank bonds which had been extorted from them by Richard and his courtiers to be made null, and committed to the flames. To ensure the continued favor of the clergy, he now took a very different course to that which both he and his father, John of Gaunt, had done formerly. Then they were the great champions of Wycliffe. Now he withdrew his countenance from the reformers, and paid the most marked attention to the interests and ceremonies of the Church, and to the persons and wishes of the clergy. But no precautions, no subtlety of policy, could give peace and security to a throne raised so palpably on injustice and treachery as that of Henry of Lancaster. From within and from without, he found himself menaced by danger. France rejected his alliance and threatened war. The Scots, expecting the French to make a descent on England in favor of Richard, burst into Northumberland in one of their favorite excursions of plunder, took and destroyed the castle of Wark, and committed extensive devastations. Henry sent the Earl of Westmoreland to negotiate with these troublesome neighbours, and the Scots, finding no French army arrive, accepted the offered terms and retreated to their own country. But a conspiracy was forming at this very time in his immediate neighbourhood. The lords appellants, who had been stripped of the honours and wealth heaped upon them by Richard, though they had probably escaped, to their own surprise, with their lives, incapable of sitting down satisfied, entered into a conspiracy to assassinate the usurper. During the Christmas holidays, they met frequently at the lodgings of the Abbot of Westminster to plan his destruction, and the following scheme was the result of their deliberations. They agreed to celebrate a splendid tournament, to be held at Oxford on the 3rd of January, 1400. Henry was to be invited to preside, and while intent on the spectacle, a number of picked men were to kill him and his sons. The king was keeping his Christmas at Windsor, whither the Earl of Huntingdon, the notorious John Holland, who had a particular proclivity towards murder, presented himself and gave him the invitation. Henry accepted it, Huntingdon, notwithstanding his partisanship with Richard and his recent disgrace, being still the king's brother-in-law. On the 2nd of January, the day previous to the tournament, the Earl of Rutland went secretly to Windsor and betrayed the whole plot to the king. It is said that Rutland had received a letter from one of the conspirators while at dinner, which his father, the Duke of York, would insist on reading, and the fatal secret thus coming out, York had compelled his son to reveal the whole to Henry at once. But it must be recollected that Rutland had as fatal a tendency to treachery as Holland had to murder. He had betrayed Richard while in Ireland, and on his return in Wales, had gone over at the critical moment to Lancaster. He now again entered into a murderous plot against the new king, and then, with equal facility, he betrayed his fellow conspirators. It was an ominous mark of want of caution in the conspirators admitting him as one of their members to their secret. Henry was so well acquainted with the false nature of the man, who had thus sacrificed every party that he had been connected with, that he hesitated to give credit to this story. At length, having convinced himself of the reality of the plot, he remained quiet during the day at Windsor, and in the dusk of the evening set out secretly to London. The conspirators, who had with them the staunch friends of Richard, the Earl of Salisbury and Lord Lumley, assembled on the day appointed at Oxford, but were surprised to find that neither the king nor their own accomplice, Rutland, had arrived. Suspecting treachery, they resolved to lose no time, but to surprise Henry at Windsor, where they knew he had but a slender guard. With a body of 500 horse, they made a rapid ride that evening to Windsor, but arrived only to find that the intended victim had escaped. They were greatly disconcerted, but their partisans, 519 having joined them from Oxford, they determined to raise the standard of revolt, and to give out that Richard was at large, and at their head in assertion of his crown and dignity. In order to give credit to their story of King Richard's escape, they dressed up Richard's chaplain, Magdalen, to represent him. Magdalen was said to be so like Richard in person and features that everyone who saw him declared that he was the king without doubt. Magdalen was supposed to be an illegitimate son of one of the royal family. He had been implicated in the illegal execution of the Duke of Gloucester at Calais, had adhered to Richard through all his fortunes, and was taken with him at Flint. The army of the insurgents increased, but it is evident that their enterprise was ill-concerted, and their counsels were now distracted. Hearing that Henry was already at Kingston-on-Thames at the head of 20,000 men, they resolved to retire into the west. They went on, proclaiming Richard in all the towns and villages in their route, and the next evening they took up their quarters in Cirencester. The young queen, according to several authorities, took a warm interest in this attempt. The Earls of Kent and Salisbury, it is said, went to Sunninghill where she was staying, and told her that they had driven Bolingbroke from the throne, that her husband was at liberty, and was then on the march to meet her, at the head of 100,000 men. Overjoyed at this news, says Sir John Heywood, the Queen put herself at their disposal, and took an extraordinary pleasure in ordering the badges of Henry Roman IV to be torn from her household and replaced by those of her husband. The deception was a cruel one, but the murderer Huntingdon was not likely to be very considerate of the Queen's personal feelings. It would be enough for him that drowning men catch at straws, and that the presence of the real Queen might be more effectual even than a sham king. The poor Queen set out with the Earls of Kent and Salisbury on their march towards Wallingford and Abingdon. She was with the barons when they entered Cirencester, but there a terrible fate awaited them. The mayor had received the king's writ to oppose and seize the traitors. He summoned the burghers and the people, and at midnight they made an attack on the quarters of Kent and Salisbury. On attempting to escape, the wretched noblemen found archers posted in every street, and after a resistance of 6 hours, they were compelled to surrender and were conducted into the abbey. In the middle of the following night, however, a fire breaking out in the abbey, which was attributed to their party, they were brought out and beheaded on the spot by the populace. The women, it appears, were as zealous in seizing the insurgents as the men, and that they did not exceed the king's orders is very clear, from the fact that Henry made a grant of 4 does and a hogshead of wine annually to the men, and of 6 bucks and a hogshead of wine to the women of that town. The unfortunate Isabella was reconducted, strictly guarded, from Cirencester to the palace of Havering at Bower. And this continued her place of residence during the tragical transactions which followed this abortive insurrection. The fate of the other leaders of the revolt was summary and sanguinary. The Earl of Gloucester and Lord Lumley went into the west of England, as was proposed, but were seized and put to death by the populace at Bristol. As for Huntingdon, the accounts of his end vary. One relation says that he was seized in Essex and committed to the Tower on the 10th of January, and 5 days afterwards beheaded, with circumstances of great cruelty. But others, and apparently the more probable, are that he was taken in Essex and conveyed to Pleshy, the seat of the late Duke of Gloucester, and, as one of those who had been associated with the late king in the treacherous arrest and murder of the Duke, was put to death at the suggestion of the Duchess of Hereford, the eldest of Gloucester's daughters. Such was the sanguinary termination of this ill-advised and ill-conducted insurrection, a proper prelude, as Henry the historian has justly observed, to those scenes of blood and cruelty which followed in the long contest between the houses of York and Lancaster, occasioned by the fatal ambition of Henry Roman IV. A movement was now made by the Royal Council, undoubtedly originated by Henry, for ascertaining the fate of the deposed king. The late insurrection had shown the perils resulting to the usurper from the presence of the true king, though in strict concealment. So long as Richard remained alive would attempts be made by his partisans to restore him, and however popular Henry might be for a time, he was too well versed in human nature not to be aware that any cause of offense on his part, any heavy imposition or restriction of liberty, however necessary, would immediately turn the public mind 520 to the dethroned monarch, and operate in the latter's favor. These considerations, there is reason to believe, had led to his immediate destruction. From the day that he had been left in the Tower after his formal abdication, the most profound mystery had covered his existence. There were many stories of his being, like Edward Roman II, conveyed secretly from one castle to another by his keepers. It was said that he had been kept some time in Leeds Castle in Kent, and thence removed to Pontefract. But no one really knew where he was, or how he was treated. But now news had reached the court of France that Richard was really dead, and the Council of Henry, as if of their own accord, placed a minute on their book to this effect. It seemeth expedient to the council to speak to the king, that in case Richard, lately king and be still alive, he be put in safe keeping in conformity with the advice of the lords. But if he be departed this life, that then he be shown openly to the people, that they may have the knowledge of it. Great Seal of Henry Roman IV. The answer to this, as intended, was the showing openly the body, which was brought up from Pontefract Castle with considerable funeral pomp, namely, in a carriage drawn by 2 horses, one placed before the other. A peculiar arrangement was adopted, the face from the eyes to the chin being left uncovered, the rest of the body being carefully concealed. The carriage was covered with black cloth, having 4 banners emblazoned with the arms of St. George and St. Edward. It was attended by 100 men all clad in black, and was met on its approach to the city by 30 Londoners dressed in white and bearing torches. King Henry himself walked in procession, bearing a corner of the pall. But this public exposition, so far from having satisfied the public mind of Richard's death, was the fruitful source of continued rumors of his existence, and perpetuated the very effects which Henry intended it to dispel, repeated revolts for his restoration. Very strong was the belief that Richard was still alive and even at liberty, and that this was a mere mock funeral, and the corpse that of some other person, probably the priest Magdalene. The accounts of Richard's death, given by contemporary writers, are chiefly 3. Walsingham asserts that he died in Pontefract Castle on the 14th of February, 1400, from voluntary starvation, having fallen into a profound melancholy on hearing of the failure of the insurrection on his behalf, and the execution of his half-brother, John Holland, and the rest of his friends. Thomas of Otterburn confirms this account, except that he adds that Richard, being persuaded at length to take food by his keepers, found the orifice of his stomach closed from long abstinence, and perished in consequence. The Chronicle of Kenilworth, the Chronicle of Peter de Ockham in the Harleian collection, and Harding, assert that he was starved to death by his keepers. The story of his assassination by Sir Piers Exton and his 8 ruffians is found in a French manuscript work in the Royal Library at Paris 521, and is repeated by Fabian, Hall, and Haywood. The account of Fabian is that followed by Shakespeare, which has given it a firm and worldwide hold on the public mind. All these accounts agree in the fact that the murder of Richard, in whatever shape it took place, occurred in Pontefract Castle. Tradition has had but one constant voice, also fixing it there, and in 1643 three gentlemen of Norfolk visiting that castle record that they were shown the highest of 7 towers, called the Round Tower, as the one in which Richard fled round a post in combat with his butchers, and they add, upon that post the cruel hackings and fierce blows do still remain. Arrest of the conspirators at Cirencester, CP 519. See larger version. It can hardly be doubted that Richard really died at this time. Nevertheless, some mystery hung over his death, and it was not long before a false Richard appeared in Scotland, having, it was said, escaped from Pontefract. He was positively declared by the former jester of King Richard to be that king, and also by the sister-in-law of the Lord of the Isles, who declared she had seen him in Ireland. This supposed Richard is declared by Wintoun to have seemed half-mad or wild, from the manner in which he conducted himself, and therefore it was supposed that he had lost his understanding through his misfortunes. Though we are told that Lord Percy and other noblemen came to him, we are also informed that he would not see them. Yet for 17 years at least, was this mysterious personage maintained at the court of Scotland as the veritable King Richard. But it appears that he was kept in the closest seclusion. Now, had the King of Scotland been confident that he had the real King Richard, nothing could have strengthened him so much against his enemy of England as to have let all those English noblemen and gentlemen who were familiar with Richard have the fullest opportunity of verifying him. As such was not the case, we may fairly infer that there were sufficient reasons for avoiding this test, and that the pretended Richard was what he was called by Henry of England in his proclamations, the Maumit or puppet, which it was convenient 522 for Scotland to play off against England whenever it was useful to stir up an insurrection. He was identified by some with one Thomas Ward, a man of weak intellect. Still, there is sufficient semblance of a fact in the case to make it one of those which will always stimulate curiosity. The King of Scotland lost no time in putting into play this story of the flight of King Richard to his court. The news of it was spread amongst the disaffected in various quarters of England, and the Scots prepared to make a descent on the country under advantage of the internal dissension produced. There were other motives which added piquancy to the enmity of the Scots and English. Robert Roman III was becoming old and feeble, and the Duke of Albany, his brother, one of the most ambitious and unprincipled men that ever lived, possessed the chief power and gave every possible encouragement to the English adherents of Richard. On the other hand, Henry, recollecting the taunts of degeneracy which had been cast upon his predecessor, because he was of a pacific turn, determined to gratify the taste of the nation for military fame. It suited him in every way, except in a pecuniary point, for he was destitute of funds, but it was calculated to divert men's minds from dwelling on the means by which he had risen to the throne, and gave them one great object of interest and union. The condition of Scotland, torn by powerful factions, and ruled by a weak and ailing king, was favorable to his plans, and an expedition thither was the more grateful to his feelings, as it afforded him a hope of punishing the country which gave refuge to his enemies. He announced his intention to Parliament, but it did not encourage the idea of imposing new taxes. He then called a great council of the peers, spiritual and temporal, and these consented to a partial resort to the ancient feudal system, which had for some time been falling into desuetude, that the barons should assemble their retainers and follow the royal standard at their own cost, while the prelates and dignitaries of the church should give the king a tenth of their incomes. Henry next summoned all persons possessed of fees, wages, or annuities granted by Edward Roman III, the Black Prince Richard Roman II, or the Duke of Lancaster to meet him at York, under the penalty of forfeiture. And from the banks of the Tyne, where he arrived in the beginning of August, he dispatched heralds to King Robert and the barons of Scotland, as his vassals, to meet him on the 23rd of that month at Edinburgh, there to do homage and swear fealty to him as the paramount lord of Scotland. He marched to Leith without opposition, but the castle of Edinburgh was in the hands of David, Duke of Rothesay, the king's eldest son, who sent Henry a contemptuous defiance, offering to do battle with him, with 1, 2, or 300 Scottish knights against the same number of English. Henry received the proposal with an equal affectation of contempt, and waited some days for the approach of an army under the Duke of Albany. But he waited in vain, for that astute nobleman took care not to engage a force which famine was fast defeating for him. Provisions became unattainable, and Henry was compelled to retreat to the borders. The expedition was far from equaling the prestige of those of his predecessors, especially the first and third Edwards, but at the same time, it must be allowed that it exceeded them in humanity. Whether the real motive were humanity or policy, it was in effect both. His protection was instantly afforded to all who sought it, and the royal banner displayed from tower or steeple was a signal that no violence or plunder of the inhabitants was permitted. Thus he mitigated the terrors of war, and set an example of moderation to both friend and enemy, such as had hitherto been unknown in European warfare. Henry was hastily recalled from the borders of Scotland by a formidable revolt in Wales. There a new enemy, and a most troublesome one, had been needlessly provoked by the injustice of a nobleman, Lord Grey de Ruthyn. Lord Grey, who had large estates in the marshes of Wales, appropriated a part of the domain of a Welsh gentleman, Owen ap Griffith Vaughan, commonly called Owen Glendower or Owen of Glendowerty. In his youth Owen had studied the law in the Inns of Court, was called to the bar but afterwards became an esquire to the Earl of Arundel, and then, during the campaign in Ireland, to Richard Roman II, to whom he was much attached. When Richard was deposed, Owen retired to his paternal estate in Wales, where the aggression of Lord Grey took place. Lord Grey was closely connected with the new king. Owen was an adherent of the old one, and this probably encouraged Lord Grey to attempt the injustice. But Owen Vaughan was possessed of the high spirit and quick blood of the Welsh. He disdained to submit to this arrogant oppressor. He petitioned the king in Parliament for redress, but met with the fate which was only too probable from a poor 523 partisan of the fallen king in opposition to the powerful one of the reigning dynasty. Though his cause was ably pleaded by the Bishop of St. Asaph, his petition was rejected, and Owen, who boasted that he was descended from Llewellyn, the last of the ancient princes of Wales, boldly took his cause into his own hands, and drove Lord Grey by force of arms from his lands. The indignant nobleman appealed to Henry, who embraced his cause, and issued a proclamation at Northampton on the 19th of September, 1400, commanding all men of the 9 neighbouring counties to repair instantly to his standard, to march into Wales, and reduce Glendower, who was declared a rebel. The fiery patriot, burning with indignation at this gross injustice, the very day that the news of it reached him, rushed forth, burnt Lord Grey's town of Ruthyn, declared himself Prince of Wales, and called on his countrymen to follow him and assert the liberty of their country. The spark was thrown into the magazine of combustible material of which Wales was full, for it was crushed but not contented. The people flocked from all quarters to Owen's standard. They admitted his claims to the princedom of the country without much inquiry, for they saw in him a companion and a deliverer from the English yoke. Owen's superior education in London inspired them with profound respect, and hence their opinion that he was a potent magician, possessing dominion over the elements. Henry marched against him, but Owen retired into the mountains, and the king was compelled to return. In the next year Henry marched once more against the Welsh, who continued to assemble in still greater bodies under the banner of Owen Glendower, and make inroads into England, plundering and killing wherever they came. Twice in this year Henry took the field against them, but on his approach they retired into their mountains and eluded his pursuit. As regularly as he returned, they again rushed down into the Champagne country, and in one of these incursions in Pembrokeshire, Owen gained a considerable victory, thus raising his reputation and augmenting his force. Wearied by these fruitless attempts to subdue the insurgent Welsh, Henry returned towards the end of the year to London, but found as little repose or satisfaction there. Secret enemies were around him, treason dogged his steps into his very chamber, and he came near to losing his life by means of a sharp instrument of steel, having 3 long points, which was concealed in his bed. Meantime the revolt of Owen Glendower had been acquiring strength. Not only did the Welsh, amid their native mountains, flock to his standard, but such of them as were in England left their various employments and hastened back to join in the great efforts for the independence of their country. Not only laborers and artisans, but the apprentices in London and other cities caught the contagion and went streaming back. The students left the universities, and the commons at length presented themselves before the king, representing to him how all these various classes of men were hastening to Wales laden with armor, arrows, bows, and swords. Owen took the field early, engaged his original adversary, Lord Grey, defeated and made him prisoner on the banks of the Vyrnwy. Sir Edmund Mortimer, uncle to the young Earl of March, collected all the friends and vassals of the family to prevent the devastation of their lands. They mustered 12,000, with whom they attacked Glendower near Knighton in Radnorshire but were defeated, and Sir Edmund was made prisoner, with a loss of 1,100 of his men. At the same time, the young Earl himself, who had been allowed by Henry to retire to his castle of Wigmore, though a mere boy, took the field but was also captured by Glendower and carried into the mountains. Henry, who had the strongest reasons for wishing the Mortimers out of his way, we may suppose was by no means displeased at their seizure by Glendower. And this was sufficiently evident, for he refused to allow the Earl of Northumberland, who was closely allied to the Mortimers, to treat for their ransom with Glendower. Still, Henry put forth all his vigour to reduce the Welsh chieftain. He entered Wales at 3 different points, his son, the Prince of Wales, leading one division of the army, the Earl of Arundel II, and himself the third. The Prince of Wales pushed into the heart of the mountains with a bravery which was the herald of Agincourt. He reached the very estate of Glendower and burnt down his house, and laid waste his property. But Glendower kept aloof on the hills till he saw young Henry retire, when he poured down like one of his native torrents, and carried desolation in his rear. The English armies found it impossible to come to close quarters with these enemies, and equally impossible to procure provisions. The weather was insupportable. The rains descended in incessant deluges, the tempest tore away the king's tent, and everything appeared to confirm the ideas of the people 524 and indeed of contemporary historians, that Owen Glendower, by the power of necromancy, could call spirits from the vasty deep, and bring the elements in league against his foes. Henry was compelled to return baffled from the contest. The news which reached the king from Scotland was equally extraordinary. It was that King Richard was alive and residing at the Scottish court, and about to invade England at the head of a large army. The king issued repeated proclamations against the propagation of these rumors, and it was now that he put to death Sir Roger Clarendon, the natural son of the Black Prince, 9 Franciscan friars, and several other persons, for disseminating this account. Border warfare was begun on a large scale by Henry's supporters the Percys, and the Scottish nobles retaliated. On one of these occasions, the command being in the hands of Sir Patrick Hepburn of Hales, the Scots broke into England and laid waste the country with great fury. But going too far, they were intercepted by Percy and the Earl of March, a Scottish refugee, and no connection of Mortimer's, on Nesbit Moor in the Merse. The Scots were only 400 in number, but they were well armed and mounted, and consisted of the flower of the Lothians. The battle was long doubtful, but March, who had not arrived before, coming up with 200 men from the garrison at Berwick, decided the fortune of the day. Hepburn himself was killed, and such was the destruction of his best knights and his followers that the spot still retains the name of Slaughter Hill. Henry was delighted with the news of this victory. He complimented the Percys and March on their prompt bravery, and commanded them to call out and assemble the feudal levies of the northern counties, as the Scots were menacing the borders on the west and ravaging the neighbourhood of Carlisle. Henry's information was correct. To revenge the defeat of Nesbit Moor, Lord Archibald Douglas took the field with 10,000 picked men, and the Earl of Albany, who now wielded unlimited power in Scotland, sent his son Murdoch, Earl of Fife, to join him with a strong body of archers and spearmen. The most distinguished knights and barons of Scotland followed the Douglas banner. A nobler army for its numbers never left Scotland under a Douglas, but the present Earl of Douglas was as noted for his lack of caution, and for his numerous consequent defeats, as his ancestors had been for their care and success, so that he had acquired the by name of the Tyneman, the losing man. He rushed on across the Tweed with his accustomed impetuosity, and never stayed his course till he arrived before the gates of Newcastle. Everywhere the country people, unsupported by any armed force, had fled before him, and he and his followers now found themselves so loaded with booty that it was necessary to return. Secure in their numbers and in the flight of the inhabitants, the Scots pursued their homeward way leisurely, till they arrived near Millfield, not far from Wooler in Northumberland. But here they found themselves confronted by a strong force under the Earl of Northumberland, his son Hotspur, and the Earl of March. Douglas seized on an excellent position, a hill called Homildon, had he only had cavalry and men-at-arms to contend with. But the forces of the Percys consisted chiefly of archers, and there were many eminences round Homildon which completely commanded it, and whence the English bowmen could shoot down the Scots at pleasure. The English occupied a strong pass, But perceiving their advantage, and that the Scots had not even taken possession of the eminence opposed to them, they advanced and secured that important ground. Had the Scots taken care to preoccupy that, they could have charged down on the English archers if they ventured to leave the pass, and the battle must speedily have been brought to a hand fight, where the Scots, from their vantage ground, could have committed great havoc. The English, having posted themselves, to their own surprise, on the eminence opposite to the Scots, saw that Douglas had crowded his whole force into one dense column, exposing them to the enemy, and impeding, by their closeness, their own action. Hotspur, at the head of the men-at-arms, proposed to charge the Scots, but March instantly seized his bridle rein, and showed him that he would, by his advance, lose the grand advantage offered them by the oversight of Douglas. He made him aware that the bowmen could speedily level the serried ranks of the Scots without any danger to themselves. The truth of this was at once perceived. The English archers advanced, pouring their arrows in showers upon the Scots, who were so thickly wedged together and so scantily furnished with armor, having little more on them than a steel cap and a slender jack or breastplate, or a quilted coat, that the cloth-yard arrows of the English made deadly work amongst 525 them. As the English continued to advance, the best armor of the knights was found incapable of resisting their arrows, while the Scottish archers drew feebler and more uncertain bows, and produced little effect. The confusion among the forces of Douglas became terrible. The bravest knights and barons fell mortally wounded. The horses struck with the arrows reared and plunged, and trod down the riders of their own party. The Galwegians, only half-clad, presented, according to the accounts of the time, the appearance of huge hedgehogs, so thickly were they bristled over with the shafts of the enemy. Charge of the Scots at Homildon Hill, CP 525. See larger version. In this mortal dilemma a brave knight Sir John Swinton exclaimed, "My friends, why stand we here to be marked down by the enemy, and that like deer in a park? Where's our ancient valor? Shall we stand still, and have our hands nailed to our lances? Follow me in the name of God, let us break yonder ranks or die like men." On hearing this, Sir Adam Gordon, who had long been at deadly feud with Swinton, threw himself from his horse, entreated his forgiveness, and kneeling, begged the honor of being knighted by his hand. Swinton instantly complied, and the two knights, tenderly embracing each other, mounted and charged down on the enemy, followed by 100 horsemen. Had the whole body of the Scots followed they might have retrieved the day. But such was the confusion in 526 the Scottish lines, that before Douglas could advance to support them, Swinton and Gordon were slain, and their little band slaughtered or dispersed. When at length Douglas was able to move on, the English archers, keeping perfect order, fell back upon their cavalry, but poured, Parthian-like, showers of arrows behind them on the Scots. The carnage was awful. No defense could withstand the English arrows, and the Earl of Douglas himself, who wore on this fatal day a suit of armor of the most tried temper and exquisite workmanship, which had required 3 years to manufacture, was wounded in 5 places, and taken prisoner, together with Murdoch, and the Earls of Moray and Angus. The Scottish army was utterly routed. 1,500 men are said to have perished in attempting to escape across the Tweed, and amongst the slain, besides the chivalric knights Swinton and Gordon, were Sir John Livingston of Calendar, Sir Alexander Ramsay of Dalhousie, Sir Roger Gordon, Sir Walter Scott, and Sir William Sinclair. Such was the bloody Battle of Homildon Hill, another of those great victories which the English owed entirely to the matchless superiority of their bows and bowmen. For Walsingham declares that neither earl, knight, nor squire handled their weapons, or came into action, though when the Scots were broken, they joined in the pursuit. When Henry received the news of this great victory, achieved on the day of the exaltation of the Holy Cross, September 14, 1402, he instantly dispatched a messenger with letters of congratulation to the Percys and the Earl of March, but commanded them not on any account to admit to ransom any of their prisoners, of any rank whatever, or to suffer them to be upon parole until they received further instructions. The object of this order was plainly to keep Scotland quiet by retaining so many of her bravest leaders in his power, but the peremptory tone of the command, coming in the hour of victory, gave great offense to the commanders. It was a settled and ancient right of the conqueror to ransom his prisoners, and it came with a more sensible effect on the fiery spirit of Hotspur from the recent refusal of Henry to permit him to ransom his brother-in-law, the Earl of March, from Owen Glendower. Henry took care to assure the victors that it was not his intention to deprive ultimately any of his liege subjects of their undoubted rights in regard to their captives. But Henry was not famous for keeping his word in opposition to his interests. The reader will recollect the indignant language put by Shakespeare into the mouth of Hotspur on this occasion, and notwithstanding the assertion of some writers that the offense really taken by the Percys was not from this cause, we see no reason to doubt the relations of Rymer and other authorities. This second interference of Henry was the deciding cause of that revolt of the Percys, to which they were already disposed, and which immediately followed Homildon Hill fight. They had been the means of placing Henry on the throne, as it would seem, without intending it, for he had sworn to them on the Gospels at Doncaster that he aimed at nothing more than asserting his own invaded rights. Henry had rewarded them with large grants of land, including those of their prisoner Douglas, which lay in Eskdale, Liddesdale, with Ettrick Forest, and the lordship of Selkirk. The Percys, indeed, might regard these last as scarcely more than nominal gifts, for they would require a powerful force to keep possession of them, and they were almost immediately retaken by the Scots. The Percys, in fact, were ill-pleased with the haughty tone of Henry, who owed them so much, and they were now in close alliance with the Mortimers, who had the real claim to the throne. That Henry received their desire to liberate their royal relative with fear and suspicion was clear from the fact that he made no resistance to the ransom of Lord Grey de Ruthin. Henry did not hesitate to say in reply to Hotspur's pertinacious demands of March's liberty that he and his uncle Mortimer had gone to Glendower of their own accord, and that no loyal subject would, therefore, wish them back again. This was pointed language to a mind like Hotspur's, but there were still other causes at work. The Earl of Northumberland attended at Westminster with his prisoner, Murdoch Stewart, the son of Albany, and 6 other captives. They were presented to Henry, who, though he invited them to dine with him, received them rather coldly, and used severe language to Sir Adam Forster, one of them. The Earl pressed Henry for the payment of large sums of money, due to him, for the custody of the marches, and the costs of the Scottish war. This of all subjects was the most distasteful to Henry, who was always short of money, and reluctant to part with it when he had it. To balance this account, he now gave Northumberland, instead of hard cash, the lands of Douglas, which would require for their defense still more hard blows. Northumberland returned home in no good humor, and the work of revolt now went rapidly on. The Earl of Worcester, Northumberland's brother, entered into the quarrel regarding the Mortimers. Scrope, the Archbishop of York, the brother of William Scrope, Earl of Wiltshire, who had been put to death by Henry at Bristol, and who, therefore, hated Henry, advised these nobles to depose the usurper, and place the Earl of March, the rightful prince, on the throne. The first open evidence of the insurrection was furnished by Edmund Mortimer, who, to free himself from captivity, gave his daughter in marriage to Owen Glendower, and on his part agreed to join the confederacy for the overthrow of Henry of Lancaster, with 12,000 men. Meantime, the Percys and the Earl of March had agreed to liberate Douglas, their prisoner, on condition that he should join the enterprise with a certain number of Scottish knights. Accordingly, the Percys and March made a foray into Teviotdale, and challenged the chivalry of Scotland, by way of concealing their real enterprise from the eyes of the English king, to meet them in battle on the 1st of August. Keeping up the appearance of an attack on Scotland, they invested an insignificant fortress on the borders, called the Tower of Cocklaws, commanded by a simple esquire, one John Greenlaw. This petty border hold was besieged with all the forms of war by this powerful army. It was assaulted by the archers, and battered by the trebuchets and mangonels, but still it stood firm, and its commander at length entered into a treaty with Hotspur, promising to surrender it in 6 weeks, that is, on the aforesaid 1st of August, if not sooner relieved by the King of Scotland, or Albany, the governor. This made it necessary to send a courier to Edinburgh, ostensibly to communicate this agreement to the government, but really under cover of it, to open a negotiation with Albany for his adhesion to the enterprise. The utmost publicity was given by the Percys to the expected rencontre between the nations on the 1st of August. They applied in all directions for aid and troops from their friends, and carried the deception so far as to even solicit Henry for arrears of money due to them, amounting to £20,000, in order to enable them to maintain the honor of the nation. Henry must have lost much of his usual sagacity if he had not for some time seen through this solemn farce. The black clouds of the coming tempest had been drawing together from various quarters for some time, and dull must have been the vision of the government had they not attracted their notice. Henry sent no money, but ominously avowed his intention of joining his faithful Percys in person and sharing their dangers for their common country. This appears to have startled the covert insurgents. They at once altered the tone of their pretensions. They abruptly abandoned the anticipated glories of their Scottish campaign and, directing their course towards Wales, gave out that they were about to make war on Owen Glendower in defense of King Henry. Henry of Lancaster was by no means deceived. He knew that Mortimer had allied himself to Glendower and publicly proclaimed his intention to maintain the cause of his nephew, the Earl of March, against Henry. Still more, the Scottish Earl of March, refusing to participate in the treasonable designs of the Percys, from his mortal hatred to Douglas, whom they had made an associate, hastened to Henry and fully apprised him of the real situation of affairs. Henry, therefore, lost no time in marching northward, but this movement quickened that of Hotspur. It has been said that if this conspiracy had been executed with as much prudence as it was planned, it would have cost Henry his crown, and the cause of failure has been laid on the precipitancy of Hotspur and the timidity of his father. But it must be borne in mind that Henry was a suspicious and vigilant monarch, constantly in danger, and therefore constantly on the alert to detect it. Fortune, providence, or his singular circumspection served him uniformly in all these conspiracies and enabled him to defeat his adversaries. It must also be borne in mind that to arrange a sufficient military force to overturn the throne of a monarch like Henry, it required extended ramifications of conspiracy, and this involved the imminent danger of bringing into the field of operation some individuals hostile or traitorous to the enterprise. On this occasion, the Percys had announced their object to the governments of France and Scotland, and the defiances arriving from the Duke of Orleans and the Count of St. Paul seemed to have originated from this cause. But if they did not awake suspicion in the breast of Henry, there was the Scottish Earl of March, as there had been the traitorous Earl of Rutland before, to prove a stumbling block to the conspirators. It was almost impossible to avoid making him a confidant, and if made, he was pretty sure to damage them through his hatred to Douglas. At the critical moment when Henry had clearly 528 obtained intelligence of what was going forward, Albany, who was raising all Scotland, and proposing to bring down 50,000 men to join them, had not had time to complete his muster. The old Earl of Northumberland fell ill, or, as some historians will have it, grew afraid and could not march. It was, therefore, no precipitancy, but an inexorable necessity, which compelled Hotspur to use all diligence to effect a junction with Owen Glendower before overtaken by Henry. He was accompanied by Douglas and his Scottish knights, and by his uncle, the Earl of Worcester, the Lieutenant of South Wales, with what forces he could get together. The men of Chester, always devoted to King Richard, joined them on the march to support his cause, for they heard that he was still alive. The whole insurgent army amounted to 14,000 men, and even though disappointed of the contingents of the Scottish regent and the old Earl of Northumberland, if they could reach the army of Glendower, they would present a most formidable force. But in this, Henry was too quick for them. He himself, knowing the valor of the troops and the leaders who came against him, was desirous to delay a while an actual conflict with them. But the Scottish Earl of March, who seems to have been an admirable tactician, as he had seen the true mode of action at Homildon, saw it in this case, and urged vehemently on Henry the necessity of checking the Percys before they could form a junction with Glendower. Henry saw the wisdom of the advice. He had now reached Burton-upon-Trent, and turning west, he pushed forward by forced marches, and entered Shrewsbury at the same moment that the advanced guard of Percy and Douglas was seen in all haste endeavoring to gain that city. Hotspur and Douglas, failing in their intent to secure entrance into the town, drew off their forces to Hatley Field, within a short distance of the city, where they pitched their camp. From this camp the Confederates sent to the king a defiance, which has been preserved by Harding, who was in the service of Hotspur, and the next day accompanied him to the battle. In this they accused Henry of being false and perjured, inasmuch as he had sworn at Doncaster on the Holy Gospels that he would claim nothing but the property of himself and his wife. Yet he had deposed, imprisoned, and murdered Richard the King. Moreover, not only had he destroyed Richard, but he had usurped the right of the Earl of March, and had violated the laws and constitution in various ways, for which reason they pronounced him a perjured traitor, and were determined to assert the cause of the rightful heir. Henry replied that he had no time to waste in writing, But the next morning, the 21st of July, the vigil of St. Mary Magdalene, drew his forces out of the city and put them in order of battle. When this was accomplished, he appeared struck with some doubts of the result of the battle, for the forces were equal in number, and the opponents tried and strong warriors. He therefore sent the abbot of Shrewsbury to the hostile camp with offers of peace, which, after long deliberation, were rejected by the advice of the Earl of Worcester, who bade them not hope to escape the vengeance of Henry if they consented to put themselves again into his power. On receiving this answer, Henry cried, "Then, banners, advance!" and the cries of St. George and aspirants Percy rent the air. It was a pitiful sight to see so fine an army of Englishmen drawn up against each other for mutual destruction, and at the very first discharge the archers on both sides made a fearful slaughter. Every passion and motive was called into action which could lead to a desperate conflict. Never were there two more equally balanced armies. Each was about 14,000 strong. Harding, who, as we have said, was present, states Hotspur's force at 9,000 knights, yeomen, and archers, without rascaldry, that is, common hired soldiers. The leaders on both sides were the bravest men and most distinguished captains of the age, tried in many a hard-fought field. Their followers were the flower of the English and Scottish armies. Here were not the renowned English archers on one, but on both sides, and these supported by such a body of gentlemen and the substantial yeomanry of the country as had rarely been assembled in so moderately sized a host. On the one side, the king and his son fought for crown, life, and reputation. If they were conquered, there was nothing for them short of loss of the crown, of existence, and of reputation, for they must go down to posterity as usurpers who had deluged their country with blood for their criminal ambition. For Hotspur, on the other hand, it was either victory and the establishment of a close alliance with the old hereditary line, in the person of the new King of England, or execution if taken, or, if he escaped, eternal banishment and the ruin of his noble house and of all his kindred and adherents. Therefore every man 529 and preeminently the leaders put forth all their force and fought with the most lion-like desperation. According to Walsingham, the insurgents gave out that Richard himself was alive, and with them in the field to assist in avenging his own injuries. Warkworth Castle. See larger version. Percy and Douglas, who had so often fought in opposition, now rushed on side by side, like two young lions, beating and bearing down all before them. Everywhere they sought out the king, determined to take him, alive or dead. But again the cunning Scottish Earl of March, who seemed to think of everything, had advised the king to take the armor of a simple captain, and to dress up several captains in the royal garb. The ruse succeeded admirably for the king, but fatally for his representatives. Douglas and Hotspur raged everywhere. They broke through the English ranks with 30 picked followers, and wherever they saw a royally dressed and mounted champion they attacked and slew him. Douglas, who as well as Hotspur is described as performing prodigies of valor, is said to have killed 3 of the sham kings with his own hand. When at length they approached the real king, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Where the devil do all these kings come from?" The 2 brave generals attacked Henry himself with the same fury with which they had assaulted those who resembled him. They came so near to him that they slew Sir Walter Blount, the standard-bearer, threw down the standard, killed the Earl of Stafford and 2 other knights, and were within a few yards of Henry, when his good genius, the Scottish Earl of March, rushed forward and entreated him, if he valued his life, to keep somewhat more aback. The battle now raged here portentously, and knights and gentlemen fell promiscuously on all sides. For 3 hours the struggle and carnage went on, every one fighting, Scot against Scot, Englishman against Englishman, with the fury of demons, the archers all the while pouring in their showers of arrows on their opponents, so that, as Walsingham says, the dead lay thick as leaves in autumn, and so encumbered were 530 the ranks, that there was scarcely any advancing over them. Still, everywhere the forces of Percy and Douglas were carrying the day, yet at length Henry's fortune once more prevailed. He had fought everywhere with a gallantry not surpassed by any man in the field. When unhorsed, he was rescued by the Prince of Wales, who, though wounded early in the battle with an arrow in the face, fought through it with the most distinguished bravery, giving full promise of his future martial fame. But Hotspur and Douglas, finding that the ranks of the royal army through which they had broken had closed after them, endeavored at length to cut their way back to their own troops. In this, however, they were not easily successful. The battle was in its full fury, every man fought like a hero, and they found themselves assailed on all sides by the points of spears, swords, and flights of arrows. In the heat of the melee, Hotspur, nearly suffocated in his armor from his prodigious exertions, for an instant raised his visor for air. That instant an arrow struck him in the face, passed through his brain, and he fell dead on the field. At this sight, which was beheld by both armies, the royal ranks set up the jubilant shout of St. George in victory. The Scots and Percy's forces gave way, and the flight and pursuing massacre became general. The Scots were almost entirely cut to pieces. Douglas, in endeavoring to escape, fell over a precipice, or, as others say, his horse stumbled in ascending a hill. He was thrown, severely injured, and taken. The numbers of killed and wounded in this terrific action are said to have been 5,000 on the side of the king, and a much greater number on that of the insurgents. Otterburn says that nearly 2,300 gentlemen fell, and about 6,000 private men, of whom 2/3 were of the insurgent army. The most distinguished persons who perished on the royal side were the Earl of Stafford, Sir Walter Blount, Sir Hugh Shirley, Sir Hugh Mortimer, Sir John Massey, and Sir John Calverley. Besides Hotspur and Sir Robert Stewart being killed, the uncle of Hotspur, the Earl of Worcester, the Baron of Kinderton, and Sir Richard Vernon were taken prisoners. Douglas was treated by Henry with the courtesy due to his rank and reputation, and as a foreign enemy, not as a rebel. But Worcester, Kinderton, and Vernon were immediately beheaded. The rapidity with which Henry had broken in upon the plans of the insurgents had prevented one of the most formidable coalitions imaginable. The Duke of Albany in Scotland had assembled 50,000 men and advanced to join Hotspur at the Tower of Cocklaws. But on arriving there, he found Percy and his army gone thence. And soon after hearing that he was defeated and slain at Shrewsbury, he gave out that his expedition had only been intended to drive that nobleman from Scotland, and returned quietly to Edinburgh. The Earl of Northumberland, recovering from his illness, was far advanced in his march with a considerable body of men to join the main army, when he was met by the intelligence of the defeat and death of his son, and his brother, the Earl of Worcester. Completely dejected by this calamitous news, he disbanded his little army, and retired to his castle of Warkworth. Owen Glendower, from some cause, never appeared. No sooner was this destructive battle over than Henry marched northward, to disperse any remains of disaffection or armed force. He acted with consummate policy, prohibiting his troops from plundering, and offering pardon to all concerned in the late rebellion who laid down their arms. The Earl of Northumberland hastened to avail himself of this lenity, and presented himself before Henry at York, who received him as might be expected, with evident displeasure and reproaches for the perfidy of his conduct. It is said that the old earl was mean enough to declare that he never intended any disloyalty, but was marching his troops to join the royal army, a circumstance which, if true, would induce us to believe all that writers of the time have insinuated of the dubious character of the indisposition, which prevented him from appearing at the moment of action. Henry seems to have received his miserable plea with deserved contempt, and he retained him in honorable custody for judgment by the approaching Parliament. He then proceeded to issue orders for the arrest of the Lady Elizabeth, the widow of Hotspur, and compelled the knights of Northumberland to swear fealty to him. When Parliament assembled, Northumberland presented his petition to the king, acknowledging his assembling his retainers, but pleading Henry's promise of pardon at York, on condition of his surrender. The king referred the decision of his case to the judges, but the lords claimed it as their right to try their brother peer, and many of them having been more or less involved in the recent league with him, they pronounced him not 531 guilty of treason or felony, but only of trespasses, for which they adjudged him bound to pay a fine at the king's pleasure. He then swore fealty to Henry, to the Prince of Wales, and to the other sons of the king and their issue, whereupon Henry granted him his pardon, and in a few months restored him to his lands and honors, with the exception of the Isle of Man, the governorship of Berwick, and some other fortresses. Henry had thus quelled this dangerous rebellion with great spirit and address, but he was still surrounded by dangers. He still found himself pursued by all the evils and annoyances of a usurper. The French friends and families of the slain insurgents were full of animosity. The country complained of the weight of taxes imposed to put down these continual disturbances, the direct consequences of Henry's arbitrary seizure of the crown, and his enemies abroad were insulting the country and plundering its coasts in revenge of his offenses. The French attacked Guienne and plundered every English ship and every part of the English coasts that they could approach. They captured a whole fleet of merchantmen, they attacked and took Jersey and Guernsey, they made a descent on Plymouth, burnt it, and laid waste the whole neighborhood. The Count of St. Paul cruised along our coasts with a squadron of ships, landed on the Isle of Wight, and inflicted severe injuries on the inhabitants before he was repulsed. The Admiral of Brittany scoured our coasts and the narrow seas, and carried off no less than 50 prizes, and nearly 2,000 prisoners. No less than 3 princes of the House of Bourbon were engaged in thus discharging on the people of England their vengeance for the crimes of their king. Henry granted letters of marque to make reprisals, and the inhabitants of the English seaports associated and carried on a vigorous maritime warfare. They retaliated on the French, ravaged their coasts, burnt their towns, and often even penetrated into the interior. The Flemings and men of Ostend, instigated by the Duke of Orleans and St. Paul, joined with the French in this piratical persecution of the English, and Henry sent out his second son, Thomas, afterwards Duke of Clarence, with a fleet, who committed great havoc on their coasts, destroying ships, people, and towns without mercy. To relieve the pressure of his wants, he made an attempt, through the Commons, to resume the grants of the crown, and to appropriate some of the property of the church, which resulted in nothing but exasperation of the minds of both laity and clergy. The widow of the Lord Spencer, who had been executed at Bristol, formed a scheme to liberate from Henry's custody the young Earl of March and his brother. She reached their apartments at Windsor by means of false keys, succeeded in getting them safely out of the castle, and was on her way with them towards Wales, where their uncle Mortimer was in close alliance with Glendower. But the vigilance of Henry was quickly aroused. The fugitives were pursued and captured. Lady Spencer, on being interrogated by the council, avowed that her brother, the Duke of York, the notorious Rutland, who betrayed everybody, and who had now succeeded his father in his title and estates, was at the bottom of the scheme. York was immediately arrested, but he protested his entire innocence, and after a few months' confinement in the castle of Pevensey, he was released and restored to the full enjoyment of his rank and property. In the meanwhile Robert, King of Scotland, crushed by the murder of his eldest son, the Duke of Rothesay, who had been starved to death by the orders of the Earl of Albany, and trembling for the fate of his second son, James, Earl of Carrick, a boy of only 14 years, was too enfeebled by age and adversity to be able to contend with the wicked Albany, or find any means of security for his son at home, where that nobleman held unlimited sway. He therefore agreed to place him in charge of the King of France, and the young prince, accompanied by the Earl of Orkney and a strong body of the barons of the Lothians, proceeded to North Berwick, and embarked in a ship which awaited him at the Bass. The Earl of Orkney and a small personal suite alone accompanied him on the voyage, and as the truce was still existing with England, they had no apprehensions from that quarter. But they were already watched by the sleepless eyes of Henry of Lancaster, and when the vessel was off Flamborough Head, they were captured by an armed merchantman of and carried to London. The Earl of Orkney presented a letter to Henry, written by Robert of Scotland, entreating him, should his son be compelled by stress of weather to put into an English port, to show him kindness. The Earl added that the young Prince 532 was on his way to France for the purpose of his education, and prayed that they might be permitted to pursue their way in peace and security. But Henry had not planned their capture on trivial grounds, and was not, therefore, to be persuaded to give up his prize by mere words. His interest was his paramount principle, and with that he rarely suffered feelings of justice or a sense of honor to interfere. The seizure of the son of a neighboring king, at entire peace with him, was as gross a breach of the laws of nations as could be conceived. But then Henry had by it obtained a pledge of good behavior on the part of Scotland. He had now the heir apparent in his hands, and could employ that advantage in counteraction of the use made by Scotland of the pretended King Richard. Henry, therefore, merely replied to the entreaties of the attendants of the Scottish prince that he would be perfectly safe with him, and that as to his education, he spoke French as well as the King of France or the Duke of Orleans, and that his father, in fact, could not have sent him to a better master. James and his suite were consigned to the safe keeping of the Tower. That nothing could be more agreeable to the Duke of Albany than to have the heir to the throne safely secured at a distance, was apparent to all the world, as it would leave him, in case of the king's death, regent, and king in all but name. So much was this felt, that many did not hesitate to declare the whole affair to have been planned between Albany and Henry, and the feeble public remonstrances of Albany confirmed this belief. Douglas, on the other hand, who would fain have had the young prince in his hands as a means of gratifying his own lust of power, and of curbing that of Albany, was so enraged at the conveyance of the Earl of Carrick out of the kingdom, that his son, James Douglas of Abercorn, attacked the party of nobles who had accompanied the prince, on their return from North Berwick, and at the moor of Langhermanston slew Sir David Fleming, and took most of the other nobles prisoners. This disastrous termination of the scheme which Robert of Scotland had devised for the safety of his son hastened his death, which took place in 1406, and Albany was appointed regent during the absence of the young prince, which he was not, therefore, likely to cut short by any strenuous exertions of his own. Shilling of Henry Roman IV. It might have been expected that Henry's decisive suppression of the Percy insurrection would have procured him some considerable interval of peace, but this was by no means the case. The Percys were on fire with resentment, and resolved to take revenge for their humiliation and the deaths of Hotspur and Worcester on the very first opportunity. The Earl of Nottingham, son of the Duke of Norfolk, and Scrope, the Archbishop of York, though they had remained passive while Hotspur was in the field, now did their best to fan the flame of revolt in the heart of the old earl, who had been compelled at the time of his pardon to sign an obligation to surrender into the hands of the king the castles of Berwick and Jedburgh, and was deprived of the offices of constable and warden of the marches. Henry had called a parliament at St. Albans, but found in it a spirit very uncompliant with his demands. Foremost in opposition, and in denouncing the measures of the king, was Lord Bardolph. He soon found it safest to absent himself from court, and he therefore hastened north to the Earl of Northumberland, and added his overflowing discontent to that which was already effervescing in the bosoms of the Earl and of his partisans. The insurgents took the field, but as in all their attempts during this reign, without any concert. First appeared in arms Sir John Falkenberg and 3 other knights in Cleveland, in May of 1405. They were immediately assaulted and dispersed by Prince John, the third son of King Henry, and the Earl of Westmoreland. Then the Archbishop of York and the Earl of Nottingham, more commonly called the Earl Mowbray, who also was Earl Marshal, with unexampled rashness appeared in arms without waiting for the forces of the Earl of Northumberland. They fixed on the doors of the churches in York and other places a defiance of the king, charging him with the same crimes and misdemeanors, which were contained in the proclamation of Shrewsbury: perjury, usurpation, murder, extortion, and the like. They assembled 8,000 men at Skipton on the 533 more. The Prince and Earl of Westmoreland, having defeated Falkenberg's force, marched against them, and came up with them in the forest of Galters on the 29th of May. The French fleet arriving at Milford Haven, CP 535. See larger version. Finding that the forces of the insurgents exceeded their own, the Earl of Westmoreland proposed a friendly conference, which was acceded to. There the Earl acted with an art not more remarkable than the simplicity of those on whom it was practiced. The Archbishop presented a list of grievances, which Westmoreland read and declared to be perfectly reasonable, and presenting, in his opinion, no difficulties but such as might readily be got over. The matters in dispute were discussed. Westmoreland astutely approved of all that they suggested, conceded all their demands, and solemnly swore to procure the royal ratification of every condition. Having thus amicably terminated their differences, the Earl called for wine, which the negotiators partook of in sight of both armies. While they were thus drinking and embracing, the Earl pleasantly suggested that, as they were now friends, there could be no necessity for keeping their armies assembled, and proposed that they should disband them all on the spot, let them know that peace was concluded, and allow every man to go home. To this the Earl Mowbray made some objection, but the Archbishop, who was sincerity and simplicity embodied, overruled his caution, and gave orders for the dismissal of their troops. No sooner was this done, and the army of the insurgents dispersing on all sides in confusion, than it was seen that the soldiers of the crown remained stationary, having been duly instructed 5:34 beforehand, and Westmoreland, throwing off the mask, arrested the Archbishop, the Earl Marshal, and the other leaders who had come to the conference. This news reaching the insurgents, every one made the best of his way in flight for his own safety. Henry was already on his way to support his son and Westmoreland. He had already arrived at Pontefract, and at that spot, so suggestive of his unrelenting disposition, the insurgent leaders, thus perfidiously entrapped, were brought before him. He ordered them to follow him to Bishopthorpe, the palace of the primate, near York, as if, with a refinement of cruelty, he would make the fate which he designed for him the more bitter by inflicting it on the spot of his past greatness and authority. There he commanded the Chief Justice, Gascoigne, to pronounce on them sentence of death. But that upright and inflexible judge refused, declaring that he had no jurisdiction over either archbishop or earl, who must be tried by their peers. Sir William Fulthorpe was appointed on the spot Chief Justice of the King's Bench for the occasion, and this pliant tool, no doubt selected with full knowledge of his obsequious nature, called them at once before him, and without any form of law, indictment, trial, or jury, condemned them to be beheaded as traitors. And the sentence was carried instantly into execution, with many circumstances of wanton and unworthy cruelty. This was the first time that a prelate had suffered capital punishment in England. Prelates had been imprisoned and punished by forfeiture and banishment, but no king had yet dared to put to death a bishop, and the circumstance did not pass without the Pope launching the thunders of excommunication against all persons concerned in this ominous innovation, though without specially naming the king. The archbishop, on hearing his sentence, protested that he never intended any evil to the person of Henry and merely sought redress of grievances. But after having twice incited the insurgents to arms, and being believed to have written the last proclamation, if not that also at Shrewsbury, he was not likely to obtain credence. When afterwards the king called upon the House of Lords to record a judgment of high treason against the archbishop and the earl marshal, they demurred, and required the question to lie over till the next parliament, a significant hint of their disapproval, which Henry was wise enough to take. The matter was never mentioned again. Henry punished the city of York for its disposition to support the views of the archbishop, by depriving it of its franchises, and then, at the head of 37,000 men, marched in pursuit of the Earl of Northumberland and Bardolph. Northumberland had delayed his demonstration this time to secure the assistance of Albany, the regent of Scotland, and aid from France. He had readily formed an alliance with Albany, but failed in procuring any support from the French court. As Henry advanced north, Northumberland retired. Henry took successive possession of the Duke's castles of Prudhoe, Warkworth, and Alnwick, and as he drew near Berwick, Northumberland, who never showed much courage, surrendered it into the hands of the Scots, and fell back still farther on his Scottish allies. The Scots themselves, not thinking the town tenable against Henry's forces, set it on fire and deserted it. The castle alone appeared disposed to make resistance, but the shot of an enormous cannon having shattered one of the towers, it opened its gates, and the son of the Baron of Greystock, with the 6 principal officers, was immediately executed. Henry turned southward victorious, and at Pontefract, which no thoughts of the murder he was charged with committing prevented him from visiting, he conferred upon his queen the several great estates of the Earl of Northumberland and Bardolph. Henry now marched to Wales, whither he had sent his son, Prince Henry, in the spring. This gallant young prince, who had acquired such renown on the field of Shrewsbury, had pursued Glendower into his fortresses, with all the ardor and impetuosity of youth. For some time that artful general eluded his attacks, and set him at defiance by a variety of stratagems, but in the month of March he had obtained a signal victory over the Welsh at Grosmont, in Monmouthshire, and taken Griffith, the son of Glendower, who commanded, prisoner. He next laid siege to Lampeter Castle, in Cardiganshire, and after a long siege reduced it. But now the French appeared upon the scene with a force of 12,000 men, if we are to credit Otterburn. Glendower, finding his power gradually undermined by the efforts of Henry and his valiant son, had applied to the French, or, as some writers assert, had gone in person to solicit the aid of France. That country at the time was in a deplorable state of misgovernment. The malady of Charles Roman VI had reduced him to a condition of absolute imbecility. The powerful Duke of 535 Burgundy was dead, and the dissolute Orleans, living in open adultery with the Queen, had usurped the whole powers of the state. As Albany was in Scotland, so was Orleans in France. Hating Henry with an inveterate hatred, he readily promised Glendower his assistance. A fleet was fitted out and entrusted to the Count of La Marque, a gay young prince of the royal family, but engrossed in pleasures and gaieties. It was so late in the year when this courtly admiral reached his fleet at Brest, that his most sensible followers refused to venture to sea, and with a fragment of his force, La Marque made an abortive descent on the English coast at Falmouth. In the spring of 1405, however, a fresh fleet, assembled by the resolute Orleans, reached Wales and debarked at Milford Haven. The fleet consisted of 120 ships, and had taken on board a great number of cavalry horses, which, however, had nearly all perished during the stormy passage. And no sooner was the fleet moored than the squadron of the Cinque Ports sailed in after it, and burnt 15 ships. It, moreover, cut off all supplies by sea, and soon after succeeded in capturing a portion of the French transports bringing ammunition and provisions. The French army was commanded by the Count Montmorency, Marshal de Ria, and the Sire de Hugueville, Grand Master of the Arbalisters or crossbowmen. They marched to Haverford-West and burnt the town, but suffered great loss in attempting to take the castle and were repulsed. They next advanced to Carmarthen, laying the country waste as they went. They took Carmarthen, and they were joined by Owen Glendower with a force of 10,000 men. This united force took its way towards England, and Prince Henry, being in possession of an inferior force, was compelled to avoid an engagement. It was this which had made Henry hasten his march from the north. Before setting out, he granted the Isle of Man, forfeited by the Earl of Northumberland, to Sir John Stanley, in whose family it continued till the reign of Elizabeth. On reaching Hereford, the king was compelled to issue a proclamation representing that the kingdom was in great danger from the junction of the French and the Welsh, that his finances were totally exhausted, and that the 10ths and 15ths granted by Parliament could not be levied till Martinmas. He, therefore, commanded the sheriffs of all the neighbouring counties to summon before them the richest men of their several shires, and prevail upon them to advance money on the credit of the taxes already voted. To such extremity was Henry Roman IV, reduced, in one of the most critical epochs of his troubled reign, and this total want of means for paying and feeding his army delayed him so long, that it was not till late in the year that he came face to face with the invaders. They had now reached the very gates of Worcester, and menaced that town. Henry, having united his forces with those of his son, now advanced upon the enemy, who were posted on a considerable hill, and took up his position on an opposite height. For 8 days the two armies lay with a deep valley between them, neither of them willing to risk the loss of its vantage ground, and give battle under the unequal circumstances. There were occasional skirmishes, and 3 of the French lords were slain, including the brother of the marshal. At length the Welsh and French beat a retreat into Wales, and Henry pursued them. But having reached their marshes and mountains, they turned upon the king's forces when they had, in their ardour, advanced incautiously amongst them, and inflicted great loss upon them, taking or destroying 50 of his wagons, containing the most valuable portion of his baggage. It was now the middle of October. The season was such as all the world then believed to be at the command of Glendower, tempestuous and incessantly raining. The roads became impassable, provisions were unattainable, and the king was heartily glad to draw off his army. Nor were the French less delighted to quit the country of the great necromancer, where they reaped more labours than laurels, and soon after they embarked and sailed back to France. Northumberland and Bardolph were soon compelled by the manoeuvres of Henry to escape from Scotland. The Scottish noblemen who had been kept prisoners in England ever since the battles of Homildon Hill and Shrewsbury were offered by Henry their liberty if they would persuade their friends in Scotland to seize and deliver up these noblemen. This disgraceful scheme was readily adopted by the Scottish prisoners and their friends, and would have been carried speedily into execution. But the news of it reached the ears of the brave Sir David Fleming, a staunch friend of the Percys. It must be remembered that not only was the Earl of Douglas, but Murdoch, the son of the Regent Albany, still amongst the prisoners of war in England, and therefore both Albany and the friends of Douglas, combining the 536 most powerful party in Scotland, were engaged in this most dishonourable conspiracy for the betrayal of Northumberland, his young grandson, Henry Lord Percy, and Lord Bardolph. Sir David Fleming, disdaining to connive at so base a treason against the honour and hospitality of Scotland, gave the English noblemen timely warning. They escaped, but Sir David, as we have related, returning from conducting Prince James to North Berwick on his way to France, was set upon by the son of Douglas and the connections of the other prisoners in England, and lost his life for his noble conduct. Northumberland and Bardolph made their escape to Glendower in Wales. The situation of Henry at this epoch was far from enviable. His usurpation had involved himself and the nation in constant feuds, battles, treasons, and bloodshed. The best and ablest men, instead of being able to unite their counsels and their efforts for the common good of the country, were inflamed by violent antipathies against each other. The lives of many of the noblest were sacrificed, and the resources of the country consumed in mutual destruction. Henry, indeed, by his skill, address, and courage, had defeated all the schemes formed for his dethronement, and dispersed his assailants, but he was still surrounded by malcontents and general dissatisfaction. All his efforts had not been able to extinguish the reports of the existence of King Richard. As often as these reports were exposed and made ridiculous, as certainly did they revive and renew their strength. The remonstrances of Parliament were severe to an extraordinary degree against his exactions and maladministration. According to the parliamentary history, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir John Tyvetot, in a speech addressed to the king, declared that the country was impoverished by excessive impositions and that nothing was done for its benefit, that in Guienne 96 towns and castles were lost, though it had cost this nation great expenditure to defend it, and that the whole of our continental possessions were in danger, that the marches, i.e., the Scottish borders, were in the worst condition, that the rebellion in Wales, notwithstanding every effort, was still unsuppressed, that Ireland was nearly lost, though the charges for its government continued, that at sea our trade was destroyed, and the vessels of our merchants intercepted, and that the expenses of the royal household were excessive, and the court filled with a set of worthless rascals. Henry had left his son to continue the campaign in Wales, and he himself endeavored to manage the domestic concerns of the kingdom. But in addition to the calamities of war, and the difficulties just enumerated, which were chiefly the consequence of them, there now appeared the plague, which ravaged both town and country for several years. In London alone it carried off no less than 30,000 people, and in other places it extirpated whole families, and left entire houses and almost villages empty. Encouraged by Henry's domestic difficulties, and the strong opposition manifested by Parliament, the Earl of Northumberland and Lord Bardolph, having vainly waited for any decisive support from Owen Glendower, who indeed was now gradually sinking beneath the vigorous efforts of Prince Henry, determined to make one more descent on England. Northumberland had tried in vain to induce Albany to embrace his cause. He had then gone over to France, and thence to Flanders with equally little success. His last hope was placed on the co-operation of the exiled nobles and knights in Scotland, and the disaffected on the borders and in Northumberland. Correspondence was opened with Sir Thomas Rokeby, Sheriff of Yorkshire, and that gentleman is said, by Buchanan, to have lured them on in order to make their defeat certain. They advanced from Scotland into Northumberland, surprised several castles, and razed the Percy tenantry, who were attached to the old chief. Hence they marched on into Yorkshire, and having reached Knaresborough, were joined by Sir Nicholas Tempest. They crossed the wharf at Wetherby, and Sir Thomas Rokeby, who appears to have allowed them uninterrupted progress hitherto, that he might effectually cut off their retreat, now following them closely, overtook them on Bramham Moor near Tadcaster, and brought them to an engagement. The Earl of Northumberland was killed in the battle. Lord Bardolph was taken prisoner, but died in a few days of his wounds. Thus did the old Percy of Northumberland, after a long and hard contest to put down the man he had helped to set up, close his stormy career on the 28th of February, 1408, as his son Hotspur had done 5 years before at Shrewsbury. The bodies of the Earl and of Lord Bardolph were cut in quarters, and sent to London and other towns, where they were exposed. The Dukes of Orleans and Burgundy at the Church of the Augustines, CP 539. See larger version. Henry was in full march to encounter the insurgents when he was met by the pleasing intelligence of their defeat and death. He proceeded 538 to Pontefract, where he continued for a month, busily employed in punishing and fining the prisoners of rank or substance who had been taken at the battle. He was in pressing need of money, and he coined as much out of ransoms as possible. The Abbot of Hales, having taken arms, was executed like a layman, as the Archbishop of York had been before. There remained now, of all Henry's enemies within the kingdom, only the Welsh to subdue. The contest between Owen Glendower and Prince Henry had now been going on for upwards of 4 years, with every demonstration of art, activity, and bravery with which two such commanders could conduct a difficult contest amongst mountains and marshes. Glendower, one of the most devoted patriots and most spirited and able generals that are to be found in history, had disputed every inch of ground with unconquerable pugnacity and never exhausted stratagem. He may be said to have taught Henry of Monmouth that discipline and military science which afterwards enabled him to win the Battle of Agincourt and achieve such brilliant triumphs in France. But Henry, full of youth and martial ardor, and supported from England by troops and provisions, was an antagonist who was sure, in time, to bear down the limited means of Glendower. During nearly 5 years, he had completely reduced South Wales, and was slowly but steadily advancing in the north. In the summer of 1409, Glendower, finding his indefatigable young enemy steadily advancing upon him, and the support of the disheartened and plundered people growing weaker, determined to make one desperate effort to supply himself with provisions, and to inflict a severe punishment, even if it were the last, upon the foe. He therefore sent all the forces he could muster, under the command of his two bravest officers, to make a grand foray in Shropshire. These commanders executed their commission with great bravery and ferocity, but they were at length defeated, their troops cut to pieces, and themselves taken prisoners, carried to London, and there executed. This was the last expiring effort of the Welsh in that glorious struggle, which they had maintained for 10 years under their illustrious countryman, Owen ap Griffith Vaughan, better known as the unconquerable Owen Glendower. We say unconquerable for though Wales, a small country, engaged in an unequal contest with a far greater and wealthier nation, and with two of the most renowned generals of the age, Henry of Lancaster and his son, was compelled to yield, it is very clear from abundant historic facts that Owen himself never retired from the struggle, never was subdued. In the rolls of Parliament and in Rymer's Eftera, we find that in 1411 he was accepted by Henry in a general amnesty. In 1412 he was on foot and made prisoner. In 1415, just before the Battle of Agincourt, Henry v. His old antagonist, who seems to have respected him as he deserved, commissioned Sir Gilbert Talbot to treat with Meredith, the son of Glendower, for a pacification of his father and his still unconquered associates. And again, shortly after the great triumph of Agincourt, Henry renewed the honorable overture. But Glendower was resolved to live and die free, a prince without subjects or country, rather than the subject of the conqueror of Wales. He still continued to haunt the wilds and mountains of Snowdon, and, if we may believe one tradition, died peaceably at his daughter's house at Monington, in 1415, while another shows us his burial place beneath the great window of the south aisle in Bangor Cathedral. Both accounts may very well be true, but wherever Owen Glendower rests, there rests the dust of a man who only wanted a wider field and a more numerous people to have become the savior, as he was the true hero of his country. The 9 years which Henry had now been on the throne had been years of constant insurrections, bloodshed in battle, and bloodshed on the block. He had put down all his internal enemies, and save some occasional struggles with the remaining power of Glendower in the marshes of Wales, the kingdom was at peace with itself, and continued so during the few remaining years of this reign. At sea there were still attacks from the French, though that government disclaimed them, and pretended to maintain the truce between the two countries. That truce, however, had been badly preserved in regard to the English provinces in France. In 1406, the Constable of France and the Count of Armagnac had made extensive inroads on Guienne and Saintonge. According to the complaint of Sir John Tyvetot, the Speaker of the House of Commons, they had taken 96 towns and castles there. Nothing, indeed, but the miserable and distracted condition of France could have prevented them from taking the whole and driving the English totally out of that kingdom. For Henry 539, perpetually occupied in battling with his own insurgent subjects, had neither money, men, nor time to devote to his French provinces. The most pitiable entreaties were sent over from time to time for aid, but in vain. Henry was engaged in a life or death struggle at home. In 1406, there were great efforts made on the part of the French court to seize the tempting opportunity to gain possession of all Henry's continental territories. The two most powerful nobles of the realm were commissioned to execute this vast enterprise. Duke of Orleans, the king's brother, was to lead the forces against Guienne, whilst the Duke of Burgundy, called John Sanspour, or the Fearless, was to expel the English from Calais. He cut down a whole forest to construct machines which should batter down the walls, and burst in the gates of that strongly fortified town, and reduce the houses to heaps of ruins by flinging in entire rocks. He was provided with 200 pieces of cannon, and the most complete success was anticipated from his efforts. They resulted in nothing, and like the Duke of Orleans, he returned to Paris, complaining of not having been supplied with sufficient funds, and demanding not only the cost of his useless machinery, but immense sums which he asserted had been due to his father. These he was not very likely to obtain, for France, Paris, and the court were in the most wretched condition of anarchy and exhaustion. The malady of the king, recurring fits of insanity, had left the government in the hands of the contending princes, especially of Orleans and Burgundy. The Queen and Orleans, united in a guilty alliance, managed to keep the main power in their hands. The king was a cipher and the country a ruin. At this time the royal household had not even food, except such as it took by force from the bakers, butchers, and dealers, in which they were imitated by the great nobles. To this unhappy condition of things were now added the fierce disputes and recriminations of the rival dukes. But Orleans, supported by the queen's interest, maintained his stand, and Burgundy, in high dudgeon and disgust, retired to his own dominions, vowing vengeance against his chief opponent. The Duke of Berry, uncle to both the contending princes, exerted himself to effect a reconciliation between them and prevent the menaced civil strife, in addition to the already crushing calamities of France. In this he at length appeared successful, but the success was only apparent, the result was really tragical. Burgundy returned to Paris, visited the Duke of Orleans, who was somewhat indisposed, and there appeared the most cordial reconciliation. The Duke of Berry, enchanted with the happy effect of his good offices, on the 20th of November, 1407, accompanied his two nephews to the Church of the Augustines to hear Mass, and there these seemingly amicable relatives took the sacrament together in token of their perfectly reconciled minds. In 3 days after, Orleans was murdered in the Rue Barbette by 18 assassins in the pay of his dear friend, the newly reconciled and forgiving Burgundy. What was worse, it came out that both these thoroughly depraved princes had entertained the same design of dispatching his rival, and that Burgundy had only got the start with his assassins. Burgundy absented himself from Paris for a short time, when he returned again, and boldly justified his deed. The king, who was at the moment in one of his more lucid intervals, wept over the fate of his brother and vowed to avenge it, but the power of Burgundy was beyond that of the feeble monarch. The Orleans family, finding that no justice was to be obtained from the feeble and corrupt government, but on the contrary, that the people of Paris hailed John of Burgundy as a second Brutus, who had freed his country of a tyrant aiming at the crown, and that the very lawyers and clergy justified the murder on the same pleas, declaring that Orleans had produced the king's insanity through sorcery and drugs, determined to take arms and enforce it for themselves. Burgundy, to strengthen himself with the Parisians, promised to reduce the monstrous weight of taxation under which they groaned, and they applauded him as their savior. Revolt amongst Burgundy's subjects in Flanders withdrew him for a time from Paris, during which the queen, in the name of her son, the Dauphin, declared Burgundy an enemy of the state, and threw all her energies into the interests of the Orleanists. But Burgundy returned victorious from his contest with his subjects, and in November entered Paris at the head of 6,000 men. Once more, in the following March, the farce of a reconciliation took place between Burgundy and the young Duke of Orleans, at Chartres, where the children of Orleans embraced their father's murderer. But this base unnatural union was as hollow as the former one. The old animosity burst forth anew, and the young Duke of Orleans, who 540 had married a daughter of the Count of Armagnac, was supported by that able and energetic nobleman in his opposition to Burgundy. From this day the whole of France was divided into the great hostile factions, the Orleanists and the Armagnacs, so called from the Count of Armagnac, assuming the lead in his son-in-law's quarrel by his superior vigor and experience. The Dukes of Berry and Brittany, and the Count de Lenken, embraced the cause of Orleans, and Burgundy was compelled to retire from Paris. Henry Roman IV, relieved from his own domestic foes, had watched this contest from the commencement with the deepest interest. His calculating soul saw that now the time was coming for him to take vengeance on France for its insults and injuries during the whole period of his struggles with his rebellious nobles. He foresaw that the first failing combatant would turn to him for aid, and he determined that it should be granted, because it would damage France. What he knew must come came now, and it was the more agreeable, because it enabled him to pay to the son of Orleans the debt of hate which he owed to the father for his haughty defiance and his taunts of murder. Burgundy solicited his aid, and it was immediately granted in the shape of 1,000 archers and 800 men-at-arms. Burgundy, with this force, formidable though small, for the fame of the English bowmen in France was not forgotten, drove the Orleanists from Paris and took their place in October of 1411, amid the acclamations of the people. Burgundy had now secured the persons of the king and the Dauphin, and with this semblance of being the royal party he marched against the Orleanists, and besieged them in Bourgs. In their retreat from Paris, they had plundered the Abbey of St. Denis, and carried off a treasure of the queen deposited there, which naturally alienated the mind of that lady. In their distress, the Orleanists now in their turn sought aid from Henry of England, and it was granted with equal alacrity. Henry had satisfied his resentment against the Orleans family by punishing and humbling them, and he was rendered placable by still more powerful motives. The Orleanists offered very tempting terms. They offered to acknowledge him as the rightful Duke of Aquitaine and to assist him to recover all the ancient rights and lands of that duchy. They agreed to hold of him, as their feudal lord, whatever they possessed there, to restore to him 20 towns which had been severed from it, and to give security that, on the deaths of the present lords, the counties of Angoulême and Ponthieu should revert to him and his successors. Henry, on his part, agreed to assist them as his faithful vassals in all their just quarrels, to enter into no treaty with the Duke of Burgundy or his family without their consent, and to send at once to their assistance 3,000 archers and 1,000 men-at-arms, to serve for 3 months at the proper wages, which are stated to be men-at-arms 1 shilling and 6 pence, and archers 9 pence per day. The news of this convention altered greatly the position of the contending parties. The Armagnacs received the Duke of Burgundy with an unusual display of spirit. The Duke of Berry threw himself, with 800 men-at-arms into Bourges, and threatened to defend it while a man was left. But there was a large party in France who beheld with alarm and sorrow their common country thus torn by her own children, and the English, who had aforetime perpetrated such horrors there, thus introduced by them. Their utmost exertions were used to reconcile the hostile factions, and happily they succeeded. Burgundy met his uncle, the Duke of Berry, at an appointed place outside the walls of Bourges, where an accommodation was agreed upon. And as a means of making the peace permanent, the Duke of Burgundy agreed to give one of his daughters to a younger brother of Orleans. The two leaders took a very extraordinary mode of convincing the people of the sincerity of their alliance. They rode into the city both mounted on one horse, and the spectators, transported with joy at the sight, shouted with all their might, and sang Gloria in Excelsis. In the midst of this exultation, the news arrived that Thomas Duke of Clarence, the second son of King Henry, had landed in Normandy with 4,000 men, and was joined by the Counts of Alencon and Ricquimont. A deputation was immediately dispatched to inform the English leader of the peace, and to beg him to retire, as his aid was no longer needed. But Clarence naturally demanded the payment of the expenses of the expedition, and as they were not forthcoming, he advanced through Normandy into Maine, laying waste the country as he proceeded, while another body of English from Calais occupied great part of Artois. 600 men-at-arms hastened to the standard of the Duke, who overran and plundered Maine and Anjou. Attempts were made, by promises of payment, to gain time for the assembling of troops, but Clarence was deaf to any such decoys. He had a very simple course laid down for him by his deeply calculating father, to do all the mischief he could in repayment of the various descents of the French on the English coasts, and their destruction of the English merchant ships, and by this very mischief to compel the government to liberal terms for his withdrawal. Prince Henry before Judge Gascoigne, CP 543. After the picture by H. G. Glendoni. See larger version. As there was no money in the national exchequer 542, there was a loud cry to arms, but it was feebly responded to. In the meantime, Clarence, having overrun Maine and Anjou, prepared to invade the Duchy of Orleans. This had the effect of bringing the young Duke to the English camp with all the money he could muster, and having arranged with the invader for the payment of the whole cost of the expedition, 209,000 crowns, he left his brother, the Duke of Angoulême, as hostage in Clarence's hands for its payment. On this, the Duke of Clarence did not quit the country, as was hoped, but marched on into Guienne, forbidding his troops to commit further devastations by the way, but allowing them to inform the inhabitants as they went along that they should not be long before they came again, in the name of their own King Henry, to carry on the war. Words which were afterwards fulfilled to a terrible extent. This was the last great operation of the reign of Henry Roman IV. By a singular combination of tact, cool calculation, vigilant watchings of every movement around him, and a purpose which was delayed through no conscientious scruples, nor weakened by a single tender feeling, he had put down all his foes. He was at peace at home and abroad. Not a man was left alive who dared to tell him that he was a usurper, except the undaunted Glendower, who was too far off amid his mountains to be heard. He was the most sagacious and successful monarch in Europe, and perhaps its most miserable man. Though by nature not peculiarly sanguinary or ferocious, the ambition of mounting a throne had led him into the deepest crimes, and through torrents of blood. Had his title been good and his throne unassailed, he might have won the character of a mild and even excellent monarch, though it is not probable that he could under any circumstances have won the character of a generous or magnanimous one. But stung by the taunts, and nerved by the determined hostility of his enemies, he defended himself with the vigor of a giant, and punished his fallen opponents with the deadly cruelty of the tiger. While youth remained, and rapid and incessant action engrossed him, he seemed to soar above all the feelings and fears of an ordinary man. He boldly replied to those who upbraided him with his criminal seizure of his cousin's crown and realm, that the successful issue announced the approbation of the Almighty. But his health decayed prematurely. His body had been overworked, his mind had been overtasked, his conscience had been overburdened. As his strength gave way, his stoicism gave way with it. In his youth he has been described as gay and agreeable, and in his most active years, even when overwhelmed with business and menaced by the greatest dangers, he was cheerful, affable, ready to converse with the people whom he came amongst. As disease and debility announced a not distant end, he grew gloomy, retiring, ascetic in his devotions, and suspicious even of his own son. His false position had forced on him every species of false conduct, and deeds which brought their certain punishment. There is every reason to believe that he sacrificed his sincere conviction of the truth of the Wycliffite doctrines, in order to purchase the powerful sanction of the Church for his unrighteous title. For before his usurpation, he went along with his father in the protection of Wycliffe and the Lollards. To please the hierarchy he persecuted the Lollards, and was the first to give his sanction to the death of religious dissentients by the terrible means of fire. Yet, as if Providence would punish his apostasy by a striking antithesis, he was compelled, by the rebellion of an archbishop, to be the first in England to visit with capital punishment a prelate of the established church. It is curious that soon after his execution of the Archbishop of York, he was attacked by the most loathsome eruptions on the face, or, as it appears to have been, an inveterate leprosy. This the people naturally believed to be a judgment from heaven upon him for that sacrilegious act, and probably some such conviction might haunt his own mind. Though in stature somewhat below the middle size, he was vigorously and finely formed. His features were regularly beautiful in his youth, and in some of his penitential communications he confessed to having been greatly proud of them. But by the ravages of this repulsive complaint, they became so hideous that he was compelled at length to avoid appearing in public. To this disease were added attacks of epilepsy, which became more and more violent, so that he would lie in death-like trances for hours. As Henry declined in health, he seems to have grown increasingly jealous of the popularity of his son, the Prince of Wales. The young prince had acquired great glory by his conduct at the Battle of Shrewsbury and in his warfare against Owen Glendower. He was free, jocund, fond of pleasure, and of mixing with all classes of the people. Shakespeare has made his life and character the most living and familiar of things. He has surrounded him by a set of jolly companions, the fat and witty Sir John Falstaff, Bardolph, Mine Ancient Pistol, and the whole band of roisterers who haunted the Boar's Head, Eastcheap. He has drawn his inimitable portraiture of the merry Prince Hal from the chroniclers of the time, who describe him as the idol of the people. He was as dissipated as an heir apparent generally is, but with his follies he displayed what his father never possessed, a generous temperament. No sooner was he on the throne than he offered terms of pacification to his most persevering enemy, Owen Glendower. The anecdote of his conduct before Judge Gascoigne has been represented as doubtful by some of our modern historians, and does not rest on contemporary authority. We give it, however, as it is so familiar. One of the prince's associates had been arraigned for felony before Chief Justice Gascoigne, the upright magistrate, whom we have seen refusing to execute his father's illegal acts at York. The prince appeared before the magistrate, and peremptorily demanded the release of his boon companion. The Chief Justice refused, when Henry drew his sword upon him, and swore that he would have the man liberated. The judge calmly ordered the prince to be committed to prison himself as a greater offender, since he was, by his position, bound expressly to be a maintainer of the laws. Henry at once, in the innate nobility of his nature, felt and admired the lofty virtue of the magistrate. He submitted to his order, and it is related that when the fact was mentioned to his father, he said, "Happy is the monarch who possesses a judge so resolute in the discharge of his duty, and a son so willing to yield to the authority of the law." Henry passed the last Christmas of his life at his favorite palace of Eltham. So complete was his seclusion, owing both to his illness and the awful disfigurement of his person, that he scarcely saw anyone but the Queen, lying frequently for hours without any sign of life. After Candlemas, He was so much better as to be able to keep his birthday, and he then returned to his palace at Westminster. He was at his devotions in the abbey, at the shrine of St. Edward when his last fatal fit seized him. The well-known story of his last moments is also very doubtful. According to it, the king was removed into the apartments of the abbot and laid in the celebrated Jerusalem chamber. The fit lasted so long that Prince Henry, who was present, knowing the plunder which often takes place at the deathbeds of kings, and which was remarkably the case at that of Edward III, ordered the crown to be removed to another and securer apartment. On coming to himself, Henry asked where he was, and being told in the Jerusalem chamber, he regarded his last hour as come, for it had been predicted to him that he should finish his days in Jerusalem, and he had vowed, in expiation of his crimes, to make a pilgrimage thither. The days of the Crusades were over, but a remarkable visit made to him soon after he ascended the throne, by Manuel Palaiologos, the Emperor of Constantinople, when seeking aid against the Saracens, probably impressed his mind with this idea. He then requested that the Miserere should be read to him, which contains an especial prayer for forgiveness of blood guiltiness. Then looking round, he missed the crown from its place, and demanded to know where it was. The scenes which followed have been faithfully and beautifully copied by Shakespeare. "Ah, fair son," said the dying king, "what right have you to the crown when you know that your father had none?" "My liege," answered young Henry, "with the sword you won it, and with the sword I will keep it." "Well," replied the king faintly, "do as you think best. I leave the issue to God, and may he have mercy on my soul." And then followed that beautiful address so finely rendered in Shakespeare. "Come hither, Harry, sit thou by my bed," etc. Henry Roman IV was in the 47th year of his age and the 14th year of his reign when he died. It is curious that as he usurped the throne of Richard Roman II, he also usurped, as far as in him lay, his tomb. The body of Richard he sent to be buried at Langley, instead of permitting it to rest with the ashes of his father, the Black Prince. But there his own body was ordered to be conveyed, for he had expressed a superstitious desire that he might lie near the shrine of Thomas Becket. Henry Roman IV was twice married. His first wife was Mary de Bohun, daughter and co-heir of the Earl of Hereford. By her he had 4 sons and 2 daughters. Henry was his successor to the throne, Thomas was Duke of Clarence, John, Duke of Bedford, and Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. His eldest daughter, Blanche, was married to the Duke of Bavaria, and the second to the King of Denmark. Conscious of the defect of his title, Henry was careful to avoid, on ascending the throne, asking for any act of settlement. He contented himself with receiving the oath of allegiance from Parliament to himself, and after himself to his eldest son or heir apparent. But after the Battle of Shrewsbury, he introduced a bill resting the succession on his 4 sons, but excluding his daughters. But on being reminded that to exclude his daughters annihilated all his claim to the throne of France, he reluctantly consented to the passing of an act admitting the general issue of his sons, but still passing over that of his daughters, as if fearful to bring in some foreign aspirant. By his second wife, Joanna of Navarre, daughter of Charles the Bad, he had no children. Joanna made a much better queen than might have been expected from her parentage. Her worst faults appear to have been great fondness for money, and for a numerous train of French attendants, which obliged Parliament frequently to interfere, as did that of Charles I, and insist on their being sent home. She was handsome in person, but had the reputation of being addicted to the arts of necromancy, no doubt arising from the evil reputation of her father. We shall hear of her again in the next reign. The defect of Henry's title was a circumstance favorable to the progress of the Constitution, though prolific of much controversy and bloodshed. Compelled to court the good will of the people, and to come to them often for money, the House of Commons availed themselves of this circumstance to increase their demands of privilege and liberty. In his very first year, they passed a law depriving the Crown of the power of protecting an unjust judge. In the second, they insisted on the removal of obnoxious persons from his household, and prevailed. In the sixth, they appointed treasurers to superintend the expenditure of the supplies. In the eighth, they enacted 30 articles for the regulation of the royal household, and compelled the judges, the council, and all the officers of the household to swear to the observance of them. The practice of the crown-corrupting Parliament had shown itself in the reign of Richard Roman II, and was now rife, through means of the sheriffs. The Commons obtained an act to compel them to make just returns. They even went so far, when pressed by the king for money, as to recommend him to seize the surplus temporalities of the Church, which they represented as containing 18,400 plows of land, producing 485,000 marks a year, equal to 4,750,745 pounds of our present money. Here, however, the king stood firm against the recommendation of the Commons, and even, to oblige the Church, he consented to the passing of the first law for the burning of heretics, de heretico comburendo, that is, of persons who dared to differ in opinion from the religion of the state. And in accordance with this barbarous act, William Sawtry, rector of Lynn in Norfolk, and afterwards curate of St. Osyth's in London, the first English martyr, was burnt at the stake on the 10th of March, 1401. From Royal Ms. 2b7 Fall, 57. King at Table, 14th century. From Royal Ms. 2b7 Fall, 57. Great Seal of Henry V. Chapter 35. The Reign of Henry V. Character of the King. Oldcastle's rebellion, attempts to reform the Church, Henry's reasons for the French war, distracted condition of France, Henry's claims on the French throne, conspiracy of Cambridge, fall of Harfleur, the march to Calais, the battlefield of Agincourt, events of the battle, visit of Sigismund to England, French attack on Harfleur, anarchy in France, alliance between the Queen and the Burgundians, Henry's second invasion, final rebellion and death of Oldcastle, reduction of Lower Normandy, siege and capture of Rouen, negotiations for peace, Henry advances on Paris, murder of Burgundy, his son joins Henry, Treaty of Troyes, defeat of the English at Bourges, Henry in Paris, his death. The short reign of Henry V is like a chapter of romance. It is the history of the life of a prince who was especially a hero. Young, handsome, accomplished not only in arms but in learning, skilled in and fond of music, valorous, chivalrous, generous, and successful to the very height of human glory in arms, he lived beloved and died young, the pride of his native country, whose martial fame he raised above that of all others, and made it the wonder of the world. The fears which Prince Henry's wildness had created in the mind of his father, who seemed to anticipate in his son another Richard Roman II, do not appear to have been at all participated in by the people. They saw in the prince too many proofs of a clear, strong, and generous spirit to doubt of his ultimate conduct. The cold and ungenerous nature of his father, his continual demands on their purses, to put down the enemies which his criminal ambition had raised around him, his murder of Richard Roman II, and his many executions of his opponents, members of the noblest families of the realm, had completely alienated their affections, and they looked with the most lenient eyes on the jollities and practical jokes of his more warm-hearted son. The manner in which Henry justified these expectations immediately on the death of his father must have been particularly flattering to the sagacious foresight of the public. The base and obsequious found to their astonishment that they had lost instead of won his favor. Those who apprehended his wrath by the fulfillment of stern duties were cheered to find themselves appreciated and advanced. The upright Chief Justice Gascoigne stood first and foremost in the full sunshine of his favor. The removal of the body of Richard Roman II from Langley to Westminster, where it was buried with royal pomp, has been attributed to policy rather than generosity in Henry, as trusting to convince the public by it that Richard was actually dead. 546, but the whole of Henry's character shows that he was far above any such miserable policy, that he was as open and straightforward in following his honest convictions as he was intrepid in despising mere state tricks, and the very next fact that we have to record proves this strikingly. Henry could afford to pay respect to a dead monarch, but a living claimant to the throne was a more formidable thing. The Earl of March, the true heir to the throne, was not only living but still a young man, and had been brought up much in Henry's society. So far, however, from entertaining any jealous fear of him, like his father, he at once received him with the utmost courtesy and kindness, gave him the most unlimited freedom, and full enjoyment of all his honors and estates. He displayed the same generous disposition in reversing the attainder of the Percys, and in recalling the young Lord Percy from Scotland to the full restoration of all his titles and domains. Still further, all those who during his father's time had sought to recommend themselves by a ruthless zeal for the Lancastrian interests, he removed from their offices, and supplied their places by men of more honorable and independent minds, without regard to party. No conduct could have been more just and noble, and therefore more wise, than that of the young king, and the consequence was that he won all hearts to him, and fixed himself as firmly on the throne as if he had been descended in the strictest course from its true kings. Amongst the very first to support him in his royal position was the Earl of March himself, who continued to the last his most faithful subject and attached friend. But no character is without its defective side, and that in Henry showed itself in regard to ecclesiastical reform. The followers of Wycliffe had now increased into a numerous body, under the name of Lollards. They consisted chiefly of the commonalty and included few of the upper ranks. But amongst them was Sir John Oldcastle, a bold and able man, Sir Thomas Talbot, Sir Roger Acton, and others. Sir John Oldcastle was more commonly known as Lord Cobham, having married the heiress of that nobleman, and being called to the House of Lords in right of his wife. Lord Cobham, it appears, had, while the companion of Henry, as Prince of Wales, been so distinguished for his gaiety and humouring of all the prince's whims that his enemies called him the ruffian knight, commonly brought in by the comedians on their stage. For a century after his time, he is represented as walking the boards of the theatre in the character which Shakespeare has now transferred to Sir John Falstaff. But as the prince had reformed, so it appears had Lord Cobham also. He had embraced the principles of the Lollards, and the ability and high character of the man inspired the church with alarm. The church, startled at the new phenomenon of the laity, assuming the office of self-inquiry and self-decision, and still more by the obstinacy with which the people maintained this novel function, began to punish and coerce. The prelates persecuted the reformers, and the reformers, raised to a sublime sense of their own right by a nearer approach to Christian truth, rebelled as vigorously. The war of opinion assumed its bitterest aspect. The Church, too far removed from the experience of the primitive ages, had again to learn the power of persecution to produce that which it would destroy. In a fatal hour, Arundel, Archbishop of Canterbury, obtained the statute de heretico comburendo, by which William Sawtry had been burnt, and now again sought to apply the same deceptive remedy. With this intent, he applied to Henry for permission to indict Lord Cobham, as the head and great encourager of the sect, for heresy, and by his public execution to strike terror into the whole body of reformers. Henry, however, was by nature too averse from persecution, and too mindful of his old friendship for this nobleman, to accede at once to so violent a measure. He undertook to have some conversation with Lord Cobham on the subject, observing very truly to the primate that gentleness and persuasion were the best means of conversion. He therefore called Cobham into his closet at Windsor, and exerted the knowledge which he had acquired of school divinity at Oxford, to convince his friend. Words probably of severity arose between the king and Lord Cobham, for the latter suddenly left Windsor, and withdrew to his own house of Cowling in Kent. Henry now seems to have lost his tenderness towards his old friend in the awakened feeling of a determination to subdue where he failed to convince, and to have given Arundel permission to take his own way with the offender. For, immediately on Lord Cobham's withdrawal, there appeared proclamations ordering all magistrates to apprehend every itinerant preacher, and directing the archbishop to proceed against Cobham according to law, that is, the recent law against heresy. This alarming measure brought back 547 Lord Cobham to Windsor, having drawn up a confession of faith, probably in conjunction with his most eminent friends. This confession still exists, subscribed by Cobham himself, and on looking it over at this time of day, one is at a loss to discover in it what any true Catholic could object to. But Henry would not even receive Cobham's confession. His blood was evidently up, and in that mood he was firm as a rock. He declared that he had nothing to do with confessions of faith. They belonged to bishops, forgetting that he had just before undertaken to expound his own faith in order to convert his heretical friend. Cobham then offered, in the spirit of the times, for he was a brave and experienced soldier, to purge himself from the charge of heresy by doing battle with any adversary, Christian or infidel, who dared to accept his challenge. But Henry simply asked him whether he would submit to the decision of the bishops, which he refused, but still, like a good Catholic, offered to appeal to the Pope. Henry's only answer was to leave him to the tender mercies of Arundel, who summoned him before him, and, in conjunction with his 3 suffragans, the bishops of London, Winchester, and St. David's, condemned him to be burnt. But Henry still was not prepared to acquiesce in so desperate a doom on one who had spent with him so many mirthful days. He granted the reformer a respite of 50 days, and before that time had expired, Lord Cobham had managed to escape from his prison, probably by the connivance of his lenient sovereign. But once more at large, and in communication with his friends and confederates, Cobham became all the more active in his plans for the maintenance of the great cause. The Church had now manifested its intentions. It had shown that it was not conversion, but destruction of the whole body of the reformers that it was resolved upon. And the question, therefore, with the persecuted sect naturally was, by what means it was to prevent the fate which menaced it. If we are to believe the chroniclers of the times, the Lollards resolved to anticipate their enemies, to take up arms, and to repel force by force. Seeing clearly that war to the death was determined against them by the Church, and that the king had yielded at least a tacit consent to this iniquitous policy, they came to the conclusion to kill not only the bishops, but the king and all his kin. So atrocious a conspiracy is not readily to be credited against men who contended for a greater purity of gospel truth, nor against men of the practical and military knowledge of Lord Cobham. But over the whole of these transactions, there hangs a veil of impenetrable mystery, and we can only say that the Lollards are charged with endeavoring to surprise the king and his brother at Eltham, as they were keeping their Christmas festivities there, and that this attempt failed through the court receiving intimation of the design and suddenly removing to Westminster. Disappointed in this scheme, the Lollards were next summoned from all quarters to march towards London, there to secure and kill all the principal clergy. They were, according to these accounts, to meet in St. Giles's Fields on the night of the 6th of January. The king, it is stated, being warned of this movement, gave due notice to the city, and on the day previous to the proposed meeting, the mayor of London made various arrests of suspected persons, amongst others of a squire of Lord Cobham's at the sign of the Ark, in Bishopsgate without. The aldermen were ordered to keep strict watch each in his own ward, and at midnight Henry himself issued forth with a strong force. He is represented as being greatly alarmed for the public safety, from the popular insurrections which had lately been raging in Paris, and to which we shall presently have to draw attention. He ordered all the city gates to be closed, to keep the Lollards who were within the walls separate from those without, hastening then to the place of rendezvous. Here again, the narratives of this unaccountable affair contradict each other. One declares that all the roads were covered with the adherents of Lord Cobham, hastening to the appointed spot in St. Giles's Fields, that on asking the first overtaken whom they were for, they replied by the preconcerted watchword, for Sir John Oldcastle, and that these being seized, the rest took the alarm and fled. By other accounts there were expected to be 25,000 men collected in the same fields, but only 80 were found there. Cobham made his escape, but about 40 of the captives were drawn and hanged as traitors, and then burnt, amongst them Sir Roger Acton, whose body, instead of being burnt, was buried under the gallows. Nevertheless, Parliament was eager for church reform. We find in Hall, folio 35, that on the king demanding supplies, they renewed the offer which they had made to his father to seize all the ecclesiastical revenues, and convert them to the 548 use of the crown. The clergy were greatly alarmed by this demonstration from their own coadjutors, and feeling that the age was ripe for compelling them to disgorge a good portion of their enormous wealth, they agreed to confer upon Henry all the alien priories which depended on capital abbeys in Normandy, and had been bequeathed to those abbeys when that province continued united to England. It was now that the new Archbishop Chichele endeavored to turn the attention of the king by recommending him to carry war into France. Henry was himself already meditating that very step. It was the dying advice of his father not to permit his subjects to remain long in inaction, which, in an age which possessed few resources but hunting or war to sufficiently occupy the minds of the great barons, was sure to breed domestic factions, while successful war kept them about the person of their prince, and attached them to him by every motive of honor and advantage. The state of France at that epoch was such as rendered a fresh attempt to conquer it most alluring, and even to suggest the idea to a monarch like Henry, chivalrous and ambitious of glory, that he was, in a manner, called by God to the salutary work of rescuing a great nation from its own suicidal frenzy, and punishing the iniquity of its people, which was actually monstrous, as the Israelites were led up to punish the corrupt inhabitants of Canaan, having therefore consented to the desires of the Church, and of Parliament that all judges and magistrates should arrest any persons suspected even of Lollardism, and deliver them over to the tender mercies of the ecclesiastical courts, and that these unfortunate schismatics should, on conviction, forfeit all their lands, goods, and chattels, as in cases of felony, he addressed himself to his great enterprise, the conquest of France. That unfortunate country was in the most deplorable condition. The dissension, the unbounded dissoluteness, and the mutual murder of the princes seemed to have utterly debauched and demoralized the people. From head to foot, the whole body, political and social, was diseased. Every principle of honor and of rectitude, every feeling of conscience or of pity appeared extinct. Cruelty, rapacity, crime, and lawlessness were become the grand features of the nation. It was high time that some power should interpose to scourge that debased generation and restore some sense of patriotism and virtue through a better regime, if possible. And this was, in truth, the only title which Henry had to interfere. Bad as had been the claims set up by the Edwards, his was far worse, for he was the son of the usurper even in his own country, and if any just right to the crown of France could be established by the English Plantagenets, it resided in the Earl of March, and not at all in him. But while Henry, in an amusingly confident manner, still talked of his hereditary title to the French throne, he did not omit to add what really was more obvious, that he was the appointed instrument of Providence to chastise the flagrant iniquity of the rulers of France. That reconciliation of the Duke of Orleans to Burgundy, the murderer of his father, which we have recorded, did not last 3 months. After the retirement of the Duke of Clarence to Guienne, this feud broke out with fresh fury. The Count of Armagnac, the father-in-law of Orleans, one of the most clear-sighted men amongst them, indeed never laid down his arms. Burgundy continued in Paris, and there he got up a popular faction which gradually drew the whole city into scenes and outrages which remind us of the Parisian revolutions of our own times. He made a league with the butchers, who came out with ferocious alacrity, glad of such a sanction to play a conspicuous part on that great theater of national confusion. They adopted a white hood as their badge, and, being in alliance with the Duke of Burgundy, they also opened a communication with his revolutionary subjects in Flanders. The judges, the barristers, the members of Parliament, the noblesse, the professors and students of the university, the clergy, the monks, every class of the community, in short, were obliged to wear the white hood, as the only livery of patriotism. A reign of terror now commenced. The whole of the populace were ranged under the white hood, and had acquired the name of Cabotians from one of their most ferocious leaders. They had reduced the upper classes of all descriptions to an ostensible submission to their despotism, and they now began to perpetrate every species of disorder. To make confusion worse confounded, the dissolute and heartless Louis, the Dauphin, quarreled with the Duke of Burgundy and fomented intrigues and parties against him. Chief was arrayed against chief and mob against mob. The respectable portion of the citizens, long made dumb with terror, took heart as the host of their plebeian tyrants began to direct their terrible energies against each other, and sent secretly to the Armagnacs. From being stout Burgundians, 549,000 now declared openly for Orleans and his father-in-law, and when the Duke of Berry endeavored to force on the city a heavy tax, to carry on the war against the Armagnacs, they rebelled resolutely. In vain were the master butchers employed to levy the hateful impost. Their rude compulsion only drove the burghers more rapidly into the arms of the opposite faction. The butchers mustered in formidable force in the Place de Grève, so memorable for its horrors on a more recent day, but after a vigorous fight, they were vanquished and were eventually driven out of Paris. The Duke of Burgundy was soon compelled to follow his butcher faction, and in August, after making an abortive attempt to carry off the king, he retired to Flanders. The Duke of Orleans entered the city with the Armagnacs. Everything except disorder was changed. The ministers and magistrates were removed and replaced by others of the party in the ascendant. Those who had imprisoned and persecuted now had the same, or a severe measure meted out to themselves. The faction of the Dauphin was there struggling with that of the Armagnacs, and that of the Queen against her own son, Louis, who had been amongst the first to call in the Armagnacs, now as earnestly implored the return of the Duke of Burgundy. Henry vs. Early in 1414 Burgundy accordingly marched to Paris with a large army, expecting to find the gates opened to him by the Dauphin. But on the contrary, it was stoutly defended by Orleans, and 550 the Count of Armagnac, who threatened to hang up anyone on the spot who showed the least disposition to favor Burgundy. The Duke was compelled to retreat again into Flanders, and leave the Armagnacs in complete superiority. They had the king in their hands, and they compelled him to sign anything they pleased. The Duke of Burgundy was declared by royal proclamation guilty of the damnable murder of the late Duke of Orleans, as well as of sundry other high crimes and treasons, and condemned to the forfeiture of all his territories. The Armagnacs, having issued this proclamation, marched out of Paris, seized the Duke's city of Compiègne and laid siege to Soissons. This town was defended by the brave Count de Bournonville, And at this siege the archers of England were found fighting against their fellow subjects, the archers of Guienne. But the English very soon opened the gates to their countrymen from Bordeaux. The Armagnacs rushed in, and perpetrated one of the most frightful massacres in history. From the butchery of Soissons, this fanatic army marched to Arras, into which Burgundy had managed to retire, but they were there successfully resisted. While meditating to raise the siege, the alarming news arrived of the King of England's preparations for the invasion of France. A hollow truce was patched up between the contending parties, but before the Armagnacs withdrew from the city, the house in which the king lodged was found to be on fire, probably from design by some of the desperadoes of one or other faction, and he escaped with difficulty. Once more Paris became the rendezvous of the various chiefs of these revolting factions, where, in the autumn, the infamous Dauphin originated a conspiracy to drive both Burgundians and Armagnacs from the capital, to secure the person of the king, and to make himself dictator. The scheme failed, and Louis was himself obliged to flee to Bourges. The Armagnacs once more rose on his retreat, fell on the Burgundians with fury, and expelled their wives and children from the city. Again in April of the following year, 1415, the Dauphin regained possession of Paris by a base stratagem. He invited his mother, Queen Isabella, the Dukes of Orleans and Berry, with the other princes of the blood, to meet at Melun, in order to settle all differences and unite with one accord against the English invader. The queen and princes fell into the snare. They set out for Melun, and the Dauphin simultaneously hastened into the capital, closed the gates against them, and ordered them, with the exception of Berry, severally to retire to their estates. Never was a country so torn by faction and desolated and degraded by crime, and it was at this moment that Henry of England prepared to descend on the devoted land. In little more than 12 months after mounting the throne, Henry forwarded to France, in July 1414, his demand of the crown of that country. No answer was returned. He then reduced his requisition from the whole realm to the following modest one, namely, the provinces of Normandy, Maine, and Anjou, the territories which formerly composed the Duchy of Aquitaine, and the several towns and counties included in the Treaty of Bretigny. He further required that Charles Roman VI should put him in possession of half of Provence, the inheritance of Alinor and Sanquia, the queens of Henry Roman III, and of his brother Richard and 2 of the 4 daughters of Berenger, once sovereign of that country, that he should pay up the arrears of King John's ransom, 1,600,000 crowns, and give Henry his daughter Catherine with 2,000,000 crowns more. To this astounding demand, the French government replied that the king was willing to give the hand of his daughter, with 600,000 crowns, a higher sum than had ever been paid with any princess of France, and all the territories anciently included in the Duchy of Aquitaine. To this Henry refused to consent, but summoned a parliament, the speaker of which was Thomas Chaucer, the son of the great poet, and received from it the unwontedly liberal supply of 2/10 and 2/15. To give an air of moderation to his demands, however, Henry still pretended to negotiate. He sent over to Paris a splendid embassy, consisting of 600 horsemen, headed by the Earl of Dorset and the bishops of Durham and Norwich. They entered the capital with so much parade and magnificence that the French vanity was surprised and mortified by it. The ambassadors first proposed a continuation of the truce for 4 months. They repeated the terms of the former embassy as to peace and the matrimonial alliance of the 2 countries, but consented to accept the princess with half the original sum. On the other side, the French raised the amount proffered from 600,000 to 800,000 crowns. Here the matter ended, and the embassy returned. This was, no doubt, precisely what Henry 551 expected, and now he made preparations for an immediate invasion. On the 16th of April, he summoned at Westminster a council of 15 spiritual and 28 temporal peers, when he announced his resolve to recover his inheritance by arms. His speech was received with the utmost applause and enthusiasm. The great barons and knights eager to obtain military fame engaged to furnish their quotas of troops to the utmost of their ability. Parliament granted 2/10 and 15, and dissolved and made over to the king no less than 100 alien priories, not conventual. Henry himself exerted every means of increasing his resources. He raised loans by pawning his crown jewels, the magnificent crown itself of Henry Roman IV, and by other means, and altogether amassed the sum of 500,000 nobles in ready money. He rifled the cupboards and buffets of the royal palaces, and gave them as pledges of the ultimate payment of their prices to great creditors. The Duke of Bedford, Henry's brother, was appointed regent of the kingdom during the royal absence, and the youthful monarch, full of aspirations of glory and conquest, set forward towards Southampton, the port of embarkation. But in the midst of Henry's active occupation of embarking his troops, danger was near him. A conspiracy to assassinate him was discovered at the very moment that it was intended to carry it into execution. And what is singular, the discovery came from the very person for whose special benefit the movement was intended. The young Earl of March, as we have already had occasion to state, was not only the true heir to the throne, but had been brought up with Henry, and was really attached to him. The sister of the young Earl was married to Richard, Earl of Cambridge and brother to the Duke of York. Cambridge, by his alliance with the true prince, appears to have been infected with the ambitious desire of seeing himself not merely brother to a legitimate prince who was contented in his station, which, though that of a subject, was honorable and happy, but brother to a king. From the little light thrown by contemporary historians on the progress of the plot, we can only perceive that Cambridge had sought the cooperation of several persons who were known to have acted or suffered in the opposition to the late king. These were Sir Thomas Grey of Hetton, in Northumberland, and Lord Scrope of Masham, both of whom had been involved in the Percy insurrections themselves, or by their near relatives. Scrope was at this time high in the favor of his sovereign. He was his trusted chamberlain, and one of the most confidential of his privy council. In the chase and in his social hours, he was the chosen companion of Henry. Yet he appears to have given in to this base conspiracy, and Henry was to be assassinated before embarking, after which, the conspirators were to escape to Wales with the Earl of March, and there raise the banner of revolt in his behalf. It would seem that the conspiracy was as ill-constructed as it was wicked. The conspirators do not appear to have obtained the decided sanction of the principal person concerned. Probably Cambridge might have speculated on private conversations with his brother-in-law, the Earl of March, and have persuaded himself that he would fall in with such a scheme when it appeared to him feasible. But when, at the moment of action, March was apprised of the intended blow, he refused, by the earnest advice of his man Lacy, to swear to keep the secret, but required an hour in which to consider of the proposal. However the persuasions of Cambridge or his own secret feelings might have inclined him at any previous moment, now, when his friend and noble patron Henry was menaced with instant death, March at once decided, and hastened to apprise the king of his danger. That March had listened to the voice of the tempter is plain from his first requesting a pardon from Henry for his giving ear to rebels and traitors sufficiently to understand their schemes. This pardon Henry at once accorded, but he seized the conspirators and brought them immediately before a council, where their fate was to be decided by 12 jurors of the county. Grey pleaded guilty to the charge of having conspired to kill the king, to proclaim the Earl of March, in case Richard Roman II was really dead, to having by their emissaries solicited the said Richard, or, as he was by the indictment declared to be, Thomas of Trumpington, who personated that monarch, to invade the king's dominions with a body of Scottish forces and Scottish lords. Cambridge and Scrope demanded to be tried by their peers, whereupon all the lords of the army were summoned. The Duke of Clarence was appointed to preside in place of the king, and the Duke of York, that he might not sit in judgment on his own brother, nominated the Earl of Dorset his proxy. Cambridge made an earnest appeal to the king for mercy, and Scrope pleaded, like March, that he 552 had only listened in order to ascertain the objects of the conspirators, so that he might effectually defeat them. The plea did not avail him any more than the cowardly prayer of Cambridge. They were all three condemned, were led out to the north gate of the town, and had their heads struck off, just as the royal fleet, with a favorable wind, hoisted sail, and bore out of the harbor of Southampton on the 13th of August, 1415. This memorable expedition, thus painfully inaugurated by the blood of treason in the very near kindred of the king, consisted of 6,000 men-at-arms and 24,000 archers, which so many occasions had now demonstrated to be the real power of England. These troops were carried in a fleet of 1,500 sail, and, with an auspicious wind, entered the mouth of the Seine on the second day, August 15th. 3 days were consumed in landing the troops and stores, and it does not appear that there was any opposition from the enemy. Henry at once laid siege to the strong fortress of Harfleur, situated on the left bank of the river, and defended by a numerous garrison, under the command of the Sire d'Estouteville. The French knights of the garrison displayed the utmost bravery, and made repeated assaults on the troops of Henry while throwing up their entrenchments. But they were received in such a manner by the archers that they were soon very glad to keep within the shelter of their walls. These walls themselves were in bad repair. The succors which had been promised by the government did not arrive. The English cannon was fast demolishing the outworks, and sappers were undermining the towers. A worse enemy than the English was also amongst them, the dysentery, owing to the dampness of the place and the unhealthy quality of the provisions, and the garrison surrendered on the 22nd of September after a defense of 36 days. The success, however, was dearly purchased. The weather was extremely hot, and the place, lying low on the banks of the Seine, was at that season extremely unhealthy. A dysentery, partly from those causes, and partly from the incautious eating of unripe fruit, and the putrid exhalations from the offal of animals killed for the camp, broke out, and raged amongst the soldiers far more mortally than the awkward artillery of that age. About 2,000 of the troops had perished, besides great numbers who were disabled by sickness. Several officers of rank died, and when Henry had shipped off his sick for England, including the Duke of Clarence, the Earls of March, Arundel, and many other great officers, his army was reduced to about one-half of its original number. A council of war, which Henry had called before shipping off his invalids, had come to the decision of returning wholly to England and making preparations for the next year. But to this Henry would not listen for a moment. To embark altogether, he said, would look like fear and convert their conquest into a flight. He was resolved, he added, to march to Calais and dare every peril, rather than the French should say he was afraid of them. France was his own, he contended, and he would see a little more of it before quitting it. He trusted in God that they should take their way without harm or danger, but if compelled to fight, glory and victory would be theirs, as it always had been that of his ancestors in that country. He declared his route to be Normandy, Picardy, and Artois to Calais. Having taken this resolution, nothing could turn him from it, though he had only 900 lances and 5,000 archers, barely 6,000 men in all, while a French army of 100,000 men was already on foot to intercept his march. Before setting out, he repaired the fortifications of Harfleur, and placed it under the command of his uncle, the Earl of Dorset, as governor, and Sir John Fastolf as lieutenant governor, with a garrison of 2,000 men, who were independent of the 6,000 men he intended to take with him. He invited over many English families to settle in Harfleur and make it a second Calais, granting them the houses and premises of the former inhabitants. Having made these arrangements, on the 8th of October he set forward on his most daring march. He disposed his little host in 3 divisions, attended by 2 detachments, which served as van and rear guards on the march, ready to be converted in the field into wings for protecting his flanks. Never was a more daring enterprise undertaken. It might, according to all ordinary principles, be termed foolhardy, but all the victorious expeditions of the First and Third Edwards had been of the same character, and, had they failed, would have been recorded in history as unexampled instances of rashness and folly. So much depends on the result, rather than the antecedents, of an action. At every step the little army of England was watched by overwhelming forces. The Constable of France, Count d'Albret, lay directly in their 553 way in Picardy with 14,000 men-at-arms and 40,000 foot, and laid waste the whole country before them. At Rouen the king and Dauphin lay with another large army, and fresh troops were hastening from all quarters towards his line of march. The French host mustered in his track already upwards of 100,000. Some writers say 140,000 men. Henry had to traverse a long tract of country infested with these exasperated enemies. His troops were in want of provisions, lodgings, guides, which their enemy took care to deprive them of. They had, in fact, to march through a desert, defended by strong towns, intersected by deep rivers, and were exposed every moment to have their scouts, foragers, and stragglers cut off, while the foe took care to avoid a general engagement. The English before Harfleur, CP 552. See larger version. The army was sometimes whole days without food. The wretched people were themselves starving, from the devastations purposely made by their own countrymen, and sickness began to decimate the British troops from their excessive fatigues and want of necessary food. At the passage of the river Bresle, the garrison of Eu made a furious sortie, and fell upon the rear of the army with loud shouts and amazing impetuosity. But spite of the exhausted condition of the soldiers, they received the attack with coolness, slew the French commander, and drove back the garrison to its fortress. In 4 days, that is, on the 12th of October, Henry had arrived at the fort of Blanchetac, where his grandfather, Edward Roman III, had passed the Somme. He had intended to do the same, but the French, taught by their former failure, had taken care to make this ford impassable by 554 driving strong stakes into the bottom, and D'Albret appeared on the right bank with a numerous force. Disappointed in this expectation, he retreated to the little town of Aernes, where Edward Roman III had slept 2 nights before the Battle of Crécy. He then advanced up the river, searching for a ford or bridge as Edward had sought down it. He avoided Abbeville, where D'Albret lay with his main army, and marched to Bailleul, where he slept on the 13th. Still advancing upwards, he found every bridge broken, every ford secured, and D'Albret and his forces marching along the right bank in exact time with him, ready to repel any attempt at crossing the river. Seeing this, many of his soldiers, already enervated with fatigue and sickness, began to lose heart. The next day Henry attempted to force a passage at Pont Saint-Remy, but without success, as Edward Roman III had done before him. On the 15th, the following day, he made another endeavor to cross at Ponto de Mer, but was again foiled. Still going on, he tried other passages on the 16th and 17th, but without avail. Everywhere appeared the most hopeless obstacles. Taking advantage of the winding of the river, Henry now dashed across the country from the neighborhood of Corbie to Boves, and thence marched on Nesle. On the way he made a halt in a valley, and ordered his archers to provide themselves each with a stake of 6 feet long, and to sharpen it at both ends. He then pushed forward again to outmarch the constable, who was obliged to follow a more circuitous route by Peronne. He had sent, however, strict orders to guard all the fords of the river, but not being present to see this enforced, Henry at Nesle received information that the passage was still open between Vienne and Bethencourt. On the 19th, he came up to this place and made a dash across it. 4 bannerets led the way successfully, the rest of the army and the baggage followed rapidly in their track, and in 12 hours the English had arrived safely on the right bank. Henry marched on to Monchy-la-Gauche, while the constable, instead of daring to attack him, fell back on Bapaume and thence on Saint-Paul. While D'Albret had been guarding the passages of the Somme, the French princes, instead of attacking Henry, had held a council of war at Rouen in presence of the king. Here they had resolved to give battle to the English by a majority of 35-5, and they fixed the 25th as the important day of action. They sent 3 heralds to announce this resolve to the King of England. Henry was at Monchy when the heralds arrived. They delivered their message on their knees, which was that the King of France and his nobles were prepared to meet him in the field on the following Friday. Henry replied, with apparent indifference, "The will of God be done." The heralds then inquired by what way he meant to march so that they might meet with him. He replied, "By that which leads straight to Calais, and if my enemies attempt to intercept me it will be at their peril. I shall not seek them, and I will not move a step quicker or slower to avoid them." I could, however, have wished that they had adopted other counsels, instead of attempting to shed the blood of Christians. The constable had placed himself in advance directly in Henry's route to Calais, but he followed leisurely on his track, as if no enemy were either before or behind him. Yet all this time fresh forces had been flocking into the standard of the constable, and his army was now so overwhelming that it began to be impatient to fall on the English, confident that they could surround and destroy them. But the experienced D'Albret remembered the days of Crécy and Poitiers, when the like confidence had produced the most complete destruction to the French armies from a mere handful of these iron Englishmen. He fell back from Saint-Paul to the villages of Ruisseauvel and Agincourt before he consented to stand and await the English king. It was evident that the eve of a decisive battle had arrived. It was equally impossible for Henry to advance towards Calais or retreat towards Harfleur. In fact, to attempt in the slightest degree to retreat would be synonymous with destruction, for that would utterly dishearten his own men and bring the immense swarms of the enemy like a flock of hungry wolves upon them. Even if they could beat back such a host under such circumstances, they must soon perish by the way, for the whole region was a wilderness, destitute of food or shelter. The hour of action had come. From the picture by Sir John Gilbert, R.A., P.R.W.S., in the Guildhall Art Gallery, by permission of the Corporation of the City of London. The Morning of Agincourt. From the picture by Sir John Gilbert, R.A., P.R.W.S., in the Guildhall Art Gallery, by permission of the Corporation of the City of London. See larger version. Once more the French generals made the profound blunder of selecting a confined plain where their huge army had no room to move. The constable planted his banner on the Calais road, a little in advance of the village of Ruisseauvel, and the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, of Berry, Alencon, and Brabant, and all the great lords planted theirs round it with loud acclamations and rejoicings that the hour was come which was to give up to them their enemy and all his spoil. But the joy was soon damped, for the night set in dark and rainy. The ground was a clay which soon swam with water, and became so slippery that the horses slid and stumbled about in disorder. The pages and valets rode to and fro seeking straw to lay on the muddy ground for their officers and themselves. There were great bustling and moving to and fro, people shouting to one another and making much noise, but obtaining very little comfort. And it was at length observed that their horses stood silent and did not neigh, which was looked upon on the eve of battle as a very bad omen. When they would have cheered themselves with music, very few instruments could be found. At length, however, they succeeded in lighting fires along their lines, and bursts of laughter and merriment were repeatedly heard by the English, while their enemies were, no doubt, calculating the value of their horses and the arms on their backs. The English, on their part, passed a night of serious reflection. They had made a long march under great difficulties and privations. Many of them were wasted by sickness, worn down by fatigue and scanty and unwholesome fare. They were in the presence of an immense force, but they were descendants of the heroes of Crécy, which lay not far off, and they had the utmost confidence in the bravery of their leader. They spent the early part of the night in making their wills and in devotion. The king visited every quarter of his little camp, and sent out, as soon as the moon gave light enough, officers to arrange the plan of the battle on the next day, and ordered bands of music to play through the whole night. At break of day Henry summoned the men to attend matins and mass, and then leading them into the field, arranged them in his usual manner, in 3 divisions and 2 wings, but in such close array that the whole appeared but as one body. The archers, who were his grand strength, he posted in advance of the men-at-arms, 4 in file, in the form of a wedge. Besides their bows and arrows, the archers were now armed each with a battle-axe and a sword. The fatal field of Bannockburn, where the archers were rendered useless by their want of side arms, when Bruce rode his cavalry amongst them, seems to have taught the English this precaution. Every man, too, bore on his shoulder the stout stake, which Henry had ordered them to provide themselves with, pointed at each end and tipped with iron. These they planted obliquely before them, as chevaux de frise, and thus presented a formidable rampart to the French cavalry. The French had drawn up their host in a manner similar to that of Henry, but instead of their files being 4, they were 39 deep. The constable himself commanded the 1st division, the Dukes of Bar and Alencon the 2nd, but in their eagerness to come at the English, they had crowded their troops into a narrow field between 2 woods, where they had no room to deploy or even to use their weapons freely, and the ground was so slippery with the rain that their horses could with difficulty keep on their legs, while the English archers, who were immediately opposed to them, were not only on foot, but many of them barefooted, and, disencumbered of their clothes, were ready to make their way alertly over the soft ground. Both the French and English commanders had ordered their men to seat themselves on the ground with their weapons before them, and thus they continued to face each other without action for some time. The constable, most probably to gain time for the arrival of the expected reinforcements, still lay quiet, and Henry took the opportunity to distribute refreshments of food and wine through his ranks. He also seized the opportunity to send off secretly 2 detachments, one to lie in ambush in a woody meadow at Tramecourt, on their left flank, and the other to set fire to some houses in their rear as soon as they were engaged, to throw them into alarm. Scarcely had the king executed this maneuver, when he was surprised by a deputation of 3 French knights from D'Albret, the commander. They came to offer him a free passage to Calais, if he would agree to surrender Harfleur, and renounce his pretensions to the throne of France. Henry disdained to enter into any negotiations, except on the very same terms that he had dictated before he left England. And, penetrating the real object of these overtures, that of gaining time, he impatiently dismissed the matter. But the envoys were not to be so readily dispatched. One of them, the Sire de Helly, who had been a prisoner in England and was accused of breaking his parole, introduced that matter, and offered to meet in single combat, between the 2 armies, any man who should dare to asperse his honor. "Sir Knight," said Henry curtly, "this is no time for single combats. Go, tell your countrymen to prepare for battle, and doubt not that, for the 556 violation of your word, you shall a second time forfeit your liberty if not your life." "Sir," replied de Helle, insolently determined to prolong the parley, "I will receive no orders from you. Charles is our sovereign. Him we will obey, and for him we will fight against you whenever we think proper." "Away then," said Henry, "and take care that we are not before you." And instantly stepping forward he cried, "Banners, advance." With that Sir Thomas Erpingham, a brave old warrior, threw his warder into the air, exclaiming, "Now strike!" And the English moved on in gallant style till they came within bowshot of the French lines. Then every man kneeling down kissed the ground, a custom which they had learned from the Flemish, who at the great battle of Courtrai, where they defeated the French cavalry with such brilliancy, had thus each taken up a particle of earth in his mouth, while the priest in front elevated the host. It was a sign of consecration to the great duty of the day, and having done this homage to the god of battles, they rose up with a tremendous shout, struck each man his pointed stake into the ground before him, and stepping in front of these stakes, sent a flight of arrows at their foes, and again retired behind them. The constable, who well knew the terrible effect of the English archers on the French troops, had prepared a scheme similar to that of Bruce at Bannockburn to break their line, and throw them into confusion. He had few or no archers, for the French at that period adhered to the feudal notion that knights and gentlemen only must handle arms. The dreadful defeats of Crécy and Poitiers had not cured them of the foolish idea that arms must not be trusted to plebeian hands. He therefore had trained a body of 1,200 men-at-arms under Messire Clignet of Brabant, who were to make a desperate charge on the archers and break up their ranks. They came on with fierce cries of Mountjoy, St. Denis, but the slipperiness of the ground, and the fierce flight of arrows which struck through their visors and their armor, threw them at once into confusion. Their horses reeled and stumbled against each other in the muddy clay, and to avoid the iron hail of arrows they turned their heads aside, and thus knew not how to guide their steeds. Of the whole 1,200, not more than 70 ever reached the spiked barricade of the archers, from which the few remaining horses recoiled, and the whole troop in a few minutes lay dead or wounded on the ground. Only 3 horses are said to have penetrated within the line of stakes, and there they fell perforated with wounds. Meantime, hundreds of wounded steeds were dashing to and fro, and continually returning upon the French lines, stung to madness by their pain. All became confusion and disorder in the first division. The men-at-arms were so wedged together that they could not extricate themselves from the throng to advance or retreat. While the bravest strove to rush on the enemy, the timid endeavored to fall back on the next division, and the most awful chaos arose. Still the English archers poured in their arrows, dropping multitudes at each discharge, and when their arrows failed they seized their battle-axes, and, leaving their stakes, rushed on with fierce cries. At this signal the men in ambush replied with similar shouts, and falling on the flank of the French army, added immensely to the terror and disorder. While they showered their arrows in that direction, the archers in front hewed their way with their hatchets through all opposition. They dashed amid the steel-clad horsemen, burst through the whole array of horses and armor, slew the commander-in-chief and many of his most illustrious officers, and in a very short time, without any aid whatever from the men-at-arms, dispersed the whole of the first division. The second division opened to receive the fugitives, which occasioned fresh disorder, and at this crisis, the Duke of Brabant, who had hastened on before his expected reinforcements, galloped up with a fresh body of horse and charged the advancing archers. Those indomitable men, however, speedily cut him down, destroyed his detachment, and kept on their way, laying prostrate all before them. They soon arrived at the second division, who, though wallowing up to their horses' girths in the middle of a ploughed field, the men on foot being sunk by the weight of their armor almost up to their knees, yet kept their ground. At this moment Henry advanced with his men-at-arms, but seeing the nature of the ground, he rallied his brave bowmen, who, having no weight to carry, could do active battle, even on that rotten ground. At his call they speedily reformed, and under his command made a fresh charge. The Thanksgiving service on the field of Agincourt, CP 558. See larger version. It was now that the real battle took place. 558. The Duke of Alençon, who with the Duke of Bar headed this division, had made a vow to kill or take captive the King of England, or to perish in the attempt. He led on his troops with desperate valor, and a mortal struggle of 2 long hours took place. The English archers still wielded their massive axes in the front, and the French men-at-arms fought with undaunted bravery. Henry combated in the midst of his archers, who still plied their weapons with loud hurrahs, and animated by battling under the eye of the king, seemed still as active and fresh as if they were just come into the strife. Henry's life, however, was repeatedly in danger. His brother, the Duke of Clarence, was thrown down near him, wounded and in danger of being killed, when Henry rushed to his assistance, strode across the body, and beat off the assailants till the prince could be removed. But no sooner was Clarence in safety than a band of 18 knights, headed by the Lord of Croy, confronted the king. They had sworn to each other to take or kill him. One of these knights struck Henry with his battle-axe and brought him to his knees, but his brave followers closed round him instantly and slew every one of the assailants. The Duke of Alençon then fought his way to the royal standard. With one stroke of his battle-axe he beat the Duke of York to the ground and killed him. With the next he cleft the crown on Henry's helmet. At that sight every arm was raised, every weapon was directed at him. He saw his imminent peril and cried out to Henry, "I yield to you, I am Alençon." Henry held out his hand, but it was already too late, the gallant duke lay dead. Here the battle may be said to have ended. For though the 3rd Division, which was the most numerous of all, was still unbroken, at the sight of the Duke of Alençon's troops flying in all directions, they too fell back and began to waver. Another moment and they would have been in full flight, but in the rear of Henry's army, where the priests and baggage were posted, there rose a loud tumult, and messengers came galloping to say they were attacked by a large force. Henry immediately believed that this force was that expected hourly under the Duke of Brittany, and fearful of being surrounded, he immediately gave orders to kill all the prisoners, lest they should turn against them. As they had taken their captives, who, after the death of Alençon, yielded in crowds, they removed their helmets that should any occasion arise they might readily dispatch them. The slaughter now made of these helpless men was terrible. Many fell without a chance of resistance, many others struggled and wrestled with their destroyers, but in vain. The scene was terrible, and the French 3rd Division, also becoming aware of the attack in the rear, took fresh courage and prepared to make battle still. But a short time discovered the real cause of the alarm, which the fears of the English had converted into a formidable assault. It was merely a body of peasants, who thought they would profit by the battle, and while the combatants were in the heat of the action, drive off the English horses, which were all left with the baggage. They little dreamed that their scheme would prove so disastrous to their countrymen, many a noble French knight falling a victim to this stratagem, the authors of which were afterwards severely punished by their feudal lord, the Duke of Burgundy. The mistake being discovered, Henry gave instant orders to stop the slaughter of the prisoners, and the 3rd Division of the French army, also coming at the truth, galloped off the field at full speed. Henry's little army was too much exhausted and too much encumbered with prisoners to be able to pursue the flying legions. He gave orders to see to the wounded, and then summoning the heralds, he traversed the fields, accompanied by his chief barons, and saw the coats of arms of the fallen princes and knights examined, and their names registered. While this was being done, and others were stripping the dead, he called to him the French king-at-arms Mountjoy, who came attended by the other heralds, French and English, and he said, "We have not made this slaughter, but the Almighty, as we believe, for the sins of France." Then turning to Mountjoy he asked, "To whom does the victory belong?" "To the King of England," replied Mountjoy, "and not to the King of France." "And what castle is that which I see at a distance?" continued Henry. "It is called the Castle of Agincourt," replied the herald. "Then," said Henry, "since all battles ought to be named after the nearest castle, let this henceforth and lastingly bear the name of the Battle of Agincourt." Having named the field, and lastingly, according to his own phrase, for it is a name which will stand forever amongst the most wonderfully fought fields in all the annals of nations, Henry, as if impressed with what appeared to be his sincere idea that it was the work of heaven, and that he was its instrument, called together the clergy, and ordered them to perform a service of thanksgiving on the field before the whole army, in allusion to their escape from the enemy, and 559 the terrible destruction of their assailants. They chanted the 114th Psalm, when Israel went forth out of Egypt. And at the first verse of the 115th Psalm, "Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but to thy name give the glory," every man knelt on the ground. They then sang the Te Deum, and so closed the renowned Battle of Agincourt. Of all the battles ever fought by France up to that time, none was ever so fatal as that of Agincourt. "Never did so many and so noble men fall in one battle," says their own chronicler, Monstrelet. "It was a wholesale slaughter of its princes and nobles. 7 princes of the blood had fallen, the Constable d'Albret, the Dukes of Brabant, of Bar and Alençon, the Count of Nevers, the brother of the Dukes of Burgundy and Brabant, the Counts of Marle and another brother John, brothers of the Duke of Bar, the Count of Vaudemont, brother to the Duke of Lorraine, the Archbishop of Sens, the Count of Dampierre, the Lords Helly, who fell as Henry had promised him, of Rambure, Virchin, and Mesger Gichard of Dauphine, another of the deputies who were sent to Henry before the battle. On the whole there fell that day 10,000 men, amongst whom there was 1 marshal, 13 earls, 92 barons, 1,500 knights, and 8,000 gentlemen. There were 14,000 prisoners left in the hands of the English, amongst whom were the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, the Marshal Boucicault, the Counts of Eu, Vendôme, Riquimont, Craon, and Harcourt, and 7,000 barons, knights, and gentlemen. No wonder that the news of so direful an overthrow, so unexampled a slaughter and capture of the aristocracy of the country, should spread consternation throughout France. The highest estimate of the English loss puts it at 1,600, while Elmem contends that it was only 100, and other contemporary writers that it was only 40. Taking the highest estimate, it was a wonderful disparity between the loss of the conquerors and the conquered. The only persons of note who fell on the English side were the Earl of Suffolk and the Duke of York, a man whose whole life had been stained with treachery and meanness, and of which it might be said that its only honorable incident was its termination. Henry returned in triumph to England. In the spring of the following year, 1416, Henry had the honor of a visit from Sigismund, King of the Romans and Emperor-elect of Germany. The object of Sigismund was to secure Henry's aid in accomplishing his great scheme of putting an end to the division in the popedom, which was still raging. There were no less than 3 popes, all claiming to have been lawfully elected. Sigismund had visited France, and was flattered by cordial promises of cooperation by Charles and his ministers. Henry, who at this time was by far the most famous sovereign in Europe, was determined to receive Sigismund in a manner which should convince him that the wealth of his kingdom and the splendor of the English crown were in full correspondence with his fame. He summoned all the knights and esquires of the realm to attend him in London. A fleet of 300 sail waited at Calais to bring over this unusual guest with all his retinue, amounting to 1,000 horsemen, and officers were appointed to escort him from Dover to the capital, discharging all the expenses by the way. Yet amidst his magnificent arrangements for the reception of his distinguished guest, Henry was cautious not to endanger in the slightest degree his national rights. Sigismund, while in Paris, had attended a cause which was pleaded before Parliament, and was in courtesy invited to occupy the throne, and while sitting there, had been so incautious as to knight an esquire who was in danger of suffering wrong because of his inferior rank. To prevent any such mistake, a precaution was taken which, for a moment, had an aspect anything but hospitable. No sooner did the emperor's ship cast anchor, than Sigismund saw the Duke of Gloucester and several noblemen ride into the water with drawn swords, and demand to know whether in coming thus, he designed to exercise or claim any authority in England. On Sigismund replying in the negative, this hostile reception immediately gave way to one of courtesy and honor. Besides his main object, the settlement of the papal schism, Sigismund was also anxious to effect a peace between the kings of England and France, and accordingly he was accompanied by ambassadors from Charles, whose propositions were zealously seconded by William, Duke of Bavaria and Count of Hainault, who was become a warm admirer of Henry. It is said that Henry went to such a length of concession as to waive his claims on the crown, and content himself with the provisions of the Treaty of Bretigny, concluded by Edward Roman III. But even this would have dismembered France of its most valuable provinces, and though Charles is stated to have given a full assent to the proposal, there were others who were more averse from such terms with England. In the very midst of this apparently amicable negotiation, amid the frightful anarchy of France, the Count of Armagnac had now succeeded to the authority of the Dauphin Louis, recently dead, and being also constable in the place of d'Albret, slain at Agincourt, he determined, if possible, to win popularity by wresting from England its recent conquest of Harfleur. He marched there with a large army, drew lines around the town, while a fleet of French ships, aided by a number of Genoese galleys, which he had hired, blockaded the harbor. It was in vain he was reminded of the negotiations pending at London. He determinedly rejected all proposals of truce or peace, and pressed on with all his characteristic ardor the siege of the place. Henry, alarmed and indignant at the news of this investment at this moment, proposed, in his impetuous promptness, to rush across the Channel and fall on Armagnac in person. But Sigismund, his royal guest, suggested to him that it was not a cause of sufficient importance to demand his own presence. He sent the Duke of Bedford, his brother, with a fleet to the relief of Harfleur. The Duke mustered at Rye such ships as he could procure in haste, and on the 14th of August, 1416, reached the mouth of the Seine. He found the blockade of a formidable character. The galleys of the Genoese were so tall that the loftiest of the Duke's ships could not reach to their upper decks by more than a spear's length. Besides these, there were also Spanish ships of great size, and all were posted with great judgment. Nothing daunted, the Duke resolved on attacking them in the morning. At sunset, he summoned on board of his ship all the captains of his fleet to concert the plan of the battle, and during the night, he kept his squadron together by displaying a light at his masthead. The next morning, the 15th of August, 1416, Bedford was agreeably surprised to see the French quit their secure moorings, and in their rash confidence, leave behind their powerful allies of Genoa and Spain, and come out into the open sea to attack him. He very soon captured 2 of their ships, and after a long and desperate conflict, most of the rest were taken or destroyed, a few escaping up the river. Bedford lost no time in bearing down on the Genoese galleys, which, notwithstanding their height, his sailors clambered up like squirrels, and boarded in gallant style. The garrison within the town now joined their countrymen in an attack on the land forces, which speedily raised the siege and fled. The Duke remained to see the town put into a complete state of defense, and during this time, which was 3 weeks, the vast number of bodies which had been plunged into the Seine during the fight rose and covered the whole of the waters all round the ships, much to the horror of the sailors. The Duke led his men away as soon as possible, and returned to England, having most successfully completed his mission. In the following month of September, Henry proceeded to Calais, accompanied by his imperial guest Sigismund, who had concluded an alliance with him and been enrolled a Knight of the Garter, and by the Duke of Bavaria, to meet John Sansport, Duke of Burgundy. Burgundy, during the late campaign, had professed to remain neutral. Though summoned by Charles to assist in expelling the English, he neither went himself nor permitted his vassals to do so. His county of Flanders not only maintained an avowed neutrality with England, but carried on their usual lucrative trade with it, without any regard to French interests. Yet Burgundy had been cautious not to enter into direct engagements with Henry, or to lend any assistance to his invading army. Nay, after the Battle of Agincourt, where his brothers the Duke of Brabant and the Count of Nevers fell, he had expressed great resentment, and even defied Henry to mortal combat. But now circumstances had occurred in France which stung him to the quick, and made him ready to forget even the destruction of his brothers. In spite of the national disaster of Agincourt, civil war continued to exist between the French factions. Burgundy was expelled and worsted by Armagnac, and he sought the aid of England. There had been through the year continual correspondence between the courts of Burgundy and England, which purported to concern treaties of trade. And now the Congress opened on the 3rd of October, 1416, for the ostensible purpose of healing the schism in the Church. The Armagnacs were struck with consternation at this conference. They would not give credit to the object being either trade or the peace of the Church, but they believed, and asserted, that Burgundy had sold himself to Henry, had formally acknowledged the latter's title to the throne of France, and done homage to him for his provinces of Burgundy and Alost, in order to avenge himself of his Armagnac opponents. That such a treaty was agitated at the Congress is certain, for the protocol is preserved in Reimer, and by it Burgundy was not only to acknowledge Henry's 561 claim, but to assist him in establishing it. There is, however, no proof that he actually signed it. Reception of the Emperor Sigismund, CP 559. See larger version. Whatever was determined upon remains unknown, any further than it can be surmised from what followed. Henry returned to England to make immediate and extensive preparations for the invasion of France, on the conclusion of the existing armistice. Sigismund went on to Constance in prosecution of his plans for the Church, and Burgundy retired to Valenciennes, as if also about to cooperate with Henry by the muster of his Flemish forces. But here, a new and unexpected turn of affairs appears to have taken place. John, the new Dauphin, had thrown off the Armagnac party and made overtures to Burgundy. The Duke caught at the opportunity of having the Dauphin in his hands, and by such an alliance, regaining his ascendancy in the state, without incurring the odium of supporting a foreign invader against the rightful sovereign. The two princes swore eternal friendship to each other. The Dauphin pledged himself to assist the Duke in driving from power the Armagnacs, and the Duke engaged to aid the Dauphin in expelling the English from France. The Armagnacs, confounded at this new coalition, issued a summons in the king's name to the Dauphin to return to Paris, with which the prince offered to comply on condition that he brought the Duke of Burgundy and his followers with him. Finding that they could not induce the prince to quit his new ally, there is every reason to believe that they dispatched him with poison, for on the 14th of April, 1417, he was taken suddenly ill, and died in agonies with all the symptoms of death by poison. No one doubted that it was 562 the work of the Armagnacs, and it was generally believed that the abandoned Queen Isabella was an active accomplice in the destruction of both this and her preceding son, whom she hated for their opposition and exposure of her flagitious life. But if Isabella was guilty of these revolting crimes, she was speedily punished. Her youngest son, Charles, who now became Dauphin, though but 16, was extremely artful, and by no means disposed to yield to the domination of his mother, whom he as heartily despised as his elder brothers had done. Isabella herself was arrested and sent into close confinement at Tours. The Count of Armagnac is said to have the more willingly executed this severity on Isabella, because she had violently complained of his seizure of her treasures, both at Paris and Melun, a measure to which the public necessities had driven him. Enraged to frenzy by the loss of her favorite, of her power, and of her money, Isabella now meditated deep revenge. She had hated the Duke of Burgundy with a mortal hatred ever since he assassinated her beloved Duke of Orleans, and he had now added to his offenses by implicating her in a manner in the murder of her own son, the Dauphin John. Yet the very next thing which the public heard was that Isabella had escaped from her prison at Tours and thrown herself into the arms of the Duke of Burgundy, her old and most detested enemy. Such are the terrible extremes of a bad woman's vengeance. She now burned, at any cost, to revenge herself on Armagnac, and not less so on her own son Charles, whose destruction she sought as earnestly as she had done that of his brothers. This most unnatural woman had bribed her keepers to allow her to attend early mass at the church of Marmontier, in the suburbs of Tours. They accompanied her, but suddenly found themselves surprised by the Duke of Burgundy, who had secreted himself for the purpose in a neighboring forest, with 800 men-at-arms. The moment Isabella was in the guardianship of this prince, she proclaimed herself regent of the kingdom during the continuance of the king's malady, and the Duke of Burgundy her lieutenant. Such was the position of affairs in France at the moment that Henry V of England landed at Honfleur, on the coast of Normandy, on the 14th of August, 1417, with 16,000 men-at-arms, an equal number of archers, and a long train of artillery and other military engines, attended by an efficient body of sappers, miners, carpenters, and other artificers, and a fleet of 1,500 ships. 2 years had elapsed since the fatal Battle of Agincourt. Yet the infatuated princes of France, though they knew that Henry never had his eyes off their country, but was constantly employed in planning its subjugation, had taken no measures whatever for its defense. On the contrary, they had spent the time in mutual destruction, and in doing all in their power to exhaust its strength and demoralize the people. They appeared given up by an indignant providence to the destroying force of their own base passions, a nation of suicidal monsters rather than of men. And while Henry of England was landing on their coasts with his invading army, the Duke of Burgundy was in full march on Paris, accompanied by the Queen breathing vengeance on the Armagnacs. Burgundy, after the sudden death of the Dauphin, had besieged that city with an army of 60,000 cavalry. He promised to restore peace and abolish all oppressive taxes. The people in the country were ready to look upon him as a deliverer, and many cities, including Amiens, Abbeville, Douarlens, Montreuil, and other towns in Picardy, opened their gates to him. Paris, in the hands of the Armagnacs, made a steadfast resistance. He, however, became master of Chalons, Troyes, Auxerre, and on being joined by Isabella, most of the towns, except those taken by the King of England, declared for Burgundy and the Queen. Isabella had a great seal engraved, and appointed her officers of state. She declared that the Armagnacs held the king and Dauphin prisoners in Paris, and were, therefore, traitors. She made Burgundy governor-general of the whole kingdom, appointed the Duke of Lorraine constable, and the Prince of Orange governor of Languedoc. There was a great flocking of princes and nobility to the Queen's court, and thus there were established 2 royal parties and 2 courts, the one with the king and Dauphin in Paris, the other with the Queen at Chartres. The people, elated by the promises of Burgundy, rose in many places and killed the tax-gatherers, crying, "Long live Burgundy and no taxes." They regarded every rich man as an Armagnac, for that was a good plea on which to plunder him, and thus passed the winter of 1417. Meantime, Henry of England advanced into the heart of Normandy, having, on setting out, issued to his army orders in consonance with those enlightened principles of humanity and policy which he had adopted in such noble contrast to the practice of the Edwards. He forbade, on pain of 563 the severest punishment, all breaches of discipline, all injury to the lives and property of the peaceable inhabitants, and especially all insult to clergymen or outrage to the wives, widows, and maidens of the country. Yet the Normans, neglected by their own rulers, who were engaged like wolves in tearing each other's throats instead of defending their common soil, still retained their allegiance, and regarding Henry not as the descendant of their ancient dukes, but as a foreign invader, rejected him with great bravery. Probably the atrocities committed on them by the Edwards had thoroughly alienated their hearts from the English, but they were unable to contend with the superior forces and martial skill of Henry. Caen resisted but was taken by assault, Bayeux submitted voluntarily, and Aigle, Lycia, Alencon, and Falaise, after some stout resistance. Henry then went into comfortable winter quarters, intending to proceed, on the return of spring, with his proposed task of reducing every fortress in Normandy. While Henry was thus successfully prosecuting his campaign in Normandy, there had occurred a slight disturbance at home. The Scots, thinking that, the king being absent with the flower of the army, the kingdom must be left greatly unprotected, made a descent upon England. The Duke of Albany and Earl Douglas crossed the borders each with an army, and while Albany laid siege to the castle of Berwick, Douglas invested that of Roxburgh. But the Dukes of Exeter and Bedford, the regent, made a rapid march northward with such forces that the Scottish leaders suddenly abandoned their enterprise and disbanded their armies. Simultaneously with this inroad once more appeared Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, on the scene. He had been concealed in Wales, but the absence of the king afforded him also the expectation of taking vengeance on his enemies. It had been surmised that the Scots and Sir John had mutually concerted this attack. Be this, however, as it may, there can be no doubt that both Sir John and the Lollards in general were greatly embittered by the cruelties practiced on them by the bishops. These dignitaries had set them the example of bloodshed, and had certainly taken the initiative in the attempt to put down difference of theological opinion by destroying their opponents. And during the 3 years that Lord Cobham had eluded them, they had pursued and burnt the Lollards with increasing severity. Such lessons are readily taught, and nothing could be more natural than that the injured party should seek retaliation in kind. Sir John, too, was probably deeply incensed by his old companion, the king, giving him over so forcibly to the tender mercies of the clergy. And though they could not in this case assert that he sought his life, he probably felt little compunction in disturbing his government in the endeavor to come at the official persecutors. The hasty retreat of the Scots defeated the intentions of the Lollards, and Lord Cobham, hastening from his rendezvous near St. Albans, endeavoured to regain the Welsh mountains, but he was intercepted near Broneart, in Montgomeryshire, by the retainers of Sir Edward Charlton, Earl of Powys. When brought before the House of Peers, his former indictment was read, and he was asked by the Duke of Bedford what he had to say in his defence. He had begun a bold and able speech in reply, but being stopped and desired to give a direct answer, he refused to plead, declaring that there was no authority in that court so long as Richard Roman II was alive in Scotland, for like many others, he was of opinion that the Scottish Richard was genuine. He was at once condemned, and was hanged as a traitor in St. Giles's Fields, and burnt as a heretic, December 1417. In the spring of 1418, Henry resumed his operations in Normandy with vigor. He had received a reinforcement of 15,000 men, so that he could divide his troops and conduct several operations at the same time. The Dukes of Gloucester and Clarence, the king's brothers, took the command of different bodies of men, and proceeded to reduce the strongest towns in Lower Normandy. Gloucester compelled Cherbourg to surrender, after a long and obstinate defence, on the 29th of September, but before this most of the towns of Lower Normandy had opened their gates. Henry advanced along the Seine and made himself master of the whole country from Louvres to the sea, finding, in this part of his campaign, infinite advantage from his conquest of Harfleur. Pont de l'Arche completed the possession of all Lower Normandy, with the exception of Cherbourg, which Gloucester was blockading. By July, making certain of the ultimate fall of the city, Henry regarded Lower Normandy as his own. Before proceeding to the siege of Rouen, he organized a government for Lower Normandy, appointed a chancellor and treasurer, and left that part of France, though under foreign rule, far quieter and more habitable than any other district of the realm. The siege of Rouen was the grand operation, which was not only to lay all Normandy at the feet of the conqueror, but open the highway to Paris. The city was strongly fortified. On all sides it was enclosed by massive ramparts, towers, and batteries. 15,000 trained men, and a garrison of 4,000 men-at-arms were collected within it. Many of these were gentlemen of Lower Normandy, who, having vainly endeavored to check the progress of the enemy in their own neighborhood, had retired hither to assist in making one last determined stand against the power which had driven them from hearth and home. The governor had made every preparation for the most obstinate resistance. Not only had he laid waste the environs and annihilated the suburbs, but he had commanded every man and every family to quit the city who had not provisions for 10 months, and the magistrates had enforced the order. Photo Noureddin Freres, Paris. View of Rouen from St. Catherine's Hill. Photo Noureddin Freres, Paris. See larger version. On the 30th of July, Henry appeared before the town. He had 200 sail of small vessels on the Seine, so that he could convey his troops to any portion of the environs. He found the brave and patriotic Baudelaire ready to encounter him. Instead of lying concealed behind his strong walls, this leader met him in the open field and attacked him with the utmost impetuosity. The battle 565 was desperate and bloody, and though ultimately compelled, by the numbers and the tried valor of the English, to retire, he never ceased to renew the attack and interrupt the commencement of Henry's works for the investment of the place. He continually made fierce sorties, destroyed his embankments, beat up the quarters of the soldiers now here, now there, and greatly obstructed the operations of the besiegers. Cardinal Orsini's visit to Henry, CP 566. See larger version. At length Henry succeeded in encamping his army in 6 divisions before the 6 gates of the city. He protected these by lofty embankments from the shot from the city, and connected them with each other by deep trenches, so that the men could pass from one to the other without danger from the arrows of the enemy. Then, finally, the whole town on the land sides was enclosed in strong military lines, which he strengthened with thick hedges of thorns, and on the most commanding situations without the camp he placed towers of wood, batteries of cannon, and engines for the projection of arrows and stones. These stringent measures soon began to tell. Before 2 instead of 10 months had expired, famine had shown its hideous face. Though the governor had reduced the population greatly before the siege had commenced, he now expelled from the city 12,000 more useless mouths, as they 566 were termed in the iron language of war. Henry forbade them to be admitted within the lines, for the tender mercies of sieges are cruel under the most humane of commanders. To permit at will the expulsion of the people was to prolong the siege, and therefore, as at Calais, under Edward I, notwithstanding some of these wretched outcasts were fed by the humanity of the troops, the greater number perished through want of food and shelter. But within the city famine stalked on, and the misery was terrible. During the 3rd month the besieged killed and subsisted on their horses. After that, for 2 months, they killed the dogs and cats, and the necessity growing more and more desperate, they descended to rats, mice, and any species of vermin they could clutch in their famine-sharpened fingers. It is said that, in the whole siege from famine, from the wretched, unwholesome food eaten, by the sword, and other means, no less than 50,000 of the inhabitants perished. All this time, the unhappy people cried vehemently to the Duke of Burgundy, whom the citizens had admitted to Paris, and who had established his power there by a series of fearful massacres. Their messengers returned with flattering but fallacious promises, and no relief was ever sent. On one occasion, the heartless minister even fixed the precise day on which he would arrive in force and compel the English to raise the siege. At this news a wild joy ran like lightning through the famishing city. The bells were rung with mad exultation. People ran to and fro spreading the glad tidings and uttering mutual congratulations. The troops were ordered to be every man in readiness to rush forth at the right moment and second the assault of their friends without. The day came and went. No deliverer appeared, and a deadly despair sank down on the devoted city. It was in the midst of these horrors that the Cardinal Orsini, who had in vain exerted himself to reconcile the insensate factions, now turned to Henry, and entreated him to moderate his pretensions and incline to peace. But Henry was too sagacious a politician to renounce the advantages which the folly and crimes of his enemies opened up to him. He was willing to make overtures of peace, and he did so to both parties, but it was still on his fixed terms of the sovereignty of France. He repeated his clear persuasion that his work was the work of an avenging providence. "Do you not perceive," he said to Orsini, "that it is God who has led me hither by the hand? France has no sovereign. There is nothing here but confusion. There is no law, no order. No one thinks of resisting me. Can I therefore have a more convincing proof that the being who disposes of empires has determined to put the crown of France upon my head?" Winter was now setting in, and the famished citizens saw its approach with horror. They had long been reduced to the severest condition of starvation, and still the determined Baudelaire held out. They had consumed every green and every living thing but themselves and their children. Gaunt famine, the sternest of all conquerors, now subdued the iron hardihood of the governor, and he offered on the 3rd of January to capitulate. But Henry insisted on unconditional surrender. Baudelaire, indignant and in despair, assembled the garrison, and proposed to them to set fire to the city, to throw down a portion of the wall, which was already undermined by the English, and burst headlong into the camp of the enemy, where, if they could not cut their way through, they should at least perish as became soldiers. This stoical design, as terribly sublime as any project of antiquity, reaching the ears of Henry, he lowered his demands. It was impossible not to be struck with such heroism in men wasted by months of utter want, and he had no wish to see Rouen a heap of smoking ruins. He offered the soldiers their lives and liberties on condition that they did not serve against him for 12 months, and he guaranteed to the citizens their property and their franchises on the payment of 300,000 crowns. On the 13th of January, 1419, the terms of surrender were signed, and on the 19th Henry entered the city in triumph. To his honor he strictly observed the treaty, suffering no infringement of the citizens' rights, nor displaying any signs of vengeance. The only person exempted from this clemency was a priest who had, during the siege, excommunicated him and pronounced the direst curses upon him. Him he imprisoned for life, and a captain of the city militia was executed, a few days after the entrance of the city, for treasonable designs. The surrender of Rouen was a shock to the whole kingdom of France, sufficient, one would have thought, to bring the contending factions to a pause and unite them for the protection of their common country. But for a time, it appeared to produce little effect on the rival parties themselves. The people at large were struck with consternation, and loudly complained that they 567 were made the victims of the vices and jealousies of their rulers. The people of Paris saw with indignation the Duke of Burgundy and the Queen flee out of the city, carrying the king with them, and establish their headquarters at Lagny. They looked upon themselves as basely betrayed, and declared that the capital had been left exposed to the arms of the victor, who, it was well known, was preparing to march along the Seine and invest the city with all his forces. They said that the people of the provincial towns had been left to fight their own battles, and now Paris was abandoned to its fate in the same scandalous manner. The most vehement representations were made to the heads of the hostile factions to settle their quarrels and combine to repulse the invader. This wise counsel was wholly thrown away. Neither party showed any disposition to reconciliation, but each hastened to open negotiations with Henry of England, in order, by his means, to be able to crush the other. The Duke of Burgundy, who always courted popularity, endeavored to pacify the Parisians by issuing a proclamation, assuring them that he was doing all in his power to remove the impediments to peace and the settlement of the country. All, however, that was visible was that he sent an embassy to Henry at Rouen, proposing to attempt terms of agreement betwixt him and France. The Dauphin, on his part, went further and offered to meet Henry and endeavor personally to accommodate matters. Henry listened courteously to both parties, accepting their proposals with the utmost frankness, at the same time that he promised nothing. The Dauphin, however, himself of a treacherous disposition, hesitated to put himself into the power of Henry and failed to keep his appointment. Burgundy was no sooner informed of this than, availing himself of it as a favorable opportunity on his side, he sent a fresh deputation to Rouen, armed, as he believed, with peculiar temptations. These were a beautiful portrait of the Princess Catherine, accompanied by a message from the Queen, her mother, significantly asking whether so charming a princess really needed so great a dowry as he demanded with her. The ambassadors reported on their return that they found the young conqueror at Rouen as proud as a lion, that he took the portrait of Catherine, gazed long and earnestly upon it, acknowledged that it certainly was beautiful, but refused to abate a jot of his demands. What was still more decisive was the news that he had left Rouen, recrossed the Seine, and had advanced along its banks already as far as Mantes, within 50 miles of Paris. It was arranged that the kings of England and France, accompanied by Burgundy, Isabella, and Catherine on the part of France, and the Dukes of Clarence and Gloucester on that of England, should meet on the banks of the Seine near Melun. The meeting was, however, productive of no result, owing to the magnitude of Henry's demands. These were, first and foremost, the hand of the princess, then the full possession of Normandy, with all his other conquests, in addition to the territories ceded by the Peace of Bretigny, the whole to be held in absolute independence of the crown of France. The Queen and Burgundy demanded 4 days to deliberate on these sweeping requisitions. When they met again, they made no decided objection to them, but they brought forward a string of counterclaims, 8 in number, regarding the relinquishment of these territories, the amount of dowry, and the payment of debts. Henry began to flatter himself that the necessities of the French court were in reality about to compel them to concede his extraordinary terms. He set himself earnestly to work to meet these objections, to modify, and even to contract, in some degree, his demands. But he was not long in perceiving that no progress was made. Difficulties were started at each conference, which were seized upon to seek further consultation, further explanations, and he perceived at the end of a month that only 7 meetings had been held, between each of which the intervals were growing longer and longer. The princess, in spite of his inquiries, was not permitted to appear, and the indignant monarch at length broke out in wrathful language to Burgundy, the only person now sent to the conference, saying, "I tell you, fair cousin, that we will have the daughter of your king to wife, and will have her on our own terms, or we will drive both him and you out of this kingdom." The astute Burgundy replied, "Sire, you are pleased to say so, but I make no doubt that, before you have succeeded in driving us out, you will be heartily tired."